In the tranquil morning of Plateau, an unexpected visitor, a long-lost traveler named Takashi Omori, emerged at Professor Oak's research institute, equipped with a system capable of deciphering the hidden potentials of Pokémon. He became the long-lost twin brother of Shigeru Omori, a figure whom Professor Oak had never encountered before. As the dazzling Gyarados nurtured by Takashi elicited thunderous cheers at the Leaf Gym, Team Rocket, lurking in the shadows, had already placed the duo on their special watch list. From the secret training grounds of the Viridian Forest to the climactic battles atop Silver Mountain, this adventure, traversing the realms of gaming and animation, would unveil the ultimate reward of the system's tasks: the creation plate of Arceus and the astonishing secrets it harbored. Chapter 1. The Newcomers of Plateau. In the Kanto region, within a room of the Oak family residence behind the Research Institute, the alarm clock rang, rousing Takashi Omori from his slumber. At the tender age of 10, he was the renowned Professor Oak's eldest grandson, with a younger twin brother, Shigeru, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with a sturdier physique, a testament to Takashi's years of training since the age of 5. According to league regulations, children of 10 were eligible to receive their first Pokémon from the nearest research institute. However, this privilege was not afforded to everyone. Commoners had to pay a hefty fee of 500,000 Poké dollars to claim their initial Pokémon, a burden that Takashi, as Professor Oak's grandson, was fortunate enough to escape. Once Takashi donned his attire and completed his morning routine, he stepped out of his room, only to find his brother Shigeru in the adjacent room, engaging in similar preparations. "Shigeru, are you ready? Have you decided which Pokémon to choose?" Naturally, I will select one stronger than yours," Shigeru retorted, recalling a request he had made to their grandfather last month. Shigeru had a love-hate relationship with his older brother, who had often teased him, calling him Silly Shigeru. He cherished the moments when Takashi defended him in times of trouble, yet resented the fact that, when danger was absent, Takashi often posed the greatest threat. "Let's hurry. There are 5 slots available for Pokémon selection today." With that, Takashi rushed ahead towards the Institute's front yard. "Hey, wait for me. You can't cheat," Shigeru exclaimed, hastily following in his brother's footsteps. In less than 5 minutes, the brothers arrived at the front yard, where an elderly man with graying hair was furiously devouring a bowl of instant noodles. "Grandfather, are you eating instant noodles again? Didn't you freeze a bunch of dumplings Aunt Hanako made?" Takashi sighed, observing the elderly man's antics. Though he possessed memories from a past life, he had been born alongside Shigeru. As the eldest grandson, he had always been favored by Professor Oak, who had even provided him with a rare initial Pokémon, a descendant of his own. I forgot. The jovial professor laughed, clearly dismissing Takashi's concerns. While Takashi felt exasperated, he was grateful that Aunt Hanako had taken it upon herself to monitor the elder's diet. "Grandfather, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you?" Shigeru inquired softly, ensuring his brother wouldn't overhear. Of course not. Although he favored Takashi, the professor would certainly keep his promise to Shigeru. "All right, since both of you are here, let's begin the Pokémon selection." With that, Professor Oak led his grandsons to the circular table where the initial Pokémon were displayed. As he pressed a button, 4 Pokéballs slowly ascended from a hidden compartment beneath the table. "Now you may choose." The professor had already prepared the Pokémon they desired, but the ritual still held significance. The 4 Pokéballs bore symbols of grass, water, and 2 fire types, one of which was slightly larger than the other. "Very well, I shall choose first." With the professor's expectant gaze and Shigeru's anxiousness upon him, Takashi selected the larger fire-type Pokeball. Inside was a Charmander, a descendant of his grandfather's original Charizard. The potential of a champion Charizard's offspring was undeniable. Moreover, this Charmander had been nurtured by Takashi since its birth, drawing from his grandfather's extensive experience. "It's my turn. I choose Squirtle." After his brother made his selection, Shigeru eagerly claimed the Pokémon he had specifically requested from the professor, traded from a high-ranking champion in the league. "Big brother, shall we have a battle with our initial Pokémon?" With his newfound pride, Shigeru felt the winds of confidence swirling around him. "Let's save our battle for the Indigo conference this year. I hope we cross paths there, but don't be too quick to get eliminated by others," Takashi replied, recalling how his younger brother had only reached the 32nd round in the original series, while he himself had made it to the 16th. For those competing for the first time, such results were commendable, yet they were not befitting the grandsons of Professor Oak. "I will surely claim victory," Shigeru retorted angrily, wanting to leap at his brother, but quickly quelled the thought upon realizing the disparity in their abilities. "I'm off, grandfather. Look forward to my performance at this year's Indigo conference," Takashi declared, receiving the Pokédex and Pokeball from Professor Oak. "I will be there to cheer you on," the professor replied, feeling a swell of anticipation in his heart. "Now, I shall prepare for my journey." After bidding farewell to Professor Oak and his younger brother, who was eager to mock Ash Ketchum, Takashi returned to his room, equipped with a meticulously packed high-grade backpack, ready to embark on his adventure. The gears of fate began to turn at that very moment. In the wilds surrounding Plateau, Takashi was on his way to Viridian City, accompanied by a small, orange lizard with flames flickering from its tail. The journey from Plateau to Viridian City would take approximately half a day, with a small forest and a river crossing in between. Currently, Takashi and his Charmander traverse the forest, remaining vigilant for any wild Pokémon they might encounter. At that moment, Takashi found himself facing off against a wild Rattata. "Charmander," after calls out, "You scratch. Roar." Following the trainer's command, Charmander unleashed a battle cry before charging towards the Rattata, claws gleaming with a white light, ready to strike. The wild Rattata, though startled by the sudden roar, quickly regained its composure and launched itself towards Charmander with a tackle attack. With a resounding clash, the two combatants met heated, neither willing to yield. "Charmander, unleash your Ember attack." With a powerful roar, Charmeleon defended itself against Rattata, delivering a close-range Ember that struck true. After the fiery assault, the charred Rattata collapsed onto the ground, rendered incapable of further battle. "Well done, Charmander." Oak handed a piece of Pokémon food to Charmander as a token of encouragement. Without hesitation, Charmander devoured it, savoring the delicacy meticulously crafted by Oak based on his grandfather's breeding notes and Charmander's taste preferences over the preceding months. "Let's continue." Oak and his companion pressed on with their journey. Shortly after they departed, the previously incapacitated Rattata regained consciousness, quickly surveying its surroundings before vanishing into the underbrush. Pokémon can swiftly recover their awareness unless they have sustained near-fatal injuries. Chapter 2: The Evergreen Forest and the Warrior Trainer. Following the encounter with Rattata, Oak and Charmander crossed paths with several experience-laden Pokémon. Each one fell victim to Charmander, contributing to its growth. Although their journey was slightly delayed, they managed to reach Viridian City by midday. As for the defeated Pokémon, Oak, pursuing an elite path, had no intention of capturing them. It was far better to refine his skills and capture a select few with considerable potential. Inside the Pokémon Center of Viridian City, Oak, after enjoying a meal, engaged in a video call with his grandfather, Professor Oak. "Grandfather, I have arrived in Viridian City and am currently at the Pokémon Center speaking with you." Observing his grandfather relishing a bowl of rice, Oak felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. "Oh, is that so? You've reached Viridian City so quickly. Are you planning to challenge the Viridian Gym? And how many Pokémon have you captured?" "Grandfather, the Earth's foundation isn't just talk. Encountering Pokémon is like serving them on a platter. As for the number of Pokémon, I have yet to come across one that truly captivates me." "Very well. Just be mindful of your own goals. Remember, to participate in the Indigo Conference, a trainer must gather 6 Pokémon." Professor Oak, residing in Plateau, felt both pride and exasperation towards his eldest grandson, who had always maintained his own perspectives. As a supportive elder, he could only silently encourage the elite path Oak had chosen. The era undoubtedly belongs to the younger generation, and all he could do was safeguard their journey from behind. "Grandfather, rest assured, before the Indigo Conference I will gather 6 Pokémon." Oak solemnly assured his grandfather in response to his counsel. After concluding the call, Oak purchased some healing spray for Pokémon and set off toward the Evergreen Forest. The Evergreen Forest, the largest in the Kanto region, teemed with numerous small Pokémon, particularly various bug types, making it a veritable paradise for aspiring trainers. Many children, unable to procure Pokémon through formal channels, ventured into the forest to capture bug types, embarking on their journey as Pokémon trainers. While many would abandon their pursuits, a select few indeed emerged as official trainers, and even elite trainers. For Oak, the Evergreen Forest presented an excellent opportunity to level up. Unfortunately for the bug types residing there, their misfortune was to encounter Oak and his Charmander. With the Pokédex in hand, Oak noted the rapid increase in Charmander's experience, reminiscent of a spike in blood pressure. Since Oak consistently defeated rather than captured his opponents, the aspiring trainers trailing him eagerly scavenged the defeated bug types. Oak held no disdain for this behavior of these young trainers, unable to afford the initial Pokemon tax, sought their fortunes in the evergreen forest. "Excuse me, may I challenge you to a battle?" Just as Charmander triumphed over a Metapod, a boy clad in a samurai outfit, with a sword at his waist, blocked Oak's path. "I am Oak from Plateau, honored to accept your challenge." Recognizing the familiar attire, Oak recalled this character from the original Storyline, boy who had nearly succumbed to despair at the hands of new trainers from Plateau, only to regain some confidence thanks to Ash's intervention. "Then, I shall summon this Charmander." Charmander, a fire type, a bit tricky, but this will help in strengthening my skills. "Go, Pinsir." Kakuna, with its brown body, rows of brush-like teeth, and towering horns atop its head, Pinsir looked impressive, and Oak silently acknowledged, "I have not misremembered." Charmander, after your roar, use Ember. Charmander, Pinsir, don't be afraid. Charge in with your pin missile. Kakuna. The boy's encouragement was spot on as Pinsir charged directly at Charmander, undeterred by the roar. However, it met a fierce Ember attack Heaton, leaving Oak momentarily speechless. Is this the courage of today's youth? Pinsir. The double damage from the flames rendered Pinsir incapacitated. Return, Pinsir. Oak, you are truly remarkable. Are all trainers from Plateau this impressive? After recalling Pinsir, the samurai boy inquired eagerly. It's not too shabby. There are 5 of us traveling from Plateau, and am not the strongest among them. Oak replied with a mischievous grin, contemplating the possibilities. Oh, is that so? I shall wait here for them, hoping they do not disappoint me. Rest assured, they will not let you down. After bidding farewell to the samurai boy, Oak ventured deeper into the forest. The next city was Pewter City. Brock, the gym leader, should still be there. To combat rock-type Pokemon, grass and water types are the optimal choices, especially since Brock's 2 Pokemon, Geodude and Onix, possess both rock and ground types. Using their respective moves, grass and water types could inflict quadruple damage. Thus, Oak aimed to capture a grass-type Pokemon within this forest. He would not rush in like Ash, recklessly sending Pokemon in a battle. Such impulsive actions would lead to defeat and harm to his Pokemon, a folly Oak intended to avoid. Searching for high-quality Pokemon in the wild is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Oak spent the afternoon, only managing to increase Charmander's experience slightly. As the sun began to set, he found a flat area to pitch his tent. For trainers traveling in the wild, setting up a tent is a fundamental requirement. After setting up the tent and enjoying dinner with Charmander, Oak crawled into his sleeping bag to rest. Concerned for their safety at night, he had already sprayed insect repellent around the tent before dinner. As night fell in the evergreen forest, various bug-type Pokemon began to serenade the night with their melodies, while some nocturnal carnivorous Pokemon sought their prey in the darkness. Chapter 3, Capturing Pokemon in Pewter City. As the esteemed Professor Oak and his beloved Charmander drifted into slumber, an explosion erupted at the Pokemon Center in Pewter City, instigated by the mischievous antics of Team Rocket and Ash's fierce battle. The trio of troublemakers was sent flying by Pikachu's formidable electric attack, marking the beginning of a 20-year pursuit of Pikachu and Ash by Team Rocket. Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region's Veilstone City, a cold, purple-haired youth, having bid farewell to his older brother, boarded a plane to the Kanto region with a small turtle adorned with a green leaf atop its head. At the same moment, across the ocean in the Unova region, a blonde boy accompanied by a shell-bearing Pokemon also embarked on a flight to Kanto. These 2 novice trainers from disparate regions shared a common goal: to compete in this year's Indigo conference. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Professor Oak, his journey had inadvertently elevated the stakes of the Indigo conference. Both aspiring trainers aimed to achieve victory at the event. The following morning, sunlight cascaded across the land, with droplets of morning dew cascading from the leaves of towering trees. As a new day dawned, Professor Oak emerged from his sleeping bag, basking in the warmth of the sun. A new day begins. Charmander, let us drive together. After completing their morning routine and breakfast, Professor Oak provided Charmander with not only Pokemon food, but also calcium tablets and nutrient-rich milk. He fondly recalled the massive Gyarados from the Orange Archipelago, which left a lasting impression on him. Indeed, size and strength were not to be underestimated. With proper training and nutrition, he firmly believed that his Charmander would not pale in comparison to Ash's Charizard. Come, Charmander, let us discover what opponents await us today. With only 1 Pokemon at his side, Professor Oak resolved to capture a grass-type Pokemon in the Viridian Forest. However, as an aspiring elite trainer, he was not inclined to capture Pokemon indiscriminately. Each capture carried with it a weight of responsibility. Nurturing and providing for Pokemon were duties that required careful consideration. Despite having the esteemed Professor Oak as his grandfather, who would find it trivial if he captured numerous Pokémon. Professor Oak understood that these creatures were ultimately his responsibility. He believed that if he lacked the capacity to nurture them, he should refrain from capturing too many. Pokémon possessed their own thoughts and would seek companionship among their kind. Abandoning them after capture to languish in the background was a sign of irresponsibility. As Professor Oak and Charmander scoured their surroundings for challengers, a Pokémon with enviably slender legs, admired by many, appeared before them. Species: Budew. Gender: female. Ability: chlorophyll. Speed doubles in sunny weather. Moves: Vine Whip, growth. Egg moves: Magical Leaf, synthesis. Upon Budew's appearance, a glint of gold flashed in Professor Oak's eyes. This was a benefit of being a transmigrator. His system granted him the ability to assess Pokémon. It is worth noting that his system was an achievement-based one. His starter pack included only the assessment ability, and to earn further rewards, he needed to achieve commendable placements in league competitions. Different ranks would yield varied rewards. A Budew with 2 egg moves. I shall not hesitate to capture you. Charmander, unleash a spark attack after your call. Before Budew could react, it was struck by the sound followed swiftly by a powerful spark attack. Overwhelmed by the fire-type's super-effective move, Budew was rendered unable to battle before she could comprehend the situation. Go, Pokeball. With bated breath, Professor Oak and Charmander watched as the red light on the Pokeball ceased to blink. Hooray, I have captured Budew. Immediately after claiming the Pokeball, Professor Oak released Budew, administering healing spray to her. Where am I? The valuable healing spray worked wonders for Budew's condition. Within 5 minutes, she awoke from her stupor. Bewildered, but conscious. Hello, Budew. I am Professor Oak, your trainer from now on. You have been captured. Let us work together toward the pinnacle of success. Budew, listening to the human's words and glancing at the Pokeball in his hand, recalled the teachings of her elders. She began to understand her current situation. Thank you for your guidance in the future. After lunch, Professor Oak, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon, engaged in targeted training. Crafting distinct training plans for different species is a vital aspect of a trainer's journey. At this moment, Charmander was practicing weighted running with special sandbags strapped to its legs. A part of its rigorous training regimen, which also included skill proficiency, evasive maneuvers, and claw exercises. As Professor Oak's initial Pokémon, Charmander held a special place in his heart, and thus its training was particularly demanding. In contrast, Budew's training was considerably less strenuous. She needed only to perfect her skills and adeptly utilize her Vine Whip. Although the intensity and volume of training differed for both Pokémon, Professor Oak tailored their programs based on his research into their eventual evolutions. When Budew evolved into Roserade, her legs would no longer resemble those from her early stages. Hence, the speed training she underwent would become futile. In comparison, Charmander would evolve into Charizard, gaining wings that would enhance its mobility but also demand greater stamina. Therefore, Professor Oak was laying a strong foundation for Charmander during its early stages. After spending 3 days at the temporary campsite, Professor Oak and Charmander set forth on the road to Pewter City on the 4th morning. In contrast to Professor Oak, Gary had already secured his badge in Pewter City, while Ash lagged behind, flirting with Misty. After 2 days of travel, Professor Oak finally caught sight of Pewter City in the distance. Chapter 4. The Challenge at the Nibby Gym. Upon arriving in Nibby City, Oak immediately sought the comfort of a warm bath at the Pokémon Center. Naturally, a thorough health check for his Pokémon was mandatory upon arrival. As a trainer possessing a Pokédex, Oak enjoyed a discount at the Pokémon Center under the League's auspices. After his refreshing bath and a hearty meal, he contacted his grandfather through the visual phone located in the center. Welcome to Professor Oak's laboratory. How may I assist you? Grandpa, the camera is reversed, Oak exclaimed, observing his grandfather's flustered actions and the view of the back of his head on the screen. He realized he had called at an inopportune moment. Oh, that's why the screen went dark. It's you, Oak. Where are you now? How many Pokémon have you caught? Professor Oak asked, his face lighting up with anticipation upon recognizing his grandson. Remembering the message from the previous day, he couldn't help but feel that Oak would not fall short of his brother's accomplishments. However, as often happens, greater expectations often lead to greater disappointment. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I just arrived in Nibby City today, and I currently have 2 Pokémon, Oak replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment under his grandfather's expectant gaze. Oak, I won't say much more, but your brother, Shigeru, called yesterday to inform me he has already obtained the gray badge and is now heading to the Azure City. Professor Oak said, his expression darkening momentarily before seeming to re-energize as he recounted Shigeru's progress. Understood, Grandpa. I promise I won't let you down. Well then, just take care of yourself. After ending the call with his grandfather, Oak let out a sigh of relief. Although his grandfather had never explicitly stated his expectations, Aok could sense a deep desire for him to succeed through his actions, setting aside other matters. The fact that his grandfather's only remaining legacy was his little Charizard was a clear indication of the weight of expectations resting on his shoulders. It was important to note that his brother's initial Pokémon was also a descendant of a champion. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will sweep through the court's conference this time," Aok silently vowed, gazing at the now black screen of the visual phone. Soon, the Pokémon Center's announcement began, notifying trainers that their Pokémon had recovered. Among them was Aok's. "Hello, Nurse Joy. I'm Aok from Professor Oak's family, here to collect my Pokémon. Additionally, I would like to register for this year's court's conference." "Very well. Aok from Mossera Town is now officially registered. Do your best in the competition." After receiving Aok's Pokédex, Nurse Joy skillfully returned it along with 2 Pokéballs. She didn't forget to offer gentle encouragement as well. "Thank you, Nurse Joy." Aok replied gratefully, accepting the Pokéballs and the Pokédex before turning to leave. Initially, upon arriving in Nibby City, Aok had planned to challenge the Nibby Gym. However, after reflecting on his training in the wild over the past few days, particularly the rigorous training of his Charizard, he feared that any lingering injuries could be detrimental. The Nibby Gym resembled a structure made of gray rocks. As Aok pushed open the gym doors, he was greeted by an enveloping darkness within. Observing that the gym, usually so dimly lit, made him feel sympathy for Brock, who had to manage his numerous younger siblings due to the neglect of their parents. "Is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the gym. Are you a new trainer this year?" Suddenly, a light illuminated the space, revealing a young man around 13 or 14 years of age. "Indeed, I am Aok from Mossera Town," Aok replied, recognizing the familiar figure before him. "Gym battles are quite different from battling trainers on the street," Brock cautioned, hoping to convey the seriousness of the challenge. "I have been aware of that for quite some time," Aok retorted confidently. "Very well. The rules state that only 2 Pokémon may be used. The gym trainer's Pokémon cannot be swapped, but the challenger may." Brock, unable to dissuade Aok's determination, prepared himself to accept the challenge. "That is acceptable." With Aok's affirmation, the lights within the gym illuminated fully. Simultaneously, the curtain doors on either side slowly rose, bringing 2 rocky battlefields together at the center. Before long, the two had merged into a larger battlefield. "Now, for the first match. Go, Geodude." "Hey, go, Mewtwo." "Ah, you seem to have done your homework before challenging the gym," Brock remarked, impressed by Aok's strategic choice of a Pokémon with a type advantage. Unlike some trainers who failed to grasp type matchups, Aok's ability to leverage his Pokémon's strengths invigorated Brock's competitive spirit. "Isn't this basic knowledge for a trainer?" Aok thought to himself, but refrained from elaborating further, considering the clumsy individual behind him. "Now I shall attack. Geodude, use Tackle." As Geodude charged forward with great vigor, Mewtwo felt a flicker of apprehension. "Don't be afraid. Mewtwo, use Leaf Tornado." "What? That Mewtwo can actually use Leaf Tornado?" Brock exclaimed, caught off guard by the unexpected skill. Before he could fully comprehend, a whirlwind of leaves surged towards Geodude, who was unable to evade the attack due to its commitment to Tackle. Leaf Tornado is a guaranteed hit. The 4 times effective damage was too much for Geodude to withstand. Before the effects of the attack could fully dissipate, Geodude was already unable to continue fighting. "Return, Geodude. Your Mewtwo is quite impressive. I recall that the Mewtwo family cannot learn Leaf Tornado, can they?" Brock inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he recalled Geodude. "Indeed, the Mewtwo family cannot learn Leaf Tornado, but they can potentially inherit such skills through breeding with compatible Pokémon." Aok readily shared his knowledge with those eager to learn, provided it did not conflict with his own interests. Chapter 5. Securing the Gym Badge and Capturing the Moonlit Mountain. Indeed. "Now, I shall summon my next Pokémon. Go." Onix. As the Pokéball was thrown, a brilliant flash of white light erupted. A massive, deep gray serpentine creature emerged, the formidable Onix. "Roar. Onix, use your Rock Smash." Upon receiving the command, Mewtwo swiftly expanded in size. The growth move enhances the user's attack and special attack capabilities. With newfound strength, Mewtwo conjured a flurry of fallen leaves before launching them at Onix. Onix retaliated with a tackle, breaking through the barrage. "Roar." The colossal Onix, illuminated by a flash of white, charged fearlessly toward Mewtwo, who was preparing to unleash Magical Leaf. Mewtwo ensnared Onix with Vine Whip and evaded to the side. If one Magical Leaf was ineffective, then let S unleash several. A deep green vine secured itself around Onix's horn, allowing Mewtwo to deftly dodge as Onix advanced to strike. "Oh, such a clever application of Vine Whip. How will you defend against this next move?" "Onix, utilize Dig." "Roar." "Dig, you say?" Mewtwo, unleash Magical Leaf at the opening. Having observed numerous animated battles, Professor Oak naturally possessed strategies to counter the dig move. If an earthquake move was available, it should be employed. If not, attacking the entrance suffices. Onyx, emerge. Roar. Onyx did emerge, but not at the behest of Brock's command. Rather, it was expelled by the force of Magical Leaf. Mewtwo, capitalizing on the opportunity, launched another Magical Leaf. Roar. Boom. After enduring 3 consecutive Magical Leaf attacks, even the sturdy Onyx could withstand no more. Especially when it was Mewtwo with enhanced special attack capabilities that was assaulting it. Congratulations, you have emerged victorious. This is the Dark Badge from the Pewter Gym. Please accept it. Thank you very much. Well done, Mewtwo. Return to your Pokeball and rest. After bidding farewell to Brock, Professor Oak accepted the Dark Badge. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center with Mewtwo to restore its energy, he set out toward Moonlit Mountain. Moonlit Mountain, a towering peak in the northern region of Kanto, lies between Pewter City and Cerulean City. Renowned for the presence of Clefairy and frequent meteor showers, this mountain is notoriously difficult to traverse, with most trainers navigating through caves. To reach Cerulean City, Professor Oak must cross Moonlit Mountain. Numerous Pokémon inhabit the mountain, and he believes there must be a Pokémon that catches his eye somewhere along its slopes. As Professor Oak embarked toward Moonlit Mountain, Ash, the last of the 5 from Pallet Town to set out, was still wandering within the Viridian Forest. It would be some time before Ash arrived in Pewter City. Meanwhile, Professor Oak was scaling the slopes of Moonlit Mountain. The uphill path proved quite challenging indeed. After 3 hours, Professor Oak had ascended barely a third of the way. What is that sound? Is a wild Pokémon nearby? Charmeleon, prepare for battle. Professor Oak and Charmeleon focused intently on the rustling grass before them. Suddenly, a pink Pokémon emerged, playfully clutching a stone, and danced past Professor Oak and Charmeleon. It was a Clefairy. Charmeleon, let us continue on our journey. Regarding Clefairy, Professor Oak held no particular interest. Every trainer has unique battle styles, and thus, considerations must be made prior to capturing a Pokémon. Let us consider a simple example. In the original series, Ash's Turtwig in the Sinnoh region was formidable before evolution, yet transcended thereafter. A comparison between Shinji and Ash's Turtwig reveals the disparity in their training methodologies. Therefore, selecting a Pokémon that complements one's battle style is essential for maximizing its potential. Professor Oak's approach to battle is akin to Ash's, favoring swift attacks. However, the Clefairy clan, known for its skillful combinations, might not align with his style. After watching Clefairy scamper away, Professor Oak resumed his journey. Half an hour later, while continuing his ascent up Moonlit Mountain, a dull thudding sound reached his ears. What is that? Is it a person or a Pokémon striking the mountainside? With Charmeleon in tow, Professor Oak stealthily approached the source of the sound. Inside a dimly lit cave, he spotted a nearly 1-meter-tall humanoid Pokémon diligently hammering the mountainside with its body, seemingly training itself. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to be a fighting-type Pokémon. Let us check its information. With a flicker of light in his eyes, the details of the Pokémon appeared in his mind. Species, Machop, gender, male. Ability, no guard. This ability ensures that attacks always hit. Moves, Leer, low kick, focus energy, karate chop. Egg moves, ice punch, thunder punch, yoga position, bullet punch. The number of inherited moves for this Machop is quite impressive. The quantity of inherited moves indirectly indicates whether the Pokémon has inherited desirable traits from its parents. Moreover, with outstanding potential and a diligent attitude, Professor Oak felt a strong attraction. Charmeleon, use Ember to greet it. Roar. Charmeleon's call startled the diligently training Machop. Before it could react, it found itself engulfed in a burst of ember. Hey! The abrupt interruption of its training left Machop furious, and with Charmeleon's full-force ember attack, its anger intensified. Machop's right fist, enveloped in metallic energy, charged fiercely at Charmeleon. Bullet punch, huh? Charmeleon, meet it with Dragon Claw. Roar. The strength of Charmeleon and Machop seemed evenly matched, with both exchanging blows without yielding. Despite Machop's close combat advantages as a fighting type, Charmeleon's draconic lineage bestowed it with exceptional power. Facing Machop's furious flurry of punches, Charmeleon adeptly countered each strike with its sharp claws. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Roar. Seeing that both Pokémon were nearing exhaustion, Professor Oak commanded Charmeleon to utilize one of its ultimate moves. Charmeleon engulfed itself in red and blue flames, surging toward Machop. Roar. This is the final blow. Hey, I'm not afraid of you. As their ultimate moves collided, Machop's Thunder Punch ultimately fell short against Charmeleon's Flamethrower. With Machop incapacitated, Professor Oak wasted no time and threw a Pokeball. Go, Pokeball. Boom. As the red light in the center of the Pokeball ceased its pulsation, it indicated the successful capture of Macop. Well done, Charmeleon. Here, take a moment to recuperate. Roar. All right, Master. Chapter 6. Victory at the Hualan Gym. Come forth. Arm strength. I apologize for interrupting your training, but your potential is simply too remarkable. Rather than toiling away in isolation, why not accompany me to the Alliance tournament and broaden your horizons? Ah, truly? It is generally quite difficult for Pokémon captured in Pokeballs to escape their confines. Of course, there are exceptions for the exceptionally gifted. I shall indeed participate in this year's Quartz Conference, and you shall have your opportunity to take the stage as well. Noticing the uncertainty on Armstrength's face, Professor Oak solemnly assured him, All right, I shall heed your commands from now on. Once Armstrength was fully captured, Professor Oak first administered a healing spray, followed by the preparation of a special Pokémon food tailored to its needs. Naturally, the contributions of the little Charmeleon would not go unnoticed. When Professor Oak placed the specially crafted Pokémon food before Armstrength, it took a tentative taste before devouring it with fervor. As a wild Pokémon, Armstrength had subsisted on berries since its birth. How could it resist the delectable fare created by humans after being captured? Observing Armstrength's delight in eating, Professor Oak felt a surge of joy himself. Of course, Armstrength was not alone. Charmeleon and Beauty were also enjoying their own meals nearby. Having successfully captured Armstrength and calmed it, Professor Oak noticed that dusk was approaching. He decided to spend the night in the cave. Outside, the winds howled fiercely. But this did not disturb Professor Oak and the three Pokémon as they enjoyed their dinner. In front of the three Pokémon, aside from a bowl of specially prepared feed, there was also a fragrant roasted chicken for each of them, along with the all-important high-calcium milk. In the Pokémon world, besides Pokémon, there are also ordinary animals. Naturally, due to their lack of special abilities, these animals are often preyed upon by carnivorous Pokémon. Pokémon also engage in mutual predation, and this includes humans as well. As for the origin of the chicken, Professor Oak had prepared it prior to departure. Vacuum-sealed and stored in a high-grade space backpack. Thanks to the technology of spatial folding, Professor Oak felt no burden from the weight of the backpack. The following afternoon, after traversing the cave of Moonview Mountain, Professor Oak made his way down to Hualan City. The gym leader of Hualan City is one of the Hualan Four Sisters. However, the youngest sister, Misty, is likely beside Ash right now. Thus, only 3 of the sisters remain at the Hualan Gym. As for these 3 sisters, Professor Oak felt confident in his ability to handle them with ease. As per tradition, he first visited the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. An hour later, he set off for the Hualan Gym without delay. Upon entering, Professor Oak saw a circular arena, which encompassed a swimming pool. At that moment, 3 pairs of fair, lovely legs were captivating enough to stir excitement in anyone, including Professor Oak, who had lived 2 lives. Most of the audience consisted of local males from Hualan City, with only a few passing trainers in attendance. After half an hour of waiting in the stands, the Hualan Sisters aquatic ballet finally concluded. Unlike the departing spectators, Professor Oak quickly rose to intercept the 3 sisters. Excuse me, are you the beautiful Hualan Sisters? I am Professor Oak from Plateau, here to challenge the Hualan Gym. The 3 sisters, initially discomforted by the interruption, found delight in Professor Oak's flattering words. Young man, have we met before? The eldest sister, Sakura, remarked, feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing Professor Oak's face. Ah, I have a younger brother who must have visited the Hualan Gym before. In response to Sakura's inquiry, Professor Oak surmised it was his younger brother, Green. This fellow travels with 6 or 7 girlfriends, treating his training as if it were a leisurely vacation. Professor Oak had no intention of offering advice. One cannot teach those unwilling to learn. After experiencing defeat at the Quartz Conference, Professor Oak believed his brother Green would mature in a manner akin to the original story. I see. Very well then. However, you must wait while we prepare. Of course. 10 minutes later, Professor Oak stood across from Sakura at the edge of the pool. The battle about to commence pitted Professor Oak from Plateau against gym trainer Sakura, with the blue badge at stake. The rules dictated a 2-on-2 battle, concluding only when one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Go, Stereo. As the referee, the second sister, Iris, announced the rules. Sakura released her Pokémon first. Stereo, go. In response, Professor Oak called forth Beauty. Beauty used Magical Leaf. Stereo, quickly jump into the water. Hearing the name of the attack from Professor Oak, Sakura was initially taken aback, then promptly instructed Stereo to retreat into the pool, hoping the vast water would mitigate the damage from Magical Leaf. Indeed, as Stereo submerged, the powerful Magical Leaf, though formidable, could not penetrate the immense body of water. After evading the attack, Stereo leapt onto a floating platform. Well played. Beauty, after growing, used Vine Whip to ensnare Stereo. Stereo's maneuver caught Professor Oak's attention. leading him to urge Budu to seize Stereo first. But would it be that simple? Stereo evaded with a rapid spin. Now's your chance, Budu. Use Magical Leaf. Observing Stereo spinning on the platform, Professor Oak quickly directed Budu to adapt the strategy. Stereo, jump back into the water. Though Sakura issued her command swiftly, Stereo, caught in its airborne spin, was a moment too late. Well done, Budu. Professor Oak praised as he saw Stereo rendered unable to battle on the platform. Securing the first victory would undoubtedly ease the challenges ahead. Stereo, return. You've worked hard. Take a rest for now. Next up is Celio for you. Celio, eh? A bit troublesome, but manageable. Budu, continue using Magical Leaf. Celio, use Icy Wind. The unstoppable Magical Leaf was frozen in midair. Yet that was not the end. The remaining cold gust surged toward Budu. Budu, use Vine Whip to strike the platform and jump out of the way. Budu swung its Vine Whip downward, leveraging the recoil to soar into the air and evade Celio's Icy Wind. Now's your chance. Celio, quickly use Water Pulse. Budu, once again unleash Magical Leaf. Seeing the water energy sphere forming before Celio's mouth, Professor Oak was astonished and quickly commanded Budu to respond. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the battlefield from all onlookers. 5 minutes later, as the dust settled, both Pokémon lay incapacitated on the floating platform. The match concluded with both sides unable to continue fighting. However, since the challenger still had one Pokémon remaining, the challenger emerged victorious. Congratulations, here is your blue badge. Thank you. Chapter 7 News of the New Dojo. The Fierce Beast leads Xiaoming to defeat after obtaining the blue badge. Demui made another trip to the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy looked at the incapacitated Budu with an expression that suggested she had something to say. But Demui did not notice. He was busy talking to his grandfather, Professor Oak. Where are you now? His grandfather inquired. Grandpa, I have arrived in Hualan City. I just challenged the Hualan Gym and have already acquired the blue badge. Furthermore, I now have 3 Pokémon. Demui proudly reported his progress to his grandfather. Really? That's impressive. Although you're a bit slower than Xiao Mao, your pace is much quicker than Xiao Ji's. I just spoke with him, and he has only just reached NI by city. Is that so? Rest assured, Grandpa. Although Xiao Ji is slow, he gets motivated once Xiao Mao prods him a bit. Demui calculated that he had been out for nearly 2 weeks. Based on the timeline from the original series, Xiao Ji would be arriving in NI by city soon. After challenging NI by city, Xiao Ji would gain the assistance of Brock, who would accompany him in battling through 4 regions. It could be said that Xiao Ji's early development was significantly aided by Brock's support. Alright, enough about him. You need to pick up your pace. Xiao Mao has already collected 4 badges. Wait, Grandpa, isn't Xiao Mao's speed a bit too fast? Demui recalled that in the original series, while Xiao Mao was indeed faster than Xiao Ji, he did not possess such a large number of badges. Moreover, after the Saint incident, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji had crossed paths at a beach inn. Could it be that he had misremembered? Oh, you don't know yet? Between Hualan City and Kai City, there is a small town called Luya Town. There is a Luya Gym there that was just recognized by the league last week. Really? So possessing the Luya Gym badge also qualifies one for the league competition? Yes. I have already confirmed this over the phone. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. Await my good news. After hanging up, Demui felt a sense of joy. He was reminded of certain plot points from the original series, particularly the moment when Xiao Ji encountered Xiao Mao while challenging the Judo Gym. Despite not having challenged the Judo Gym, Xiao Mao had already collected 10 badges. This implied that there were indeed gyms in other cities within Kanto, and their badges were also valid for the league competition. After retrieving Budu and having dinner, Demui rested in the room at the Pokémon Center. The next morning, after breakfast, he first replenished his supplies. Then, armed with a map, he set off towards Luoye Town with his Charmeleon. According to the map, Luoye Town was located in the southwest of Hualan City, approximately 2 days' journey away. After Luoye Town, he could head south to Kai City. Alternatively, he could directly proceed to Kai City. Initially, Demui had planned to visit the famous gyms directly. However, the prospect of facing an unfamiliar opponent at an unknown gym excited him, presenting a wonderful opportunity for him and his Pokémon to enhance their skills. Nevertheless, he also needed to find Xiaoming on the way to Kai City. Demui was intrigued by the Pokémon enhancement devices that Xiaoming had created. These enhancers functioned similarly to bodily restrictors. Charmeleon, use Claw Attack. Rattata. In a field, Demui engaged in battles with a series of trainers. While increasing the experience of his 3 Pokémon, he also inquired about Xiaoming's whereabouts. Finally, after his 28th consecutive victory, he learned the location of Xiaoming's gym from a trainer using Rattata. After about 20 minutes of walking with Charmeleon, Demui finally discovered the informal dojo constructed by Xiaoming. The sign on the door not only indicated that it was an unofficial gym, but also boasted a record of 86 consecutive victories. Is anyone there? Seeing the door ajar, Demui entered and called out loudly, "A new challenger." Shortly after, a fellow with a greenish head emerged from a tent. "Indeed. I am Demui from Jinshin Town. Besides wishing to battle you, I also want to order a batch of your Pokémon enhancement devices." Upon the arrival of the main figure, Demui promptly stated his purpose. "Very well. Let us commence our battle. Regardless of the outcome, I can sell you a few enhancement devices." Understanding Demui's intentions, Xiaoming showed no hesitation in his response. "All right then. Go, Charmeleon." "Let's go, Sandshrew." "Charmeleon. Greet the opponent with Ember." "Kawa." Unlike Demui, who issued commands vocally, Xiaoming expertly conveyed instructions to Sandshrew using a whip, creating an element of unpredictability for his opponent. As Charmeleon's Ember approached, Xiaoming's whip crackled with energy. Sandshrew, dig, feeling the vibrations in the ground. Charmeleon readied its claws for an attack. "Kawa." Charmeleon responded as its claws became enveloped in verdant dragon energy. "Now, Sandshrew, use Metal Claw." Realizing that Sandshrew had reached an optimal position to strike, Xiaoming stopped using the whip and directly commanded, "Kawa." Charmeleon, at 5 o'clock, unleashed a Dragon Claw attack. "Kawa. Bring it on." "Kawa. I'm not afraid of you." The clash between Dragon Claw and Metal Claw showcased the might of Charmeleon, yet the higher-level Sandshrew held its ground, even managing to press the attack against Charmeleon. This situation was untenable. If it continued, Charmeleon would surely lose. The only course of action was to resolve the battle quickly. "Let us decide this next move." "Charmeleon, use Flamethrower." "Here comes Sandshrew. Use Revenge." "What? That Sandshrew can actually use Revenge?" Typically. It was Demui's Pokémon that astonished others, yet this time it was he who was taken aback. Sandshrew was enveloped in a crimson glow, and as Charmeleon's Flamethrower struck, the attack was rebounded by the power of Revenge. Although Flamethrower was a powerful move, the ability of Revenge was formidable. Any physical attack would be returned with double the potency to the attacker. The doubled power of Flamethrower, combined with the inherent recoil damage, left Charmeleon unable to continue fighting. "It seems I have lost." Demui quickly picked up Charmeleon, applying healing spray to its wounds. "Do you not have any other Pokémon? Are you not going to continue?" Xiaoming questioned, puzzled by Demui's actions, wondering if he had forfeited the match. "I won't continue. At present, Charmeleon is my strongest. Since Charmeleon has fallen, the outcome for my other Pokémon would be the same." "Ah, you are quite magnanimous. You flatter me." Soon after, the sign at the entrance displayed 87 victories. Demui's Charmeleon had become the fertilizer for Xiaoming's path toward his 100th win. Though it was an unpleasant reality, Demui possessed the courage to admit his defeat. Chapter 8. The heart of the Leaf Gym's rigorous training. Once the body of little Charizard had nearly fully recovered, Professor Oak entrusted Xiaoming with the task of crafting several enhancement devices for his 3 Pokémon. Additionally, he requested a set of various sizes of enhancement devices for himself. Of course, Professor Oak did not impose this labor on Xiaoming for free. He generously paid a sum of 1 million Poké for the materials. To be frank, Professor Oak's pocket money was quite substantial. Compared to his younger brother Xiaomao, who indulged in luxury sports cars with beautiful women, Professor Oak was notably frugal. 3 hours later, the 3 Pokémon of Professor Oak donned their enhancement devices and began to adapt. Little Charizard and Machoke fared reasonably well, displaying only slight difficulty. However, Budu, on the other hand, curled up entirely, evidently overwhelmed by the pressure of the enhancement device. "Budu, perhaps it would be best for you to start with some basic strength training first. Wearing the enhancement device seems a bit too much for you at this stage," Xiaoming suggested upon noticing Budu's predicament while observing the training of his own Pokémon. "Indeed, I had initially thought that since Budu was destined to evolve into Roserade, its slow movement meant I need not design strength training for it. It appears I was mistaken," Professor Oak admitted, removing the enhancement device from Budu. As soon as the constraints were lifted, Budu immediately unfurled, returning to its normal posture. "Budu, let us commence your strength training now. You must give it your all." "Ziz." "Master, I will strive hard." If a water-type Pokémon were to enhance its physical strength, finding a deeper pool or river would suffice. Utilizing the pressure of water to strengthen oneself is a significant advantage for water types. Naturally, a gentle waterfall could also serve as an excellent training ground for many water-averse Pokémon. However, the surrounding environment did not permit Professor Oak to pursue such methods. With no other options, he resorted to the simplest solution, running. This was the most straightforward method for physical enhancement. Without delay, Professor Oak began to jog in circles inside Xiaoming's tent with Budu. In terms of training duration, Professor Oak aligned with Xiaoming's regimen. To ensure a balance of exertion and rest for the Pokémon, Xiao Ming set a timer. Each training session lasted 30 minutes, followed by a 15-minute break. A well-structured schedule for training and rest would enable the Pokémon to grow stronger. Thus, Professor Oak stayed in Xiao Ming's gym for a week. Throughout this week of rigorous training, both he and his 3 Pokémon experienced significant transformations. Notably, Little Charizard and Mewtwo reached the threshold for evolution. However, in pursuit of a more solid foundation, Professor Oak opted to delay their evolutions. According to the classification of strength in the Pokémon world, Little Charizard and Mewtwo were now considered intermediate Pokémon. As per the book's setting, Pokémon strength is divided into categories: Champion, Elite Four, Gym Leader, Advanced, Intermediate, Beginner, and Rookie. Accumulating greater strength before evolution is not a detrimental choice. Just look at Ash's Charizard, which hastily evolved without adequate strength, faltering against true powerhouses. The defeat in Charizard Valley humbled it, leading to a relinquishment of its arrogance. Alright, Xiao Ming, you are approaching your 100th consecutive victory. Let us meet at this year's Quartz Conference. I hope our Pokémon will engage in a thrilling battle, Professor Oak declared, glancing at the impressive 97 consecutive victories displayed on the gym's door as he bid farewell to Xiao Ming, extending an invitation for a duel at the conference. Certainly. With you around at this year's Quartz Conference, I can finally enjoy a proper battle, Xiao Ming replied, as a trainer would never refuse a challenge. Then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet at the Quartz Conference. Take care, and see you at the Quartz Conference. After parting ways with Xiao Ming, Professor Oak followed the route indicated on the map toward Leaf Town. If his memory served him correctly, Ash and the trio of Team Rocket would arrive here in a few days, providing Xiao Ming with his 99th and 100th victories. Though it may sound unflattering, Professor Oak himself would also serve as fodder for this tally. Acknowledging defeat is a form of courage, and Professor Oak certainly possessed that. Leaf Town is a quaint inland town near Withered Leaf City. Within Leaf Town lies the Leaf Gym, presided over by the esteemed martial artist, Kinjiro. After departing from Xiao Ming's private gym, Professor Oak trekked for 3 days before finally arriving at Leaf Town. At this moment, he awaited the recovery of his Pokémon at the Pokémon Center. Although neither he nor his Pokémon sensed any issues, the presence of professional equipment in the center warranted a checkup, a small price for peace of mind. While waiting for his Pokémon to recuperate, Professor Oak took a refreshing shower and then engaged in conversation with other trainers at the Pokémon Center to gather intelligence on the Leaf Gym's leader. Knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory. The importance of intelligence cannot be overstated. Through his dialogue with the local trainers, Professor Oak learned about the Leaf Gym's conditions. The fighting-type gym allows the use of 2 Pokémon during battles. This was intriguing. He decided that Machoke and Little Charizard would take the stage while Mewtwo rested, as it had previously borne the brunt of the battles. An hour later, Professor Oak arrived at the entrance of the Leaf Gym. Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym. Oh, a new challenger. Welcome. I am Kinjiro. The gym leader, a robust young man clad in a powerful vest, emerged shortly after Professor Oak's call. Greetings, Mr. Kinjiro. I am Professor Oak from Plateau. Oh, it's you, Oak. Please, come in. The rules for gym battles are 2 versus 2, where the challenger may switch Pokémon, but the gym leader cannot. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Aside from not knowing which 2 fighting-type Pokémon would be used, the rest of the information aligned with what he had gathered. Then, let us begin. First up, Mankey. A Mankey, covered in pale yellow fur with brown limbs, a pink pig-like nose, and triangular eyes, entered the fray. Mankey, go. It's your turn, Machoke. 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 Let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Just what I was hoping for, Mr. Kinjiro. Machoke, use Karate Chop to greet Mankey. Mankey. We will also use Karate Chop. The 2 fighting-type Pokémon clashed fiercely, their white glowing right hands colliding in an explosive confrontation. With a resounding thud, both Pokémon were pushed back by the recoil of their skills. Machoke, don't give in. Use Bullet Punch. Come on, Mankey. Use Fire Punch. Once again, the 2 abilities collided. Although Bullet Punch was swift, Mankey's speed was no slouch either, resulting in an intense confrontation between the 2 skills. However, this time, the situation saw Machoke being suppressed. When the levels are closely matched, the advantage of attributes becomes quite pronounced. Although both are fighting-type Pokémon, the skills they utilize exhibit a relationship of counteraction. After performing a yoga pose, Machoke unleashed a Thunder Punch. Question: what should be done when a Pokémon's strength is suppressed? Answer: reinforce and then challenge again. Machop's body enveloped in a crimson glow. Its right hand became encased in golden lightning after a series of fluid movements. Meanwhile, Primeape, having powered up, launched a Fire Punch. Much like Machoke, Primeape's body was also shrouded in a red glow. Its muscles tensed to enhance both attack and defense. The fiery right fist collided fiercely with Machop's thunderous punch. Bang. Cough. Cough. The power of both Pokemon's skills far exceeded that of their previous encounters. As the dust settled, Primeape stood panting, while Machop lay on the ground, eyes swirling. Haga, I win. Machop has lost its ability to battle. Primeape is victorious. Please release your next Pokemon, Challenger. Come back, Machop. You've worked hard. Take a rest. After recalling Machop and offering some words of comfort, Oak frowned slightly at the scene. Losing a Pokemon first was an experience Oak had not encountered during his previous gym challenges. Charmander, it's your turn now. We must rely on you. Kawa, leave it to me. Charmander, use Ember. A flame shot from Charmander's mouth towards Primeape's position. Primeape dodged and retaliated with a karate chop. Haga, another one. Go down. Dragon Claw, counter. Kawa, you'll be the one to fall. The emerald green Dragon Claw met the white karate chop head on, but this time, Primeape gained the upper hand. Ember. Kawa, go down. Haga, damn it. A searing Ember attack struck Primeape directly. After the assault concluded, Primeape lay on the ground, unwilling to rise. Primeape has lost its ability to battle. Charmander is victorious. Please release your next Pokemon, Gym Trainer. What a scorching flame. Now, the next one, Apom. It's your turn. Yappy. Is it this little fellow? Kawa, you little rascal. Charmander, after a cry, use Dragon Claw. The opponent had evolved once. And with the turn order after Primeape, lowering its attack power was the right approach. Apom, use Swift. The emerald green Dragon Claw clashed with Apom's white Swift. The level and strength disparity caused Charmander's attack to falter. Charmander, after using Dragon Dance, unleashed Flamethrower. With a serious expression. Oak could only let Charmander employ this hidden ultimate move. As the descendant of Professor Oak's two ace Pokemon, this Charmander possessed remarkable potential, having inherited 6 skills. As Charmander performed a mysterious dance, it became enveloped in red and blue flames. Oh, is it time for a big move? Apom, use Double Edge. Observing this, Kinjiro issued the command with a bemused expression. What? Another Double Edge? How infuriating. Oak's heart sank. It seemed he was destined to fail this time. Apom's Double Edge rendered Charmander's Flamethrower completely ineffective. Yet, Charmander did not entirely lose its fighting capability, which offered Oak a glimmer of hope. Charmander, stay strong. Do you remember what we said when we first met? As Oak encouraged Charmander, Kinjiro and Apom watched quietly. As a gym trainer, their primary responsibility was not only to accept challengers, but also to guide novice trainers in their growth. This was why Kinjiro refrained from intervening. Kawa, how could I forget? The flames on Charmander's tail flared as if responding to Oak's call. Suddenly, Charmander soared, its body radiating a crimson glow. Flamethrower. Seeing Charmander in a state of heightened fervor, Oak wasted no time. Apom, be cautious. The opponent's flames have intensified. After dodging the Ember, Apom launched another Swift. Yappy. You little fighter, quite resilient. Though the Ember's power had increased, Apom easily evaded thanks to its speed. Since physical attacks would be countered by Double Edge, only Ember could be used. Charmander, let's go for a final close-range Ember to settle this. Kawa. The final blow. A fiery sphere the size of a head formed in Charmander's mouth as Apom, with its white glowing fists, closed in. Ember. Fire. Haga, come on. Bang. Oak clenched his hands nervously, anxiously watching the battlefield shrouded in smoke. The outcome of this battle was crucial to whether his prearranged plans would be disrupted. 2 minutes later, as the smoke cleared, both Pokemon stood facing each other. Yappy. Suddenly, Apom cried out and fell straight to the ground. Apom has lost its ability to battle. Charmander is victorious. Thus, the challenger has won the battle. We did it. Charmander, thank you. Overjoyed, Oak lifted Charmander and twirled in place. Kawa, aren't I amazing? Wonderful. Congratulations. Brother Crane, this is proof of your victory over me, the Leaf Badge. Thank you, Mr. General Chapter 9, the Strange Serpent. Capturing the 4th Pokemon after acquiring the Leaf Badge, Demui returned to the Pokemon Center. Both Charmeleon and Machop were in a state of injury. Alongside Trumpet Sprout, recovering at the Pokemon Center was imperative. While awaiting the restoration of his Pokemon, Demui engaged in a conversation with his grandfather. Professor Oak. Ahi, where are you now? Little Mao has already obtained the badge from the Leaf Gym. As for capturing Pokemon, he has already caught around 40 to 50. Grandpa, I just got the Leaf Badge. Your provocation tactic might work on Ash, but it has no effect on me. Demui responded with a hint of exasperation. Ironically, he had suggested that his grandfather use Little Mao to prod Ash, only to find himself on the receiving end of the same treatment. Come on, Ahi. You need to put in some effort. It must feel disheartening to lose to your younger brother, right? All right, Grandpa, I understand. Please remember to eat on time. After expressing his thoughts, Demui promptly ended the call, glancing at his grandfather who had a teasing demeanor. In the research institute in True New Town, Professor Oak looked at the darkened screen. "This rascal," he muttered, though a smile crept across his face. He knew his grandson had taken his words to heart and could now patiently await good news from him. "Well, once Charmeleon and Maghop recover, I should hasten my journey." After hanging up, Demouhy canceled his reservation at the Pokémon Center. Initially planning to stay the night, his grandfather's encouragement had spurred him into action. His progress in capturing Pokémon and collecting badges had indeed lagged behind. If memory served him right, Ash would have collected the original starters and 6 Pokémon before arriving in Leaf City after leaving the Cerulean City. He had even personally captured a malnourished Kingler as his 7th Pokémon at the Lighthouse of Jengwei. Recalling Ash's good fortune, an invisible pressure began to weigh on Demouhy. 2 hours later, along the mountain road outside Leaf Town, Demouhy was leading Charmeleon along the route indicated on the map towards Leaf City. As he ventured further from Leaf Town, the number of people dwindled, and the mountain path narrowed. Observing the evening sky, Demouhy set up a tent in a relatively flat, open area. In no time, he skillfully erected the tent and lit a campfire. Unbeknownst to Demouhy, his every move, along with those of his 3 Pokémon, was being watched by 2 pairs of eyes. How fortunate they are. The hidden observers gazed enviously as Demouhy distributed food to his Pokémon. Is this it? No. Rather, is this the kind of care they have never received before? Is this what a trainer is like? Do you think he would accept us? I don't know. But we can certainly give it a try. What if we get rejected? What's the worst that could happen? We would merely continue our current life as wanderers. All right then. We shall take a chance. Having reached a consensus, the hidden observers approached Demouhy's campsite with anticipation. Meanwhile, Demouhy was savoring a roasted chicken. In the Pokémon world, aside from the marvelous Pokémon, there existed a few ordinary animals. Although they had largely become extinct in the wild, humans still raised some. The energy contained within these ordinary animals was insufficient for Pokémon, but it was entirely adequate for human consumption. Of course, occasionally treating the Pokémon to a change in diet was permissible. At this moment, Demouhy's 3 Pokémon each had 2 roasted chickens and some Pokémon food in front of them. Naturally, Demouhy had not forgotten the essential high-calcium milk. He had splurged on premium milk from the neighboring Chengdu region, and this investment had paid off. As evidenced by the growth of his Pokémon, typically Maghop stands around 80 centimeters tall. But Demouhy's has already reached 95 centimeters and is on the verge of surpassing the 1-meter mark. Trumpet Sprout's height has exceeded the average of 70 centimeters by 20 centimeters. Most impressive of all is Charmeleon, who, having spent the longest time with Demouhy and benefiting from ample nutrition, has now surpassed 1 meter in height. It is worth noting that the average height of a standard Charizard is around 1 meter 10 centimeters, while Charmeleon typically stands at 60 centimeters. The substantial size requires an increased food intake, but it also bestows formidable strength. Who is it? Is there an enemy? There is no hostility from the other side. Suddenly, the 3 Pokémon that were eating called out in unison, drawing Demouhy's attention. What is going on? He followed their gaze, but all he could see was darkness. Wait. Pokémon possess perception that surpasses that of humans. They must have sensed something. Scan Eye activate. Demouhy employed his Scan Eye, and the details of the Pokémon hidden in the shadows materialized in his mind. Species: Abersnake, genetic mutation. Gender: male. Ability: Intimidate moves. Bind, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Snake Glare. Inherited moves: Ambush, Poison Tail, Iron Tail. It has inherited 3 moves, quite impressive. Although it could not compare to Charmeleon or Maghop, it was certainly superior to Trumpet Sprout. Such potential was undeniably enticing to Demouhy. Despite the conflicting attributes of the Abersnake and Trumpet Sprout, strength was the ultimate criterion. Moreover, this Abersnake was a genetic mutation. Once captured, he could show it off to his grandfather. With this thought in mind, Demouhy tossed a roasted chicken, originally intended for a late-night snack, into the darkness. The Abersnakes hesitated, unsure whether to approach, as Demouhy's 3 Pokémon were watching them intently. However, Demouhy's gesture of offering food calmed their apprehension. After consuming the roasted chicken, the Abersnakes revealed themselves in the shadows. Goodness! Demouhy could not help but exclaim, for the Abersnake before him possessed 2 heads. The right head appeared as a typical purple Abersnake, while the left head was a striking fiery red adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an air of enigma. Is this human all right? Why is he so shocked? Goodness gracious! After recovering from his shock, Demouhy's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could capture this extraordinary Abersnake, his grandfather would have no time to lecture him further. With his heart racing, Demouhy retrieved an empty Pokeball from his pocket. Regardless of whether through sheer force or gentle persuasion, he was determined to capture this mutated Abersnake. Would you like to come in? Did you enjoy the roasted chicken? If you want to eat more, step into this ball. Demui transformed into a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood, promising the Aber Snake. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This human wants to capture us. Upon hearing the call, the anticipation grew fervently within the great heron. Hurry, we must act swiftly. Should he have a change of heart? Where else shall we find such a devoted caretaker? The Abra, filled with excitement, willingly entered the Pokeball, showing no resistance, but rather a keen eagerness for the life that lay ahead. Haha, I have captured an Abra. Haha. Chapter 10. Arrival at Withered Leaf City for an exuberant shopping experience upon witnessing the two-headed Arbok being placed into the Pokeball. The Greatwood Crane promptly released it once more. Subsequently, the focus shifted to the meticulous preparation of its dietary preferences. Each Pokemon, even those of the same species, exhibits distinct tastes. Remarkably, the Arbok seemed particularly intrigued by the food concocted for the Budew. Initially perplexed, the Greatwood Crane soon realized that this serpent's dietary habits bore a striking resemblance to those of a carnivorous plant. Thus, it was entirely reasonable. Consequently, the Greatwood Crane proceeded to formulate the Budew meal, albeit with a slight reduction in ingredients that would typically enhance grass-type energy. Upon the completion of the dish, the Arbok displayed an even greater fondness for it. Delicious. I truly adore this. With such enthusiasm for the meal, the Arbok indulged heartily. Observing the delight of its creations brought immense satisfaction to the Greatwood Crane, the trainer. I want more. After a sumptuous dinner, the trainer and the 4 Pokemon began to prepare for slumber. Inside the tent, the Greatwood Crane chose not to return its Pokemon to their Pokeballs, instead opting to lie down alongside them. The more time a trainer spends with their Pokemon, the easier it becomes to cultivate intimacy and camaraderie. Although none of these 4 Pokemon relied on evolution, enhancing their bond would undoubtedly strengthen their emotional connection. For the Greatwood Crane, this was an unmistakable win. Once in Withered Leaf City, a trip to the Pokemon store to procure some technical machines for skill learning was imperative. Besides leveling up and inheriting skills from their predecessors, Pokemon could also learn new techniques through the use of technical machines, thus broadening their tactical repertoire and countering opponents effectively. The Little Fire Dragon's signature move, Dragon Claw, was learned from the esteemed Professor Oak's collection at home. The next destination, Withered Leaf City, being a bustling port, was sure to offer a plethora of technical machines. As the Greatwood Crane contemplated the skill combinations for its 4 Pokemon, it drifted into a deep slumber. How delightful. Is this the life of being tamed by humans? Indeed, it must be. It feels so comforting. The food is exquisite, and at night, we need not endure the harshness of wind and rain. To maintain this lifestyle, we must strive diligently for our trainer. Fear not, I have inquired with 3 predecessors. This human possesses a commendable character. Even in defeat, there is no scolding. That is reassuring. As long as we refrain from mischief, all will be well. Exactly. Let us retire early tonight. A splendid life awaits us. Indeed, a splendid life is truly wonderful. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast and packing their belongings, the Greatwood Crane set forth towards Withered Leaf City. After 3 days of roughing it, the Greatwood Crane finally reached its destination. As per routine, the first stop was the Pokemon Center to restore the Pokemon's health. Additionally, the trainer attended to personal hygiene in the wild. Finding a clean waterfall or river for a bath was a luxury. 2 hours later, having tidied up and retrieved the rejuvenated Pokemon, the Greatwood Crane hastened towards the Pokemon Mall. Upon entering the mall and following the guidance of a sales assistant, the Greatwood Crane quickly arrived at the technical machine section. As it approached, it found the counter bustling with trainers. Some were selecting their technical machines, while others waited in line to utilize the learning machines after making their purchases. The mall owner had thoughtfully placed 2 learning machines at the entrance of the section, allowing trainers who bought technical machines to use them for free. This not only facilitated trainers but also subtly enticed them to make purchases. Trainers passing by could not help but be drawn in by the sight of the long queue. The Greatwood Crane studied the technical machine counter, contemplating the skills assigned to its 4 Pokemon the previous night. First was the Little Fire Dragon, currently a pure Fire-type Pokemon, but upon evolving into Charizard, it would possess both fire and flying attributes. It faced threats from electric, water, and rock types, with electric and water being doubly effective, while rock was 4 times as potent. Thus, the Greatwood Crane selected several counter skills for the Little Fire Dragon to combat these types. Ground-type moves would counter electric types, so Dig and Earthquake were included. For water and rock types, electric and grass moves were effective, with grass perfectly countering both. Consequently, the Greatwood Crane arranged for the Little Fire Dragon to learn Thunder Punch and Solar Beam. In contrast, the Budew situation was rather dire. As a dual grass and poison type, it faced 4 doubly effective weaknesses: fire, flying, ice, and psychic. Apart from psychic types, Mewtwo was unable to learn any counter skills against the other 3 types. Thus, the Great Wood Crane could only assign it some evasive and defensive techniques, such as Protect, Reflect, and Double Team to enhance its dodging capabilities. Next was the Mach Hop, a fighting type with 3 doubly effective weaknesses: Flying, Psychic, and Fairy types. In addition to the existing Ice Punch and Thunder Punch, the Great Wood Crane prepared Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Poison Jab for it. Finally, the Arbok had weaknesses to both Ground and Psychic types. As for Psychic types, the Arbok had already learned Bite upon leveling up. Regarding Ground types, if memory served, upon evolving into Arbok, it would gain access to Ice Fang as a counter. After considering the necessary technical machines for its Pokémon, the Great Wood Crane sought assistance from a staff member to commence its purchases. Initially displeased, the employee quickly became enthusiastic as sales were generated. After spending several million Poké dollars, the desired technical machines were promptly delivered to the Great Wood Crane. Additionally, the section manager, upon hearing the news, arrived to escort the Great Wood Crane to the VIP room, which housed a dedicated learning machine for high-spending customers. The trainer placed the Pokeballs in the designated slots, inserted the disc-like technical machines, and initiated the learning process. Naturally, the ability to learn varied among Pokémon. Typically, standard Pokémon would grasp skills after 1 or 2 attempts, while even those with the least aptitude could learn after 3 or 4 tries. Therefore, the learning opportunities provided by the technical machines sold in the mall adhered to the league's regulations, allowing for 3 learning attempts per machine. Once the manager and staff departed, the Great Wood Crane began the learning process for its Pokémon species: Little Fire Dragon, Gender, Male, Ability, Blaze, Skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Flame Fang, Cut. Technical machines: Dragon Claw, Dig, Earthquake, Thunder Punch, Solar Beam. Inherited skills: Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Draco Meteor, Crunch, Outrage. Species: Mewtwo. Gender: Female. Ability: Chlorophyll. Moves: Vine Whip, Growth, Bind, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore. Move Tutor: Protect, Light Screen, Substitute. Egg moves: Magical Leaf, Synthesis. Species: Mach Hop. Gender: Male. Ability: No Guard. Moves: Leer, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Low Sweep. Move Tutor: Rock Slide, Block, Knock Off, Poison Jab. Egg moves: Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Yoga Pose, Bullet Punch. Species: Arbok. Genetic mutation: Gender: Male. Ability: Intimidate. Moves: Bind, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare. Move Tutor: Protect, Light Screen, Dig, Poison Jab, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Block, Substitute. Egg moves: Pursuit, Iron Tail, Poison Tail. Although no special preparations were made for Arbok, the unused move tutors were left idle. Thus, all the moves that the other 3 Pokémon learned were arranged for Arbok by Professor Oak. This trip to the shop, which was initially unplanned, unexpectedly turned Arbok into the greatest beneficiary. While these skills had been learned by the Pokémon, mastering their application required extensive practice. Additionally, engaging in informal Pokémon battles proved to be an excellent method for improvement. For instance, the backyard of the Pokémon Center featured a designated arena for trainers to battle. During his 5-day stay at the Pokémon Center's battle arena, Professor Oak devoted his time solely to battling, aside from eating, sleeping, and visiting the restroom. After 5 days of relentless competition, the experience points of his 4 Pokémon surged, and the proficiency of their newly acquired skills rose rapidly. However, this took a toll on Professor Oak himself. The continuous command of Pokémon battles over 5 days strained his throat, and now he found himself resting in the infirmary of the Pokémon Center. The pain and hoarseness made even sipping porridge a challenge, leaving him reliant on the intravenous nourishment provided by the center. Alas, one cannot rush to consume hot tofu. At this moment, he felt utterly helpless, unable to even part his lips. The tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the corridor prompted a rebellion in his stomach, yet regrettably, he was powerless to act. Chapter 11. Encountering Ash and battling at the Leafy Gym after lying in the Pokémon Center of Leafy City for a week. The pain in the throat of the Trico finally began to subside under Nurse Joy's care. Realizing that it could now speak and eat without difficulty, Trico decisively completed the discharge procedures. The Pokémon Center serves as a sanctuary where both humans and Pokémon can receive treatment. As Trico prepared to challenge the Leafy Gym, it noticed a trio of individuals hastily entering through the door. Upon a closer look, Trico exclaimed in surprise, familiar faces. Leading the group was none other than Ash, the eternally Navi protagonist of the Pokémon world, cradling an injured Pikachu in his arms. Beside him were Brock and Misty, the original trio. Trico had met Brock before, but this was the first time it laid eyes on Misty. Ah! The fragrance of youth emanating from her was unmistakable. Nurse Joy, please take care of my Pikachu, Ash implored, urgently passing the unconscious Pokémon to Nurse Joy. With a resigned expression, Nurse Joy understood the gravity of the situation. These three were well aware of how merciless the gym leader, Matisse, could be. Their reckless challenge only added to her workload. All right, please don't worry, she thought, though she could not voice her concerns aloud. Trico observed Pikachu's condition and realized that this was likely the moment Ash faced a brutal defeat at the Leafy Gym. It dawned on Trico that it had lingered here too long. Resolutely, Trico turned to depart from the Pokémon Center, choosing not to approach Ash and the others. For each traveler must embark on their own journey. Growth through adversity fortifies the spirit. For Ash, Trico could only seek to remedy certain regrets, such as the capture of a Primeape or a Pidgeot, or even the fossil Pokémon nestled within the depths of the rock tunnel. The Leafy Gym was not far from the Pokémon Center. Within 10 minutes, Trico arrived at its destination. Is anyone here? I am here to challenge the gym, Trico announced as it stepped inside, greeted by the same oppressive darkness that characterized Brock's pewter gym. Oh ho, another challenger has arrived. Matisse, the gym leader, mused, having just sent another unfortunate soul packing. As a gym trainer, guiding novice trainers was part of his responsibility, but the incessant stream of underleveled challengers was exasperating. The thought of being treated like a pushover ignited Matisse's frustration. Why was he being subjected to such weak trainers? Consequently, he had no qualms about delivering swift defeats to these fledgling trainers, ensuring that many of their underleveled Pokémon were sent back to the Pokémon Center for recuperation. During this period, his reputation for being mercilessly tough had spread far and wide, apart from a select few unfortunate souls who had become examples of his prowess. The rest of the new trainers, having heard whispers of Matisse's fierce reputation, quickly abandoned their unrealistic fantasies. Of course, they sought to avoid unwarranted disruptions and knew that only by witnessing skilled trainers could they aspire to greatness. Greetings, I am Trico from Plateau. I wish to challenge the Leafy Gym for a badge, Trico stated calmly to the imposing figure of the golden-haired gym leader, Matisse, who towered over him. Ah, this isn't a mere child but a rare young man, Matisse exclaimed, noting the evident signs of training on Trico's physique. For a man like Matisse, recognizing someone who perseveres through solitude was worthy of respect. A man, you say? You might be speaking too soon. I am merely 10 years old. Trico replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Indeed, at just 10 years of age, you possess a physique that many adults could only dream of. That is no trivial feat. Matisse acknowledged, impressed. Thank you for the compliment. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries. Today, we have an extraordinary challenger before us. Let us battle, Matisse declared, eager for the confrontation, just as I hoped. With that, Trico followed Matisse to the battleground. Now, we shall commence the match between Trico from Plateau and gym leader Matisse. Each trainer may use one Pokémon. Matisse, please send out your Pokémon first, the referee announced. Go, Electabuzz, Matisse called, releasing the electric-type Pokémon. Electabuzz? Isn't that just a Raichu? Trico thought, astonished. Matisse, noticing Trico's surprise, let out a hearty laugh. Curious, aren't you? That Raichu was an easy capture, but Electabuzz has proven to be quite formidable against weak trainers. Indeed, it is an honor to face such a careful opponent as you, Matisse. I choose you, Charmander, Trico declared, eager to engage. All right, little brother, you may attack first, but do not blame me if I do not grant you another chance, Matisse teased, intrigued by the 10-year-old before him. Very well. Charmander, use Ember, Trico commanded, opting for a cautious approach against the evolved Pokémon. This initial attack was merely a test of Matisse's battle style, whether he would retaliate aggressively or play it safe. Electabuzz, use Thunder Wave, Matisse ordered. Charmander, defend with Dragon Breath, Trico instructed, confident in his strategy. The blue lightning and green breath clashed in midair, canceling each other out. Given that Thunder Wave is a guaranteed hit, Trico had anticipated this outcome, allowing Charmander to counteract. Electabuzz, follow up with Quick Attack, Matisse commanded. His Pokémon enveloped in a surge of white energy as it dashed toward Charmander. Charmander, dig underground, Trico instructed, pleased to see his training pay off. You think hiding underground will save you? Electabuzz, target the entrance with Swift, Matisse countered, determined to gain the upper hand. As Electabuzz unleashed its attack, Charmander erupted from the ground, engulfed in flames, charging straight for Electabuzz. Electabuzz, unleash Thunder Punch, Matisse commanded, the tension in the air palpable. Charmander, give it your all, Trico urged, as both Pokémon clashed in a breathtaking display of fire and electricity, each vying for victory on behalf of their trainers. As the dust settled, both Pokémon lay incapacitated upon the battlefield, signifying an intense encounter. The battle has concluded, resulting in a draw. May I ask? There was no need for further explanation. Although the battle ended in a stalemate, it was a testament to their strength and determination. However, my Electabuzz has already undergone evolution. Thus, this orange badge is rightfully yours. Magishar interrupted the referee's intended words and directly retrieved a badge from his pocket, presenting it to Demuhu. After recalling his Charmander into its Pokeball, Demuhu paused momentarily before smiling and accepting the badge. Thank you, Mr. Magishar. Perhaps Magishar's actions were in compliance with the League's unspoken regulations. One of the objectives of a gym leader is to evaluate exceptional and competent trainers for the League. After all, in the Kanto region, aside from the previous cities of Nibi and Hualan, the other gym trainers had not utilized their main Pokémon during the gym matches. The primary reason being that gym trainers, in addition to assessing new trainers for the League, are also responsible for safeguarding the safety of the city where their gym is located. Regardless of the reasons, I have obtained the orange badge, which means I now possess 4 badges. I have completed half of the task of acquiring all 8 badges for the League. And it has only been about 2 months since I began my journey. At this moment, Demuhu was elated. But just as he turned to depart after securing the badge, Magishar called out to him again. Hold on, young man. I have something else to discuss. What is it, Mr. Magishar? Demuhu questioned, perplexed, as he believed it was time for him to leave after acquiring the badge. Observing Demuhu's cautious demeanor, Magishar hastily articulated his request. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I stopped you to inquire if you're in need of an electric-type Pokémon. Half an hour later, Demuhu emerged from the dry leaf gym, feeling somewhat dazed. Were it not for the Pokeball in his hand and the badge in his pocket, he would have thought he was dreaming. The reason Magishar had halted him was that his main Pokémon, an Electabuzz, had given birth to 2 Pokémon eggs. Unable to care for them, Magishar sought a capable trainer to entrust them to. Yet, even after both eggs had hatched, he had not found a suitable candidate. After his recent battle with Demuhu, Magishar, after a moment of contemplation, entrusted one of the Electabuzz to him. Species, Electabuzz. Gender, male. Ability, static, possesses static electricity, with a chance to paralyze foes who make contact. Skills, Leer, quick attack, thunder shock. Inherited skills, fire punch, ice punch, cross chop, barrier, yoga pose. As the information flashed in his mind, Demuhu could hardly contain his delight. It was as if everything was simply astonishing. He would never have imagined that a gym challenge could also come with the gift of an exceptional Pokémon. Chapter 12. A reunion with Ash. As I embarked on a ferry ride to fish along the coast, I received my newly acquired Electrode. However, I found myself returning to the Pokémon Center once more. My Fire Dragon, injured from battling at the gym, had yet to fully recover, and thus, I needed Nurse Joy's assistance for its treatment. The old adage rings true. One cannot forget the old in light of the new. My Fire Dragon remains my first Pokémon, a cherished gift from my grandfather, Professor Oak, meant to be my future mainstay. In no time, I arrived at the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy, I appreciate your help, I said as I handed over the Pokeball containing my Fire Dragon. I noticed a hint of displeasure on Nurse Joy's face. Brother Heron, who did you battle this time? Due to my recent endeavors in training several Pokémon and my hospitalization from a throat injury, my reputation as a combat enthusiast had made a lasting impression on Nurse Joy. In the span of 5 days, I had engaged in battles with hundreds of Pokémon using my 4 companions. It was safe to say I had earned the title of a battle enthusiast. Moreover, the fact that I had ended up hospitalized added to the gravity of my reputation. It was against Mr. Masashi from the Withered Leaf Gym, I replied, feeling a bit sheepish under Nurse Joy's knowing gaze. After all, she was well aware of the circumstances surrounding my hospitalization. Oh, is that so? Did you emerge victorious? Her curiosity piqued upon hearing Masashi's name. Although I had proven my strength, being a gym leader meant a certain level of prowess, usually inherited or honed through rigorous training. It was a draw. Though it was a stalemate, Mr. Masashi acknowledged my strength and awarded me a badge. A momentary loss is not a disgrace. The true shame lies in allowing one defeat to deter future efforts. Indeed. Congratulations. Thank you. Time swiftly passed. And just as I retrieved my healed Fire Dragon and bid farewell to Nurse Joy, Ash and his companions arrived with a rejuvenated Pikachu, ready to complete its discharge paperwork. Heron, it has been a while. It has indeed, Ash Brock. And who might this lovely young lady be? I inquired, surprised by the serendipitous encounter. Just as I intended to depart, the original trio appeared, with Ash being the first to spot me, leaving me no choice but to greet them. I am Misty, aspiring to become a master of water-type Pokémon. Misty, unabashedly praising herself as a beauty upon our first meeting, sparked a flicker of joy within me, particularly as she was addressing a young man of considerable charm. That is quite a commendable aspiration. I trust you will pursue it with diligence. I responded warmly, appreciating her youthful exuberance. Thank you. But you still haven't shared why you're here, she prompted, eager for my explanation. Before I could elaborate, Ash, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected. What brings you here, Heron? Is that not an obvious question? I am here to earn badges, I exclaimed, revealing the withered leaf badge from my pocket to showcase my accomplishment. By the way, Brock, how did you end up traveling with Ash? Someone had to keep an eye on him, Brock replied, his tone somewhat resigned. I stepped out to pursue my dream of becoming a top Pokémon breeder. The thought of his irresponsible father minding their 10 younger siblings eased Brock's worry somewhat. That's wonderful. It's great to chase after your dreams. But I must ask, traveling with Ash, doesn't it wear you out? After all, he can be rather scatterbrained. True, Brock nodded, silently affirming my observation. Indeed, at the outset, Ash was a complete klutz, unaware of even the simplest truths of nature. Misty chimed in, her candor refreshing. Hey, whose travel companion are you two, anyway? Ash retorted, attempting to defend himself against their jibes, but their assertions were undeniably accurate, leaving him at a loss for words. Ash, you must mature quickly. After all, you are the 5th trainer to set out from Plateau. That's Scoundrel Heron. Would you care for a Pokémon battle? Ash challenged, but I declined, sensing it would only diminish his confidence. Let us save our battle for the upcoming Indigo conference. I hope you do not fall before you encounter me and Gary. Well then, it was a pleasure to see you both. However, I must continue my journey to the next city. Ash, I entrust you to take care of yourselves. With that, I waved goodbye to Brock and Misty, turning to leave. That scoundrel, Ash muttered, wishing to voice his complaints, but Brock interrupted him. Enough, Ash. Heron is correct. If you were to battle him now, defeat would be inevitable. When we first met, he defeated my 2 Pokémon with a single Bulbasaur. And that was over a week ago. Now, with over a month past, his Pokémon must be even stronger. Though he may have a type advantage. Isn't that the essence of gym challenges? Trainers must research the gym leaders they are to face. It is a fundamental principle of being a trainer. I understand, Ash replied, slightly disheartened by Brock's words. Yet, his determination surged anew, vowing to defeat me at the Indigo conference. While Ash and his companions were preoccupied, I departed the Withered Leaf City, arriving at the Withered Leaf Dock. My next destination, as indicated on the map, was Goldenrod City. However, the thought of facing the gym leader, Natsumi, filled me with trepidation. She was a formidable opponent, and I was uncertain of my chances against her. In the original series, the trio managed to escape her twice due to her father's influence, while Ash's victory was largely attributed to the antics of his Ghastly, which diminished Natsumi and her Gyarados' desire to fight. Considering my own capabilities, I felt it prudent to avoid crossing paths with the unpredictable Natsumi. Additionally, I noticed a location marked on the map near Rainbow City, a town named Forestwood, which boasted a gym recognized by the League. The current leader, Mr. Kenichi Makino, specialized in bug-type Pokémon, making it a bug-type gym. Reaching Forestwood from Withered Leaf would ordinarily require over 2 weeks, but by traveling by sea and then land, I could arrive in just a week. With a clear objective in mind, I inquired at the dock about ferries heading to the coastal town nearest to Forestwood, Bay Town. The St. Gabriel ferry, slightly smaller than the St. Anu, was my chosen vessel. Now aboard the St. Gabriel, in my luxurious single cabin, I introduced my new companion, Electrode, to my Pokémon. Come, everyone, gather around. This is our new partner, Electrode. I trust you will take good care of it. Greetings, everyone. I am a newcomer here, and I look forward to your guidance. As the esteemed Professor Oak embarked on the St. Gabriel towards the coastal town of Bienhai, Ash and his companions, who remained in the desolate Leaf Town, had successfully enhanced Pikachu's speed and mastered rapid movements, ultimately defeating Magishir's Raichu. Upon their arrival at the dock, they were greeted by the ever-watchful Team Rocket, who presented them with their tickets for the voyage. Thus, Ash and his friend's underwater adventure officially commenced. Meanwhile, Professor Oak enjoyed a tranquil 2 days aboard the St. Gabriel, and on the 3rd morning, the ship docked at the port of Bienhai. After disembarking, he intended to take a brief respite at the Pokémon Center. However, his gaze was drawn to several trainers, resembling fishermen, who were casting their lines along the coast, distance from the harbor. Notably, one prominent figure utilized a flying-type Pokémon to transport himself to a rocky outcrop sculpted by the waves. Inspired by the fervent fisherman, Professor Oak felt a sudden urge to partake in the activity. He retrieved a fishing rod from his spatial backpack. Despite his lack of expertise, his enthusiasm remained undeterred. Lacking a water-type Pokémon, he was eager to give it a try. Casually settling on the shore, he scattered some Pokémon food to attract fish, then baited his hook with a morsel and cast it into the sea. At the coastal edge of Bienhai, Professor Oak, like the other fishermen, sat patiently, enduring the bracing winds and the relentless sun. Although the waters were teeming with water-type Pokémon, they devoured the bait on the ground but stubbornly ignored the bait on his hook. Notably, some Kingler danced in the water, seemingly mocking the anglers. Seeing this, Uncle could bear it no longer, and Aunt could not abide. With a flurry of magical leaves and electric strikes, his Pokémon, Leafeon and Electabuzz, unleashed their attacks, sweeping through the water Pokémon along the shore. Following the assault, Professor Oak activated his observation eye, and soon after, he captured a remarkably talented Shellder. Species, Shellder. Gender, female. Ability, Shell Armor. This ability prevents the Pokémon from being hit critically. Skills, Tackle, Withdraw, Supersonic, Ice Shard. Inherited skills, Water Pulse, Water Gun, Mudshot, Rapid Spin. The capture of Shellder signified that Professor Oak had met the requisite standard for participating in the Quartz Conference, which mandates that trainers possess a minimum of 6 Pokémon. Chapter 13, The Fierce Battle at the Sinma Gym in the ensuing period. Unless he encountered exceptionally qualified Pokémon, Demyuk would temporarily refrain from capturing new ones. After securing the Pokeball containing the Shellder and packing away his fishing rod, Demyuk departed from the shoreline. As for the Pokémon that had lost their fighting capabilities, they would be collected by trainers eager for a bargain. Within the Pokémon Center of Bianhai Town, Demyuk was engaged in a conversation with his grandfather, Professor Oak. Indeed, since you have already gathered 6 Pokémon, hasten to obtain the remaining 4 badges. Then, devote some time to capture additional Pokémon as backups. My greatest concern is your strategy, my dear grandson. What will you do if you collect all the badges, but lack sufficient Pokémon? It is essential to note that experienced trainers participating in the league often prepare multiple teams to ensure their Pokémon remain in optimal condition throughout the consecutive days of competition. I understand, Grandpa. I will keep this in mind. After exchanging a few more words with his grandfather, Demyuk ended the call once the announcement confirmed his Pokémon had regained their health. After retrieving his Pokémon, he set off towards Sinma Town. Meanwhile, Professor Oak, far away in Jinshin Town, was accompanying Ash's mother, Hanako, on a community-arranged trip. After 3 days of travel from Bianhai Town, Demyuk finally arrived at Sinma Town. As per routine, he first visited the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. Half an hour later, guided by the map, he arrived at a house encircled by 2 grand trees. Is anyone home? I have come to challenge the gym. Unable to resist, Demyuk called out to the partially open door of the Sinma Gym. Challenger? Here. How rare. It has been ages since we had a challenger here. Come in. A lean and enthusiastic Kaniya welcomed Demyuk inside. Upon entering the gym, Demyuk noticed the facilities appeared somewhat dilapidated. Our gym is situated in a remote area, which has led to a scarcity of challengers. Consequently, the league's funding is significantly less than that of other gyms. However, there is no issue with the maintenance of the battle arena. Perhaps sensing Demyuk's confusion, Kaniya quickly offered an explanation. Demyuk chose not to express his opinion on the matter. Gym battles, akin to the foot traffic of restaurants in a former life, thrived on the number of visitors. The more challengers that arrived, the greater the gym's notoriety would become, and the influx of outside trainers would stimulate local commerce. Observing the somewhat run-down Sinma Gym, Demyuk silently reflected that perhaps Kaniya lacked business acumen. Following Kaniya through various turns within the gym, they finally arrived at the battle arena, where the referee was already in position. Demyuk and Kaniya stood opposite each other in the designated spots for trainers. The upcoming match features Demyuk from Jinshin Town challenging the Sinma Gym leader. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and only the challenger may freely switch Pokémon during the battle. Now, let the gym trainer make the first move. A long-awaited gym battle. Let us engage in a spirited contest. The Paras made its entrance. A bug and grass-type Paras. This combination of attributes is truly perplexing. As this is my first gym battle, I must win handsomely. Go, Arbok. Arbok, let's do this. The 2-headed Arbok, distinctive in appearance, prepared for action. As the challenger, you may attack first. Thank you, Mr. Kaniya. I shall not hold back. Arbok, use Glare. Unlike the defensive capabilities of other moves, Glare instills fear in the opponent, aiming to paralyze them. Despite Demyuk's strategic intent, the enemy was not an immobile target. The Paras swiftly evaded, subsequently employing Metal Claw. Arbok, use Rock Tomb to restrict its movement, then dig underground. As the Paras hastened towards Arbok, Arbok struck the ground forcefully with its tail. In an instant, rocks obstructed Paras's path. Following this, after using Rock Tomb, Arbok swiftly burrowed underground. Paras, use Screech to flush Arbok out. Seizing the opportunity, quick, Arbok, use Iron Tail. Emerging from beneath the ground beside Paras, Arbok executed a powerful Iron Tail strike before Paras could unleash its sound. The diminutive Paras, measuring merely 30 centimeters. Was struck by the 2-meter-long Arbok's tail enveloped in steel-type energy, causing it to sink into the arena floor. Paras has lost its fighting capability. Arbok is victorious. The gym trainer may send out the next Pokémon. Well done, Arbok. Thank you for the praise, Master. Securing the first victory elevated both Demyuk and Arbok's spirits. The former was one step closer to acquiring a badge, while the latter celebrated its debut win in a gym battle. Return. Paras, you performed admirably. Now, I summon Beedrill. Beedrill. As long as it's not that one. Arbok, use Rock Slide. Arbok's tail, imbued with rock energy, struck the ground, causing rocks to materialize above Beedrill. The stones, seemingly summoned by Beedrill, rained down upon it. Beedrill, defend yourself and then use Fury Attack. With a battle cry, Beedrill surrounded itself with a verdant protective barrier, successfully blocking the falling rocks. Once the rock slide concluded, before Demyuk could react, Beedrill's stingers, moving like shadows, struck Arbok with a rapid flurry of blows. Arbok, quickly use Bind to restrain its attacks. It's too late, Master. In a shocking turn of events, Arbok succumbed to Beedrill's relentless 5-hit assault, losing its fighting capability. Return, Arbok. Rest well. It's your turn, Charmander. Faced with Beedrill's speed, Demyuk had few options, and he chose Charmander for its type advantage. Charmander. Even if the type matchup is unfavorable, my Pokémon shall not falter. Whether or not they fear, only the battle will tell. Charmander. Use Smokescreen followed by Ember. Charmander expelled a thick cloud of black smoke, obscuring Beedrill's vision, along with that of both Demyuk and Kenia. Beedrill. Use Swords Dance to clear the smoke. Charmander. Quickly use Dragon Dance. Upon hearing Kenia's command, Demyuk was taken aback and promptly instructed his Charmander to enhance its attack and speed. Your Charmander can use Dragon Dance. It seems it possesses extraordinary talent. Beedrill charged forward, executing a Fury Cutter. Charmander, unleash Flamethrower. Here it comes. One side featured Beedrill, with its side-like stingers radiating bug energy. On one side, a small dragon enveloped in crimson and azure flames. Both combatants meet in the air, neither yielding an inch. When their strengths are comparable, the advantage of elemental types becomes evident. The energy of the bug type encounters that of the fire type. Akin to a mouse facing a cat, the outcome, needless to say, is already apparent. Under the formidable onslaught of the small dragon's fiery electric strike, the Beedrill's twin needle attack is utterly defeated. Before Professor Oak can commend the victorious small dragon, it is already enveloped in the light of evolution. This signifies the complete accumulation of its energy, naturally leading to its evolution. Truly, it is a marvel. Observing the small dragon wrapped in the glow of evolution, Professor Oak feels genuine joy. This is indeed the first Pokémon in his team to evolve. Congratulations to you, little fire. Oh no, it is now Charmeleon. Kaboom. I have grown stronger, Master. Every time I witness the light of evolution, I am filled with awe for nature. I am grateful to nature for bringing forth these miraculous Pokémon, allowing humanity to behold such wondrous creatures. Although you have become stronger, I shall not hold back any longer. Enter the scene, Scyther. Saddalata. Scyther is truly impressive. However, today I ask you to serve as our stepping stone. Charmeleon. Unleash your Ember attack. Scyther, swiftly dodge and counter with a cut attack. Saddalata. Scyther's speed surpasses that of Beedrill, despite Charmeleon's evolution. The Ember attack is effortlessly evaded by Scyther. Seeking to engage in close combat? Charmeleon, respond with Dragon Claw. Kaboom. The sharp scythe meets the powerful claw, and both are pushed back by the force of their clash. Do not allow it to create distance. Charmeleon, pursue with your fiery electric strike. Scyther. Utilizing Double Team to evade, then strike with Wing Attack. As Charmeleon, wrapped in flames, attempts to land a decisive blow, Scyther's illusions activate, causing Charmeleon to miss its target. In the next moment, just as Charmeleon is injured by the recoil of its electric strike, Scyther reappears and delivers a solid wing attack. Is Charmeleon alright? Kaboom. No problem. Excellent. Charmeleon, perform Dragon Dance to enhance your own abilities. Scyther's speed is quite formidable. Professor Oak decides it is best for Charmeleon to bolster itself before launching an attack. Chapter 14. Securing the Forest Badge and battling a passerby trainer accompanied by his Charmeleon. Takumi danced an enigmatic dance to enhance its abilities. However, Kenichi Mukai was determined not to let it succeed so easily. Do you think I would allow that? He declared. The Scyther dashed forward, executing a slicing attack. Prepare yourself. Regardless of whether it was a ranged or close-quarters assault, his Charmeleon remained undaunted. Charmeleon. Seize Scyther with Dragon Claw and follow up with Fire Fong. Don't let it prevail, Scyther. Try to escape if you can. Go for it, Charmeleon. The sharp scythe clashed once more with the formidable Dragon Claw. This time, however, Neither Pokémon faltered under the recoil of their powerful moves. Instead, Charmeleon firmly grasped Scyther's right scythe with its claws. Thanks to Professor Oak's continuous supply of high-calcium milk, Charmeleon had grown to a height of 1.50 meters. Standing at eye level with Scyther, which was about 40 centimeters taller than the average Charmeleon. Once Charmeleon had immobilized Scyther's blades, it opened its mouth, unleashing a fire fang that was even more potent than its spark attack, and bit down onto Scyther's body. It seemed that fortune was favoring Charmeleon today, as not only had it successfully accumulated energy, but it was also on the verge of evolution. The effects of its move manifested at that moment, showcasing the divine favor bestowed upon Charmeleon. That hurts. Scyther, struck by Fire Fang, had to endure both the damage from the attack and the additional burn effect. Scyther returned. Observing Scyther teetering on the brink of defeat, Kenichi Mukai realized that prolonging the battle would yield no different outcome. Although Charmeleon was also exhausted, his opponent still had a fully intact Pokémon yet to enter the fray. Knowing defeat was inevitable, there was no reason to allow his Pokémon to suffer further harm. Surrendering in the face of an unavoidable loss was, in itself, a commendable choice. The gym trainer concedes, hence the challenger is victorious. With the referee's announcement, Takumi also secured the 5th badge, the Forest Badge. Faced with the choice of 3 remaining gyms, Takumi opted for the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City, the Light Red Gym in Light Red City, and the Red Lotus Gym in Red Lotus Town. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Takumi initially wished to share his joy with his grandfather, Professor Oak, only to find out from the assistant that the elder was away on a trip. After a moment of thought, Takumi recalled that his grandfather had accompanied Aunt Hanako on an outing. Along the way, they had encountered the unfortunate trio of Ash and Misty, as well as Gary. Aunt Hanako, with her mature charm, had even won the beauty contest organized by Ash's group. Well, since Grandpa is traveling, I won't have to listen to his incessant chatter. With more than half a year until the court's conference commenced and only 3 badges left to collect, Takumi felt he could afford to slow down a bit. With a full roster of 6 Pokémon, only Charmeleon had evolved. As he continued his journey, Takumi decided to focus on training and battling with his Pokémon. Of course, he ensured they received proper nutrition, as a healthy diet, combined with reasonable training, allowed his 6 Pokémon to grow stronger while their coats and shells gleamed with vitality. At this moment, Takumi was traversing the path to Rainbow City, determined to enhance the intensity of his training. Each of his 6 Pokémon wore a strengthening device he had purchased from Xiaoming. Most of his Pokémon fared well, as they were agile enough to exercise like the Machop. However, the situation was somewhat awkward for his Shellder, lacking limbs. It was indeed a challenge for this bivalve Pokémon to move on land. Originally hindered in its mobility, the addition of the strengthening device only exacerbated its difficulties. With no other option, Takumi had to remove the device from Shellder, allowing it to independently hone its skills. Your strength training has improved remarkably. How about a duel with my fighting-type Pokémon? In an uncharted forest on the way to Rainbow City, Takumi, engaged in training with his Pokémon, heard an invitation from a passing trainer. Thank you for the compliment. If we are to battle, I must allow my Machop to recover its stamina first. Takumi did not decline the challenge, but he recognized that Machop, like his other Pokémon, had expended considerable energy during training. As a trainer, he did not fear challenges. But such decisions were contingent upon the condition of his Pokémon. That's fine. I'm not in a rush. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kengu Shinichi from Girl Town, currently training to become a master of fighting-type Pokémon. Oh, hello. I am Takumi from Pallet Town, and my current goal is to participate in this year's Quartz Conference. After exchanging introductions, they delved into discussions about training fighting-type Pokémon. Although Takumi currently possessed only 1 fighting-type Pokémon, gaining knowledge about unfamiliar areas was always a wise choice. Half an hour later, with Machop fully recovered, Takumi stood facing Kengu Shinichi. I have just 1 fighting-type Pokémon. Shall we compete one-on-one? Certainly. Go, Machop. Here we go. The 2 fighting-type Pokémon ignited a fierce rivalry upon meeting, their eyes sparking with intensity. Machop, greet your opponent with Bullet Punch. Scyther, counter with a spinning kick and follow up with a Brick Break. The Scyther executed a spinning kick to intercept Machop's Bullet Punch, subsequently retaliating with a powerful knife hand strike that sent Machop flying. Is Machop all right? I'm fine, Master. All right then, Machop, assume a yoga pose and use Poison Jab. Currently, Poison Jab was Machop's most potent skill among those it had mastered. Scyther finished the battle with a flying knee strike. The toxic-infused punch was expertly dodged by Scyther, who then delivered a forceful flying knee strike that incapacitated Machop. Well played. You flatter me. It seems my Machop still has a long journey ahead. Since you wish to enhance its strength, let it participate in the P1 tournament. The mention of the P1 tournament stirred a familiar echo into Kumi's mind. Yes, that is an event exclusively for fighting-type Pokémon, held in Moonlight Town, just a couple of days after Rainbow City. The next P1 tournament should commence in about half a month. Really? Rainbow City is one of my targets. After I acquire the Rainbow Badge, I will head to Moonlight Town to check it out. By the way, are you participating? No, I was the champion of the last tournament. Now, I aim to challenge fighting-type Pokémon across the globe. What a pity. I had hoped to face you again in the P1 tournament. It matters not, Ahi. Let us reserve this battle for our next encounter. Very well, Kamei. When we meet again, let us engage in another spirited duel of Pokémon. Certainly. After bidding farewell to Kangashani, Demui first tended to the wounds of Wanli. As a fighting-type Pokémon, it is inherently robust. Despite having lost its combat capabilities due to injury, Wanli regained some awareness, while he conversed with Kangashani. Apologies, Master. I have failed, Wanli lamented, gazing at its trainer who was administering ointment. Do not dwell upon it. It was merely a contest of victory and defeat. Wanli. Remember that one must remain humble in triumph and resilient in defeat to grow stronger. Got it, exclaimed Wanli enthusiastically. Understood, affirmed another. Noted, echoed a third. Comprehended, chimed in another. Absolutely, assured the last. Chapter 15, Battle at the Rainbow Gym. On the journey to Rainbow City, Demui, accompanied by 6 Pokémon, took his time and, after 5 days of travel from Sinma Town, finally arrived in Rainbow City, a place suffused with the fragrance of flowers. Renowned for its production of various perfumes, this city is also a paradise for beauty-loving women. Within Rainbow City, the largest manufacturer of perfume is none other than the Rainbow Gym. The gym's owner, Miss Eliga, wields a stunky, which is the reason behind her ability to manage such a vast enterprise. After restoring his Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, Demui made a beeline for the Rainbow Gym, observing the gym's exterior, reminiscent of a Venusaur, still intact. He speculated that Ash and his companions had yet to arrive. In the original series, Ash was dismissed from the gym for declaring that perfume was merely an artifice women used to deceive men, and that applying it held no significance. Had it not been for Team Rocket's later antics teaching him about cross-dressing, Ash would have struggled to even enter the gym at that time. Having anticipated such matters, Demui was determined not to commit such a blunder. Moreover, to dismiss perfume as entirely worthless showcased a rather impressive emotional intelligence on Ash's part. Hello. Is the gym trainer present? I am Demui from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the gym, he announced upon entering. Immediately, he noticed 7 or 8 girls standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. Do you like perfume, Mr. Crane? The leading girl queried, diverting from Demui's question, as he had anticipated being asked something along these lines before entering. Beautiful ladies, is this not an official gym of the league? Why pose such a question to a male? Demui thought, internally rolling his eyes, yet his spoken words bore no relation to his thoughts. Perfume? I adore it. Certain specialty fragrances can elevate my mood and invigorate my senses. I find myself particularly fond of this type of scent. Though there was no definitive answer to her question, his expression of fondness for perfume significantly enhanced the girl's impression of him. Of course, this fondness was purely platonic and devoid of any ulterior sentiment. Unlike Ash, who often made reckless remarks, Demui was soon invited inside by the girls. Shortly thereafter, the gym leader, Eliga, was summoned back by the staff. The upcoming battle will feature challenger Demui from Shinshin Town against Rainbow Gym trainer Eliga for the Rainbow Badge. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon, and only the challenger may switch their Pokémon during the battle. Now, the gym trainer will take the first move. Very well. Let your Pokémon take the stage first. Venusaur, Eliga commanded. As Demui observed Venusaur, its vines enveloping its body sent a shiver down his spine. Everyone possesses their own fears or dislikes, and the appearance of a creature like Venusaur stirred considerable unease within him. Arbok, you lead. Use Poison Sting. Demui called out. For a pure grass type like Venusaur, Poison, Bug, Fire, Ice, and Flying type Pokémon all held an advantage. Here I come, Arbok exclaimed. Ready for action. Venusaur, use Shadow Clone to evade, and then deploy Sleep Powder. Arbok, unleash Poison Sting to strike all the clones. Demui ordered. His emotions were conflicted regarding the Grass-type Sleep Powder attack. While he appreciated having a Grass-type Pokémon himself, he despised facing it when used against him. Thus, he was resolute in preventing Venusaur from succeeding with its attack. That hurts. Venusaur exclaimed, visibly shaken. Are you alright, Venusaur? Arbok, follow up with Poison Tail. Here I come. Arbok replied, having already inflicted damage with Poison Sting. Without waiting for Venusaur to react, Arbok swung its shimmering purple tail forcefully against Venusaur. Venusaur fainted. Arbok wins. Please send out the next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. Return, Venusaur. You did well. Now, it's your turn, Gloom. Elega called, sending out her next Pokémon. Gloom. A dual grass and poison type. Arbok, keep up the momentum and use Dig. Leave it to me, Master. Arbok responded, swiftly burrowing into the ground. Uncertain of where the attack would come from, Gloom readied a defensive move. Create a protective barrier around yourself. Elega commanded. Gloom quickly conjured a verdant shield around its body. Arbok, use Rock Tomb to confine Gloom's movement. Demui instructed. You're in trouble now. Arbok taunted, as boulders fell from above, encircling Gloom and limiting its mobility. Gloom sliced through the rocks with Leaf Blade. Elega ordered. Not a problem. Gloom replied, unleashing crescent-shaped leaves that sliced through the obstructive boulders. Arbok, attack with Dig again. Demui commanded. I'm on my way. Arbok called, diving back underground. Gloom, scatter stun spore around you. Elega instructed. Understood. Gloom responded, releasing a fine mist of yellow spores into the air. Arbok, emerge and use Earthquake. Demui directed. Gloom, quickly defend with Protect. Elega urged. With a resounding crash, Arbok's tail struck the ground, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Finally, it's over. Gloom exclaimed, having successfully defended against the Earthquake attack with Protect. Arbok, follow up with Glare, and then Iron Tail. Demui commanded. Take this. Arbok shouted, launching itself forward with a powerful tail strike. Gloom, gathering Toxic Sludge, prepared to counterattack. Now Arbok, fire. Demui ordered. With a thunderous clash, the two attacks collided, sending both Pokémon reeling back, ultimately resulting in their simultaneous defeat. Gloom and Arbok have both fainted. Gym Trainer and Challenger, please send out your next Pokémon. Chapter 16, The Battle for the Rainbow Badge at last. It is your turn to shine, Stunspore. Let us have you take the stage first, Budew. Unlike in previous gym battles where Professor Oak preferred swift victories, he now emphasizes the importance of allowing his Pokémon to gain valuable battle experience. For instance, Budew, who is currently on the field, has accumulated sufficient levels, battle experience, and evolution energy. Although Budew is ready to evolve into Rosalia at any moment, Professor Oak believes it wise to hold off on that evolution for a while longer, considering its future potential. However, in today's gym battle, he feels it is time for Budew to evolve. Both Pokémon possess dual grass and poison types, making the outcome uncertain. Budew, after showing off a bit, unleash Leaf Blade. Just as Alicia commanded Stunspore, Professor Oak nearly choked on his breath. Can you imagine the unappealing Stunspore attempting to appear adorable? Budew, attack with Magical Leaf. Overwhelmed by disgust, Professor Oak stifled the urge to vomit as Budew launched its counterattack. Stunspore's Leaf Blade was entirely nullified by the Magical Leaf. This Budew possesses remarkable potential, inheriting Magical Leaf no less. But how will you respond now, Stunspore? Utilize Dance of the Wobble. Receiving the command, Stunspore began to dance clumsily. Such an unpredictable move. However, I am prepared this time. Budew, use Protect to defend yourself. After Stunspore finishes its dance, unleash Magical Leaf. In Pokémon battles, the Protect move can effectively shield against most attacks. It is indeed a perfect defensive strategy. Yet, due to its failure upon consecutive use, many trainers hesitate to employ it repeatedly. But sometimes, opportunities are scarce, and Protect can afford trainers more chances. The emerald green shield flawlessly absorbed the damage from the Dance of the Wobble. In the next moment, Budew's Magical Leaf was unleashed. Not only you can use this move. After Stunspore successfully defended, it executed Mega Drain. The tides had turned, as the temporarily invulnerable Stunspore rendered Budew's Magical Leaf ineffective. Budew, I'm sorry, I failed. After blocking the attack, Stunspore initiated its Mega Drain. With a pained cry, Budew fell, its eyes spiraling as it collapsed. Budew has lost its fighting capability. Please send out the next Pokémon, Challenger. Well done, Budew. Return and rest. It is your time to shine, Charmeleon. Utilize Ember. Professor Oak had hoped to secure an advantage with Budew and even allow its evolution through victory. Alas, it was all his arrogance. Indeed, most gym trainers possess formidable skills. With a click, Charmeleon emerged from its Pokeball, launching a fierce Ember attack. Stunspore, evade with Shadow Clone. Come at me. You want to find me. Don't let it escape. Charmeleon, use Ember in a sweeping motion. Wait, is that the power of a flame attack? It's Flamethrower. Perhaps Stunspore's taunts had riled the proud Charmeleon, prompting it to learn a new skill. Flamethrower. Boasting over twice the power of Ember, surged towards the elusive Stunspore. Stunspore, quickly use Protect. Close, but not quite. Charmeleon, unleash Flare Blitz. Let us see how many hits you can withstand. Stunspore, counter with Leaf Blade. Though the outcome was already known, Alicia still yearned for one last attempt. As to why she refrained from using Protect, Stunspore had already employed it twice. She certainly didn't believe that Lady Luck would be so generous to her. Riding on the Flare Blitz, Charmeleon sent Stun Spore flying. In the air, only the echoes of Stun Spore's cries remained, drifting with the wind. Stun Spore has lost its fighting capability. Charmeleon is victorious, as all three Pokémon of the gym trainer have lost their battle abilities. This match is won by the challenger, Professor Oak. Congratulations, you have earned the Rainbow Badge. Thank you. It was an exhilarating battle. After acquiring the Rainbow Badge, Professor Oak returned to the Pokémon Center. This gym battle had led him to realize his miscalculations. He had not anticipated that the seemingly fragile Alicia would equip Stun Spore with such distressing skills. Hey, over in the training grounds. There's a Pokémon from the distant Unova region. Really? Let us go see what's happening. Come on, let us check it out together. Unova region Pokémon. While waiting for his Pokémon to recover, Professor Oak overheard a conversation among some trainers in the Pokémon Center. One of them must be a trainer from the Unova region. I wonder if he will participate in this year's Quartz Conference. While Professor Oak pondered, the Pokémon Center's announcement echoed, mentioning his name. After collecting his restored Pokémon, he strode towards the training grounds in the back. Knowing oneself and one's opponent is crucial for victory. Moreover, he was curious whether the opponent had brought all 6 Pokémon from Kanto or just a few. In the Pokémon Center's backyard, a golden-haired youth stood on the battlefield with a blue, bipedal Pokémon. The blue Pokémon sported a white, cat-like mustache on its face, detachable shells on its sides, a tail resembling a smaller version of a sea otter, and a comically small, oval red nose. Opposite them lay a fallen Nidorino. The golden-haired youth, named Steven, had arrived in the Kanto region by plane after receiving his starter Pokémon. Eager to participate in this year's Quartz Conference. As one of the most renowned gyms in the Kanto region, the Rainbow Gym had drawn Steven here with the hope of encountering formidable foes. Yet, the trainers within the Pokémon Center seemed incapable of inflicting significant damage on him and his Doublade. Is anyone else willing to challenge my Doublade? If not, I shall take my leave. I will. Mewtwo, come forth. Unable to resist the challenge posed by the golden-haired youth, Professor Oak decided to step forward. Hearing someone respond to his challenge initially pleased Steven. However, upon witnessing Professor Oak send out Mewtwo, disappointment washed over him. Who is this boy? He only sent out a Mewtwo? Does he not realize how powerful my Doublade is? I bet a pack of spicy strips that this Mewtwo 1T lasts a single hit. I'll take that bet. I wager it will last 2 hits. After all, Mewtwo has some elemental advantage and should be able to withstand one attack. Go ahead, take the first move. Perhaps buoyed by a smooth journey in Kanto or influenced by the discussions among passing trainers, Steven's disdain for Mewtwo began to grow. Huh, underestimating me, are you? Mewtwo. Unleash your most powerful magical leaf. Chapter 17, The Evolution and Enhancement of Mewtwo's Moveset. Got it, Master. The Mewtwo astonishingly wielded magical leaf. Doublade, counter it with Fury Cutter. Understood. Doublade, wielding its dual shell blades, struggled to fend off the assault of magical leaf. Is that all you've got? Mewtwo, use Stun Spore to control the field. Understood. The minute, yellowish particles of Stun Spore erupted from Mewtwo's mouth, carried by the gentle breeze towards Doublade. Doublade, unleash a water gun directly at Mewtwo. Alright, close combat? You really underestimate my Mewtwo. As Doublade approached, Mewtwo ensnared it with its vine whip and constricted it tightly. Master, I understand. Underestimated. Mewtwo was seething with a suppressed fury that demanded release. Enveloped in a torrent of water, Doublade was pulled directly in front of Mewtwo by the vine whip. In the next instant, Mewtwo's leaf-like arms, along with the vine, bound Doublade. Doublade, break free. I can't escape. Mewtwo seized the opportunity, channeling all its might into a powerful magical leaf attack. Take this. Bound by the vine and constriction, Doublade was swept away by Mewtwo's furious magical leaf. Come back. Doublade, you've worked hard. Take a rest. With the battle concluded, Steven recalled his incapacitated Doublade. Meanwhile, perhaps buoyed by the triumph over Doublade, Mewtwo could no longer contain the energy surging within. Surrounded by a radiant white light, Mewtwo's form began to transform. In less than 2 minutes, as the white light dissipated, Mewtwo evolved into Rosalia. Master, I've grown stronger. Congratulations, Rosalia. The evolution of Mewtwo filled Oak with joy. For now, he possessed 2 evolved Pokémon. With the battle concluded and his Pokémon evolved, Oak pondered his next course of action. Do you need something? Oak questioned, noticing Steven's unwavering gaze. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Steven, hailing from Raven City in the Unova region. Will you be participating in this year's Quartz Conference? I mean, no offense. I merely wish to battle you once more. Hello, Steven. I am Oak from Plateau. Currently, I am on a journey to collect 8 badges for the Quartz Conference. Naturally, Oak was not one to shy away from another challenge posed by Steven. He couldn't help but wonder if his own arrival had somehow intensified the competition for this year's quartz conference. Indeed, I feel the same way. After a friendly exchange, Oak and Steven agreed to battle at the quartz conference before bidding each other farewell. At this moment, aside from his brother, Green, and the main protagonist, Ash, Oak found himself facing at least 4 formidable opponents for the upcoming quartz conference, including the fierce trainer, Xiao Ming, and the newcomer, Steven from Unova. Meanwhile, at the Nibby gym, a Geodude collapsed before a formidable green turtle. Is this green turtle truly that powerful? The gym leader's Geodude barely lasted a few rounds before going down. I would love to capture one. Dream on. That's one of the Sinnoh region's starter Pokémon, Turtwig. We don't even have its habitat in Kanto. You think you'll catch one? Oh, I see. I wasn't aware. Congratulations, young man. You have earned the Nibby badge. The gym leader ignored the onlookers and directly handed the badge to Shinji. Thank you for the guidance. Shinji replied coldly as he accepted the badge and turned away with his Turtwig. With more than half a year until the quartz conference, Shinji had already collected 5 badges, and he needed to hasten his Pokémon collection. Meanwhile, Oak arrived at the Rainbow City store. The recent gym battles had revealed some deficiencies in his Pokémon's movesets. Particularly, Rosalia had been at a disadvantage due to its limited skill set while it was still Mewtwo. During this visit to the Rainbow Mall, Oak decided to enhance Rosalia's repertoire with some Poison-type moves, such as Poison Jab and Sludge Bomb, as well as adding moves like Brick Break, Protect, and Light Screen to his other Pokémon. Aside from these 2 Pokémon, the remaining 4 either had sufficient skills for the moment or were too low in level to require further enhancement. After fortifying his Pokémon's movesets, Oak departed from Rainbow City, heading towards Moonlight Town. Over the past few days, he had been reflecting on the P1 tournament. The name had struck a familiar chord when he first heard it from Kanagawa. Upon arriving in Rainbow City, he recalled why the name resonated with him. In the original storyline, there was a man in Moonlight Town who abandoned his family for the sake of the P1 tournament. This man was responsible for Ash losing a promising Infernape. Many Pokémon enthusiasts in his past life had speculated that if Ash hadn't given away his Infernape, his performance in the Quartz Conference might have been significantly better. After all, in the round of 16 to 8 battles, Ahang's team could be described, without a hint of politeness, as a team of babies. If not for Ash's low trainer level, compounded by his Charizard's disobedience and his limited choice of Pokémon, Ahang would have surely faced defeat. If the events in Moonlight Town were to follow the original plot, Oak resolved to prevent Ash from making such a foolish decision. On a deserted mountain road, Oak trained alongside his Pokémon, advancing at a leisurely pace. According to Kanagawa's commentary, the P1 fighting tournament was still about a week away, and the journey from Rainbow City to Moonlight Town would take just 2 days, 2 full days, to be precise. Thus, Oak traveled at a relaxed pace, unbeknownst to him. As he exited Rainbow City, Ash and his friends were just entering. Meanwhile, the organizers of the P1 tournament in Moonlight Town were finalizing preparations, and outside the town, a middle-aged man was conducting final pre-match training with his Infernape. Behind a large tree, a delicate girl watched the scene with a complex expression as she observed the man and his Infernape. Chapter 18. The P1 tournament commences. The fierce battle of the P1 tournament begins, featuring a girl named Aimee, whose father, Shandu, stands not far away. In his relentless pursuit of victory in the Pokémon fighting tournament, Shanda has forsaken his family, training in the deep mountains. Had the competition not been imminent, Aimee would scarcely have glimpsed her father's presence. She resolves that in order for her father to return to their family, someone must defeat his formidable Pokémon, Abalong. Aimee steels herself, determined to become powerful for the sake of her father's return. However, as the daughter of a man who has abandoned her, Aimee feels no particular obligation to him. Yet, her genuine desire remains for Shandu to come back home and live together as a family. 6 days later, within the Pokémon Center of Moonlight Town, Daiki has been waiting for 3 or 4 days. He completed his registration for the P1 fighting tournament yesterday and is now eagerly anticipating the arrival of Ash and his companions. Outside the town, Ash and his friends engage in a friendly skirmish with a training Abalong. Pikachu, donned in boxing gloves, finds himself swiftly overwhelmed by the serious Abalong's rapid punches. The ensuing events unfold much like those in the original narrative, with Shandu boasting about the prowess of his Abalong and welcoming Ash's challenge. Aimee appears, beseeching Ash and his friends to defeat Shandu. The kind-hearted Brock, moved by Aimee's plea, readily agrees to assist her. Thus, the 4 companions set forth towards the Pokémon Center. Half an hour later, upon entering, Daiki spots them immediately after having waited for quite some time. Ah, Ash, Misty. Brock, it's been ages. Is this beautiful girl a new addition to your traveling party? In contrast to their previous encounter, Daiki approaches with enthusiasm this time. Ah, sorry. You misunderstood. I am Aimee. I am not a traveling companion of Ash. Oh, I see. My apologies for jumping to conclusions, Daiki responds. Though his thoughts betray curiosity about her actual role. That's quite all right. Daiki, what brings you here? Unable to contain his impatience, Ash inquires as soon as I may finish his speaking. With Misty and Brock sharing his inquisitive gaze, they recall that Daiki had departed from Koreha City before them, and logically, his journey should have progressed more swiftly. I learned from a formidable opponent that this town would host a fighting tournament. I came to partake in some unique battles. That's wonderful. Brock and I plan to compete as well. At last, we can face off. Ash exclaims with excitement, eager for a chance to battle his childhood friend Daiki. Although Ash enjoys playful banter with Daiki, he harbors a genuine concern for him. However, Ash knows little about Daiki, as he often found him engrossed in self-training or perusing dizzying books while Ash and Shigeru frolicked. Let us hope we cross paths. Daiki, possessing foresight, is aware that Team Rocket will also make an appearance in this tournament. As antagonists, they are likely to resort to underhanded tactics to secure victory. After agreeing to meet in the arena, the group exchanges brief pleasantries before Daiki takes his leave. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends, having restored their Pokemon's health, follow Aimee to register for the P1 tournament. The following day, the Pokemon fighting tournament officially commences at the venue, albeit the number of participants is rather sparse. The P1 Grand Tournament has begun. Contestants are entering the arena. First up is the fighting machine, Abalong, and its trainer, Shandu. Next, we have the referee's loud introduction prompts the audience, who have purchased tickets, to choose their favorite contestants, with the tournament organizers presenting the matchups and roster. Ash finds himself assigned to the first match against an unnamed passerby wielding a Machoke. Initially, Ash's Infernape is unresponsive to its trainer's commands. However, after Ash catches Infernape as it is sent flying, the bond between them solidifies, and Infernape quickly dispatches the passerby-S Machoke, securing victory in the first round. In the second match, Brock S. Onix faces Team Rocket S. Meowth, which they have fraudulently obtained from a genuine giant Pokemon. Within a few exchanges, Onix succumbs to the swift attacks of the cunning Meowth. Time does not halt for anyone's defeat as the rounds progress. Shandu's Abalong and Daiki's Machoke advance to the semifinals alongside Ash's Infernape and the giant Meowth. Soon, the semifinal matchups are announced, with Ash's Infernape set to battle the giant Meowth. To ensure the smooth progression of the tournament, Daiki discreetly sends his Pikachu and Arbok underneath the stage, capturing Meowth, who had planned to employ unscrupulous tactics for victory. Shortly thereafter, Meowth is returned to the surface, tightly bound by Arbok's body to avoid detection, without Meowth's meddling. The previously dominant Meowth falters under the ineffective commands of Jessie, allowing Ash's Infernape to seize victory with a powerful throw. With Meowth's defeat, Ash advances to the finals, while Team Rocket, deprived of Meowth, refrains from launching any further attacks. With Ash securing the first spot in the finals, preparations for the second match are underway. Chapter 19. Who will emerge as the Evolution Champion? After several hours of intense competition, we are now at the decisive moment. Will the seasoned veteran, Abalong, from our town, triumph over the newcomer, Damn, with his formidable strength? Let us all witness this thrilling event. I hereby declare the final match of this P1 fighting tournament to commence. It is truly astonishing that one can reach the semifinals solely by strength. Your prowess in this regard is quite remarkable. Although the referee announced the start of the match, neither contender charged forward immediately. Gazing at the robust form of Damn, whose physique surpassed that of his peers, a sense of possessiveness surged within Abalong. Not bad. I find his potential rather commendable. Despite appearing somewhat boastful, Damn spoke no falsehood. Among the 6 Pokémon at his disposal, Damn ranked third alongside the large-tongued shell, with only the fire lizard and the electric shock monster ahead of them. Meanwhile, the snake and the stunned flower languished in 4th and 5th place. How about this? Once the match concludes, entrust him to my care, and I shall nurture him into the strongest P1 champion. Abalong cast an envious glance at Damn's nonchalant demeanor, his heart brimming with jealousy. Uncle, I truly envy your audacity. How can you maintain such thick skin? Why should I hand over my Pokémon to you? Is it due to your shamelessness? Your abandonment of responsibilities? Or perhaps because, despite your advanced age, you have yet to secure a championship belt in a P1 tournament? One may possess a good temperament, but one must never indulge the despicable. Faced with Abalong's familiar provocations, Damn retorted without hesitation. To put it mildly, my grandfather, Professor Dammu, is the inaugural champion of the Quartz Conference and one of the most renowned scholars in the Pokémon world. If I fail to cultivate my Pokémon effectively, I can always seek guidance from my esteemed grandfather. Why should I entrust it to someone as irresponsible as you? Abalong's concealed intentions were laid bare by Damn, leaving him at a disadvantage and subject to a thorough verbal barrage. Almost driven to the brink of fury, Abalong's face darkened. exuding an aura that suggested he might devour Damyu whole. What? Am I mistaken? Your petty tricks can only deceive the dim-witted, sharp-tongued little brat. I hope your words are as potent on the battlefield as they are here. Confronted by Damyu's relentless pressure, Abalong took a moment to regain his composure. Since his thoughts had been exposed, let them settle matters on the field. Your concern is unnecessary. Damyu, unleash Bullet Punch. Hey, Abalong, we shall retaliate with Sonic Punch. Although Damyu held the advantage in words, Damyu found himself at a disadvantage in the clash against Abalong. While both moves bore equal power and priority, Bullet Punch possessed the steel typing, whereas Sonic Punch was of the fighting type. The disadvantage of typing was most pronounced when the two Pokémon were of similar levels. It seems your strength does not match your words. Seeing Abalong gain the upper hand, Damyu could not resist taunting. Uncle, you seem rather premature in your celebration. Damyu. After assuming a yoga pose, launch a poison jab. Hey, Abalong, execute a high-speed million-ton punch. Boom. The two distinct punches collided with ferocity, propelled by the two fighting-type Pokémon. With the enhancement from the yoga pose, Abalong began to match Abalong's prowess equally. Damn it, do not get too cocky, brat. Abalong. After flexing, unleash million-ton punch once more. Hey, Abalong, defend with protect. Although Abalong lacked defensive traits, ensuring his attack it did not impair his defense. Abalong's formidable assault was entirely absorbed by the protective barrier raised by Damyu. Cursed be. Abalong, evolve. Just as Abalong seethed with frustration, Damyu's next command left not only Abalong, but also the referee and the audience in stunned silence. What? Are you cheating? Following Damyu's command, Abalong, having stored ample energy, began to radiate a white glow. This transformation caused Abalong's eyes to redden with envy. One can hardly blame anyone for such feelings. Initially, his Pokémon and the opponent were evenly matched, sometimes even gaining the upper hand. But now, the opponent has evolved. They have grown stronger. Can one still enjoy the sport under such circumstances? Goliath, test your newfound strength with a full-powered bullet punch. Cooley, come on. Let us compete again. Abalong, unleash your full sonic punch. Yay. The two equally powerful, rapid punches collided. Yet this time the outcome was a stark contrast to their initial encounter. Abalong, Damyu could hardly believe that his Pokémon was being dominated. He sought to regroup, yet Damyu would not grant him that opportunity. Goliath, continue. Do not allow the opponent a moment's respite. Cooley, understood. The size of Goliath's fist rained down upon Abalong like a torrential downpour. Yea, I have lost. Abalong has lost the ability to battle, and Goliath is victorious. Let us congratulate Damyu on advancing to the finals. Now, let us take a 15-minute break before commencing the grand finale of this year's P1 tournament. The defeated retreated in disappointment while the victor celebrated jubilantly. Congratulations, Goliath. You have grown even taller post-evolution. Damyu beamed at Goliath, who now stood at the same height as him. Oh, it is worth noting that due to nutrition and exercise during childhood, or perhaps other factors, Damyu's height had surged to 1.7 meters at the age of 10. As time passed, Damyu felt his body could still grow taller. Cooley, yes, master, I feel an endless reservoir of strength within my body. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ash and his companions gathered to converse. Observing Goliath beside Damyu, Abalong's expression twisted with resentment. However, upon catching sight of the fiery monkey beside Ash, a different notion took root in his mind. In contrast to the astute Damyu, the somewhat foolish Ash seemed far easier to manipulate. Contemplating this possibility, Abalong surreptitiously revealed a cunning smile. Chapter 20. The champion's belt in hand threatens as Showdown believed his expressions and actions were discreet. Yet the observant Xiaoxia noticed the subtle changes. In contrast to Ash's excitement and Brock's infatuation with the beautiful Mei, it was evident that they were oblivious to Showdown's emotional fluctuations. After an anxious 10-minute wait, the moment finally arrived. All right, dear audience. We are about to commence the final match of this year's P1 Fighting Grand Prix. Both contenders are dark horses participating for the first time. Notably, they share the same age and have known each other since childhood, both hailing from the renowned Masera town. I hereby declare the final match of this year's P1 Fighting Grand Prix officially begins. Ash, let me witness how much you, the fifth-ranked in Shigeru's eyes, have grown. Initially, Ash intended to deliver an impassioned speech before the match. However, as soon as Professor Oak began to speak, it nearly made him choke. Damned Oak, my Infernape will surely astonish you. In a swift dash, Infernape executed a Fury Swipes attack. Baki, the reckless charge indeed suited your temperament, Ash. After fending off with a series of karate chops, Golem retaliated with a thunder punch. Infernape's quick claw strikes were effortlessly countered by Golem's powerful palm strikes. Moreover, Golem's towering stature seemed to dominate Infernape's attacks. Once the Fury Swipes concluded, Golem prepared for another Thunder Punch. Realizing the urgency, Ash quickly issued commands. Infernape leaped into the air, unleashing a Meteor Mash attack. Baki, bring it on. The dazzling white light of the Meteor Mash collided violently with the electrified Thunder Punch, sending both Pokémon hurtling backward. Ash, your Infernape possesses remarkable potential. Indeed, I told you, I have evolved beyond my former self. In response to Oak's praise, the still youthful and impetuous Ash, oblivious to the treachery of the world, puffed out his chest with pride. Though impressive, victory shall undoubtedly belong to my Golem. Prepare yourself. Ash, Golem, follow up with a bullet punch after assuming a yoga stance. Baki, come on, Infernape, receive this. The outcome is still far from decided. Infernape braced itself, intercepting the attack with a palm strike before executing a low kick. Baki, fueled by determination, Infernape struggled to withstand Golem's enhanced bullet punch. As it prepared to crouch and kick, it suddenly lost its balance and fell backward. Infernape, are you alright? Stand up. Baki, I cannot fall here. Such commendable tenacity, yet ultimately futile. Golem, following a yoga stance, unleashed a rock smash attack. Infernape's efforts to hold its ground elicited admiration from Oak for its spirit. Once trainers forge a bond with their Pokémon, the latter strive to surpass themselves for the sake of their trainer's victories. With a powerful movement, Golem awakened its hidden strength. Its right hand enveloped in a luminous fighting energy, directed straight at Infernape. Infernape, pour all your strength into this final blow. Leap with all your might and execute the Meteor Mash. Baki, defeat it, Golem. Put everything into this attack, Infernape. Baki, this is what I wish to convey as well. Boom. Even with the momentum of a high-flying attack, Infernape could not withstand Golem's enhanced force. Infernape was sent crashing down from the stage, incapacitated. The victor has been determined. Let us congratulate Professor Oak and his Pokémon Golem for winning this year's P1 Fighting Grand Prix. As Oak ascended the stage to receive his award, Showdown sensed an opportunity had arisen. Ash, do not lose heart. Your Infernape possesses exceptional talent. With specialized training, it will surely emerge as a champion in the future. Thus began Showdown's scheme to deceive Ash to achieve his own desires. Those embroiled in their own dilemmas often fail to see the truth, while observers remain clear-minded. Although Showdown's words deceived Ash, they did not escape the watchful eyes of Xiaoxia. As for Brock, enamored as he was by the lovely May, he remained oblivious to the unfolding deception. Really? Perhaps it does possess such potential. The naive Ash remained entirely unaware of Showdown's sinister intentions, believing the latter was merely offering consolation. What do you say? Shall I take it under my wing? I assure you, it will claim victory in the P1 Fighting Grand Prix in the future. Finally, Showdown revealed his true intentions, having laid the groundwork to acquire Infernape. Ash, should you entrust Infernape to him, I shall promptly contact my grandfather, urging him to report to the League and revoke your status as a trainer. The consequence? You shall never reunite with your Pokémon, including Pikachu. While Oak prepared to deliver his acceptance speech, he kept a watchful eye on Ash. To prevent this fool from being tricked, Oak knew he must play the villain. You cannot do this. Upon hearing that he might be separated from his Pokémon, Ash could never agree. The organizers of the P1 tournament and the spectators remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, but that did not hinder their enjoyment of the spectacle. I am Professor Oak, hailing from Mossera Town. My grandfather is Professor Okido, renowned in the industry. He is the first champion of the Kanto Indigo League and the most esteemed Pokémon researcher in this world. Ash, if you can so easily abandon your Pokémon, I will immediately contact my grandfather to reconsider my previous suggestion. Although Oak's words were directed at Ash, they also served to intimidate Showdown. Should such a scoundrel cross paths with Golem in the wild, he would have been crushed long ago. However, for now, they were in town. The onlookers, upon hearing Oak's threats and recalling his earlier conversation with Showdown, began to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Showdown felt a chill run down his spine as Oak introduced himself. As the crowd's gaze shifted towards him, Showdown hurriedly took his daughter May's hand and fled the scene, covering her face. Chapter 21. The Pursuit of Casey after Shanda departed with his daughter Aimee. The accomplished Okido took no further interest in Satoshi. At that moment, Okido, microphone in hand, delivered some vacuous remarks from the award stage before guiding Satoshi and his companions to the Pokémon Center. Naturally, the onlookers and the organizers of the P1 competition would not dare to offend Okido, who had the esteemed Professor Okido backing him. All for the sake of Amir Shandu. Before departing, Okido reclaimed the electrode and Arbok that had been restraining Nyasu. Freed from their constraints, Nyasu swiftly returned to the side of Musashi and Kojuru. Nyasu, where have you been? Why did you not follow our plan? Musashi, with her fiery temperament, immediately seized Nyasu. If she did not receive a satisfactory explanation, Her other fist would surely deliver a punishing blow, reminiscent of its favorite sandbag. Yes, yes. Do you not realize how heavy Musashi is? My shoulders are still sore from the pressure. Kojiro attempted to voice his grievances, only to be met with an enraged punch from Musashi. That is not the point. How dare you casually comment on a lady's weight? Musashi's eyes blazed with fury. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. Kojiro quickly prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for mercy, displaying a level of familiarity with this routine that suggested he had practiced it often. As Nyasu attempted to explain to the duo, Okido was simultaneously engaged in a conversation with Professor Okido at the Pokémon Center. And that is how it unfolded. That foolish Satoshi nearly fell for the ruse and surrendered a highly qualified boom burst. Okido recounted the events to his grandfather. Satoshi, is this true? Though I am aware that you can sometimes be unreliable, as a trainer, how could you so readily hand over your Pokémon to another? Professor Okido inquired. Furthermore, while I can understand that you and Kasumi are novice trainers, why did you not intervene, Takashi? The professor expressed his confusion as to why the more experienced Takashi did not dissuade Satoshi. Don't even mention it. He was already entranced by the allure of a beautiful woman, Okido remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm at the thought of Takashi's infatuated demeanor. As the eldest among the original trio, Takashi was generally reliable, yet his intellect seemed to plummet to zero, or even below, in the presence of beauty. A particularly glaring instance occurred aboard the Saint Anu, when he was compelled to persuade Satoshi into trading his Butterfree for a Rattata due to his fixation on the lady accompanying the gentleman. Although Satoshi eventually reclaimed his Butterfree, Takashi, with his wealth of experience, had revealed an easily exploitable weakness that could adversely affect those around him. What? Professor Okido, overhearing this, was left speechless, astonished by the revelation. Meanwhile, Satoshi and Takashi, both flushed with embarrassment, lowered their heads in acceptance of their reprimand. Grandfather, I am truly sorry. I recognize my error. Satoshi confessed. I am equally remorseful. Takashi chimed in. Faced with the earnest apologies of Satoshi and Takashi, what could Professor Okido and Okido do? Naturally, they chose to forgive them. Grandfather, this incident, while not insignificant, is not overly consequential, I hope. I borrowed your name somewhat indiscriminately. It won't reflect poorly on you. Will it? Despite his grandfather's esteemed reputation within the league, Okido was concerned that his actions might cause trouble for the elder. Not at all. However, neither of you has sent any Pokémon. Especially you, Okido. Satoshi at least delivered an underdeveloped Kingler recently, yet you have sent none. Professor Okido lamented, discontented with his grandson's lack of contributions. I understand, grandfather. Before the court's conference, I shall capture several Pokémon. Rest assured, Professor Okido. I will strive to do my best. Very well. I shall leave it at that. Professor Okido sighed, feeling exasperated by the two obstinate individuals. After offering a few more words of advice, the call came to an end. Okido declined Satoshi's invitation to accompany him on his journey and embarked on his own path. The nearest gym to Moonlight Town was the Coral Gym located in Akane City, accessible via two routes, one frequented by trainers and the other a seldom-trodden path. Without hesitation, Okido chose the latter, a muddy trail rarely traversed by trainers. In the Pokémon world, the presence of trainers and human encroachment upon wilderness areas had led to daily disturbances for the wild Pokémon surrounding towns. For many trainers, capturing a diverse array of Pokémon might be their goal and delight. However, such actions had resulted in numerous wild Pokémon losing their homes, forcing those who preferred solitude to retreat deep into the mountains. Although Okido understood that venturing into the heart of the mountains did not guarantee encounters with rare Pokémon, he recognized that avoiding them altogether would diminish the likelihood even further. That night, within a dense forest on the way to Akane City, Okido set up camp and began preparing dinner for his Pokémon. Unbeknownst to him, a few kilometers from his campsite, two Pokémon hunters were hot on the trail of a frightened Casey. Despite being a psychic-type Pokémon capable of utilizing teleportation, Casey was currently panting heavily, struggling to escape. Though exhausted, the instinct for survival compelled Casey to persevere. While navigating the dense forest and employing teleportation, Casey suddenly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance. What is that scent? Curiosity is a trait shared by both humans and Pokémon, considering the two hunters relentlessly pursuing him. The astute and intelligent Casey devised a cunning plan to turn the tables. Chapter 22, Confrontation with the Elven Hunters in order to execute her plan. Casey deliberately left footprints as she fled, allowing the two pursuers, a tall and short, stout and slender duo of elven hunters, to discover her escape route. Sure enough, not long after Casey had departed, the hunters found the traces she had intentionally left behind. Look, Casey's footprints. The stout one, Kenichi, exclaimed, pointing to the ground. It seems we were right. Let's hurry and pursue. We must not let her escape. With that, the rotund and lean hunters followed the trail that Casey had left, heading towards the Great Wood Crane camp. Meanwhile, Casey was concealed within the branches of a large tree adjacent to the camp, peering through the gaps to gain a clear view of the happenings below. She intended to remain there and witness the unfolding drama she had orchestrated. At that moment, the Great Wood Crane, blissfully unaware of the impending danger lurking outside its camp, was enjoying dinner. It soon noticed the absence of the usual sounds of elves munching on their food, curiously lifting its head. It was greeted by a sight reminiscent of a previous encounter when capturing the ABO snake. Could it be that more elves were presenting themselves? Feeling fortunate, the Great Wood Crane set down its utensils and activated its scanning eye. Species: Houndoom. Gender: male. Ability: Flash Fire, absorbs fire attacks to enhance its own fire moves. Skills: Glare, Ember, Howl, Smog, Thunderfang, Roar, Bite, Scent Detection, Ambush, Firefang, Flamethrower. Learning moves: Shadow Ball, Shadow Clone. Inherited skills: Feint Attack, Flame Burst. Species: Scyther. Gender: male. Ability: Technician, boosts the power of weaker moves. Skills: Glare, Quick Attack, Vacuum Wave, Focus Energy, Pursuit, Aerial Ace, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Slash. Learning moves: Light Screen. Brick Break. Inherited skills: Steel Wing, Hold Back. Species: Kadabra. Gender: male. Ability: Magic Guard, prevents damage from non-physical attacks during battle. Skills: Teleport. Inherited skills: Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Fling. The scanning eye revealed the positions of Houndoom and Scyther, as well as the hidden Kadabra, all laid bare to the Great Wood Crane. However, the Great Wood Crane had no time to contend with Kadabra. For the intelligence provided by the scanning eye not only offered information, but also exposed the positions of the elves. The proximity of Houndoom and Scyther indicated to the Great Wood Crane that they were indeed trained elves. Besides Charmeleon and Oddish, you four are to prepare for battle. Understood. Received. Charmeleon and Oddish took their positions beside the Great Wood Crane for protection, while the four elves led by Gyarados watched intently from the underbrush, fixated on Houndoom and Scyther. In the wild, encountering unknown trainers necessitated immediate caution, a lesson imparted by Professor Oak to his two grandsons. Human intentions are often inscrutable, and first impressions can be misleading. Without making the Great Wood Crane wait, the concealed duo, Hiroshi and Kenichi, emerged from the shadows with their respective elves. You two are elven hunters, aren't you? The Great Wood Crane's tone was more assertive than inquisitive. As soon as the words left its beak, the four designated elves could hardly contain their eagerness to spring into action. Hiroshi, I don't see Kadabra. However, that kid opposite us appears to be an alliance trainer and has a full roster of elves. Though merely a statement, Kenichi's tone was tinged with envy. Both he and his companion Hiroshi were common trainers, unable to afford the exorbitant annual fees set by the alliance, which barred them from receiving starter elves at the age of 10. To alter their fates, they had taken on various roles as insect catchers, young fishermen, and more. But none had proven fruitful. Ultimately, they were compelled to take the path of elven hunters, each burdened by the need to support their families, limiting their own number of elves to just one. Indeed, but we should still inquire. Just because they have more elves doesn't mean they are stronger, Hiroshi remarked, a hint of arrogance in his voice, likening themselves to resilient weeds battered by storms, contrasting with the delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Huh, that holds true, Kenichi replied. And together they approached the camp with Houndoom and Scyther in tow, unfazed by the lack of response from their adversaries, who were now approaching with ill intentions. The Great Wood Crane wasted no time. It commanded its elves to launch an attack. Yet, recognizing the limitations of a single individual's reaction time, it only sent forth 2 elves for this initial probing assault. Electrode, use Shock Wave on Scyther. ABO Snake, deploy Acid on Houndoom. Understood. Received. Blue arcs of electricity and purple toxic liquid surged towards Scyther and Houndoom. Since we've initiated the attack, we shall not hold back either. Scyther, use Vacuum Wave to block the Shock Wave, then retaliate against Electrode with Brick Break. Huh, kid, you've brought misfortune upon yourself. If you know what's good for you, surrender all your elves at once. Perhaps my esteemed Kenichi might spare your life. Houndoom, incinerate the acid with Flamethrower. Despite the cancellation of the attacks by Electrode and ABO Snake and the taunts of the 2 elven hunters, the Great Wood Crane remained unfazed. Its confidence stemmed from the fact that its 3 strongest elves had yet to be deployed. Moreover, one of the opposing trainers had grossly underestimated Electrode's capabilities. In a life-and-death battle, the mastery of information is of utmost importance. Only in the darkness do these wild dogs possess such audacity. Electrode, unleash Fire Punch on Scyther. ABO Snake, after glaring at Houndoom, Use Rock Tomb to control the battlefield. Understood. Got it, Master. How infuriating. Does this Electrode know how to use Fire Punch? With no formal training, Hiroshi and Kenichi's understanding of elves paled in comparison to that of the Greatwood Crane, who had long since acquired information on the two hunters' elves through the scanning eye. This knowledge was precisely why the Greatwood Crane refrained from deploying Charmeleon and Oddish, as Charmeleon's fire attacks would only bolster their adversaries, and both of the opponent's elves had advantageous matchups against Oddish. Unless absolutely necessary, the Greatwood Crane would avoid engaging in fruitless endeavors. Chapter 23. The capture of Casey's nameless fruit tree. The sharp scythe of the flying mantis's right arm clashed with the flame-encased fist of the electric creature. As a bug and flying-type Pokémon, the mantis found itself at a severe disadvantage when confronted with a fire attack that was doubly effective against it. Despite its formidable strength, it could not escape the inherent vulnerability to fire. At the same time, Black Houndoom was trapped within a rocky enclosure created by the Arbok, unable to evade due to the paralysis inflicted by a prior glare from the serpentine foe. Normally, Houndoom's speed would allow it to dodge such obstacles. But now it was ensnared, watching helplessly as boulders sealed off its escape. Without needing a command from the leader, the Arbok relentlessly sprayed corrosive liquid towards the center of the confinement. It seems you are done for. Let us press the advantage. Electric creature. Unleash your thunder wave on the flying mantis. Hawlucha, strike Houndoom with your brick break. Wait. We concede. Please spare us. We can offer compensation. Kojiro and Kenichi attempted to surrender, misjudging the leader's intentions towards his adversaries. Is it that simple? If I were to lose today, would you show me mercy? The leader's voice held a chilling finality. Electric creature, Hawlucha, move swiftly. To show mercy to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. No, you cannot do this. Such considerations are irrelevant. From the moment you two provoked me, your fate was sealed. The blue electric arc surged onto the flying mantis, delivering devastating results. The paralyzed Houndoom could not evade Hawlucha's attack either. The fallen mantis and Houndoom did not satisfy the leader. Charmeleon, unleash your flames. With that, the two Pokémon hunters and their companions embarked on a one-way journey to the afterlife. After being engulfed in Charmeleon's fire, these darkened forms would soon become nourishing fertilizer for the earth. Will you come down willingly to be captured, or must I subdue you first? After dealing with the troublesome adversaries, the leader approached the great tree where Casey was hidden, ready to threaten. Psychic-type Pokémon, alongside Dragon and Ghost types, were revered in the Pokémon world as some of the most rare and powerful creatures. A wild psychic Pokémon often incited fervent pursuits among trainers, including the leader. Before him stood a Casey of considerable potential. The leader mused that no trainer would easily let such an opportunity slip away. Oh no, I've really gotten myself into trouble this time. Gazing at the threatening leader and his 6 companions, Casey recalled the fate of the fallen hunters and their Pokémon. Despite any regrets, the exhausted Casey lacked the strength to resist. It seems you have already made a choice. Go forth. Pokeball. Do I even have a choice? Casey resignedly transformed into a red light and was captured within the Pokeball. The ball did not tremble, confirming the success of the capture. Hawlucha. I will teleport you back to my grandfather shortly. Remember to keep up with your daily training. Understood. After receiving Hawlucha's response, the leader stored it in the Pokeball and busied himself with the Pokédex. Moments later, Hawlucha's ball vanished in a flash of white light from the leader's hand. At present, among his Pokémon, only Hawlucha had recently evolved. What it needed now was nourishment and consistent training. In Plateau, within Professor Oak's laboratory, the esteemed professor was engrossed in research. Suddenly, the teleporter emitted a sound. At this hour, who could be sending a Pokémon? Professor Oak curiously checked and discovered it was his grandson. A smile crept onto his lips. His greatest worry would soon be alleviated. I truly look forward to your future. The following morning dawned bright and fair. After breakfast, the leader set forth on his journey with Charmeleon. As he walked, he pondered how best to cultivate the newly captured Casey. Psychic Pokémon primarily wield formidable psychic abilities, akin to mages skilled in long-range control and spell damage. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that this particular Casey possessed 4 inherited moves, all of which were physical melee skills. The leader found himself in a predicament, as it seemed this psychic had taken the path of a warrior instead. The only consolation was that Casey was still in its initial stage and had not yet established its battle style. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his peers, who had attempted to forcefully alter the natural capabilities of their Pokémon, resulting in the degradation of their potential. 3 days later, one afternoon amidst the mountains, the leader stumbled upon a tree bearing peculiar fruits, surrounded by numerous Pokémon. Among the branches, he spotted several nearly ripe fruits. However, he was unfamiliar with this tree, given that Pokémon possessed heightened sensory abilities beyond those of humans. The leader doubted that so many Pokémon gathered around the tree without purpose. Let us try this. He activated his scanning ability, and a surge of information flooded his mind. Nameless fruit, a rare fruit that matures over several decades, infused with the energies of nature. This energy can accelerate a Pokémon's growth without any side effects. Well, this is a marvelous natural growth enhancer. This would be particularly beneficial for Casey or Magikarp, who initially lack significant battle prowess. Chapter 24. The contest for the nameless tree fruit and the strengthened rivals Damu. He gazed at the tree, where dozens of fruits were on the verge of ripening. He understood why a swarm of wild spirits was gathered beneath it. At this moment, Damu he felt a tinge of regret for not having tamed any flying-type spirits. Moments ago, he had utilized his probing eye to scan the information of these wild spirits and discovered that most of them were of lower-tier strength. With only a few reaching a higher tier, Damu he silently calculated his chances of success. If he had chosen to strike decisively from the outset, facing all the wild spirits would have been a challenging endeavor. However, if he entered the fray while the wild spirits were engaged in battle amongst themselves, his odds would significantly improve. Whether the scenario of the clam and the snipe dispute, while the fisherman profits would be replicated, depended on Damuhi's ability to seize the opportune moment for his entrance. Observing the delicate fruits from a distance, Damuhi set up a concealed tent several hundred meters away from the great tree. Besides a Boshi, who was hidden and observing from the shadows, Damuhi rested inside the tent with his other spirits, conserving energy for the impending snatch. Meanwhile, in the spirit center of Kai City, Stephen, who had crossed paths with Damuhi, was on a long-distance call with his father. Dad, I have already secured 5 badges. Rest assured, I will emerge victorious in the court's conference. Stephen, in a tone reminiscent of boasting, shared his joy and showcased his collection of badges with his father. Excellent. Well done. Before the court's conference begins, your mother and I will be there to cheer you on. Thank you, Dad. By the way, how have you and Mom been lately? Although he was traveling, Stephen remained concerned about the harmony of his parents' relationship. The primary reason for his mother's apprehension regarding his journey to Kanto was the long distance and unfamiliarity with the area. In contrast, his father supported Stephen's adventure, leading to some minor tensions between his parents prior to Stephen's departure. Don't worry about that. I've been reassuring her. She will be fine. By the way, I managed to get you a young dragon-type spirit from Longxiang. Send me the receiving code, and I will teleport it to you right away. Oh, really? Thank you so much, Dad. Stephen's heart raced with excitement. The trembling of his hands perfectly described his current state. The powerful dragon-type spirits from Longxiang had always been his favorite. However, his enthusiasm was shared by others, and he had not secured one for himself before departing. To his surprise, after months in Kanto, his father had managed to procure a remarkable Pokémon from Longxiang. How could this not fill Stephen with delight? That's wonderful. Your happiness is all that matters. Although acquiring this dragon-type spirit had required considerable effort on his part, seeing his son's joyful expression made all his efforts worthwhile. Simultaneously, in the spirit center of Rainbow City, a similar scene unfolded. With the same formula and flavor, only the protagonist had changed. Shinji, wearing a cold, stoic expression, was conversing with a person who bore a striking resemblance to him on a video call. Shinji, just the other day, I encountered a well-qualified scyther. Since you contacted me today, send me your receiving code, and I will teleport it to you. On the other end of the line, Lazy looked at his icy-faced younger brother with a sense of helplessness. Shinji's transformation was a consequence of his impulsive challenges against formidable opponents during his youth. Understood. 3 days later, the fruits on the nameless tree were ripe and ready for harvest. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted among a group of wild spirits beneath the tree. Having consumed 3 days' worth of rations, Damuhi was observing the chaos from a nearby thicket with a group of spirits equipped with binoculars. The wild spirits were embroiled in a fierce melee, and Damuhi, as an outsider, was assessing which wild spirits posed a threat to him. The wild spirits had divided into 4 factions. First, there was the Nido family, led by a pair of Nidoking. Next was a family of bug types, led by a Beedrill. On another side, a grass-type faction was led by a Vileplume. Lastly, there were some lone spirits or weaker ones seeking to take advantage of the chaos. However, attaining leadership among such factions was no easy feat. After a silent exchange among the 3 faction leaders, they swiftly turned their attention to the lone spirits. In the midst of the battlefield, Vileplume unleashed its stun spore, incapacitating several spirits with its golden powder. Although grass types were generally weaker, a grass-type spirit enhanced by stun spore could be quite troublesome. Compared to Vileplume, the Beedrill and Nido family had a distinct advantage, especially with the Nidoking and Beedrill leaders charging into the ranks of the lone spirits. Damuhi had initially felt drawn to the Nido family, but upon witnessing Nidoking's reckless assault, his interest waned. There was a profound difference between bravery and foolishness. Time would not halt for anyone's downfall. As time passed, only a few spirits, sensing the unfavorable situation, managed to escape, while the remaining lone spirits were defeated by the three factions. After eliminating the lone spirits, the three factions reverted to being foes once again. A new melee ensued, and soon, the Beedrill family was the first to be eliminated. Despite their high attack and speed, they were outmatched by the grass types using Stun Spore and the Nido family with their superior strength and defense, particularly against the likes of Gloom and Oddish. The Beedrill were effectively worn down by their Stun Spore. With the Beedrill family dispatched, the focus shifted to the Nido family and the Gloom family. 2 hours later, after waiting in the grass for 5 hours, Demui finally spotted the opportune moment to enter the fray. Shelter, use Supersonic to control the field. Aboshi, use Glare. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower against Vileplume. Electabuzz, employ Ice Punch on Nidoking. Oddish, use Magical Leaf to clear the battlefield. All 5 spirits, except for Kadabra, entered the fray. Unbeknownst to Nidoking and Vileplume, who were intent on determining the final victor, they were about to have their hard-fought gains snatched away. Amidst their regret and unwillingness, Nidoking and Vileplume succumbed to their final cries, losing their strength completely. As Oddish harvested the fruit, the others continued to clear the battlefield. Chapter 25. The Light of Evolution. Upon receiving the order from the Great Wood Crane to clear the battlefield, the 6 Pokémon, each assigned a distinct role, swiftly dealt with the remaining exhausted creatures. Once the fruits were entirely harvested by the bewildering flower, the Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating everything in its path. Born from the earth, destined to return to it. After retreating to a concealed campsite, the Great Wood Crane meticulously counted the spoils, 18 fully ripened tree fruits. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, leaving the 6 Pokémon eagerly drooling in anticipation. All right, don't drool too much. I shall distribute them now. The Great Wood Crane allocated 2 tree fruits to each Pokémon. Among the remaining 6, 2 were reserved for the powerful Pokémon residing with the grandfather, while the other 4 were set aside for future captures, whether from the fossil Pokémon within the Great Stupid Valley or the wild creatures in the open fields. The Great Wood Crane was certain that he would find some that captured his interest. After the distribution of the tree fruits, the 6 Pokémon eagerly began to devour them. Meanwhile, the Great Wood Crane activated his observation eyes, intently monitoring the transformations occurring within their bodies. As the 6 Pokémon consumed the unknown tree fruits, the energy accumulated over several years was released within them. The first to react was the bewildering flower, as its voracious appetite allowed it to consume the fruit the fastest. However, aside from a flickering white light emanating from its body, no significant changes were observed. The Great Wood Crane speculated that it was on the verge of evolution but lacked the necessary evolutionary item. Nevertheless, even without evolving, the bewildering flower experienced a substantial increase in level and acquired numerous skills. Following the bewildering flower was the Charmeleon. Unlike the bewildering flower, the Charmeleon did not require an evolutionary item. Therefore, when it could no longer contain the energy surging within, it was capable of evolving on its own. Upon evolving into a Charizard, the 2-headed Arbok transformed into a 2-headed Arbok variant, the Electabuzz evolved into Electivire, and the Abra evolved into Alakazam. Among the 6 Pokémon, only the bewildering flower and the Shelter did not complete their evolution due to the need for evolution items, merely increasing in level. Nonetheless, all 6 Pokémon reached an advanced late stage, poised to enter the early elite tier at any moment. Species: Charizard. Gender: male. Ability: Blaze. Skills: Ember, Smokescreen, Roar. Dragon Breath, Air Slash, Cut, Shadow Claw, Flame Fang, Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Wing Attack. Move Tutor: Dragon Claw, Dig, Earthquake, Thunder Punch, Solar Beam. Inherited skills: Overheat, Dragon Pulse, Crunch, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Draco Meteor. Species: Bewildering Flower. Gender: female. Ability: Chlorophyll. Skills: Vine Whip, Bind, Growth, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore. Acid: Sweet Scent, Gastro Acid. Move Tutor: Protect, Light Screen, Substitute, Sludge Bomb, Mud Bomb. Inherited skills: Magical Leaf, Photosynthesis. Species: Arbok, 2-headed variant. Gender: male. Ability: Intimidate. Skills: Bind, Poison Sting, Bite, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Glare, Screech, Acid, Crunch, Charge, Spit Up, Swallow, Acid Bomb. Move Tutor: Protect, Light Screen, Dig, Poison Jab, Earthquake. Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Substitute. Inherited skills: Pursuit, Iron Tail, Poison Tail. Species: Electivire. Gender: male. Ability: Static. Skills: Leer, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Low Kick, Thunder Wave, Swift. Light Screen, Electro Ball, Thunder Punch. Inherited Skills, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Cross Chop, Barrier, Yoga Pose. Species, Shelter, Gender. Female, Ability, Shell Armor, Skills, Tackle, Withdraw, Sonic Boom. Ice Shard, Protect, Leer, Shell Smash, Ice Beam, Shell Blade, Aurora Beam. Inherited Skills, Water Pulse, Water Ring, Mud Shot, Rapid Spin. Species, Alakazam, Gender, Male, Ability, Magic Guard. Skills, Teleport, Confusion, Bend Spoon. Disable, Switcheroo, Psychic, Light Screen, Telekinesis, Recover. Inherited Skills, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Knock Off. The sudden surge in strength can sometimes influence the mindset of both humans and Pokémon. Furthermore, the power gained through external assistance often leaves the recipient with a sense of superficiality, much like Ash's Charizard from the original series. An unstable foundation coupled with consecutive evolutions can lead to a feeling of fragility. While it may succeed against lower-level Pokémon, encountering a higher-level or equally matched opponent could spell disaster. To avert such a scenario, the Great Wood Crane believed it necessary for the 6 Pokémon to acclimate to their newfound strength. Thus, half a month passed. During this time, the Great Wood Crane and the 6 Pokémon trained in the wild to adapt to their heightened abilities. After extensive battles and practice over these weeks, the 6 Pokémon had largely adjusted to their current prowess. Once they had mastered their skills, the Great Wood Crane, accompanied by Alakazam, traversed the roads of Shallow Red City. Compared to before their evolutions, the Great Wood Crane relished the companionship of the Charizard. Now towering over 2 meters, the Charizard provided the exhilarating experience of flight, allowing the Great Wood Crane to reach heights previously deemed unreachable, transforming the very air into something sublime. 3 days later, at noon, after nearly 20 days of rugged living in the wilderness, the Great Wood Crane finally arrived at Shallow Red City. Upon entering the city, he adhered to his usual routine, first visiting the Pokémon Center for rest, allowing the Pokémon to recuperate while he refreshed himself. Once everything was settled, he began to reach out to his grandfather. "Oh, it's Crane. Which city are you in now? You haven't contacted me in ages. Grandfather, have you been eating regularly? And how is my powerful Pokémon?" In response to the inquiries of Professor Oak, the Great Wood Crane deflected with his own questions. I've eaten. For lunch today, I had sturgeon noodle soup. As for your powerful Pokémon, it's being well taken care of. So no need to worry." "Really? That is wonderful. If I earn the Shallow Badge tomorrow, I will only need 1 more badge to participate in this year's Quartz Conference." Crane, while your badge collection is progressing well, your Pokémon captures seem rather scarce. I understand you are pursuing the elite path, but you should at least cultivate a few backup Pokémon. Grandfather, I have my plans in mind. Rest assured. All right, let us leave it at that. With his grandson's assurances and specific location, Professor Oak refrained from further persuasion. This was the path chosen by the Great Wood Crane, and as his elder, all he could do was offer guidance should he stray. Beyond that, there was little else he could assist with. After all, this was the Great Wood Crane's own journey. Chapter 26, Acquiring Evolution Stones and the Challenge at the Shallow Red Gym. After concluding his conversation with Professor Oak, Demue temporarily departed from the Pokémon Center, consulting the map to locate the Pokémon Mall in Shallow Red City. Among the 7 Pokémon in his possession, only Charizard and Abra did not require evolution stones and had already fully evolved. The remaining 5 Pokémon, including Oddish and Shelter, needed evolution stones for their transformations. Meanwhile, Machoke and Gyarados required trading to evolve. As for Electabuzz, it posed the most complicated evolution process among his Pokémon, necessitating both the evolutionary amplifier and a trade. Moreover, it wasn't just the evolution items he sought. After nearly 20 days in the wild, Demue had exhausted the supplies in his backpack. He intended to take advantage of his time in the city to replenish his stock of Pokémon food, water, milk, and healing supplies. 40 minutes later, within the Pokémon Mall of Shallow Red City, Demue had nearly gathered all the other items he needed, aside from the evolution stones. Due to the considerable number of items he was purchasing, the mall's service manager had dispatched 2 staff members to assist him with the shopping cart. As Demue continued to add items to his cart, the smiles of the 2 attendants grew ever brighter. After all, this was a testament to their performance. Before long, Demue arrived at the section dedicated to evolutionary items. Upon seeing the 2 attendants behind him, the staff member in the section immediately guessed the situation. "What can I assist you with, sir?" "We offer all the commonly available evolution stones." With a warm smile that instantly evoked goodwill, she embodied the essence of customer service, far superior to a lackluster demeanor. "Oh, could you please fetch me 2 high-quality water stones and leaf stones? Additionally, if you have an evolutionary amplifier, I would appreciate that as well. Due to the variations in internal energy, evolution stones are categorized into high, medium, and low grades. The quality of the stone a Pokémon uses significantly influences its future potential. Soon, the earlier attendant returned, balancing a tray that held several evolution stones of various hues. I apologize, sir. The evolutionary amplifier sold out recently, and our new stock has yet to arrive. Currently, we only have the water stones and leaf stones you requested. That's all right. Let me examine the quality of these 2 evolution stones. Demue felt no anxiety regarding the unavailability of the evolution item. With the backing of his grandfather, should he fail to find the necessary items, he could always call home for assistance. Of course, please take a look. The tray held 3 water stones and 4 leaf stones, all of the highest quality. Demue intended to choose one casually, as their identical quality meant the effects would be the same. However, a particular water stone emanated a flickering white light, prompting Demue to activate his inspection eye. High-quality water stone, mutation, contains a trace of the legendary Articuno's core energy. When absorbed by ice or water-type Pokémon, it significantly enhances ice-type skill potency and may grant the ability to learn ice's essence. The excitement coursing through Demue was indescribable, his hands trembling in exhilaration. What fortune has smiled upon me? With eager anticipation, he scanned the other evolution stones, but regrettably, his luck concluded there. Please wrap up this water stone and this leaf stone for me. Having selected the evolution stones, Demue proceeded to choose some skills for his Pokémon. Among his 7 Pokémon, Electabuzz, Shellder, and Gyarados had yet to learn additional skills. He ventured to the skill learning machines section, equipping Electabuzz with the moves Protect and Brick Break. Demue had been impressed by the Electabuzz of his predecessor, Shinji, and deemed it wise to emulate those skills. For Shellder, he selected Surf, Charm, Substitute, and Shadow Clone, given Shellder's capacity to learn numerous ice and water-type skills. Demue opted for a mix of control and evasive skills. As for the Charm skill, it was a considerate choice due to Shellder's female designation. In the realm of Pokémon, males often outnumber females, so Demue prepared this unique move for her. Finally, for Gyarados, he equipped it with Protect, Substitute, Mystical Shield, and Shadow Clone, focusing on defensive and evasive skills, as it could not learn skills that countered 2 of its 3 weaknesses. Once Demue completed his purchases and his Pokémon had learned their skills, he returned to the Pokémon Center. The Shallow Red Gym, nestled within the mountains outside Shallow Red City, awaited him. With the sun setting in the west and no urgency to challenge the gym that night, he opted to wait until morning. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Demue, accompanied by his 6 spirited Pokémon, set forth towards the Shallow Red Gym. The gym's leader, Aju, specialized in poison-type Pokémon, a formidable opponent and one of the future Elite Four of Chengdu. Demue was determined to approach this challenge with caution. Poison types are countered by ground and psychic types. While he lacked ground-type Pokémon, he had Gyarados, a psychic type. Aju's Pokémon were either pure poison types or combinations of poison with flying or bug types. Therefore, Demue planned to include Charizard and Electabuzz in his challenge team. However, the Shallow Red Gym appeared to operate on a 2-on-2 format, necessitating strategic deployment of his Pokémon based on their type advantages. After some wandering, Demue finally located the Shallow Red Gym within a vast private estate. An extravagant sight indeed. Is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the gym. He called out to the closed gates. Unfortunately, after several attempts, no response came from within. Unbeknownst to Demue, 2 pairs of eyes were observing him from the shadows. Aya, go and test the waters, instructed a man. Yes, brother. As the girl departed, the man muttered to himself, ninjas are the assassins hidden in the night. To challenge the Shallow Red Gym, one must possess true courage. Chapter 27. The arrogant Oak Crane challenges the Shallow Red Dojo after calling out a few times at the entrance of the Shallow Red Dojo. Only to be met with silence, Oak Crane could not help but begin to voice his frustrations, his tone growing increasingly loud. What a ridiculous place this Shallow Red Dojo is. Not a soul in sight. Opening a dojo in such a remote valley. Aren't they afraid of being carried away by ghosts while they sleep at night? A challenger has arrived, yet not even a shadow can be seen inside the dojo. Surely, the dojo master is not engaged in some unsavory business? As Oak Crane's rhetorical jabs continued, the hidden figure of Aju could barely suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Were it not for his admirable ninja composure and the dignity befitting a dojo master holding him back, Aju would have been tempted to personally teach this audacious young challenger a lesson. Goodness, this is certainly the most brazen rookie trainer I have ever encountered. Oak Crane, of course. I am incredibly brave. Oak Crane's ranting did not go unnoticed. It reached the ears of Aya, who had been leisurely strolling and contemplating how to test Oak Crane. As the young man continued to hurl crude insults, Aya found herself quickening her pace. If Oak Crane kept this up, she felt she might lose her mind. All right. Enough with the insults. Otherwise, you will regret it. Upon seeing the girl with a green ponytail standing before him, Oak Crane immediately recognized her identity. Although he had drawn out one of the main figures, he still needed to maintain his previous bravado. After all, one must commit fully to the role they play. Why can't I insult you? Are you the master of the Shallow Red Dojo? Is this how you treat challengers? Do you believe I wouldn't have my father make a call to shut down your dojo? At this moment, Oak Crane was fully embodying the persona of a spoiled, arrogant young master. Go ahead and name your father. I doubt he can actually close down my dojo. I was infuriated by Oak Crane's words. Her face flushed with rage, especially as her chest swelled with indignation. Listen closely. My grandfather resides in the town of Masaki, named Professor Okido. Everyone in the field reveres him as Professor Oak. Do you think that is sufficient? The audacity of her declaration, coupled with Oak Crane's somewhat punchable expression, left Aya at a crossroads. Should she strike, or should she refrain? Aya, step back. Young man, I am Aju, the master of the Shallow Red Dojo. Come inside. I accept your challenge. Oak Crane's invocation of the esteemed title of Professor Oak compelled Aju to act. The renowned name carried immense weight. Both his reputation and prowess made him a figure of great importance in the world of Pokémon. No one in their right mind would dare offend someone backed by such a prestigious individual. Now that is more like it. With a swagger reminiscent of someone who knows they are riding on the coattails of their elders, Oak Crane followed Aju into the dojo. At this moment, Oak Crane was a shining example of a privileged youth, emboldened by the achievements of his forebears. However, both Aju and Aya bore some responsibility for the current situation. After all, who opens a dojo and ignores challengers knocking at their door? In the original narrative, Ash and his companions were subjected to a fair amount of teasing by these two siblings, aided by a mischievous Pokémon. Were it not for their protagonist status, how many could withstand the explosive attacks of a horde of Voltorps? Due to the threats posed by Oak Crane, Aju led him outside for their battle. Now, presenting Oak Crane from Masaki, challenging Mr. Aju of the Shallow Red Dojo. Each trainer may use 2 Pokémon, and only the challenger may switch Pokémon during the battle. Mr. Aju, please send out your Pokémon first. Let us go, Mothim. Mothim, huh? In that case, I'll summon my Galade. A splendid choice. A strategic advantage indeed. But do not forget, my Mothim possesses a bug type as well. Mothim, use Silver Wind. The radiant silver whirlwind formed beneath Mothim's violet wings, infused with a hint of powder that could enhance its abilities by approximately 10%. Galade, hold your ground and use confusion. The green protective shield enveloped Galade perfectly, rendering Mothim's silver wind ineffective against it. As Mothim's attack concluded, Galade dismissed its shield and unleashed a violet psychic beam from its spoon. Mothim, counter with signal beam. Like Galade, Mothim also released a purple energy beam. While both beams bore a similar hue, their origins differed significantly. The two energy attacks collided in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Mothim, Galade. The shockwaves from the clash sent both Pokémon reeling backward. Once the dust settled and both Pokémon regained their footing, Oak Crane initiated his next move. Galade. Teleport close to Mothim and strike with Fire Punch. Don't let it lose, Mothim. Use Signal Beam again. Both trainers commanded their Pokémon, and Galade vanished in an instant. The next moment, it reappeared beside Mothim, its right hand engulfed in flames. As Galade approached, Mothim quickly responded, launching a burst of bug-type energy toward Galade. Both Pokémon struck their targets simultaneously, but they also bore the brunt of each other's attacks. With both being hit by moves they were weak against, they were sent flying, losing their ability to battle. Mothim and Galade have both lost their ability to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon. Well done. I initially thought you were merely a spoiled brat. But anyone capable of matching my formidable Mothim to such an extent must surely possess true talent. Likewise. Return, Mothim. Now it's your turn, Crobat. Crobat, is it? Then I want hold back. Release your thunder. Let us go, Electabuzz. Zekrom. Chapter 28. Acquiring the light red badge through dual evolution, it is indeed an electric type. Zubat initiates with a sonic boom, followed by a shadow ball attack. Haha, easy peasy. The Electabuzz braces itself with Protect to withstand the sonic boom, then retaliates with a thunder punch. No problem. The two Pokémon, having received their commands, commenced their respective maneuvers. First, the invisible sound waves emitted by Zubat were flawlessly defended by Electabuzz. Then, the ethereal purple-black sphere of ghostly energy collided with the robust blue thunder in midair. The clash of their contrasting elemental attacks resulted in a violent explosion. Both Pokémon, affected by the explosion, were sent reeling backward. Zubat, soaring above, was propelled further than Electabuzz. Quickly regaining its balance, Zubat capitalized on the explosion's force to execute a spin attack. The experienced Aju immediately seized the counterforce from the blast, enhancing Zubat's attack potency. Prepare to receive my strike. As Zubat hurtled through the air with a sonic boom, Electabuzz stood ready, awaiting its trainer's command. In close combat, my Electabuzz will not falter. Electabuzz, seize it with a thunder punch. Understood. Electabuzz's right arm, enveloped in golden lightning, was primed to strike as Zubat approached. Zubat, determined not to grant it an opening, revved up for a full-force assault. Got it. The air crackled with a sound far beyond before, and the wind's ferocity stung Zubat's cheek. Do not yield, Electabuzz. While executing Thunder Punch with your right arm, also unleash Ice Punch with your left. Received. Charge forth, Zubat. Go for it, Electabuzz. Prepare to fall, Little Bat. No, it is you who will fall, Zubat. Descending from above, Zubat, driven by a fierce determination, forced Electabuzz to retreat. Seizing the moment, Electabuzz grasped Zubat's body and steadied itself to launch an Ice Punch. Ah, victory shall be mine. Electabuzz's right arm gripped Zubat, inflicting considerable damage with the electric energy coursing through it. Simultaneously, its left arm, seemingly clad in frost, made contact with Zubat once again. My body aches. Zubat, overwhelmed by the dual assault of elemental disadvantage, could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a final cry, its eyes glazed over. Zubat has lost its combat capability. All Pokémon of the gym leader have been defeated. Thus, the victor of this match is Aoki from Plateau. Congratulations. Here is your light red badge. Zubat's defeat compelled Aju to present the proof of his victory, the pink badge. Thank you. Return, Electabuzz. You've worked hard. I shall take my leave now. After receiving the badge, Aoki exchanged a few courteous remarks before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Aju, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that Aoki's earlier display of bravado was a mere act. That scoundrel. After muttering a playful curse, Aju felt a weight lifted from his heart. Meanwhile, after running several hundred meters, Aoki, noticing Aju's lack of pursuit, finally exhaled in relief. This spoiled brat should refrain from such antics unless absolutely necessary. Though he is a third-generation trainer, he is not foolish. Such behavior, easily exploited, is better left to others. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center and handing Electabuzz and Gyarados to Nurse Joy, Aoki began to reach out to his grandfather. There was nothing of great urgency. He merely sought assistance in acquiring a power amplifier. With his grandfather's vast resources, Aoki felt confident in asking for support. After all, what harm is there in a grandson seeking his grandfather's help? Professor Oak had no objections to his grandson's request, though Aoki could not escape a lengthy lecture. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Aoki opted to trade his Haunter back to the lab in exchange for a Gyarados. In the upcoming journey, Aoki intended to conduct intensive training to ensure its evolution before the Quartz Conference. On the other hand, observing the Pokeball that had just been teleported, Professor Oak casually picked it up and released Haunter. He had not given it much thought, as Aoki had never mentioned Haunter's unique characteristics. Where am I? The newly released Haunter, momentarily disoriented, scanned its surroundings. Oh ho, such a curious Haunter, and that brat Aoki only just remembers to send me here. When he returns home, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. Come here, Haunter. Allow me to study the differences and growth patterns of your two heads. Initially bewildered, Haunter soon deduced that the person before it was a relative of its trainer. However, the glint of curiosity in Oak's eyes made Haunter apprehensive. Please don't come near. Unlike the grim fate awaiting Haunter in the research lab, Aoki was presently in the Pokémon Center's room, preparing for the evolution of his Oddish and Shellder. Come forth, Oddish and Shellder. Here are the finest Leaf Stone and Water Stone. Absorb their energy, and you shall evolve. Understood. Got it. All right, let us begin. With that, Aoki handed the evolution stones to the two Pokémon. As they made contact with the stones, a radiant white light enveloped their bodies. Aoki's gaze was primarily fixed on Shellder, as the water stone contained a hint of the divine essence of Articuno. He held high expectations for the evolved Shellder. Unlike the pure water-type Shellder, upon evolving into Cloyster, it would gain an ice typing as well. This was the reason why the Shellder line could naturally learn numerous ice-type moves. Aoki also envisioned the potential of the Cloyster, imbued with a fragment of the ice deity's essence, originally ranking in the third tier among his 7 Pokémon. It might surpass Electabuzz in the second tier and challenge Charizard in the first tier. Chapter 29. A formidable rival reemerges in the Wild Elf region without keeping Demukua waiting for long. The two Pokémon, having absorbed the energy of evolution stones, underwent a remarkable transformation in their Pokémon careers. Additionally, due to their abundant nutrition, both Pokémon exhibited a larger physique compared to their counterparts. Congratulations to Dashi Hua and Tijiabe for successfully completing their evolution. In comparison to Dashi Hua, which was merely larger, Tijiabe displayed some subtle changes from the ordinary variant. Most notably, its purple shell was adorned with irregular blue patterns. If Damakua had not observed closely, these rather inconspicuous markings might have gone unnoticed. All right. Take some time to acclimate to your evolved forms. Tomorrow, we shall set off, he announced. The following morning, after feeding the Pokémon and having breakfast, Damakua departed from the city of Qianhong, heading towards his next destination. Over the next 5 days, he first passed through a wildlife sanctuary, where he encountered the Lalamai tribe, and subsequently journeyed onward until he finally reached one of his intended destinations, the Wild Elf region. This area boasts the highest variety of Pokémon species in the Kanto region, where many native Pokémon can be encountered, though legendary creatures are excluded. Hello, is anyone there? I am a traveling trainer here to capture Pokémon in the wild region, Damakua called out at the entrance, directing his voice towards a closed building labeled Wild Region Registration Office. Coming, a grumpy old man, sporting a pair of Thunder Brothers at his waist, emerged from the registration room. He was Kaiser, the head of the Wild Elf region, who was also the first to discover the mini-dragon within the area. Known for his cold exterior but warm heart, Kaiser informed Damakua, in the Wild Elf region, battles with Pokémon are prohibited. You may only use the region's wild balls and fishing rods, and each person is limited to 30 wild balls. Once they are exhausted, you must return immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing the Thunder Brothers on you. Understood, Damakua replied, holding a basket containing 30 wild balls and a fishing rod. He chose not to heed Kaiser's threatening demeanor, recognizing that it likely stemmed from a desire to protect the mini-dragon. Observing the black and white photographs on the wall, Damakua speculated that Ash and his companions had not yet arrived. Following Kaiser into the wild region, Damakua realized that he did not require many wild balls. However, he refrained from voicing this, fearing Kaiser might misinterpret his intentions. After all, human nature tends to be greedy. If Damakua had expressed his lack of need for excess wild balls, he might have found himself facing the Thunder Brothers. Wandering through the wild region felt akin to traversing the wilderness. Apart from the outer protective barriers and a few surveillance cameras to deter poaching, there were no other signs of human presence. Damakua ambled along, intermittently using his investigation eye to scan the Pokémon he encountered. Naturally, he would bypass any Tauros, as these boisterous beasts were far too easy to target. Simpler Pokémon that could learn skills like tackle through leveling up were also not abundant. Thus, Tauros were not among the Pokémon Damakua wished to capture. After bidding farewell to the herd of Tauros, Damakua soon spotted a pair of Nidoran nestled together in the grass, basking in each other's affection. His investigation eye revealed their decent potential. Yet capturing one would necessitate capturing the other as well, as he could not bear to separate a loving couple. Capturing both would conflict with his strategy of maintaining a diverse team. Damakua was not like Ash or Gary, who could casually capture 30 Tauros or repeatedly catch members of the Nidoran family. However, if it had been an EV, there would be no such limitations. With 8 known evolution forms, capturing multiple EVs would not lead to an excess of Pokémon sharing the same evolutionary characteristics. Damakua's purpose in visiting the wild region was to seek out EV, whose charm and strength placed it high on the list of desirable captures for both him and many trainers. As Damakua searched for EV within the wild region, a cool, violet-haired youth approached from the entrance. The newcomer was Shinji from the Sinnoh region, who shared a similar goal of capturing Pokémon he found appealing. Like Damakua, Shinji also favored a refined team, yet, unlike him, Shinji lacked the investigation eye and often released captured Pokémon that did not meet his expectations. The morality of such actions varied based on individual perspectives. As Damakua continued his exploration, he stumbled upon a wide river. Not having found Eevee yet, he felt compelled to fish, reasoning that with a river in sight and a fishing rod in hand, he could not resist the urge. While Damakua sat by the riverbank, engrossed in fishing, a pair of curious, large eyes from a nearby bush observed his every move. Meanwhile, Shinji, having acquired his wild balls and fishing rod, entered the wild region and swiftly began his endeavors. Before long, he captured a Rhydon with a wild ball. Lacking an investigation eye, he resorted to scanning the Pokédex. Ugh, what a disappointment, he remarked, promptly releasing the captured Rhydon. As Shinji sought his next target, Damakua, having caught and released 3 Magikarp, resumed his quest. Just then, a familiar sound echoed from the grass, capturing Damakua's attention. Upon locking eyes with the source, he immediately recognized that the figure before him was precisely what he had been searching for. Eevee, come with me, he exclaimed, retrieving a wild ball from his basket. Eevee. Okay. With no resistance whatsoever, Eevee was successfully captured within the wild ball. Chapter 30. The challenge from Shinji grasping the wild ball containing Eevee. Damu he activated his observation ability. Species, Eevee, gender, female, ability, danger prediction, hidden ability. can sense the dangerous moves possessed by opponents. Skills: Tackle, Tail Whip, Helping Hand. Sand Attack. Inherited skills: Charm, Precognition, Frenzy, Yawn. As Demui gazed at the information displayed by the observation ability, a wave of joy surged within him. This EV exhibited exceptional qualities, and given the male-to-female ratio of 1:7, encountering a female EV was a stroke of luck he felt grateful for. With one successful capture under his belt, Demui aspired to seize one or two more Pokémon today, buoyed by his good fortune. Alas, it seemed that the encounter with EV had exhausted the remainder of his luck for the day. In the time that followed, Demui did not come across any other Pokémon that piqued his interest. Reluctant to linger any longer, he departed the wild area with the unused wild ball and fishing rod in hand. At the registration desk, Caesar stared in disbelief at Demui, who had only used a single wild ball. You captured just one Pokémon? This peculiar behavior from Demui was unlike any trainer Caesar had encountered in decades. Doubts crept into his mind. Was this young man perhaps lacking in judgment? For me, that is quite sufficient. Every trainer's energy is finite. I hope to forge a strong bond with the Pokémon I capture. Therefore, the quantity of Pokémon should not be excessive. This little one is my 8th companion. Looking at the EV within the wild ball, Demui felt an authentic fondness. Oh, how admirable. I shall register your information now, and you can set your desired teleportation location. Then, you can operate your Pokédex to send back any Pokémon you wish. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Caesar. Not at all. It has been quite some time since I've encountered a trainer who shows such care for their Pokémon. With a flurry of activity on the computer, Caesar registered the wild ball containing EV under Demui's name. Meanwhile, Demui busied himself with his Pokédex. Once Caesar completed the registration of the wild ball, Demui clicked on the Pokéball containing Shellder to initiate its teleportation. The Shellder's Pokéball was enveloped in a brilliant white light. As the small teleportation device within the Pokéball activated, Shellder was transported in a flash to Professor Oak's laboratory in Plateau. At that moment in the laboratory, Professor Oak was engrossed in studying the two-headed Gyarados that Demui had sent over. In stark contrast to the professor's excitement, Gyarados lay on the table, exuding an air of despondency. Initially, it had attempted to resist, but the trio of powerful Pokémon, Dragonite, Charizard, and Snorlax, had swiftly subdued it in the backyard. Feeling the overwhelming presence of these formidable beings, Gyarados reluctantly yielded, allowing Professor Oak to focus on his research. At this time, Gyarados silently prayed for its trainer to send it back home as swiftly as possible. Oh, another Pokémon has arrived? Let me see who it is. Oh, it's you. Demui. Ah, a well-developed Shellder. What is this blue pattern on its shell? Upon hearing Demui's name, Gyarados' eyes lit up momentarily. However, as Professor Oak continued speaking, it realized that escape was still out of reach. Moreover, its trainer had shown consideration by sending a companion to alleviate its loneliness. Shellder is female, hence the term companion. At that moment, Gyarados could only think of 4 words: feeling blue and mushroom-like. In the wild area, after the teleportation of Shellder, Demui bid farewell to Caesar and prepared to embark on his journey to the next city. However, as he reached the door, a familiar figure caused him to halt. Shinji? What is he doing here? Oh, right. He remembered Shinji mentioning that he had challenged the Indigo Plateau, Johto, and Hoenn leagues without securing victory. Ultimately, he faced Ash in the Sinnoh League, only to fall short in the top 8. Demui sensed that Shinji had not fought with his full strength during that match. Of course, Ash had not either, as he did not recall Pokémon captured from earlier regions during their battle. Excuse me, may we have a battle? According to the narrative, Shinji was of the same age as Demui and Ash. Now, what was his current strength? It was somewhat inscrutable. Yet Demui was certain of one thing. Shinji possessed more knowledge at the novice stage than that reckless Ash. Very well. Looking up at the trainer before him, Shinji's instincts told him that his opponent was not to be underestimated. In his quest for strength, Shinji would not decline a battle against a formidable adversary. With Shinji's agreement, Demui smiled, feeling a flicker of delight. Soon, he would acquire valuable information about Shinji's Pokémon. A few minutes later, after completing the registration, Shinji and Demui, guided by Caesar, arrived at a battle arena. How about a 3 versus 3? To extract more information, Demui proposed a moderate number of Pokémon for trainers. This way, he could glean at least half of Shinji's team's strength and attributes. Agreed. Demui's intention to gather intelligence mirrored Shinji's own purpose. On their way to the battle arena, both had already learned that the other would participate in this year's Quartz Conference. Natural rivals. Thus, the forthcoming battle would necessitate a thorough understanding of each other's Pokémon strength and battle styles. Alright, now introducing Demui from Plateau, battling against Shinji from Veilstone City in the Sinnoh region. Each side may use 3 Pokémon and may not switch. In the wild area, with little else to occupy him, Caesar was roped into the event by He and Shinji. Pidgey, prepare to battle. Go, Gyarados. Beep beep. Alright, Gyarados. Quick attack. Beep beep. An enemy has presented itself. We shall not let it escape. Gyarados, use teleport followed by Thunder Punch. Understood. Enveloped in white light, Pidgey surged toward Gyarados. Upon reaching a certain distance, Gyarados' psychic abilities flared to life. In an instant, Gyarados vanished, and just as Pidgey prepared to search for its location, Gyarados materialized directly before it. As Pidgey soared through the air, it suddenly felt a heavy weight upon its body. Following that, a crackling thunder punch struck its face. Beep beep. That hurts. Chapter 31. The battle between Shinji and the courts at the Foolish Valley. The BB bird has lost its fighting capability. The victor of the first match is Youngara. Humph. What a useless fellow. Struck by the thunder palm, the BB bird immediately succumbed in battle. Meanwhile, the great wood crane heard Shinji utter a familiar phrase from a past life as he recalled the BB bird. Come back, Youngara. You performed admirably in that battle. I commend your efforts. The contrasting attitudes of the two as they recalled their Pokémon were starkly evident. Shinji's harsh tone towards his Pokémon caused the referee, Caesar, to frown. Such disregard for one's Pokémon was disheartening to the elder who had devoted his life to the wilds. Let us go, Victory Bell. Scyther, prepare for battle. Yeah, Scyther, huh? Although it has a slight disadvantage in attributes, it is not without a chance to compete. Victory Bell, use Poison Shock. Considering the poison and bug type of Scyther, Victory Bell holds a slight disadvantage with its poison and grass types. Yeah, Victory Bell shouted, releasing a stream of dark purple venom towards Scyther. The Shadow Clone skillfully evaded the attack and countered with a pin missile. Chime. The single poison shock was deftly sidestepped by Scyther's Shadow Clone. Subsequently, a barrage of glimmering white pin missiles surged toward Victory Bell. After using Magical Leaf to deflect the incoming assault, Victory Bell retaliated with Sleep Powder. Yeah, the white-tailed pin missiles were intercepted by a flurry of green leaves. In response, a shower of tiny, golden-hued sleep powder was cast towards Scyther's direction. Scyther employed Sword's Dance to blow away the sleep powder and then launched a Fury Cutter as a counterattack. Chime. The golden sleep powder was not only obstructed by Scyther's Sword's Dance, but, due to the move, Scyther's attack power was also enhanced. Observing Scyther approaching with its augmented claws, Greatwood Crane smiled slightly, recognizing an opportunity. Victory Bell, bind it with Vine Whip. Before Scyther could close the distance, a robust Vine Whip ensnared its entire body. Perfect. Victory Bell, let us bring Scyther down to the ground. Yeah, he understood, my master. With the command from Greatwood Crane, Victory Bell transformed into a laborer. The Vine Whip, clutching Scyther, morphed into a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Scyther, break free. Chime, it hurts. Despite Shinji's calls and Scyther's struggles, the inevitable outcome could not be altered. After being hammered repeatedly, Scyther ultimately lost its fighting capability. Greatwood Crane couldn't help but admire Scyther's resilience. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Victory Bell is victorious. As Greatwood Crane secured the first 2 wins, he emerges triumphant in this 3-on-3 battle. TCH, returned Scyther. After recalling Scyther, Shinji expressed his gratitude to Caesar and agreed to battle Greatwood Crane again after the court's conference, then turned to continue his journey alone. Well then, Mr. Caesar, I shall be on my way. Until we meet again. Very well, until we meet again. Having bid farewell to Caesar and the wilds, Greatwood Crane journeyed onward with Eevee towards the next city. He set his sights on the final gym, the Red Lotus Gym. According to the map, several cities and towns lay between his current location and Red Lotus Town. Among these was the Foolish Valley, which particularly piqued Greatwood Crane's interest due to the fossil Pokémon. Not only could he capture and nurture them, but he could also transport them home for his father's research. It would be impossible for Greatwood Crane to capture all 3 types of fossil Pokémon from Kanto. This would contradict his strategic approach. Reflecting on the original plot, he devised a clever plan. After all, he, his brother Shigeru, and Ash would be present. Each could capture 1 type of fossil Pokémon, thereby enhancing their collective strength while also providing his father with research material. Indeed, it is a splendid idea, but I wonder if it can be realized. Half a month later, to ensure he did not miss the fossil Pokémon of Foolish Valley, Greatwood Crane hurriedly made his way there after leaving the wilds. As he traveled along the main road, he found his journey less enjoyable compared to Ash's. Upon reaching the outskirts of Foolish Valley, he encountered numerous trainers wielding shovels, digging for fossils. Seeing this, Greatwood Crane felt a wave of relief. His urgency was not solely to avoid missing this excursion, but also to secure a fossil Pokémon for Shigeru and Ash to bolster their strength. Additionally, He aimed to prevent Ash's old spray from prematurely evolving and wasting its potential. Thus, upon arriving at Foolish Valley and noticing that the other two groups had not yet arrived, Greatwood Crane felt his anxious heart ease. He decided to set up camp nearby and wait a few days. Observing the miners among the trainers, Greatwood Crane chuckled softly to himself. With the tent erected, he released all his Pokémon to prepare lunch. Yay, play with me. Eevee, this little one, remained close, even while Greatwood Crane cooked. Over the past month, he had hardly returned Eevee to its Pokeball to foster its affection and friendship. All right, I'll play with you as soon as I finish cooking. Seeing his little troublemaker's clingy demeanor inspired Greatwood Crane to cook with greater enthusiasm. Perhaps this is what they mean by beauty being justice. Eevee's charm was often irresistible, especially when it was being affectionate. Here, Houndoom and Eevee, this is for you. Before lunch commenced, in addition to similar dishes, 2 unnamed berries were placed in front of Houndoom and Eevee. These berries, capable of boosting the energy within Pokémon, were a rare treasure for those early-stage Pokémon with long growth cycles. With a crunch, the 2 Pokémon devoured the berries, resulting in astonishing transformations. First, their internal energy required for evolution reached the threshold, leaving only a trigger away from evolving, while their levels surged rapidly, allowing them to learn numerous new moves, especially for Eevee, whose lower level showed remarkable improvement. Chapter 32, The Foolish Valley and the Fossil Spirits. 2 days later, time has not diminished the enthusiasm of the trainers. Rather, due to the intentional promotion by some, the news of fossil excavation has attracted an increasing number of trainers. On the morning of the second day, Demui awaited the arrival of those he had longed to see, his younger brother Xiaomao, his 6 prospective sisters-in-law, and the trio of Xiaoji. It had been quite some time since they had last met. Big brother, they exclaimed in unison. Xiaohi, they chimed. Xiaomao, keep your girlfriend's mouths in check. Otherwise, I shall break your legs, Demui warned. Among those 6 women, only Xiaomao had any affection for them at this stage. Although Demui had contemplated allowing his brother to travel alone, he remained firm in his belief. One can teach a person, but one cannot teach them life experiences. Okay, I understand. Xiaomao, aware of his elder brother's disdain for his girlfriends, turned to send the 6 women back to where the car was parked to wait. Ahi, what are you doing here? How about a battle? Guess what? I have already collected 6 badges. Xiaoji, still somewhat naive, boasted about his accomplishments upon encountering peers of his age. Such behavior was entirely typical for a child. With the wisdom of an adult soul, Demui recognized Xiaoji's desire to show off to his companions. Observing Xiaoji proudly tugging at his shirt to display his badges, Demui's words swiftly shattered his exuberance. Oh really? Let us skip the battle for now. We have important matters to attend to. And Xiaoji, you must keep striving. I have already gathered 7 badges. What? Xiaoji, upon learning of Demui's badge count, found himself in need of motivation. Meanwhile, Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang engaged in conversation with Demui, sharing amusing tales from their travels, while Pikachu frolicked with Demui's Eevee. What important matters? Xiaomao asked, keenly picking up on his brother's significance. You'll find out soon enough. For now, stay close to me. There will be quite a number of rare Pokémon. Really? Rare Pokémon? Where? Foolish Xiaoji. Keep your voice down. Do you wish for others to overhear? After Demui spoke, the contrast between Xiaomao, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang's reactions and Xiaoji's was stark. While one could describe Xiaoji as innocent, it could also be said he lacked social awareness. Fortunately, he did not need to take action, as his brother Xiaomao instinctively fulfilled his role and immediately reprimanded Xiaoji. Why are they not ready yet? Meow. Who called me? Meow. Turning away from the group, Meowth looked puzzled. Oh, it's the kid and the big boss. Meow. Where's the kid? Yes. And who is the big boss? Compared to Meowth's surprise and fear, Musashi and Kojiro were rather confused. Unfortunately, before they could await Meowth's response, Demui commanded his Pokémon to attack. Eevee, use Quick Attack. Understood. What? Today we haven't even exchanged greetings yet. It's too late for that now. How annoying. For Team Rocket, it was yet another day of being sent flying. Let us go. With the troublemakers dispatched, Demui took the lead, following the explosives set by Team Rocket. Although the other 4 were puzzled, they closely followed his lead. Don't flaunt your wealth. The trio understood the gravity of the situation, except for Xiaoji, who remained oblivious. He wanted to ask Demui a question but was deterred by the fierce glares from Xiao Xia and Xiaomao. Unbeknownst to Xiaoji, the last in line, Xiao Gang concealed a glimmer of wisdom in his squinty eyes. After a brief journey, the 5 arrived at the location where Team Rocket had placed explosives. Xiaomao. Got it, big brother. The beleaguered Xiaomao displayed no airs of a young master in front of his brother, grunting as he carried the explosives. Naturally, Xiaoji was roped into helping, as Xiao Mao enjoyed teasing him. Once they had relocated the explosives and soaked them with water-type Pokémon, they returned to their original positions. Xiao Gang, do you have your Onix with you? Please summon it now to dig into this spot. All right. Come forth, Onix. Use dig. Roar. It's a bit deep down. Remember to use a flying-type Pokémon. I'll go down first. You all follow closely. As Onix burrowed underground, Demuhi, with a Pokeball in hand and EV on his shoulder, leapt into the hole. Big brother. Ahi. Let us go. We must follow. With that, Xiao Mao, holding a Pokeball, jumped into the hole. But I don't have a flying-type Pokemon. Xiao Xiao lamented. Being a water-type trainer without any flying Pokemon in her possession. Not to worry, with my Onix here, it can carry both of us down. Soon. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang mounted Onix, while Xiaoji was clutched by his Pidgeotto, and the trio landed safely in the underground cave. Big brother, where is this? Xiao Mao inquired, gazing at the pitch-black surroundings. Hehe. Compared to lifeless fossils, the living ancient Pokémon are what matter most. The ancient Pokémon of the Kanto region include Omanite, Kabuto, and Aerodactyl. These are all rare ancient Pokémon. Don't you wish to capture them? Xiao Xia. Xiao Gang, both Omanite and Kabuto are dual rock and water types. Think of the influence they could have on your gym. Positive impacts outweigh the negative, don't they? Xiao Mao and Xiaoji, this year's Escorts Conference is teeming with formidable adversaries. Besides us three, I know of at least 3 other strong trainers, 2 of whom are from other regions. Having watched the original series, Demuhi was well aware of the concerns brewing in their hearts. Compared to the Nibi gym, Xiao Gang's father, the returning Wu Ning, would play a significant role. The 3 sisters of the Hanlin gym remained unchanged, continuing their simple lives of ballet and badge distribution. If they were to revitalize the Hanlin gym, it would fall upon Xiao Xia's shoulders. Yet, to grow stronger, one must possess exceptional and powerful Pokémon. As for Xiao Mao and Xiaoji, upon learning of the impending competition at the Quartz Conference, the former set aside some of his arrogance, while the latter was filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 33. The 5 who tame fossil spirits. Now that you all have agreed, let us prepare. The family of Omanite and the family of Kabuto are particularly vulnerable to electric, grass, ground, and fighting types, with grass being 4 times as effective against them. The fossilized Aerodactyl, being a rock and flying type, is susceptible to electric, rock, water, ice, and steel types. Ash, especially you. Heed my words, do not recklessly unleash your Pokémon without knowledge. To avoid squandering the potential of my dear Charizard, Professor Oak has taken the effort to directly address Ash, who is known for his unpredictable antics. I already knew that. How tedious. Although Ash feigns bravado, his right hand subtly shifts the Pokeballs at his waist. You know. That is enough. Return, Eevee. Come forth, Victory Bell, Electabuzz, and Machoke. In preparation for the fossil spirits, Professor Oak summoned 3 Pokémon with determination. Misty. I recall that your Pokémon are all water types. Allow me to lend you my Electabuzz for a moment. That would be wonderful, Oak. I cannot thank you enough. As Misty, who had been anxious, heard Oak's words, a smile spread across her face. All right then, just treat me to a meal later. Upon witnessing Professor Oak's serious summoning of 3 Pokémon, the others promptly released their own Pokémon that held type advantages. Gary sent forth Beedrill and Nidoking, while Ash unleashed Pikachu and Infernape, and Brock summoned Onix and Geodude. Brock finds himself in a similar predicament as Misty. However, he is not solely a rock-type trainer and possesses Pokémon of various types, which gives him an advantage over Misty. The 5, accompanied by their Pokémon and armed with flashlights, ventured into the depths of the cave. Before long, they discovered their target. No, it should be said that Ash was the first to spot a slumbering Kabuto. After scanning with his Pokédex, Professor Oak marveled inwardly, acknowledging Ash as the true protagonist. This Kabuto has inherited 3 skills. Its potential is undeniably impressive. Hey, Ash, do you want this Kabuto? If not, we can take care of it for you. Absolutely. Just by observing the sleeping Kabuto's aura. Ash, how about you let me have it? Although they had not discussed it beforehand, since Ash had discovered it first, it was only natural to consult him, the initial discoverer. Of course, I want it. Go, Infernape. Unleash a barrage of Fury Swipes. The slumbering Kabuto, unaware of the impending assault, was suddenly struck by a barrage of attacks from Ash's Pokémon before being confined within a Pokeball. But this Pokeball is quite comfortable. Haha. Look, Pikachu, I did it. After successfully capturing Kabuto, Ash could not suppress his triumph. Be quiet, Ash. Do you wish to wake all the fossil spirits here? Gary anxiously scanned the dark surroundings, unceremoniously dousing Ash's exuberance, while secretly harboring a tinge of envy. All right, Ash. Keep your voice down. We don't know how many fossil spirits there are around. If we provoke ones we cannot handle, we wouldn't have time to flee. Okay. I got it. While they conversed, Ash, lacking the operation of the Pokédex, inadvertently sent the Pokeball containing Kabuto to Plateau via its internal teleportation system. My Kabuto. Watching the ball grow light, Ash felt a sense of deja vu as it vanished from his grasp. It has been transported to Plateau. You need not worry. After reassuring Ash, the five continued on their journey. Soon, Gary, who had just witnessed Ash capture Kabuto, was the first to discover a sleeping Aerodactyl. Before the other four could react, Gary commanded Beedrill and Nidoking to attack. The long-slumbering Aerodactyl was swiftly subdued by the targeted assault of the two Pokémon and was subsequently caught by Gary. Shortly thereafter, Misty encountered an Omanite. Electabuzz. Use Thunder Wave, then follow up with a Brick Break. Understood. The blue electrical wave enveloped Omanite completely. The slumbering creature felt immense pain, and before it could adapt, Electabuzz struck its shell with a powerful attack. Go Pokeball! Omanite had no time to resist and was captured by Misty. Not long after Misty captured Omanite, Brock also used Onix to catch another Kabuto. Meanwhile, Ash not only captured another Omanite, but also stumbled upon a Pokemon egg. Professor Oak was also selective and finally encountered a Kabuto that met his criteria. Species, Kabuto, gender, male, ability, battle armor, protected by a hard shell, preventing opponents from landing critical hits. Skills, Scratch, Absorb, Harden, Leer, Mudshot, Sand Attack. Inherited skills, Rapid Spin, Bubble Beam, Aurora Beam, Dig, Knock Off. Victory Bell. Use Leaf Tornado Attack. Machoke, follow up with Brick Break. Understood. Go Pokeball. Without any unexpected turns, this Kabuto was captured by Professor Oak. Do you wish to capture any more? If not, we should withdraw. All right, no problem. Compared to Misty and Brock, the fossil spirits captured by Professor Oak, Gary, and Ash were sent to the Pokémon Lab in Plateau. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon Lab in Plateau, Professor Oak had not stopped smiling for half an hour. As the fossil spirits captured by Oak, Gary, and Ash were returned, the three types of fossil spirits from the Kanda region were finally gathered. Wonderful, wonderful. Haha. The residents of Plateau could hear Professor Oak's joyous laughter. Upon returning to the surface, Gary bid farewell first. After retrieving Electabuzz, Professor Oak intended to leave as well, but thinking of a certain Pokémon, he challenged Ash to a battle, specifying which Pokémon to use. Charmeleon? Can I use another Pokémon? Ash felt conflicted. Ever since his Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, he struggled to command it. Ash, when faced with a disobedient Pokémon, you must choose to confront it rather than remain passive. It will be too late when you finally wish to use it. Reflecting on Ash's performance at the Quartz Conference, Professor Oak felt there was no room for critique. If Ash had commanded his team better, he could have easily reached the quarterfinals or even the semifinals, despite Team Rocket's interference preventing Pidgeotto from battling. The primary issue was Ash's inability to command Charizard and his choice to part with Infernape. The absence of powerful Pokémon ultimately led to Ash's defeat in the Quartz Conference. Chapter 34. The Vision for Educating Future Trainers and Challenging the Crimson Lotus Gym very well. After a moment of contemplation regarding Professor Oak's persuasion, Ash recognized the validity of his words. Then I shall serve as the referee. Upon hearing Ash's agreement, Brock eagerly volunteered as well. Naturally, both Professor Oak and Ash welcomed this proposition. All right, we entrust this to you, Brock. The four of them found a relatively flat area, with Professor Oak and Ash standing opposite each other. Now, we shall commence a one-on-one battle between Professor Oak and Ash. Please send forth your Pokémon. In truth, this was not an official match, and the necessity of a referee was not particularly critical. You're up, Charmeleon. Go, Charizard. Who are you? Humph, little squirt. You scoundrel. Humph, amateur. Such strength and size. Indeed, Professor Oak has nurtured his Charizard exceptionally well. Charmeleon, be cautious. That is Professor Oak's Charizard. Before Ash could finish his warning, Charmeleon impatiently advanced to provoke Charizard. Charizard, teach it a lesson. Let it truly understand its place in this world. Understood, my master. Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames towards Charizard, but regrettably, it failed to inflict any significant damage. In retaliation, Charizard's flames overwhelmed Charmeleon, who was then subjected to a barrage of attacks. Wait, stop. Ash attempted to intervene, but Professor Oak blocked him. Oak, why allow your Charizard to act this way? Ash. Both trainers and Pokémon must recognize their own strengths in the reality of the world. The relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon transcends merely winning battles. More importantly, it involves guiding the Pokémon in their journey along the correct path. Why does your Charmeleon not heed your commands? Aside from its inflated pride post-evolution, it seems you have become complacent with a mere taste of success, neglecting to elevate your own training skills. Tell me, have you memorized the type effectiveness chart? Do you regularly train your Pokémon? Ash found himself at a loss for words in the face of Professor Oak's pointed critique. Take a moment to reflect on this. Without waiting for Ash's response, Professor Oak approached the battered Charmeleon. Despite its injuries, Charmeleon's stubbornness and the pride characteristic of Fire-type Pokémon prevented it from bowing to Charizard. I understand your pride. It is a trait of Fire-type Pokémon, particularly among your Charizard lineage, which is renowned. However, this does not excuse your disobedience towards your trainer. You felt the unmatched power of my Charizard just now, did you not? This is the result of a Pokémon that listens to its trainer and trains diligently. Engaging in this dialogue with Charmeleon, Professor Oak employed his persuasive skills. Observing Charmeleon deep in thought, he chose not to press further. He had done what he could. The ultimate decision lay beyond his control. Eventually, after conversing with Brock and Misty for a while, Professor Oak departed with Charizard. Misty, remember what Oak said. Until we reach elite level, we must not reveal our fossil Pokémon in front of others. Brock's face bore an unusual seriousness as he earnestly warned Misty. Rest assured. Brock, I understand the gravity of the situation. The mature Misty grasped the implications of her companion's well-meaning caution. Unlike Professor Oak, Gary, and Ash, who had the protection of the esteemed Professor, Brock and Misty needed to rely on their own formidable strengths to safeguard their fossil Pokémon. This was especially true for Misty. Although both had family members serving as gym leaders, Brock's father, a formidable trainer, certainly commanded more respect than the frivolous Cerulean sisters. Not to mention, Brock's mother was no slouch either. Before departing, Professor Oak still took the time to remind them, though we have the support of the League, it cannot substitute for our own strength. Avoid exposing your fossil Pokémon when you are not adequately prepared. After leaving the Fool's Valley, Professor Oak set his sights on the next town. That night, atop a hill not marked on any map, Professor Oak dined with his 6 Pokémon. The next gym was the Crimson Lotus Gym, led by the fiery trainer, Blaine. In the original series, Blaine employed several Pokémon including Ninetales, Rhydon, and Charizard. However, Professor Oak did not dismiss the possibility of Blaine using other Pokémon as well. Furthermore, the battle arena of the Crimson Lotus Gym was situated within a volcanic region, an environment that posed significant challenges for bug, grass, ice, and water-type Pokémon. The first 3 types were naturally countered by the high temperatures, while water types faced the risk of dehydration in such heat. Besides water types, ground and rock types counter fire types effectively. Although Professor Oak lacked ground types, he had recently captured a Kabuto, which possessed rock and water attributes. Yes, this will do. 3 days later, within a Pokémon Center built in a treehouse, Professor Oak conversed with his grandfather, Professor Oak. Ah, you finally contacted me. Where exactly did you and your friends capture those fossil Pokémon? As soon as the video call connected, Professor Oak's eager face filled the screen. The professor had remained in a state of excitement since receiving news of the fossil Pokémon 3 days prior. Grandpa, please take a moment to rest. As for those fossil Pokémon, we encountered them unexpectedly in the depths of Fool's Valley. Observing his grandfather's disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, Professor Oak realized his grandfather had likely been working tirelessly. This is to expedite the research on them. For researchers, working through the night is quite common. By the way, are there more fossil Pokémon in the depths of Fool's Valley? Grandpa, if you care so little for your health, I might reconsider sharing any rare Pokémon discoveries with you in the future. In response to his grandfather's nonchalant attitude, Professor Oak resorted to a more persuasive tactic. Wait, I was just excited. Hearing his grandson's words, Professor Oak began to grow anxious. All right, I will temporarily trust you. After you send me the Pokémon, you must rest. Although humans in the Pokémon world generally have good health, his grandfather was already in his 50s. All right, no problem. After receiving confirmation, Professor Oak exchanged his Weepin' Bell and Electabuzz for Kabuto and Jengar, all while his grandfather wore an unwilling expression. All right, Grandpa, I've received them. Remember to rest early and don't attempt to deceive me. I have my eyes and ears in the research facility. I know. Chapter 35, The Desolate Town, Gang Street Battle, and the Black Market unveiled after ending the phone call. He returned to his room, clutching a Pokeball. The purpose of exchanging the fossil shield was to nurture it, while the reason for summoning the abominable snowman was simply due to the long absence from its presence. Despite Demuhi's deliberate attempts to manage the number of Pokémon he captured, the count in his possession continued to swell. Currently, Demuhi found himself with 9 Pokémon. Regardless of how he rotated them, 3 Pokémon would inevitably remain behind to recuperate. Come forth, abominable snowman, fossil shield. Ah, master, you have no idea how much I missed you, exclaimed the abominable snowman, tears of joy welling in its eyes. Where am I? Questioned the fossil shield, appearing somewhat bewildered. In contrast to the emotional abominable snowman resting on Demuhi's lap, The fossil shield, which had lived in ancient times, had been forcefully captured while it lay dormant underground. It had since been transported to Demu's research lab for study. At that moment, the fossil shield was still unaware that Demu was its trainer. All right, I've brought you back. After soothing the abominable snowman, Demu retrieved 2 unnamed berries from his pocket. Upon seeing the enticing berries before it, the fossil shield's mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. Feast upon them. They are yours. Observing the fossil shield's struggle against the temptation of the delectable berries, Demu gently patted the anxious creature before waiting quietly alongside the abominable snowman. Ultimately, the fossil shield succumbed to the allure of the food. As it began to consume the unnamed berries, Demu activated his observation eye to monitor its progress. This eye functioned akin to X-ray vision, meticulously documenting all data concerning the fossil shield. In Demu's eyes, as the fossil shield devoured the berries, its internal energy steadily accumulated. Simultaneously, its levels surged rapidly, eventually catapulting it from an intermediate to an advanced stage. Indeed, Demu's previous actions had yielded maximum benefits at minimal cost. You too, return and rest. With a glance at the engrossed fossil shield and the relatively calm, abominable snowman, Demu recalled both Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs. The following morning, Demu departed from the forest, advancing towards the next town. 5 days later, a desolate town emerged before Demu and his EV. As he traversed the streets, he distinctly felt the gaze of pedestrians scrutinizing him. The predatory glances directed at him stirred discomfort within Demu. Come forth, Machoke. With Machoke's dramatic entrance and a resounding roar that emanated its presence, the onlookers withdrew their invasive stares. Hurry, this Machoke is on the brink of elite status. What? He is so young. How can he be so powerful? Who knows what is happening? I thought he was weak, but turns out he's a formidable opponent. Humph. A bunch of rats lurking in the shadows. Eevee, Machoke, let us move on. Demu felt a sense of satisfaction at the pedestrian's discretion. His intention in summoning Machoke was primarily to display his prowess and subtly warn any lurking onlookers that he was not to be trifled with. After a brief circuit through the desolate town with Eevee and Machoke, Demu finally stumbled upon the Pokémon Center tucked away in a secluded corner. However, Nurse Joy here was not as gentle as those in other cities. Perhaps the surrounding environment has influenced Nurse Joy's impatience, he mused. Upon entering his reserved room, Demu soon heard a cacophony of noise emanating from the street. Approaching the window, he observed 2 factions engaged in a chaotic Pokémon battle outside the center. To his surprise, Miss Jusha, upon arriving at the scene, did not intervene to mediate the conflict but instead parked her vehicle and watched from a distance, allowing the 2 groups to clash violently. What kind of place is this? So many people fighting in the streets, and even Miss Jusha turns a blind eye? Contemplating the hostile gazes he had encountered earlier, coupled with the scene unfolding before him, Demu gained a newfound perspective of this Pokémon world. Come forth, Machoke. Gyarados. To prevent any unnecessary trouble, he hastily summoned 2 Pokémon, ensuring that Eevee remained outside its Pokeball. Gyarados, use your psychic abilities to scan the surroundings. Be vigilant. If any ill-intentioned individuals approach, do not hold back with you and Machoke. Understood, responded Gyarados. Got it, echoed Machoke. I'll assist as well, added Eevee. Let us see if anyone dares to step forward. Demu thought, feeling a twinge of anticipation. Was he becoming somewhat dark? In the nameless town under the night sky, Demu waited inside the Pokémon Center for over 2 hours before someone finally arrived. However, rather than seeking trouble, the visitor handed him an invitation to the black market. Interesting. The invitation even included a rudimentary map. Gyarados, you can return now. Eevee, Machoke. Let us explore what the black market has to offer. With a long coat draped over him and Eevee perched upon his shoulder, Demu, accompanied by Machoke, set forth towards the black market. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, he noticed numerous individuals in disguise heading in the same direction as he. It seemed the black market was quite the grand affair. Although he did not count, Demu estimated that the number of invitees surely exceeded 100. Following the throngs of people, Demu arrived at the venue of the black market after a brief walk. A group of guards stood at the entrance, accompanied by a pack of formidable hounds, particularly the lead hound, whose imposing presence rivaled that of Machoke. After confirming the validity of his invitation with the guards, Demu, along with Eevee and Machoke, stepped through the darkened entrance. Inside the black market, in stark contrast to the dark streets outside, the space was brightly lit, making it easy to locate whatever one desired. Not bad at all, though I wonder if there are any worthwhile treasures here. Demu thought, his heart filled with anticipation as he surveyed the dichotomy of the 2 streets. With no urgency pressing upon him, Demu strolled leisurely through the black market, taking in the sights at a measured pace. Chapter 36. Insights from the Black Market Auction. In the black market, aside from the guards and patrolling teams, both sellers and buyers envelop themselves in layers of clothing, wary of attracting the attention of those with malicious intent. As Demui strolled through the throngs of people, he could sense the palpable aura of danger surrounding him. The individuals passing by exuded an unmistakable scent of blood, revealing that this place was indeed one of the darker facets of the elven world. The streets of the black market were dotted with temporary stalls and a few permanent shops, the latter often belonging to certain factions. The stalls leaned more towards individual vendors and small teams. Demui observed that some stalls offered books on the use of wild fruits and herbal remedies. To him, the grandson of the esteemed Professor Oak, these resources felt trivial. However, for ordinary trainers, they were invaluable treasures, as they lacked the formal education provided to league trainers. Although Demui and his brother Xiao Mao had not received such education, their grandfather's influence had familiarized them with these subjects from a young age. The library of the Oak Research Institute could only be rivaled by the League's library. Most importantly, starting from the age of 5, Professor Oak had taken the two brothers on outdoor camping excursions, where theoretical knowledge was solidified through practice. 5 years of first-hand experience had equipped them with sufficient knowledge and skills to navigate the wild safely, making those years their most cherished life experiences. As Demui stood before a stall selling books, he noticed a considerable gathering of figures engaging in negotiations with the vendor. He could easily surmise that these figures were ordinary trainers, and among the crowd lurked some nefarious individuals. Demui chose not to intervene, adhering to his belief that individuals are independent entities, deserving of respect for their fates. The law of nature is one of survival of the fittest. Had he witnessed a Pidgey preying upon a caterpie during his travels, he would never have intervened. Such is the predator's instinct and the inevitable cruelty of nature. Human interference often harms the natural order, saving one life at the expense of another. Suddenly, something caught Demui's attention. A stall showcased nearly 20 Pokémon eggs, carelessly displayed. The vendor, seemingly lost in meditation, had his head bowed, while a battle-scarred Houndoom stood guard nearby. A sign at the stall indicated that the price for a Scyther egg was 100,000 Pokédollars, while a Kabutops egg was priced at 80,000. Upon using his scanning ability, Demui discerned that 2 of the eggs contained promising individuals. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he decided against making a purchase. His current Pokémon had not yet fully evolved, and he lacked the energy to nurture another unhatched Pokémon. Upon departing from the egg stall, Demui stumbled upon a shop selling Pokémon. Out of curiosity, he entered the establishment known as Turtle Field Hunter's Hut. As he crossed the threshold, faint sounds reached his ears. Though subtle, he discerned the anguished cries of various Pokémon. His brow furrowed, discomfort washing over him. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered excessively gruesome scenes. Inside the shop, various cages housed different Pokémon, and in their eyes, he recognized a haunting familiarity. Their dull gaze reflected a loss of hope for the future and a numb acceptance of their present plight. Their bodies were imprisoned, but their spirits yearned for freedom, a tragic irony indeed. Demui refrained from venturing further, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of the black market, Demui found himself at the entrance of an auction house. Curious, he purchased a ticket and received a bidding number before entering the auction hall with his companions, Howley and Evie. Upon entering, the atmosphere and temperature shifted noticeably. All right, let us commence with the next item for bidding, the auctioneer announced, as 2 staff members hoisted a glass tank constructed of 6 paints. Inside the tank rested a lump of light green mud, with a pair of eyes peering out upon closer inspection. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are familiar with shiny Pokémon or rare-colored Pokémon. Unlike their common counterparts, they often possess unique abilities. As you can see, within this glass tank is a rare shiny Grimer. Capturing this shiny Grimer required significant resources and effort from our auction house. Therefore, I declare the starting bid for this shiny Grimer to be 100,000 Pokédollars, with each subsequent bid no less than 5,000 Pokédollars. Esteemed guests, do not miss this opportunity. 150,000 Pokédollars. A slender young man clad in ninja attire raised his bidding paddle, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he fixated on the shiny Grimer. Oh, the illustrious guest number 24 has bid 150,000 Pokédollars. Are there any other bidders? If not, I will count down, and this shiny Grimer shall belong to guest number 24. 3 before the auctioneer could finish counting. Another bid interrupted. 300,000 Pokédollars. This shiny Grimer has caught the attention of the wolf pack. We ask for your consideration. A bald, muscular man in martial arts attire stood firm, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those who met his eyes, save for a few with hidden strengths, quickly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his stare. The Wolf Pack was the most powerful gang in this nameless town. Guest number 3 from the Wolf Pack has bid 300,000 Pokédollars. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? This is a 1 in a million shiny Pokémon. If you miss this chance, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. If there are no further bids, I shall count down. And this shiny Grimer will be claimed by guest number 3. 3. The bald man's words darkened the auctioneer's expression. As an auctioneer, he naturally hoped that the items he handled would fetch high prices. Such success would not only yield profit for him, but also enhance his reputation within the auction circuit. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, at this moment, the most formidable local force had intervened. Although the auction house possessed backing that could stand against the Wolf Pack, they were acutely aware that their current manpower could not withstand a confrontation with such a powerful adversary. Chapter 37. The auction house erupts once more amidst the chaos of Bigwood Crane beneath the stern gaze of a bald, muscular man, the auctioneer. Feeling the weight of the moment, reluctantly began the countdown. However, a sudden voice pierced through the tension, offering the auctioneer a respite from his frustration. What nonsense from the Wolf Pack. The Serpent Guild fears you not. I bid 400,000 elven coins for this shimmering muck. A well-built man in casual attire, seated 2 spots away from the bald giant, raised his bidding card with a dismissive tone. Wow, our esteemed guest number 5 has placed a bid of 400,000 elven coins. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, I shall count down 3 times, and this rare shimmering muck shall belong to our guest number 5. 3. Damn you, Kunku. Do not revel in your triumph. One day, the Wolf Pack shall swallow your Serpent Guild whole. The bald giant, known as Yashimura, seethed with anger at the taunt. Buyers should refrain from idle chatter if they cannot afford it, Kunku remarked nonchalantly, undeterred by Yashimura's threats. I bid 500,000 elven coins. Despite his fury, Yashimura recognized that the immediate priority was to raise the stakes. Excellent. Our distinguished guest number 3 has raised the bid to 500,000 elven coins. Is there anyone else willing to increase their offer? For the auctioneer, the prospect of fierce competition among bidders was a delightful opportunity for profit. 600,000. 700,000. In the back row of the auction house, Bigwood Crane observed the unfolding drama with a subtle smile. 2 local gangs were locked in fierce competition for a rare Pokémon. At first glance, he had mistaken the shimmering muck for the Alolan variant, as certain Pokémon exhibited regional forms due to their environments. The Alolan muck, characterized by its pale green hue and yellow stripes on its chin, bore a resemblance to the shimmering specimen at hand. A scan from his insight eye confirmed that this muck was indeed a genuine shiny Pokémon. Yet, despite its rarity and commendable traits, Bigwood Crane, already possessing a Gloom and a Weezing, had no intention of adding another poison-type Pokémon to his roster. Ultimately, the shimmering muck fell into the hands of Yashimura, albeit at a price 2 or 3 times greater than anticipated. Very well, esteemed guests. The next auction item is a gym-level Tyranitar, starting at 500,000 elven coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000. Do not miss this opportunity. 600,000. I bid 700,000. As the frenzy of bidding ensued, Bigwood Crane could not help but shake his head. A group of trainers, lacking the necessary gym-level experience, aimed to command a Pokémon far superior to themselves, especially one they had not nurtured since its infancy. With Tyranitar's notoriously volatile temperament, the outcome was all too predictable. Bigwood Crane silently mourned for the unfortunate soul who would acquire the Tyranitar. After a few more items were auctioned, the auctioneer prepared to unveil the final item of the day. Soon, a strikingly attractive staff member emerged, cradling a Pokémon egg. Esteemed guests, we present to you our final auction item of the day. As you know, trainers in the league receive a starter Pokémon upon reaching the age of 10 after paying 10 years' worth of taxes. These starter Pokémon are known for their rapid development, high potential, and stable personalities. However, most of these Pokémon are raised within the league, making wild specimens exceedingly rare. Today, we have before us an egg of a starter Pokémon. Fantastic. I knew this auction would yield treasures. Who would have thought we could obtain a starter Pokémon egg? We cannot let this slip away. Do you have the funds? Your pockets are emptier than your face. Dreaming in your sleep won't help you here. Well, your words are rather harsh. While others engaged in discussions, Bigwood Crane began scanning the Pokémon egg with his inside eye. Species, Chikorita, egg form, gender, male ability, overgrow moves, tackle, growl. Inherited moves, leaf storm, seed bomb. Initially, Bigwood Crane had assumed it was a Kanto starter, only to discover it was from Johto. Among the starters, there existed various tiers. The first and third generations were considered T0 level. As for the remaining generations, opinions differed widely. However, the second generation starters were often regarded as the least impactful. Essentially mirroring the first generation in species distribution, while lacking any significant enhancements in later iterations. While not entirely inferior, they were merely marginally stronger than ordinary Pokémon, and none of them fell within Bigwood Crane's consideration for capture. Before long, the ownership of the Chikorita egg was established, having been claimed by a small gang from a nameless town. Truly lacking self-awareness. Once the auction concluded, Bigwood Crane, positioned at the end of the hall, swiftly departed. However, he did not venture far, instead taking refuge in a shop diagonally across from the auction house. As anticipated, mere minutes after his exit, chaos erupted within the auction house. The adage possessing wealth brings danger rang true. When one's strength fails to safeguard their possessions, the risk of losing them to stronger individuals escalates. The weaker one is, the greater the risk becomes. The members of the small gang, having secured no further acquisitions, chose to revel in their victory of obtaining the starter egg, blissfully unaware that they were regarded as delectable prey by those around them. Bigwood Crane's purpose in lingering nearby was simply to seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil, for while he had no need, the allure of something for free was undeniably enticing. Chapter 38. Unexpected gains from the auction house heist. The mere thought of a certain white pea evokes a thrill of excitement within Damuhi. While waiting to play the role of the Yellow Sparrow, he contemplates the strength of his Pokémon. Currently, Damuhi possesses 6 Pokémon: Charizard, Machoke, Gengar, Gyarados, Eevee, and Kabuto. Without a doubt, Charizard is the strongest among them, and it is also the only one capable of carrying a human aloft. Cautiously, he resolves not to use his trump card as the first option. Inside the auction house, the cacophony of sounds continues unabated, a melange of various Pokémon voices intermingling with human shouts. After waiting for about 10 minutes in a shop diagonally across from the auction house, Damuhi dons a mask and leads Gyarados and Machoke to the backyard of the auction house. Pressing against the wall to listen intently, he detects no movement and instructs Gyarados, "Create a spatial marker here, and then use teleport to take us inside." With a flicker of blue light in Gyarados' eyes, it first establishes a spatial location using its psychic abilities. Then, Damuhi and Machoke feel a lightness in their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they find themselves in the auction house's backyard. "Well done, Gyarados," Damuhi praises. "You flatter me, hee." Gyarados responds, pleased with the compliment. Afterward, Damuhi stealthily enters through the back door of the auction house with his 2 Pokémon. Given the ongoing battle in the auction house, the storeroom in the backyard is undoubtedly underdefended. Regardless of what treasures lie within, Damuhi decides to investigate. After all, if he stumbles upon something valuable, he would be in luck. Observing the directional signs before him, Damuhi reflects on how considerate the auction house is, providing such convenient information. Initially, he thought he would need to exert significant effort to locate the storeroom, but he never expected the staff to be so straightforward. With that in mind, he proceeds without hesitation. Following the signs at a brisk pace, he instructs Gyarados to scout ahead with its psychic abilities at each turn or corner. After a winding journey of about 5 to 6 minutes, Damuhi arrives at the storeroom's entrance. Authorized personnel only. No entry for unauthorized individuals. The warning seems to proclaim to all that valuable items are contained within. However, the massive door is secured with 3 heavy locks. Naturally, this presents no obstacle for Gyarados' teleport. "Gyarados, once more employ teleport to take us inside," Damuhi commands. "Understood," Gyarados replies. With another flash before their eyes and a sense of weightlessness, the trio silently enters the storeroom of the auction house. Having gained experience from the previous teleportation, Damuhi closes his eyes after issuing the command. When he feels the solid ground beneath his feet, he opens his eyes. Before him stands a row of shelves brimming with various items. Activating his scanning ability, he discovers an abundance of treasures. Numerous berries, various evolution stones, an array of TMs, and several Pokémon eggs are all within sight. Damuhi promptly retrieves a spare space bag and hands it to his 2 Pokémon, instructing Gyarados, Machoke, "Collect all the berries, high-quality evolution stones, and TMs." "Understood, hee." Gyarados responds, while Machoke nods in agreement. The next moment, Machoke takes the space bag, and Gyarados uses its psychic prowess to gather berries and high-quality evolution stones. Notably, the evolution stones available in the auction house tend to be of commendable quality. Meanwhile, Damuhi focuses on scanning an array of Pokémon eggs. Although the probability is slim, it does not take much time, especially since Gyarados and Machoke are already busy collecting items. He might as well pass the time by scanning. To his astonishment, amidst the overgrown weeds, he discovers an exquisite egg, the potential of which is remarkable. A shiny Gengar egg. "How fortuitous," he exclaims, thrilled. Without a moment's hesitation, Damuhi swiftly adds the egg to his collection. After securing the Jengar egg, he notices that his two Pokémon have gathered nearly everything, prompting him to consider making his exit. After all, he is an uninvited guest, and should the auction house discover his presence, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the thrill of this unexpected fortune feels exhilarating. However, just as Demuhi prepares to leave, a noise emanates from the storeroom floor. As he and his Pokémon look on in confusion, a round, egg-like head emerges from the ground, followed by a voice of praise. Digger, well done. Shoo. There are outsiders, don't come out. Digger warns, keeping a wary eye on the trio. Unfortunately, its trainer fails to grasp Digger's words. Emerging from the burrow behind Digger is a strikingly beautiful girl with orange hair. It appears she, too, has come seeking fortune. Despite Demuhi's Pokémon having taken a significant amount, there are still plenty of items left, including a batch of Pokémon eggs and some medium-quality evolution stones. Ah, just another kindred spirit. Until we meet again, Demuhi says, turning to Gyarados. Let us go? Understood. Gyarados replies. With a surge of psychic energy, the trio disappears from sight. Phew, that was close. Demuhi breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that his ruse had worked. Had he not played the fool, they might have been caught. Observing the girl's expression of relief after their departure, he reflects on her naivety. Digger, being a Pokémon, sensed the pressure from Demuhi's Pokémon and had no doubt that if they had malicious intent, neither it nor its trainer would stand a chance against them. Outside the auction house, at the location marked by Gyarados, Demuhi and his two Pokémon reappear. Well, that was quite the performance, but she underestimated human nature. How many foolish individuals would dare to engage in such actions? Demuhi muses, fully aware he had seen through the girl's disguise. His decision not to act was influenced not only by a desire to avoid complications but also by the belief that it was unnecessary. With his unexpected bounty already secured, the tunnel left by the girl would serve as an excellent scapegoat. After all, unless the auction house personnel were completely oblivious, how could they overlook such a conspicuous hole in the ground? With the girl diverting their attention, the auction house would never suspect him. Truly, a perfect decoy. Chapter 39. Arrival at Hongyan Town. Evolution of communication within the uncharted forest. The illustrious Damyu has departed from the nameless town. Presently, he is assessing the bountiful spoils of his unexpected fortune. First and foremost, he has acquired an exceptional quality shiny Pokémon egg. The quantities of various common evolutionary items vary, yet all are of superior quality. Notably, he has also procured 2 units of the power amplifiers needed for Electabuzz evolution, gathered from the auction house's storeroom by 2 of his Pokémon. Following this, the collection of berries has been remarkable, with his 2 Pokémon having nearly emptied the storeroom of its contents. As he counts the berries, Damyu's joy intensifies. The sheer abundance is overwhelming. After nearly an hour of counting, he is still unable to ascertain the total number of berries. Ultimately, he reluctantly abandons the task, estimating that this batch of berries could sustain his Pokémon for several months. While Damyu revels in his outdoor inventory, the auction house in the nameless town has discovered the theft of its storeroom. The manager hurriedly arrives, aghast at the sight of the nearly empty storeroom, a stark contrast to its previously overflowing state. The emptiness would bring tears even to a Rattata. Investigate immediately. Dispatch a team to trace the tunnel. We cannot overlook even the slightest clue. I shall have this despicable thief dismembered. In stark contrast to the urgency of the auction house's efforts to apprehend the thief, Damyu's life has become significantly more leisurely. Each morning, he traverses the mountainous terrain or dense woods according to the map's guidance, taking the entire morning for his journey. As noon approaches, he sets up camp to prepare lunch. The afternoons are dedicated to training his Pokémon, aided considerably by the enhancement devices he acquired from Xiaoming, designed with foresight for the substantial growth and size that accompanies Pokémon evolution. Thus, he specifically requested the devices to be both adjustable and extensible, making them suitable for a wide array of Pokémon. Naturally, for Pokémon like Shelter and Cloyster, the effects of the enhancement devices are less pronounced than for others. One fine morning, after a series of stops and training sessions, Damyu finally arrives at the location of the last batch, Hongyan Town. As per his usual routine, his first action is to visit the Pokémon Center for Nurse Joy to assess the health of his Pokémon. Following this, he reaches out to his grandfather. Oh, Damyu, it has been a while since you last contacted me. How goes your progress in collecting badges? I've just arrived in Hongyan Town today and plan to challenge the Hongyan Gym in a couple of days. If victorious, I will have gathered all 8 badges required for the court's conference. Indeed, your pace is commendable. But Shigeru has already amassed 9 badges and captured over 100 Pokémon. Even Satoshi has caught over 30. And you? Your Pokémon count still hasn't reached double digits, has it? As the top contender, you ought to step up your game. The familiar dialogue stirs a sense of helplessness within Damyu. Grandfather, I currently have 9 Pokémon, And there is an egg in my backpack on the verge of hatching. Strictly speaking, I already possess 10 Pokémon. Very well, very well. I shall not rush you. But what prompted your call today? Damn U.S. grandfather is aware of the need to tread lightly. Pushing too hard could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Oh, it's this, grandfather. My Machoke and Gyarados have reached their limits in experience and energy accumulation. I wish for them to undergo their final evolution. Very well. Send one of them over first. Understood, grandfather. With a series of operations, both Machoke and Gyarados are set to evolve once more. As they evolve, they acquire new skills. Species, Machoke, gender, male. Ability, no guard, skills. Leer, low kick, karate chop, focus energy, wide guard, body slam, detect, earthquake, revenge, seismic toss, wake up slap, cross chop. TM skills, brick break, protect, light screen, rock slide, rock tomb, fling, poison jab. Egg moves, ice punch, thunder punch, bullet punch, yoga position. Species, alakazam, gender, male. Ability, magic guard. Skills, confusion, teleport. Calm mind, psychic, miracle eye, trick room, psybeam, reflect, telekinesis, recover, psycho cut, meditate. TM skills, protect, substitute, shadow ball, mystical shield. Egg moves, fling, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch. After completing the evolutions of both Pokémon, Damn enjoys lunch before taking the newly evolved Pokémon to acclimate to their enhanced physiques. That evening, after dinner, Damn visits a hot spring in Honglian Town, indulging in a relaxing soak with his Pokémon. Although Charizard is somewhat apprehensive of water, with encouragement from his companions and Damn, it timidly enters the hot spring, clinging to its tail, stealing a moment of respite. He takes the time to unwind with his Pokémon, alleviating the muscle fatigue accumulated from their training. Physical exhaustion can often be remedied by sleep, but the weariness of the spirit requires more specialized means. 2 mornings later, Damn finds himself at Honglian Park, stopping before a clock-adorned building. This is the inn run by the renowned trainer of Honglian Gym, Shaba. Ding dong. Hello, is anyone there? Damn rings the doorbell and calls out loudly. Young lad, what brings you here? Responds Shaba, donning sunglasses and a wig. Are you the esteemed trainer Shaba of the Honglian Gym? I am Damn from Mossera Town, here to challenge you to a battle for the gym badge. The surrounding houses are spaced generously apart, and due to the development of hot springs, Honglian Island has transformed into a tourist haven. Many innkeepers are preoccupied with their bustling businesses, leaving little room for idle chatter. Guided by a vague recollection, Damn finds his way here. While he cannot clearly recall Shaba's features, he distinctly remembers his penchant for sunglasses and wigs. Chapter 40. Fierce battle at the Crimson Lotus Dojo. What is cold in the head, but warm in the body? Upon having his identity guessed, Xiaobo did not immediately acknowledge it, but instead posed a riddle to Demuhi. Is this a brain teaser? Cold in the head, warm in the body. Shouldn't that be a hot spring? After pondering for a moment, Demuhi provided his answer. Although not entirely accurate, it captured the general essence. Since you have come to challenge the dojo, follow me, Xiaobo declared, leading Demuhi to the back mountain of the inn. Upon reaching the back mountain, Xiaobo activated a mechanism on a stone sculpture, causing a massive boulder to shift to the right before them. Come with me. Sure. As Demuhi entered the cave, he felt as though he had plunged into a warm hearth. The deeper he ventured, the higher the surrounding temperature rose. This environment was rather inhospitable to Pokémon of bug, grass, ice, and water types. Soon, under Xiaobo's guidance, they arrived at a colossal platform, where several thick iron chains floated in midair, with bubbling molten lava beneath. Alright, we have arrived. The battle will feature 3 Pokémon on each side, with the challenger allowed to switch Pokémon at will, while the dojo trainer cannot. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Subsequently, both parties took their positions on opposite sides of the platform, each producing a Pokeball. Let us go, Ninetales. For our first battle in the dojo, let us perform admirably, Alakazam. Woo. I'll do my best. Oh, it's Alakazam. Looks like we're facing a formidable challenger today. In that case, Ninetales, let us greet them with Flamethrower. Woo. Understood. A searing flame erupted from Ninetales' mouth. Due to the volcanic environment, Ninetales' fire attack was significantly more potent than it would be in other settings. Let us engage in a showdown of signature moves. Alakazam, use Psybeam. Understood. A blue-purple psychic energy manifested from the spoon held by Alakazam. The 2 moves collided in midair, producing a shockwave from the ensuing explosion. Alakazam, utilizing telekinesis, seized Ninetales. With blue light flickering in Alakazam's eyes, Ninetales was enveloped in the blue glow and lifted into the air. Woo. What is going on? Ninetales, hang in there. Break free. Xiaobo anxiously encouraged Ninetales, who was immobilized in midair. Woo. but I can't muster any strength. However, Demuhi would not grant an opportunity for a comeback. With Ninetales trapped, it was time to press the advantage. Alakazam swiftly employed Psychic Blade. Understood, hehe. In the next moment, a purple Psychic Crescent Blade struck Ninetales suspended in the air. Unable to evade Alakazam's attack, Ninetales suffered the blow. Ninetales, woo, that hurts. As the dust from the attack settled, Ninetales appeared dazed. Return, Ninetales. You've done well. The next battle will be entrusted to your comrades. After comforting Ninetales, Xiaobo retrieved another Pokeball and said, "It's been a while since I had an exhilarating battle. You truly are impressive, Demuhi. However, I won T easily part with the Crimson Lotus badge. It's your turn, Steelix." Roar. Indeed, it was Steelix. Alakazam took the initiative, using Ice Punch. Understood. Upon receiving the trainer's command, Alakazam's right arm rapidly became enveloped in icy cold energy. Oh, trying to exploit type advantages, are we? That's not a wise choice. Steelix, use Tackle. Understood. With a roar, Steelix was enveloped in a modest white light. The next moment, its sharp and sturdy horn collided fiercely with Alakazam's Ice Punch. Despite Alakazam's type advantage, it was overpowered by Steelix's formidable strength. Alakazam was sent flying by the impact. Alakazam, Demuhi exclaimed. But there was no changing the outcome of Alakazam's flight. Woo, so strong. With a powerful horn strike, Steelix sent Alakazam crashing into the wall outside the arena, rendering Alakazam unable to continue fighting. Return, Alakazam. This time, it was my miscalculation. Rest well. It's your turn, Machoke. Hey. Oh. Such a robust Machoke. Are you looking to go head-to-head? Let us see what you've got. Steelix, use Tackle once more. Understood. Steelix was once again enveloped in a radiant white light. With its horn made sharper by the glow, it charged forward. Unlike Alakazam, who struggled in close combat, my Machoke welcomes the challenge, especially against such a formidable opponent. Machoke, unleash Cross Chop. Hey. Machoke's arms crossed in a powerful stance. Go, Steelix. Let us go, Machoke. Roar. You will fall. Hey. You should be the one to fall. With the fierce roars of both Pokémon, they clashed with their respective signature moves. Unlike the earlier encounter between Alakazam and Steelix, Machoke stood firm against Steelix's impact, resulting in a stalemate. Oh. Your Machoke is impressive. It can withstand Steelix's force. Xiaobo praised Machoke. Seeing the two Pokémon evenly matched, this is just the beginning. You may have overlooked that Machoke has 4 arms. Machoke, combine Ice Punch with Brick Break. What? Hey. Prepare to fall. Disregarding Xiaobo's astonishment, Machoke's back arms, one enveloped in icy energy and the other glowing with power, struck Steelix's head with tremendous force. Roar. Director, I want to report this. Oh. That hurts. Steelix's head took a heavy blow, leaving it incapacitated. Wow. Your Machoke is quite exceptional. It can multitask so effectively. No, it's more like it's using 3 minds at once. Yes. It can maximize the potential of its 4 arms. However, this multitasking does exert greater strain on its stamina. Demuhi had discovered Machoke's multitasking prowess through keen observation, reminiscent of a martial arts drama he had seen in a previous life. It filled him with anticipation for Machoke's future. Naturally, upon this realization, Demuhi arranged for enhanced training for Machoke, employing a strategy where the front arms acted in unison while the back arms performed separate actions. What a fortunate little fellow. Xiaobo couldn't help but admire Demuhi's luck in encountering such a talented Pokémon. Indeed, it would be an understatement to say it's good fortune. I must acknowledge that. Now, let us cease our idle chatter. I still have one last Pokémon. If you prevail, the Crimson Lotus badge shall be yours. Sounds perfect. Return, Steelix. Machoke, you too shall return. What? Is Machoke not continuing the fight? No. Its stamina has been somewhat depleted, and allowing it to engage in battle once more would be unwise. Furthermore, I am confident that this final adversary will triumph over your Pokémon. You certainly possess a great deal of confidence. As a trainer, is it not essential to believe in your Pokémon? Very well. What is the hottest flame in the world? The fiery blaze that moves within molten lava. Here it comes. The Great Wood Crane gazed at the seemingly eccentric Shabo, realizing he was about to unleash his trump card. Come forth, Psyduck Fire Dragon. Indeed. It is the Psyduck Fire Dragon. At last, a fiery showdown between fire-type Pokémon is upon us. Step forth, Charizard. Roar. Chapter 41. Confrontation with the duck-billed fire dragon and the unveiling of an unusual treasure-utilized Charizard. The ensuing battle promises to be exceptionally intense. Observing the commanding presence of Charizard, alongside its significantly larger physique compared to its kin, coupled with the impressive musculature evident on its body, Xiaobo realized at first glance that his duck-billed fire dragon was pitted against a formidable adversary today. Simultaneously, anticipation swelled within Xiaobo's heart for this impending clash. Of course, Charizard, let us greet our opponent with a fiery blast. With a resounding roar, Charizard unleashed a searing torrent of flames aimed directly at the duck-billed fire dragon. Much like the previous encounter with Ninetales, the surrounding environment amplified Charizard's flames, rendering them far more potent than usual. If it's a contest of flame power, my duck-billed fire dragon shall not be outdone. Counter with a fiery blast. In the next moment, the duck-billed fire dragon retaliated with its own beam of flame directed at Charizard. The two fiery assaults collided mid-air, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The flame skills neutralized each other. Now, how about this? Charizard, deploy Dragon Pulse. With a commanding roar, Charizard conjured a deep green energy sphere that gradually expanded in its maw. As the energy coalesced, the essence of Dragon-type power surged, indicating that Charizard had amassed an extraordinary amount of strength. Since we're at this juncture, let us unleash our full potential. Duck-billed fire dragon, utilize the big character Burst. In response, a sphere of scorching flames rapidly formed within the duck-billed fire dragon's mouth, morphing into a large character shape that charged toward the Dragon Pulse. Once again, the two energy attacks met with a resounding explosion. However, in this exchange, Charizard seemed to falter slightly. This was only to be expected, as the power of fire-type moves is significantly enhanced at a volcanic site. It appeared that only fire-type techniques would suffice now. Charizard, unleash your flamethrower. Perhaps fueled by the previous setback or the pride of being a fire-type Pokémon, Charizard's flamethrower was more potent than ever. In close combat, duck-billed fire dragon. Respond with the Thunderfire fists. Obeying Xiaobo's command, the duck-billed fire dragon's left fist crackled with golden lightning, while its right was enveloped in blazing flames. This attacking style mirrored the raw strength of Charizard. Charge forth, Charizard. Engage, duck-billed fire dragon. With an explosive clash, Charizard, engulfed in blue-white flames, collided with the duck-billed fire dragon, which was wielding its Thunderfire fists. This confrontation surpassed the previous exchanges, and neither side was willing to concede. Do not give in, Charizard. Boost your power. Duck-billed fire dragon. Neither should you yield. Attack with all your might. As the dust settled, both Pokémon stood back to back. In the next moment, under the scrutinizing gazes of Demeu and Xiaobo, Charizard faltered under the recoil of the flamethrower, kneeling in a bid to support its hefty frame. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Xiaobo's face, as if victory were within his grasp. Demeu felt a tightening in his chest, silently praying for Charizard to endure. If Charizard were to be defeated, Demeu would be too embarrassed to send out his Machoke, after boasting so grandly earlier. Yet, in the following second, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The duck-billed fire dragon, much like Charizard before it, suddenly ignited in a blaze of blue-white flames. You've won, the duck-billed fire dragon declared, its body collapsing to the ground. With its fall, Charizard erupted in flames towards the sky in celebration. Return, duck-billed fire dragon. You performed admirably. Take a well-deserved rest. Ahi, that was indeed a thrilling battle. This is proof of your victory, the Crimson Lotus Badge. Thank you, Mr. Xiaobo. Look, Charizard. We have obtained the Crimson Lotus Badge. How delightful. Ahi, which city will you venture to next? Observing the exuberance of Demeu and Charizard, Xiaobo could not refrain from inquiring. Well, I have completed the collection of the 8 badges required for this year's Indigo conference. With 2 months remaining until the commencement of the event, I must prepare my Pokémon for specialized training. Demeu appeared puzzled by Xiaobo's inquiry, yet he felt secure in declining any requests for assistance, backed as he was by his esteemed lineage. That is perfectly fine then. Upon hearing that Demeu had time, Xiaobo felt a surge of joy within. Do you have something in mind, Xiaobo? If it's not urgent, I need to return to Plateau. My grandfather has asked me to come home early. Demeu was perplexed, wondering if Xiaobo sought his help with something. Such unsolicited assistance held little value for Demeu. Rest assured, this matter will be beneficial for you and Charizard, having lived for over half a lifetime. Xiaobo could easily discern the skepticism in Demeu's gaze. Xiaobo then elaborated on his reasons for wanting Demeu to stay. Perhaps due to energy mutations in the Pokémon world, there is a volcano on Crimson Lotus Island. With its eruption, some rare flame crystals have surfaced alongside the lava flows. Initially, I mistook these crystals for fire stones, but upon testing, I discovered they were not. I then investigated these crystals and found that, while they are not fire stones, they can be absorbed by fire-type Pokémon and significantly enhance the power of their fire-type, moves beyond that of Pokémon holding charcoal. Chapter 42, The Quest for the Mysterious Crystal. The purpose of Xiaobo in stopping the Great Wood Crane was due to the imminent eruption of the volcano. At that time, it was certain that many flame crystals would flow out with the lava. Recognizing the exceptional qualities of the fire-breathing dragon possessed by the great wood crane, Chabot decided to share the secret with it. If one were to inquire why, it might be attributed to his advancing age and the rare encounter with the talented junior, prompting Chabot to lend a helping hand. Mr. Chabot, may I ask if a Pokémon with affinity for fire, yet not of the fire type, can absorb the power from the crystals? The great wood crane was undoubtedly eager to seize such a valuable resource. However, recalling the peculiar attributes of another head of the abominable monster, combined with the words of grandfather Professor Oak and the results from its scanning eye, the great wood crane felt a surge of excitement. If the crystals could be effective for the abominable monster, it could elevate its standing from the bottom ranks to the forefront. I have not tried this, so I cannot provide an answer. Although Chabot was puzzled by the great wood crane's question, he truly had no ideas in this regard. Nevertheless, it was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Ah, what a pity. Though success is not guaranteed, the great wood crane held high hopes for the flame crystals. With the wild resources awaiting, the great wood crane could not depart so soon. Conveniently, as Chabot's residence was an inn, the great wood crane made itself at home without hesitation. Naturally, the great wood crane intended to pay for its stay, unwilling to take advantage of free food and lodging, unless, of course, a wealthy benefactor were to foot the bill, which would be a different matter entirely. There was also the possibility of fishing in troubled waters. Reminiscent of the great wood crane's previous escapade in that nameless town, seizing a fortune amidst the chaos. Such incidents were merely a matter of timing in that tumultuous place. During the 3 days that the great wood crane spent at Chabot's home, its time was filled with either indulging in seafood or soaking in hot springs. In this rare leisure, the great wood crane did not impose strict training on its Pokémon, allowing them a respite from their usual regimen. However, this had nothing to do with the abominable monster, as the great wood crane, upon hearing news of the mysterious crystals, awaited the recovery of the abominable monster's health before returning to the Oak Research Institute to trade it for the long-unseen Shelder. As for the reason behind exchanging for Shelder, the great wood crane sought to have a formidable water-type Pokémon for contingency. The fossilized helmet was also one of its backup plans. On the 4th morning, while the great wood crane was wiping the Pokémon egg with a towel, it suddenly felt the ground tremble. What is happening? An earthquake? Without hesitation, the great wood crane grabbed its backpack and the Pokémon egg, rushing outside. As for why the great wood crane did not alert Chabot, it was because Chabot was out wandering during the day, only returning for meals. Meanwhile, Chabot, who had been observing the volcanic activity, had indeed seen the eruption of the volcano he was particularly focused on. Thick volcanic ash filled the air. Yet Chabot felt exhilarated as he hurried home. The special volcano had erupted, and he needed to take the great wood crane there promptly. Thus, in a vast open area, the great wood crane and Chabot met at the park beneath Chabot's home. Chabot, what is causing this tremor? At that moment, the great wood crane had already stowed the ghastly egg in its spatial backpack. Initially, the great wood crane intended to voice a complaint, but it suddenly noticed a towering column of fire erupting from a distance behind Chabot. See that? That's the volcano I mentioned. Quickly, summon a flying Pokémon that can carry us. We must head there immediately. Why the urgency? Didn't you say the crystals would flow with the lava? Indeed. While the crystals do flow with the lava, that only occurs during the eruption and the subsequent flow. Once the lava ceases to erupt, the crystals will sink into the magma, and we shall find ourselves unable to locate those buried treasures. Ah, I see. Then let us set off at once. Come forth. Charizard. X2 roar. X2 let us go, old friend. Keep up, Charizard. Both the great wood crane and Chabot mounted their respective Charizards. With the powerful flapping of the wings, they swiftly ascended towards the erupting volcano. As they neared their destination, both felt the oppressive heat in the air. For the great wood crane, which was accustomed to living near the volcano, this discomfort was pronounced. However, to strengthen its Charizard, it was willing to endure the heat. Well, if it becomes unbearable, I will have to pour water over myself and into my mouth. The saying running a horse to the mountain was not merely a casual expression. Although the volcano was in sight, it took over half an hour for the 2 Charizards to reach it, likely due to the added weight of their riders. Before long, the 2 Charizards landed on a towering rocky outcrop. Go, Charizard, lead the way to find the mysterious crystals. Charizard responds. Roar, understood. Charizard, be cautious. Your safety is paramount. Charizard responds. Roar, got it. After issuing their commands, the 2 Charizards soared into the sky once more, watching their figures fade. The great wood crane could not help but ask Chabot, Mr. Chabot, are you only sending 1 Charizard to search? As someone who specialized in fire types, Chabot's decision to send just 1 Charizard on this quest puzzled the great wood crane. Kiki, I'm growing old. Increasing my own strength holds no significance for me anymore. At that moment, Chabot resembled a sage who had seen through the trivialities of life. having become indifferent to worldly fame and fortune. Your perspective on life is something I aspire to learn in the future. Why in the future? Because the great wood crane still has aspirations. Whether it be fame or beauty, the allure remains strong for the 10-year-old great wood crane. As they endured the searing heat of the lava surrounding them, the two engaged in conversation to distract themselves. Time marched on rapidly as they chatted. Finally, after waiting for over an hour, the silhouettes of two Charizards appeared in the sky. As the figures grew larger, the two on the rocky outcrop could clearly see the condition of the two Charizards. Chapter 43. The Fire-Breathing Dragon and the Aberrant Creature Enhanced by Flame Crystals. The two fire-breathing dragons stood before us, their arms crossed in unison, cradling an assortment of irregular, diamond-shaped crystals. It appears our haul this time is quite remarkable. My previous collection pales in comparison to this one. I didn't anticipate that your arrival would significantly increase the quantity of crystals, Xiaobo exclaimed, marveling at the number of crystals held by the two dragons. Indeed, it seems fortune has favored us this time, Demuhi remarked as he activated his Eye of Inspection. Consumed item, flame crystal. Formed over many years from the fire element within magma, flame crystals can enhance the stamina, aptitude, temperature, and control over fire of fire-type Pokémon. Most importantly, each flame crystal contains a trace of the primal power of fire, enabling fire-type Pokémon to possess the potential to reach divine beast levels. It is crucial to note that non-fire-type Pokémon or those lacking fire affinity cannot absorb these crystals. Any attempt by other types to forcibly absorb them could result in fiery demise. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Inspection, the data regarding the flame crystals was laid bare. Currently, the only fire-type Pokémon in Demuhi's possession was the fire-breathing dragon. However, there was also an aberrant creature with fire affinity. In comparison to an ordinary aberrant creature, Demuhi's two-headed aberrant creature possessed an additional head, which, upon examination by his father and the Eye of Inspection, was found to have unparalleled affinity for fire. Compared to its poisonous capabilities, this head was decidedly more inclined towards fire attributes. His father speculated that this might be related to the runes adorning the head of the aberrant creature. Nevertheless, despite its excellent affinity for fire, the aberrant creature could only learn the move Flame Fong, unable to autonomously master other fire-type moves. Even in terms of learning tools, his father's experiments had proven fruitless. Ultimately, his father concluded that the aberrant creature was constrained by its species' limitations. Unless endowed with potent treasures, it could not transcend these limitations. Otherwise, its innate restrictions would forever hinder its ability to learn fire-type moves. The flame crystals not only enhance various abilities of fire types, but they also harbor a trace of primal firepower. Demuhi believed that there was a significant likelihood these treasures could help the aberrant creature break free from its species constraints. After a brief rest, the two fire-breathing dragons resumed their journey, carrying Demuhi and Xiaobo back to Xiaobo's residence. Upon counting, they discovered that they had acquired 13 flame crystals, which Xiaobo willingly forfeited to Demuhi. 3 hours later, having replenished their energy with a hearty lunch, the two prepared to let Demuhi's fire-breathing dragon absorb the flame crystals. In the backyard of Xiaobo's home, the 13 flame crystals lay casually before the fire-breathing dragon. One by one, the dragon began to absorb them, and Demuhi cautioned, "Take your time. The more potent these treasures, the more their energy resists absorption. We must ensure the fire-breathing dragon does not rush this process." Roar understood. With a nervous expression, Demuhi watched as the fire-breathing dragon placed the first flame crystal in its mouth. To his surprise, the seemingly rigid crystal melted instantly upon contact. As it was consumed, a radiant red light erupted from the dragon's belly, enveloping its entire form. Sensing its power surging, the fire-breathing dragon continued to consume the flame crystals. Under the anxious gaze of Demuhi and Xiaobo, the dragon devoured a total of 7 crystals, encapsulated in a beam of red energy. Through Demuhi's Eye of Inspection, the fire-breathing dragon was observed, eyes closed, enduring the tumultuous transformation of its newfound strength. After a considerable time, the red glow surrounding the dragon began to dissipate, revealing its form to Demuhi and Xiaobo once more. "Oh ho ho! Ahi! Your fire-breathing dragon has undergone a remarkable transformation," Xiaobo exclaimed. "Indeed. Yet, I owe much of this to Mr. Xiaobo. Had it not been for your information, I would have left Red Lotus Island after obtaining the badge." "Nonsense. This is all due to your own efforts. Moreover, your fire-breathing dragon possesses extraordinary potential. I must admit, I am somewhat envious. Such gratitude is unnecessary. This fire-breathing dragon is the offspring of my father's old companion. When I decided to take it in, my siblings were envious beyond measure. Indeed, it is a testament to the profound bond of affection. Haha. Yes, my father has always been kind to me." Roar. I have grown even stronger." As they conversed, the fire-breathing dragon, having absorbed all the energy, stood tall and roared towards the heavens. "How do you feel, fire-breathing dragon?" "Roar, excellent." After the infusion of the flame crystals, the dragon's height surged to 3 meters. Beyond its stature, the most notable change was its newfound robustness. Particularly striking were the elongated claws of the fire-breathing dragon, now significantly more powerful than those of its kin. "Congratulations, Ahi. Your fire-breathing dragon has likely reached the initial stage of gym leader level. I eagerly anticipate its performance at this year's quartz conference." "Indeed, Mr. Xiaobo. Just watch as my fire-breathing dragon showcases its prowess." The elevation in the dragon's strength imbued Demu He with immense confidence, while he had previously felt assured. Now it was as if victory were all but guaranteed. Following this, Demu He returned the fire-breathing dragon to its pop ball for rest and released the aberrant creature, allowing it to absorb the energy from the flame crystals as well. "I had no idea such a unique aberrant creature existed. Ahi. Your fortune in capturing this extraordinary Pokémon is truly remarkable." Xiaobo marveled at the two-headed aberrant creature, which exhibited a fire affinity. Reflecting on his own youth and the lack of such good luck, this is indeed serendipity. The aberrant creature was practically delivered to Demu He on a silver platter. With such a rare Pokémon approaching him, Demu He could hardly refuse. After the aberrant creature absorbed 3 flame crystals, it reached its own limits. Although it consumed less than the fire-breathing dragon, its ability to leverage fire affinity as a poison-type Pokémon was commendable. Once the red glow enveloping the aberrant creature dissipated, Demuli's eye of inspection revealed that the mutated head now contained the power of fire. "Ah, how delightful." Similar to the fire-breathing dragon, the aberrant creature underwent visible changes after absorbing the flame crystals. Most notably, the left head, originally adorned with red markings and runes, now exhibited a striking purplish-red hue. Furthermore, its size, already larger than its peers, had expanded to a remarkable 9 meters. Chapter 44. The hatching of ghostly shadows, perhaps due to the abundant fire elements contained within the flame crystals. The great wood crane's probing eye detected that the ABO monster had learned to breathe fire. This could certainly be considered a delightful surprise. Simultaneously, the ABO monster had reached the pinnacle of elite strength, teetering on the edge of gym-level prowess. After recalling the ABO monster and retrieving the remaining 3 flame crystals, the great wood crane returned indoors with Xiaobo. After a day filled with activity, both of them deserved a well-earned rest. Naturally, a soak in the hot springs before sleep would not only relieve their fatigue, but also bring joy to their minds and bodies. 2 days later, bidding farewell to Xiaobo, the great wood crane departed Red Lotus Town aboard a cruise ship. The necessary 8 badges for participating in the quartz conference had been collected, and the great wood crane had no desire to gather any more badges. Not only would it be a waste of time, but it also seemed somewhat superfluous. Instead of wasting precious moments, it would be far more beneficial to enhance the strength of his Pokémon. On the cruise ship, the great wood crane sat quietly in a chair, savoring his favorite black tea while occasionally glancing at the surging waves. The phrase "stealing a moment of leisure" perfectly encapsulated his current state. Unfortunately, while the great wood crane wished to indulge in a brief respite, others did not permit it. Due to his handsome appearance, numerous young girls and mature women gravitated towards his vicinity. Unlike the shy girls who stole glances, the more seasoned women openly showcased their allure within the great wood crane's line of sight. For a typical young boy, the great wood crane was naturally drawn to beautiful women. However, at merely 10 years of age, he would have to wait a few more years to explore such attractions. Premature indulgence could lead to irreparable harm to his developing body. Nonetheless, given the mature women's bold displays of charm, the great wood crane embraced the opportunity to appreciate the enticing visuals before him. After lunch, the great wood crane returned to his cabin. The vibrant scenes of the morning had already provided him with ample visual delight. He feared that if he ventured out again in the afternoon, he might lose control. The allure was simply too tempting. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room, resembling the sound of something shattering. The great wood crane turned towards the source of the noise and noticed several cracks had appeared on the surface of the Pokémon egg he had placed in the hatching device. Was it about to hatch? He quickly rose and retrieved the egg from the hatching apparatus. The egg had been in his possession for some time now. Although it had not hatched until now, the probing eye had confirmed everything was normal, so he had paid it little mind. Whenever he had the chance, he would take it out to give it a gentle wipe. This particular moment was prompted by his anticipation of spending several days on the cruise. He did not want to miss the hatching. Little did he know, on the very first day aboard the cruise, the ghostly Pokémon egg was about to hatch. As the cracks on the egg's surface multiplied, the great wood crane, accompanied by his 6 Pokémon, gathered around the egg in quiet anticipation. A brilliant white light erupted from the egg, revealing a unique shining ghostly Pokémon, distinct from the others. With a purple circular core surrounded by a halo of bluish-gray flames, it possessed large white eyes, black pupils, and a mouth adorned with a pair of fangs. Welcome to this world, Ghost. 2 days later, around noon, the cruise ship that the Great Wood Crane was aboard passed the shores of Withered Leaf City, heading toward its destination, the port of Hualon City. As Hualon City was the nearest port to Jinxing Town, the Great Wood Crane had no choice but to disembark there and continue his journey home overland. However, the cruise ship had caught the attention of a band of pirates. A cluster of speedboats gathered at a port in Withered Leaf City, with a medium-sized speedboat leading the pack. Boss Yuja, there's an Alliance medium-sized cruise ship heading toward Hualon City. Should we make a move? A robust bald man in a blue and white striped shirt reported to a middle-aged man aboard one of the boats. The crew behind them donned similar attire. All members of the Poison Wolf pirate gang, led by Captain Yojia. Send 2 speedboats to follow it. Let the others rest. Tonight, once the cruise ship is far from Withered Leaf City, we will launch our attack, Yojia calmly commanded after lowering his binoculars. Understood, Boss Yojia. Soon, following the command relayed by the bald man, 2 speedboats equipped with ample fuel began to trail behind the cruise ship slowly. The remaining members of the Poison Wolf pirate gang, aside from the drivers, rested on their boats, as they would need their strength for the impending battle. That evening, after dinner, the Great Wood Crane remained in his cabin, playing with his 7 Pokémon. The primary focus was on Eevee and Ghost, with the fossil armor Pokémon joining in on the fun. Meanwhile, Charizard and ABO Monster were still adjusting to their enhanced powers, while Shellder and Alakazam were engaged in rigorous training. Alakazam was using its psychic abilities to help Shellder hone its own powers. However, once Alakazam grew tired from its training, it would then unleash playful jabs against Shellder's shell. While ordinary punches would not phase Shellder, Alakazam's Thunder Punch was a different story. To prevent serious injury to Shellder, Alakazam controlled the power of its attacks to the minimum. This method not only reinforced Shellder's shell defense, but also allowed it to acclimatize to electric-type moves. Yet, after each training session, Shellder would often be left unconscious. Its shell as dark as its inner self. At this point, the Great Wood Crane had to step in, tending to Shellder's uneven shell and healing its wounds. Nonetheless, this somewhat torturous training proved effective, as Shellder was able to endure Alakazam's Thunder Punch for longer periods. It could be said that Shellder's resistance to electric-type attacks had indeed been strengthened. Chapter 45. The Pirate Night Raid. As the moon ascended higher into the sky, the lights in the cabins of the cruise ship began to extinguish one by one, signaling the passengers' preparations for rest. At midnight, amidst the dark and windy night, the Poison Wolf pirate crew had surrounded the cruise ship with their fleet of fast boats. Brothers, advance. Treasure, women, and precious Pokémon await us on the ship. Those who desire them should seize the opportunity with all their might. The night crew aboard the cruise ship quickly noticed the actions of the Poison Wolf pirate crew. Initially, they intended to leverage the ship's substantial size to break free, but unexpectedly, the propellers beneath the vessel were entangled by a swarm of venomous jellyfish, rendering them immobile. Upon discovering this predicament in the ship's control room, a burly man clad in a sailor's uniform immediately seized the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention everyone! Attention! The cruise ship is under attack by unidentified personnel. The security team must mobilize immediately. Esteemed guests, please secure your doors and windows and refrain from wandering about." I repeat. After broadcasting this urgent message to all aboard, the man swiftly contacted the nearby Kuyu City Coast Guard, detailing their location and the dire situation, urging them to send assistance promptly. "Hurry, we must hasten to provide support. If this ship is destroyed, the captain will not let us off easily." "Indeed, second officer." Every individual aboard the cruise ship, whether asleep or awake, heard the transmission. Instantly, piercing screams shattered the stillness of the night. In room A1006, Demue was roused from his slumber by the blaring announcement. Awakened from his dreams, he felt a sense of disorientation. "Pirates? What is happening? Is this not the world of Pokémon?" Demue pondered, bewildered. "Have I been transported once again? Just my luck to encounter this at such a moment. I can only hope that these pirates' Pokémon are not of high level. Otherwise, I might have to make a hasty retreat." As he hurriedly dressed, he muttered to himself. Although he was uncertain of the pirates' Pokémon levels, he understood that they would predominantly feature water and flying types, given their maritime occupation. However, the dilemma was that his beloved Victreebel and Electabuzz were not at hand. While Charizard and Alakazam could wield Thunder Punch, they did not compare to the capabilities of Victreebel and Electabuzz. Alakazam was somewhat reliable, but Charizard, despite being a high-level Pokémon, could still suffer from type disadvantages and fatigue. "Come forth, Alakazam and Shellder. Guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering." "Understood." Roger. After issuing commands to his two Pokémon, Demue recalled the Jengar that had been lurking in his shadow into its Pokeball. The slumbering Jengar offered no resistance and was successfully captured. Demue had refrained from doing so earlier, considering Jengar was still in its baby stage. This was also why he could carry 7 Pokémon. However, with Jengar now secured in its Pokeball, Demue faced the necessity of selecting another Pokémon to send away. With deft movements on his Pokédex, a flash of white light enveloped Jengar's Pokeball, and in the next moment, it vanished from his grasp. Exhaling softly, Demue felt a wave of relief wash over him. His final concern had been alleviated, allowing him to maneuver freely. On the cruise ship, pirates had already begun boarding the deck using their flying Pokémon, and the security team had engaged in combat with the intruders. From room A1006, Demue peered through the window to observe the unfolding chaos. Simultaneously, he activated his inside eye, scanning the information of both sides' Pokémon. Apart from the clashes between the security team and the pirates, some audacious passengers, overestimating their own strength, had flung open their doors to join the fray. Demue could not help but admire their bravery. Yet, it was regrettable that in battling the pirates, who danced on the precipice of death, these trainers, bound by the rules of the Alliance, were about to receive a harsh lesson from those who would stop at nothing for victory. Naturally, those lacking exceptional strength fell victim to the pirates' blades. For instance, a wounded Alliance trainer howled in rage, "You bastards! Attacking trainers during Pokémon battles? I will lodge a complaint with the Alliance." "Ha! Look, brothers, there's a naive one among us." A pirate wielding a knife chuckled, sharing the amusing spectacle with his comrades. "Indeed, we are pirates, so we have no regard for the Alliance's ridiculous rules. This lad has clearly been led astray by the Alliance. You look so pained. I'll send you on your way. No need to thank me." With that, the knife-wielding pirate launched his attack. No, sadly, the pirate showed no sign of halting his advance, and with the demise of the naive Alliance trainer, he proceeded to plunder all his belongings, his bag, Pokémon, and any valuables stripped away. If not for the ill fit, the pirate might have even stripped the unfortunate trainer of his clothing. The pirates descended upon everything of value like locusts, leaving no stone unturned as they sought their next prey. This ghastly scene was not isolated. Throughout the cruise ship, inexperienced trainers fell victim to the pirates' blades, succumbing to their own naivety. The night air resonated with the mingled cries of anguish and the victorious laughter of the pirates. Meanwhile, those passengers hiding in their cabins were unable to withstand the pirates' intrusion. After all, how could flimsy wooden doors defend against the blades and Pokémon of the marauders? In the rooms breached by the pirates, only those trainers with sufficient mindset and strength could command their Pokémon to resist. The others, lacking both, were left at the mercy of the invaders. As the captain, first officer, second officer, and some members of the security team were ensnared by the main forces of the Poison Wolf pirate crew on the deck, the captain, Yamazaki Shinju, gritted his teeth as he heard the screams and the pirates' raucous cheers. He suppressed his anguish and commanded his Frogadier to launch an attack. "Aha! You think we will let you succeed so easily? Gyarados, let us retaliate with Hydro Pump." The captain of the Poison Wolf pirate crew, Yusuke, paid no heed to the insults hurled at him. As a pirate captain, he was no stranger to such taunts. If he lost his composure over a few words, he would have long since found himself buried beneath a mountain of dirt. At present, he merely needed to hold back the cruise ship's primary forces while his subordinates gathered the spoils. As for whether they would keep the loot for themselves, that was a matter for another day. Chapter 46, Engaging in Battle to Eliminate Pirates in Room A1006. Demue was peering through the eye of exploration at the window for over 10 minutes. He observed the pirates outside, with only a few possessing advanced strength. Most were of intermediate capability. This revelation eased Demue's anxious heart, signaling that it was time for him to join the fray. Return, Iron Shell, and come forth, Aberman. Another battle awaits. Given Iron Shell's mobility constraints, Demue opted to summon Aberman instead. After consuming the flame crystal, Aberman had reached the pinnacle of elite strength. Paired with the intermediate elite Hoodie, they would find it effortless to confront those pirates who were at best of advanced rank. Most notably, Aberman had mastered the Thunderfang technique. The creaking of the wooden door went unnoticed by the others aboard the cruise ship. However, once Demue opened the door, he was immediately struck by a nauseating stench of blood. "Aberman, Hoodie, let us proceed." Upon witnessing the scattered corpses in the corridor, some belonging to Alliance trainers, others to pirates, and even some Pokémon, Demue swallowed his discomfort and pressed on with his two Pokémon. Help! Stay away from us. Two lovely maidens. Let me take good care of you." In one of the rooms, two delicate-looking girls, appearing around 13 or 14, were cornered by a muscular pirate. Trembling in fear, beside him stood a bloodied Kingler. Beneath the Kingler's claws lay the lifeless bodies of a Vulpix and a Swablu. Evidently the Pokémon of the helpless girls. Alas, they would never again open their eyes to see their trainers, just as despair enveloped the two girls. A command that resonated like the sweetest music filled their ears. Aberman, ambush the Kingler and then employ Thunderfang. Hudi, use Psychic to crush it. Huh. Understood. Roger. Who goes there? Before the muscular pirate could turn around, Hudi's Psychic exploded the watermelon in the room. Simultaneously, Aberman's attack sent the Kingler on a one-way trip. The vast level disparity made the instant defeat inevitable. The explosion of the watermelon sent the two already fraying girls into a scream. Silence. If you scream again, I shall have Hudi burst your heads. Yikes. Perhaps Demyuk's threat had an effect, or perhaps the brutality of the pirate's demise was too shocking. But at the moment Demyuk spoke, the girls promptly sealed their lips, gazing tearfully at him, fearful that Hudi might turn its powers upon them as well. All right. Remain quiet and hidden here. I shall clear out the pirates. With that, Demyuk paid no further heed to the girls. Their fates now rested on their ability to wait silently. As for why Demyuk did not intervene earlier, it was a tactical decision. Had he acted sooner, perhaps fewer trainers aboard the ship would have met their demise. However, such a course of action would have put him in peril. When a band of desperate pirates discover someone aboard who threatens their lives, their response is often reckless. The fear of death can ignite a pirate's adrenaline, causing them to temporarily forget pain and act with reckless abandon. In such a scenario, Demyuk would have faced a fate akin to those overconfident fools. Rescue is possible, but only if one preserved one's own safety. Demyuk had chosen to remain hidden initially to gauge the pirate's strength, embodying the strategy of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory. He could not endanger himself for the sake of others. Aberman, ambush and use Thunderfang. Hudi, employ Psychic. Ensuring his own safety, Demyuk began to clear the pirates from the cruise ship with his two elite Pokémon. His actions were deliberate, though not swift. However, with his involvement, the tides of battle began to tilt favorably toward the Alliance trainers. Soon enough, Demyuk encountered a formidable opponent. A relatively slender man among the pirates commanded an elite mid-tier Blastoise and an elite novice Frogadier. Who would have thought there were such potent adversaries aboard this ship? Apart from the security team, having faced countless life and death battles, Saito felt a pressure from Demyuk akin to that of his captain, Yusuke. You're quite impressive yourself. Unfortunately, your luck has run out, for you have crossed paths with me. Aberman, unleash a piercing sound, then strike Blastoise with Thunderfang. Hudi, use Confusion on Frogadier. Demyuk's Eye of Exploration had already acquired data on Sato's Pokémon. Possessing elite-level strength, both were considered rare champions. Demyuk silently rejoiced that he had not rushed out to assist when the pirates boarded. Otherwise, he would have been besieged by 2 or 3 elite pirates, and his Charizard would have perished under such circumstances. Understood. Roger. Aberman emitted a deafening sound that reduced the physical defense of both Blastoise and Frogadier. It then swiftly approached Blastoise, aiming to sink its gleaming Thunderfang into it. Meanwhile, Hudi brandished its spoons, unleashing a beam of psychic energy toward Frogadier. Blastoise countered with a spinning attack to thwart Aberman, while Frogadier used Bubble Beam to deflect Hudi's Psychic Ray. Aberman, rush in and bind Blastoise. Then follow up with Thunderfang. Hudi, attack Frogadier with Psycho Cut. Understood. Got it. Don't let it succeed. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Frogadier evaded with its double team and retaliated with a flurry of slaps. Understood. Got it. Aberman advanced to ensnare Blastoise, but the latter retracted its head just in time. Then it lunged forward towards Aberman. The Psycho Cut merely struck Frogadier's illusion, allowing it to swiftly close the distance to Hudi. Chapter 47. A battle against pirates with no winners. How audacious of you to dare engage in close combat. I truly admire your courage. The abominable monster, seizing the moment, ensnares the Blastoise. Hudi, employing his dual lightning fists, retaliates. He, without needing to glance, understands that this battle is nearly at its conclusion. Although the Blastoise is robust and undeniably strong, its size is of little consequence when compared to others. At a length of 9 meters, the abominable monster dwarfs even the ordinary Onyx. Furthermore, He's variant, a 2-headed mutation, coupled with his ample nourishment, renders the abominable monster not only with an extra head but also a girth exceeding that of its kin by more than 1.5 times. This is only to be expected, as it relies solely on its formidable physique for mobility, lacking limbs for support. As the Blastoise lunges forward, the abominable monster deftly evades its attack, using its own body to ensnare the Blastoise entirely. Yet, this is not the end, as it constricts. Electric sparks flicker from the mouths of its 2 heads. In the next instant, without hesitation, the abominable monster sinks its electric fangs into the Blastoise. Ouch. Blastoise, break free. Abominable monster, do not let it escape. Use acid spray with one head. Understood. Following the command, the fire-type head of the abominable monster continues to unleash its electric fangs, while the poison-type head spews forth a potent acid attack towards the Blastoise. The Blastoise, unable to extricate itself from the abominable monster's grasp, is left as helpless as meat upon a chopping block. Meanwhile, on the other side, the quick-swim frog approaches Hoodie, seeking to exploit its advantage in close combat. However, it is met with the dual lightning fist of Hoodie. The experience gained from training against the Kabuto proves invaluable in this moment. Moreover, the piercing sound emitted earlier by the abominable monster also affects the quick-swim frog. The shrill noise significantly diminishes the opponent's defensive capabilities. As the quick-swim frog attempts a flurry of slaps with its right hand, it finds itself caught by Hoodie's left hand, only to be struck by another lightning fist from Hoodie's other hand. Ouch! Like the Blastoise, the quick-swim frog is overwhelmed by the double electric assault. Quick-swim frog, find a way to break free. With both Pokémon ensnared, a sense of panic finally dawns upon Saito. What is the matter? The situation on the field is decidedly unfavorable for you. Why not send out 2 more Pokémon? Otherwise, your life may be forfeit today. Confident in his victory, Demuhi taunts like a villain in a movie. How infuriating. Do not push me too far. Saito, increasingly flustered by Demuhi's threats, clutches a knife in one hand while grasping a concealed Pokeball in the other, contemplating his strategy. Saito certainly does not wish for death, in truth. No one desires to perish. Yet the current predicament leaves him with scant options. If he neglects the Blastoise and the quick-swim frog, there may still be a glimmer of hope. However, these 2 Pokémon are the foundation of Saito's standing within the pirate crew. Should he lose them, even if he escapes, he would face retribution from those he once bullied. Hey, don't make me resemble a villain. Remember, you are the ruthless pirate, while I am a noble trainer of the league. Since you cannot choose, allow me to make the decision for you. Come forth, Kabuto, and unleash Aurora Beam. Understood. A cascade of colorful light, imbued with an extremely low temperature, surges towards Saito. Despite his covert movements, he has no secrets before Demuhi, who possesses the Eye of Insight. Damn it, I'm going all out. Come forth, Agate Jellyfish, and use Bubble Beam. In the face of the approaching Aurora Beam, Saito, with no other recourse, releases his final Pokémon. A mere mid-tier Agate Jellyfish, yet regrettably, its opponent is the elite Kabuto. The Bubble Beam is swiftly frozen by the Aurora Beam, and the remaining force of the latter strikes the Agate Jellyfish directly. With a disparity of nearly 20 levels, the Agate Jellyfish stands no chance against such power. Agate Jellyfish. Saito realizes that his last hope has been extinguished. He collapses onto the ground, his knife clattering onto the deck. Allow me to escort you on your way. Kabuto, employ Mud Shot. Understood. With a chilling cry, clumps of yellow-brown mud rapidly engulf Sato's entire form. After eliminating Saito, Demuhi commands Kabuto to finish off the Agate Jellyfish before directing its efforts against the Blastoise and Quick-swim frog. The 2 Pokémon, already on the brink of defeat at the hands of the abominable monster, and Hoodie, soon follow their master's fate with the assistance of Kabuto. Once all is concluded, Demuhi leads his trio of Pokémon to cleanse the ship of remaining pirates. Simultaneously, the battle on the bow of the cruise ship approaches its climax. The deck is strewn with severed limbs and the lifeless bodies of both Pokémon and humans, painting a gruesome tableau in blood. Only a scant few figures remain standing upon the deck. The crew's captain's Pokémon, aside from a single Kingler, has perished. The first mate and his Pokémon have also been slain, while the second mate lies unconscious with a severed arm. And the cruise ship security team has suffered near total casualties. On the other side, the Poison Wolf pirate crew is not faring any better. Captain Yusuker's primary Pokémon, a wounded Seadra, is the sole survivor, while the rest have fallen in battle against the crew's captain. His elite pirate crew now consists of merely 2 severely injured members. This operation has been a colossal failure. Observing the defiant crew's captain, Yusuker curses loudly, praying that his remaining subordinates might prove themselves useful. Unfortunately, Yusuker will not receive any reports from his crew. After nearly an hour and a half of combat, the police force from Korea City finally arrives at the scene. A dozen police speedboats gradually approach the cruise ship. Meanwhile, officers with large flying Pokémon land forcefully on the cruise ship to provide support. Retreat. Quick, retreat. A shrill cry escapes the lips of the pirates as Yusuker, sensing impending doom, hastily boards a speedboat with his 2 elite subordinates, fleeing at breakneck speed. With reinforcements from the League arriving, failure to escape would result in a prison sentence. Once the police reinforcements arrive, Demuhi returns to his quarters. He has done all he can. The ensuing events are no longer his concern. Chapter 48. The aftermath of the return of the riding company with the arrival of the Coast Guard. The escape of the captain of the Toxic Wolf pirate crew intensified the ferocity of the remaining pirates aboard the cruise ship. A beast driven to desperation will fight with all its might, not for any other reason but to grasp a fleeting chance at survival. However, despite their numbers and status, the remaining pirates on the cruise ship failed to create any significant turmoil. Once the pirates were subdued, the bright dawn broke across the sky. The hours of fierce battle had left the passengers and security team in dire straits, with scarcely a survivor among them. At this moment, Miss Junsha, the chief of the Coast Guard, was leading a team of medical personnel to tend to the injured passengers and security staff. Those who were uninjured were required to cooperate with Miss Junsha for a brief inquiry. When it was Demuhi's turn, he casually produced his Pokédex. After a couple of taps, the voice of Professor Oak echoed from the device. This Pokémon Dex was issued to Demuhi of Plateau. Please note that it cannot be replaced if lost or damaged. Simultaneously, the Pokédex displayed a photo of Demuhi, sharing the same origin and surname. Miss Junsha and her fellow officers did not need to guess that Demuhi was related to Professor Oak. With the old man's influence, Demuhi answered a few questions and then returned to his cabin. Who do you think he is in relation to Professor Oak? One female officer, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired after Demuhi departed. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of gossip. What could he be, given his age? He must be a grandchild of Professor Oak. Surely he cannot be a nephew or niece, a male colleague remarked while organizing the information forms. Who knows? It could be anything. Before the female officer's intrigue could ignite further, Miss Junsha abruptly interjected, enough with the gossip for now. Look at the time. So many lives were lost on this cruise, and you still have the energy to chat here. Since you were so interested, I have decided that everyone will work overtime tonight. Captain, please know. The group was disheartened. How could their leader impose such a burden? Silence. Speak again, and you'll be working an extra week. Under the furious roar of Miss Junsha, the Coast Guard personnel fell silent, their gazes filled with resentment directed at the female officer who had instigated this discussion. It was all her fault. Why bring it up and make them work late into the night? The following noon, escorted by the Coast Guard of Kuyu City, the cruise ship arrived in Hualan City. Upon disembarking, Demuhi hurried to the Hualan City Pokémon Center to contact his grandfather. Oh, it's Demuhi. The ghastly you sent last night is still in its larval stage, right? And it's a shiny Pokémon. You truly are fortunate. However, you must not store such a larval Pokémon in a Pokeball next time, as it could cause significant harm to its body and spirit. As soon as the video call connected, his grandfather began his earnest admonitions. Understood, Grandpa, the night before yesterday. Demuhi patiently explained the events of the previous night once his grandfather had finished speaking. Demuhi, are you alright? You weren't hurt, were you? Upon hearing that his grandson's cruise had been attacked by pirates, Professor Oak leaned closer to the screen, eager to assess his grandson's condition. Rest assured, Grandpa. I didn't lose a single hair. Demuhi bounced on the spot, signaling that he was in good health. The sight of his grandfather's anxious demeanor warmed his heart. The concern of family is always so comforting. After a brief chat with his grandfather, Demuhi ended the call. Half an hour later, with his Pokémon fully restored, Demuhi arrived at a Pokémon riding shop in Hualan City, where he rented a Tauros for 10,000 Pokédollars. He then mounted the Tauros and swiftly headed home. Due to league regulations in urban areas, aside from certain riding company Pokémon, trainers are generally prohibited from riding Pokémon unless in emergencies. In some major cities, even larger flying Pokémon are not permitted to take to the skies. 2 days later, at noon, Demuhi rode the Tauros into Showdown City. After returning the Tauros to the riding company, he grabbed lunch and then, with his backpack in tow, set off towards Plateau. Why the hurry? Because there was a little one at home waiting for his return. As a responsible father, he couldn't keep his baby waiting too long. Once outside Showdown City, Demuhi summoned his Charizard to fly. 3 hours later, upon spotting the outline of Plateau, he instructed Charizard to land, continuing the rest of the journey on foot. Hey, isn't that Demuhi? Back from your trip. Have you collected all your badges? How many Pokémon did you catch? It was Aunt Tanaka. I've collected the badges and caught a dozen Pokémon. But my grandpa is waiting for me. So I must go. Goodbye, Aunt Tanaka. No matter the world, middle-aged women are always the most welcoming. Overwhelmed, Demuhi quickly exchanged pleasantries and hurried away. Hey, this child, I still have so many questions to ask. Demuhi, welcome back. Due to the sparse population of Plateau, Demuhi was familiar with nearly everyone. 40 minutes later, he returned to the Oak Laboratory. Grandpa, I'm back. How is my Ghastly? Upon entering, Demuhi called out excitedly. Where else could it be but the nursery? Professor Oak thought helplessly, bemused by how his grandson sometimes mirrored Ash. I should go check. Though he trusted his grandfather, Demui decided to see Ghastly for himself, if only to ease his own mind. In the nursery of the laboratory, newly hatched larval Pokémon were cared for by staff. The nursery provided the appropriate temperature and food to support their growth, ensuring they could safely endure the high mortality rate of the larval stage in the wild. Soon, Demui spotted Ghastly playing with its new companions. Watching the cheerful little ones, he quietly turned to leave. Initially, Demui had worried that Ghastly might struggle in an unfamiliar environment, but to his pleasant surprise, it seemed to be getting along quite well with its peers. Chapter 49. Days at the Research Institute. Having gained an understanding of Gaisai's current situation, Professor Oak decided not to intrude further. After all, the staff members responsible for caring for the juvenile Pokémon were far more adept than he was. Any uninvited interference could potentially harm Gaisai. After leaving the nursery, Oak returned to his room to deposit his backpack. He then gathered all his Pokeballs to check on his other Pokémon. The backyard of the Oak Research Institute sprawled across an immeasurable expanse. "Come forth, everyone! Roar! Let us go, my companions!" The Charizard, raised in the Institute's backyard, was naturally quite familiar with the surroundings. Once Charizard led the others away, Oak made his way to see his grandfather. "Grandfather, when is the Quartz Conference set to commence?" In his usual workspace, Professor Oak was examining data on his computer. Nearby, Oak was leisurely savoring a cup of red tea in the resting area. Remembering his purpose for visiting, he interrupted his grandfather's work. "The Quartz Conference? There is still a bit over 2 months to go. What is the matter, Aku? Are you feeling anxious?" Professor Oak paused his work and took a moment to enjoy his tea. "Anxious? That is quite out of the question. However, I do expect several formidable opponents at this upcoming Quartz Conference. Among the clear rivals were his younger brother, Shigeru, and Ash, along with Xiaoming, Steven, and Shinji. Although all 5 were exceptionally strong, especially his brother Shigeru and Ash, who had undoubtedly surpassed their counterparts from the original series, Oak felt confident. With Charizard having ascended to gym leader level and most of his Pokémon reaching elite rank, it would be a challenge for him to lose. Indeed, while confidence is commendable, pride can certainly be a double-edged sword. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Professor Oak furrowed his brow slightly, offering serious counsel. This grandson of his bore a striking resemblance to his younger sibling, displaying an equal measure of arrogance. Reflecting on his recent reckless behavior, Oak noted that his grandson reminded him of both his younger sibling and Ash. "Grandfather, I understand your concerns. Once you witness the full strength of my Pokémon, you will realize I am not merely boasting." At this moment, any explanation felt futile. Oak intended to demonstrate his strength at the Quartz Conference. "Very well. I hope you can indeed fulfill your promise." Upon hearing his grandson's assurance, Professor Oak set down his teacup and resumed his work. After spending a moment in solitude, Oak returned to his room to prepare dinner for his Pokémon. Although the Institute employed dedicated feeding staff, he preferred to control the flavors of his Pokémon's meals personally. 2 hours later, after dining with several of his Pokémon, Oak returned to his room with Eevee. On the afternoon of 2 days later, in the backyard of the Oak Research Institute, Oak stood proudly alongside his Charizard before its parents, standing over 3 meters tall. Exuding gym leader-level presence, both Dragonite and Charizard appeared somewhat taken aback. Who would have imagined that in just over 6 months, their son had grown to surpass them in size? Only in physique, not strength. Of course, the astonishment was not limited to the 2 parents. Professor Oak, having heard the news and come to observe, was equally surprised. "Wow, Aku, what have you been feeding Charizard to make it grow so large?" Upon comparing his Charizard to his grandson's, Professor Oak felt a tinge of defeat. Yet, this fleeting feeling dissipated quickly. He felt immense pride in his grandson's success in nurturing Charizard. Talent emerges from each generation, and the younger generation surpasses the older. As a grandfather, I have no reason to worry about my grandson's accomplishments surpassing my own. On the contrary, if that day were to arrive, Professor Oak would undoubtedly relish his retirement. "Grandfather, here is the situation." Subsequently, Oak explained to his grandfather the encounter with the unnamed fruit in the flame crystal during his travels. "Are there any of those unnamed fruits left?" To his surprise, upon hearing this, Professor Oak reached out towards his grandson. Grandfather, I have already fed the unnamed fruits to the Pokémon. I only acquired 18 in total, and each Pokémon received 2. The only one that hasn't had any is Gaisai. As for the flame crystals, I still have 3. Had there been more unnamed fruits, he would have given them to Gaisai long ago. After all, it was still in its juvenile phase. The flame crystals, however, required consideration of the Pokémon's attributes and affinity for fire. Were it not for Charizard's incapacity to absorb them, Oak would have already had Charizard utilize them. Quickly, go fetch a piece for me to study." Initially feeling a bit disheartened by the absence of unnamed fruits, Professor Oak's spirits lifted upon learning of the flame crystals. These items, capable of enhancing a Pokémon's strength, piqued his curiosity. The glint in Professor Oak's eyes was almost blinding to Oak. "All right, grandfather. I shall retrieve them for you at once." With an insatiable curiosity for anything related to Pokémon, Professor Oak was driven by an almost compulsive need to explore. Oak led his eager grandfather back to his room and retrieved the 3 flame crystals. "Grandfather, these crystals can enhance the power of fire-type Pokémon. Perhaps you could use these 3 flame crystals for your Charizard." Among his Pokémon, both Charizard and Alakazam had already absorbed them. Whether he would capture other fire-type Pokémon in future travels remained a matter for later consideration. Moreover, since he was giving them to his own grandfather and not an outsider, it seemed reasonable. "Forget it. Neither Charizard nor I require them. If you find them unnecessary. After your research, you may pass them on to Shigeru." Upon finishing, Professor Oak immediately seized a crystal and dashed back to his workspace with astonishing speed. One that belied his age. "To Shigeru, you say? That is indeed a commendable choice." After a moment's contemplation, Oak decided the fate of the 3 flame crystals. In the days that followed, Oak seldom ventured outside. His daily routine revolved around preparing food for his Pokémon and exercising alongside them. And so, a week passed. On that particular morning, a red sports car arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute. Disembarking were Oak's younger brother, Shigeru, and his girlfriend. Chapter 50, The Return of the Wise and Resourceful to the Quartz Conference. Young Master Xiaomao has returned from his travels with badges. Fellow townsfolk, rejoice and cheer for me. Xiaomao, you are the best. All right, my dear ones, please return to your respective quarters. I must first seek out grandfather. Xiaomao called out a few slogans at the entrance of the Research Institute, sending his girlfriends off before making his way to the old man's study. Creak. "Grandfather. I'm back." "Oh, brother, you are here too." As Xiaomao pushed open the door, he intended to boast about his return to his grandfather. However, to his surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, he spotted his elder brother quietly sipping tea on the sofa in the lounge area. Instantly, Xiaomao felt a dampness creeping up his back. "Well, from now on, when you return, do so quietly. No need to bounce around like a dressed-up monkey as you did today," Demuse said, placing his teacup down and gazing at his younger brother with calm eyes. Perhaps due to his rebirth, Demuse had never been fond of raucousness since childhood. Instead, he preferred to savor a cup of red tea in tranquility during his idle moments. "Ah, it's brother. I will pay attention next time," Xiaomao replied loudly, standing upright. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the exuberant individual who had just entered. Xiaomao felt emboldened to flaunt himself before the elder because their grandfather had mellowed in temperament since becoming a researcher. However, this did not imply that Demuse would indulge him. The distinctions between a younger brother and a younger sister were stark. The latter would be coddled, while the former would face reprimands. "You're grown now. I shan't say much. Since you are back, focus on your pre-competition adjustments. By the way, when you leave, take the 3 red crystals from grandfather's desk. These red crystals, known as flame crystals, greatly enhance fire-type Pokémon. Despite being of the same age, Xiaomao was treated like a son in front of Demuse. This dynamic had begun when they were both 5 years old, and Demuse had long since grown accustomed to it. "All right, I understand." That afternoon, under the watchful eyes of Demuse and grandfather, Xiaomao's swift dog absorbed the 3 flame crystals and ascended directly from advanced to mid elite, a leap across 2 small realms. Much like Demuse's Charizard and Arbok, the swift dog, transformed by the flame crystals, grew significantly larger. Both its fire abilities and stamina saw remarkable improvement. 2 days later, Ash and his companions returned to Plateau. Shortly thereafter, they visited the Research Institute to inquire about the Quartz Conference's opening date and venue. Thus, the trio of novice trainers preparing for the Quartz Conference gathered once more at the Institute. Time inevitably slips away unnoticed, and 2 months swiftly passed. By this point, Demuse was already at the Pokémon Center on the Quartz Plateau, awaiting the commencement of the tournament. In the preceding 2 months, Xiaomao's training was far more arduous compared to Ash and his friend's leisurely approach. To prevent Xiaomao from being eliminated prematurely like in the original story, Demuse subjected him and his main battling Pokémon to a grueling 50-day training regimen. During this period, Xiaomao was compelled to enhance his physical condition. As a result, his body underwent significant transformation. At the very least, he no longer stumbled while walking. This year's Quartz Conference was expected to host over 200 participants. Demuse eagerly anticipated who his first opponent would be. 3 days later, the sacred flame of the legendary Ho-Oh was ignited, heralding the commencement of the quest for the championship title. During these 3 days, Demuse encountered his opponents in succession. There was a young man with forgiving colored hair, accompanied by a formidable Sandlash. His Sandshrew had evolved into a Sandlash, reaching the peak of elite strength, presenting a considerable threat to Demue. Following him was the golden-haired Steven from across the ocean, whose electric Pokémon, at the initial elite level, was no weakling in the Quartz Conference. Next was the aloof boy with purple hair, Shinji from the Sinnoh region. He had yet to release any Pokémon, leaving his current strength a mystery. Lastly, Ash arrived alongside the procession carrying the sacred flame. With all preparations complete, on the following morning, Demue first sought to confirm the battle venue and opponents. The Quartz Conference battles, prior to entering the main venue, were divided into 4 distinct environments: rock, water, grass, and ice. Only after winning in all 4 arenas could trainers proceed to the main venue for competition. Following the instructions of the staff, Demue pressed the red button. As the light spun rapidly, he pressed the confirmation key once more. Beep beep. It's the rock arena. I will assist you in inputting the data now. As the staff operated the computer, Demue's and his opponent's information appeared on the screen. Zizang, a young man with a long ponytail, in the rock arena. Your match is scheduled for the second round, at 1:30 p.m. Please do not be late. Alright, thank you. After confirming the time and venue, Demue turned to leave. At the visual telephone station in the Pokémon Center, Demue was contacting Grandfather. Ahi, which battle venue did you draw? Do you need to exchange Pokémon? In the video, Grandfather, with years of experience, quickly discerned Demue's purpose for calling. Yes, Grandfather. I drew the rock arena and wish to exchange my Alakazam and EV for a Machoke and a Victory Bell. I already possess a Shellder and a Kabuto, so adding Victory Bell should suffice. However, to be prepared for opponents who may deploy high-defense tank Pokémon, I decided to include Machoke as a backup. Alright, I will send them to you now. Remember to respond cautiously to your enemies during the competition. Rest assured, Grandfather. Just wait for me to bring home the championship trophy. Buzz. Alright, I have received Alakazam and EV, and I have also received Machoke and Victory Bell. Let us leave it at that for now. Be sure to pay attention during the competition. Grandfather, I understand. Chapter 51. Battle at the Rock Arena after exchanging Pokémon. Demue returned to his room to rest, knowing that maintaining good energy was essential for the afternoon battle. Following a complimentary lunch at the Pokémon Center, Demue adjusted his mindset and proceeded to the waiting area for contestants at the Rock Arena. The waiting area for the battleground was divided into 2 sections, red and green. At that moment, Demue was situated in the red waiting area, observing the live broadcast of the ongoing battle on the indoor screen. Now, please prepare for the second round of battles at the Rock Arena. With the conclusion of the first match, some competitors left the arena disheartened, while others, filled with excitement, shared their victory with friends and family. Ding. The system detects that the host is about to participate in the first match of the Quartz Conference. Achievement tasks are now issued. Advance to the top 8 and receive a golden treasure box. Advance to the top 4 and receive a platinum treasure box. Advance to the finals and receive a diamond treasure box. Achieve victory as champion and receive a king's treasure box. Note, once advancement is achieved, the reward treasure box will be immediately issued. The treasure boxes contain items related to enhancing Pokémon strength or other Pokémon-related goods. Ah, the system has finally made an appearance again. Only in the top 8 do treasure boxes appear. I wonder if they will include a Mega Evolution Stone or a Dynamax Band. The anticipation is truly exhilarating. Filled with the desire for victory and the yearning for the system's rewards, Demue excitedly made his way to the contestants' path. Alright. Both contestants have arrived at the battlefield. In the green corner, we have the contestant Zizang, a young man who has been training freely in the mountains. In the red corner is Demue from Masera Town. According to reliable information from the conference, Demue is the renowned Professor Oak's grandson. Additionally, his brother, SH, is also participating in this Quartz Conference and has recently achieved victory in the first match at the Ice Arena. Now, let us eagerly await the performances of both contestants. As the host spoke, the audience surrounding the battleground erupted in enthusiastic applause. Now, let me explain the battle rules. Each side may use 3 Pokémon. Contestants can freely exchange their Pokémon. The battle concludes once all Pokémon on one side lose their fighting capability. Now, let the contestants send out their first Pokémon. With the referee's signal, Demue and Zizang simultaneously threw their Pokéballs onto the battleground. Let the battle begin. Go, Vileplume. Very well, let us see. Zizang has sent out a ground-type Golem, while Demue has chosen Vileplume, a dual grass and poison-type Pokémon. It appears that Demue's Vileplume has the type advantage. Golem, do not fear. Use your Bone Club attack. Golem. Is this individual, with a hairstyle reminiscent of Miyamoto's, truly courageous enough to pit a Pokémon that hasn't even reached its final evolution against my mid-tier elite Vileplume? Who has given him such audacity? Vileplume, finish it off with Magical Leaf. Although internally scoffing, Demue was determined not to let his opponent succeed. Vileplume, understood. As Golem charged forward wielding its bone club, Vileplume gathered its grass-type energy. In the next moment, the audience witnessed a barrage of leaf attacks converging upon Golem. Golem, that hurts. The magical leaf attack struck Golem head-on, and despite the significant gap in both level and strength, Golem succumbed and lost its fighting capability. Golem has lost its fighting capability. Demuhi's Vileplume has defeated its opponent in a single blow. It seems that Demuhi's Vileplume is exceedingly powerful. Come back. Golem, rest in your Pokeball for now. After comforting Golem, Zizong gritted his teeth and glared at the formidable Vileplume. Golem had been his strongest Pokemon. Yet even that was insufficient to withstand the opponent's attack. Acknowledging his impending defeat, he refused to concede. Time for the next battle. Pidgey. After Golem's defeat, Zizong has sent out Pidgey. It seems he wishes to leverage its type advantage in this battle. Let us anticipate the outcome. Pidgey swiftly approached Vileplume. Launching a peck attack, Pidgey understood. Hoping to win through type advantage, that requires both sides to be of equivalent level. Vileplume, unleash a poison powder attack. Once again, Zizang's Pokemon was not even at an advanced level, and this Pidgey was inferior to Golem. Vileplume understood. A stream of special poisonous liquid was swiftly hurled at the approaching Pidgey. Pidgey, that hurts. Like Golem, Pidgey was also taken down by a single strike from Vileplume. Pidgey, how could this happen? Pidgey has lost its fighting capability, and Vileplume has emerged victorious again. Demuhi's Vileplume is indeed formidable. Now, let us see how Zizong will retaliate with only one Pokemon left. Ninetales, it's your turn. Alright. We can see that Zizang's final Pokemon is the Fire-type Ninetales. Will he be able to leverage its type advantage to defeat Vileplume? Let us wait and see. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Vileplume, evade the attack with Shadow Clone and counter with Poison Powder. Vileplume created several illusory copies, effortlessly dodging Ninetales' linear Flamethrower attack. Subsequently, a cloud of purple, fine powder was released towards Ninetales. Ninetales, are you alright? After being struck by the Poison Powder, any Pokemon not possessing Grass-type immunity, Dust-proof ability, or Protective Goggles would inevitably succumb to poisoning. Vileplume, do not give it a chance. Use Poison Jab. Vileplume understood. Another special liquid attack was launched, but this time, the move's power was doubled compared to the previous attack on Pidgey. This was due to the characteristic of Poison Jab. If the opponent was already poisoned, its power would increase twofold. Ninetales, that hurts. I can't hold on. Ninetales. With Ninetales losing its fighting capability, Vileplume secured victory once more. In this match, Demuhi achieved an absolute triumph, defeating 3 opponents without sustaining any injuries. Let us congratulate Demuhi for winning this battle. Chapter 52. Conversation and battle at the ice arena come back. Victory Bell. You did exceptionally well. After retrieving Victory Bell without any injury, Demuhi turned to leave. In this battle, Victory Bell had only expended a bit of energy, so much so that a visit to the Pokemon Center was unnecessary. Brother, your match was truly spectacular. As Demuhi exited the waiting room, he spotted his younger brother, Xiaomao, waiting by the door. What is this? Weren't you afraid of me? Is there something you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Xiaomao's deliberate flattery, Demuhi felt a sense of unreality. This was not the rebellious younger brother he knew. Haha, people change, don't they? If you have something to say, say it. If not, don't bother me. Otherwise, I'll drag you into training again. Noticing Xiaomao's evasive gaze, Demuhi guessed his brother had come for a reason. After all, a brother who had been subjected to nearly 2 months of rigorous training would not willingly seek him out in this manner. Actually, brother. While passing by the water arena, I encountered a trainer named Steven, who was using a Pokemon called Scyther. I scanned it with my Pokédex, but there is no information on it in the updated version from Grandpa. So, you came to find me about that? Yes. The accuracy of Demuhi's deduction made Xiaomao feel a bit embarrassed. That Pokemon belongs to the Unova region starter trio and is a pure water type. Its ability is Torrent or Shell Armor, making battles quite manageable as long as the level and strength don't differ too greatly. Come on, don't tell me you've captured over 200 Pokemon and still lack a couple of grass and electric types. I do have grass and electric types. They are sufficient for handling common foes. But this, in that case, don't limit yourself to attribute suppression. Just select Pokemon of different types to battle. I remember your starter Pokemon was Squirtle, right? It has since evolved into Blastoise. Then let it engage in a duel against the water-type starters. That could be a feasible solution amidst the circumstances. The next afternoon, Demuhi exchanged Electabuzz for Abomasnow. After enjoying a complimentary lunch provided by the League on the 3rd day, Demuhi entered the candidate waiting room of the ice arena. Once the participants learned about the first arena, they could anticipate the battle order for the following 3 arenas. The 4 battle arenas of the Quartz Conference were arranged as follows. Top left was the Water Arena, bottom left was the Rock Arena, top right was the grass arena. And finally, bottom right was the ice arena. After selecting the first battle arena, challengers would choose the subsequent 3 arenas in a counterclockwise direction. Next up, we have the second battle of today at the ice arena. In the green corner, we have contestant Showdown from Girl Town. In the red corner, contestant Dehi from Mossera Town. What kind of battle will unfold between them? Let us all wait with bated breath. As customary, after the host finished speaking, the referee made an announcement. Each contestant may use 3 Pokémon, and both sides can freely switch their Pokémon during battle. Now, I declare the match to begin. Please send out your first Pokémon. Come forth, Celio. Celio, unleash your evolved power to demonstrate your strength to the world. Scyther, revel in the thrill of battle. Oh my. We see both contestants have sent out their first Pokémon. In the green corner, Celio, and in the red corner, Dehi has surprisingly sent out the long-extinct Scyther. How will this clash between contemporary Celio and ancient Scyther unfold? Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. Scyther, though it presents some challenges, that is no reason to retreat. Celio, use Ice Shard. Celio. In an instant, Celio conjured several large ice blocks and hurled them towards Scyther. Utilizing its inherent speed, Scyther launched a water gun towards Celio, then executed a Fury Cutter attack. Scyther, encased in a torrent of water. Scyther broke through several ice blocks and swiftly closed the distance to Celio. With its right arm raised high, Scyther swung down fiercely. Celio, counter with Iron Head. Celio. Celio mustered all its strength to intercept Scyther's blade attack. Huh. How Navi. Bang. Celio. Scyther's powerful downward strike proved too overwhelming for the hastily countering Celio, which, compounded by the disparity in levels and strength, was knocked out in a single blow. Celio has fainted, and Scyther is the victor. Please, Showdown. Send out your next Pokémon. Come back, Celio. It's your turn, Ivysaur. 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 Use Leaf Blade. Ivysaur. Type advantage alone cannot compensate for the level disparity between Pokémon. Scyther executed a rapid spin to deflect the incoming attacks before launching a Fury Cutter assault. Ding ding. Ivysaur's Leaf Blade was effortlessly deflected by Scyther's swift maneuver. Following this, Scyther charged toward Ivysaur with its blade drawn. Ivysaur, use Magical Leaf. Ivysaur. Magical Leaf? Is it a genetic move like Victory Bells? How intriguing. Scyther, freeze it with Aurora Beam. Ivysaur. Ivysaur unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp leaves. But they were swiftly frozen by Scyther's icy breath. Yet, the remnants of the Aurora Beam surged toward Ivysaur's position. Ivysaur, quickly use Giga Drain. Ivysaur, closing its eyes. Ivysaur emitted a brilliant white light. In a moment of forgetfulness, its special defense dramatically increased. Meanwhile, several tendrils of green energy emerged from the budding flower on Ivysaur's back, stretching towards Scyther like tentacles. Attempting to engage in a drawn-out battle is pure folly. Scyther, stop playing around and unleash a full-force Fury Cutter. Ivysaur. The green tendrils could not halt Scyther's advance. Ivysaur, retaliate with Tackle. Ivysaur. Too late. Just as Scyther lifted its blade high, it struck down mercilessly upon Ivysaur's head. Ivysaur. Chapter 53. The Ice Arena concludes, and dinner with the trio. The Bulbasaur has lost its fighting capability, and Scyther emerges victorious. Please, contestant Showdown, send forth your next Pokémon. Much like the previous White Sea Lion, Bulbasaur was felled by the close-quarters assault of Scyther. Come back, Bulbasaur. You have worked hard. Now rest well within your Pokeball. How infuriating. This Scyther is remarkably formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Showdown decided to send out her final Pokémon. Even though she was acutely aware of the impending defeat, she sought to conclude her participation in the court's conference with dignity. I entrust you with this, Abalong. Yay. Abalong exclaimed. Scyther seized the initiative, unleashing a water gun before launching a Fury Cutter attack. Understood. In close combat, my Abalong shall not falter. Abalong, counter with Double Edge. Got it. Abalong radiated a crimson glow, adopting a defensive stance to absorb the impact of Scyther's attack. Alas, how could I have overlooked the fact that most fighting types can learn or inherit this move? Before Professor Oki could lament, Scyther's Fury Cutter struck Abalong. However, the once unstoppable attack was repelled by an enigmatic force emanating from Abalong, causing significant damage to Scyther as well. How infuriating. Scyther seethed, having been harmed by its own strength. Its eyes glowed a blood red, yet it awaited its trainer's command. Though powerful, it was not the leader of the team. Even in a fit of rage, it dared not act impulsively. Seizing the moment, Abalong launched a vacuum wave attack. Understood. Scyther, retaliate with Bubble Beam. Understood. The vigorous punches collided with the shimmering torrent of water, their powers neutralizing one another midair. As the dust settled, neither side gained the upper hand. Abalong surged forward, preparing to unleash a mega punch. Alright. After a brief hesitation, Abalong adhered to its trainer's command. Pokémon do not discern good from evil. They merely execute their trainer's directives. Unable to contain its desire for resolution, Scyther charged forward with a Fury Cutter attack. Scyther's move pool was rather shallow. And following the Quartz Conference, I must enhance its repertoire. With synchronized strikes, both Pokémon landed blows on each other's chests. In the next instant, both were sent reeling from the force of the opposing attack. Abalong, Scyther. Both Abalong and Scyther have lost their fighting capabilities. As contestant Showdown's 3 Pokémon have all been rendered unable to battle, the victor of this match is contestant Heir. Well done. To have depleted one of my elite Scyther with 3 high-tier Pokémon is commendable. Come back, Scyther. You performed admirably today. I shall reward you with a hearty meal tonight. How infuriating. Such arrogance. Hearing Professor Oki's words, Showdown seethed, yet she restrained herself from confronting him. After all, her foremost concern was to tend to her 3 Pokémon at the center. Although the battle between Professor Oki and Showdown had concluded, the conversation surrounding Professor Oki did not, due to the presence of a fossil Pokémon like Scyther. Spies from various factions on the Quartz Plateau transmitted this intelligence back to their respective organizations. Upon receiving the news, these factions promptly initiated investigations into Professor Oki's identity. Upon seeing the name and photograph of Professor Oki's relative, Okiyuki, in the records, all factions abandoned their inquiries. Ridiculous. Only a fool would seek enmity with a former champion trainer. While Pokémon have a lifespan limitation and trainers may experience a decline in strength as they age, this is not a concern for certain exceptional Pokémon. Notably, Dragon types and Ghost types possess remarkably long lifespans, and their periods of strength endure for an extensive duration. Though Professor Oki has aged, his Dragonite remains in its developmental phase. Even Charizard and Snorlax, both related to Dragon types, continue to grow stronger. Under such circumstances, who would dare provoke Professor Oki? That would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet to look for trouble. However, some faction leaders sought alternative approaches. If force would not suffice, they would resort to persuasion. They were determined to see whether Professor Oki would respond to their overtures. Thus, unbeknownst to Professor Heir, a multitude of troublesome matters awaited him in Pallet Town. As he awaited Scyther's recovery, Professor Heir was engaged in a telephone conversation with his grandfather. Hey. I watched your battle on television. You did splendidly. Is this call regarding a Pokémon exchange? Yes, Grandpa. The next battlegrounds are the grass and water arenas. Initially, I anticipated encountering formidable rock or ground-type Pokémon, yet my opponent proved less challenging. Therefore, I intend to exchange Maghoke for Abalong to confront the forthcoming grass arena. Very well. I shall fetch the Pokeball for Abalong. ZZZZ Grandpa. I have received Abalong. Yes, I have successfully received it as well. Best of luck in your battles. I shall visit in a few days to observe your matches. All right, Grandpa understood. After concluding the call, Professor Heir neatly stowed Abalong's Pokeball and turned to depart. For the upcoming grass arena, a single elite-tier Abalong would suffice. Heir, there you are. Let us dine together. Upon retrieving Scyther, Professor Heir encountered Ash and his companions. Sure. At Ash's invitation, Professor Heir joined the trio for dinner. Heir, you won't believe it. This afternoon, I nearly fell to my opponent's Nidoking in the rock arena. Is that so? Engaging diverse opponents allows us to gain varied experiences. The strength of future adversaries will only escalate. Ash, you must not bring shame upon Pallet Town. I eagerly anticipate our 6-on-6 battle. Indeed, truly, only you acknowledge my prowess. Ash felt a surge of pride upon hearing Professor Heir's words. Yet, as Ash basked in his moment of glory, a familiar voice would always bring him back to reality. Please, do not become overly arrogant. Your skills are not even sufficient to defeat Shigeru, let alone Heir. Though it was evening, it was not yet time for Ash to retire for the night. What do you mean by that, Misty? Though Ash did not fully grasp her words, he sensed that they were not complimentary. Misty's point is to tell you to wake up and stop daydreaming. Why do you echo her sentiments, Brock? Is my strength not commendable? Indeed. How infuriating. Both of you. Humph. Ash declared he was quite upset and needed to consume 2 additional hamburgers to alleviate his discontent. Thus, he transformed his frustration into appetite within the restaurant. Professor Heir and his companions were relieved that during the Quartz Conference, accommodations and meals were complimentary. Otherwise, tomorrow Xiao Ji will have to wash the dishes. Chapter 54. The battle in the grass arena having concluded the 3rd day in the ice arena. This afternoon marks the 2nd match in the grass arena featuring the illustrious player, Demuhi. Now, let us welcome the 2 participants of the 2nd match. On the green side, we have the formidable Shibanji from Key City. And representing the red side, we have Demuhi from Jinshin Town. In the previous 2 encounters, Demuhi has triumphed using only one Pokémon against all of his opponents. Shall we witness whether he will maintain his dominance today? Let us all eagerly await the outcome. Oh, Demuhi. His previous battles have garnered him a significant fanbase. Humph. Will that talkative host ever acknowledge that my esteemed Shibinji is exceptionally strong? Upon hearing the host's remarks, Shibinji, emerging from the green player tunnel, couldn't resist voicing his disdain. The match hasn't even begun, yet he implies the possibility of defeat, especially against a 1 versus 3 scenario. Such words felt like an affront to Shibinji's pride. As a competitor who has reached the 3rd round of the Quartz League, he firmly believed he would not succumb to anyone. All right, both players are now in position. Each may utilize 3 Pokémon and freely exchange them. Now, let the players send forth their first Pokémon. Enter. Scyther. Shatter. Here comes. Abagon. Ah, look. Demuhi has summoned a peculiar 2-headed Abagon. This marks the 2nd rare Pokémon he has deployed in this tournament, following the Scyther. Oh it's merely a larger version of the ordinary Abagon with an additional head. Nothing particularly impressive. Scyther, accelerate and employ the slash attack. Shatter. Understood. How bold. Abagon. Bind it and unleash the Thunder Fang attack. Seeing his opponent daring to advance, Demuhi would never squander the opportunity presented. Shatter. Understood. The agile Scyther surged forward in a flash of green light towards Abagon, which remained stationary, anticipating Scyther's approach. Its muscles coiled in readiness, prepared to transition from defense to offense at the opportune moment. Go, Scyther. Do not be intimidated. Shatter. Acknowledged. Initially hesitant due to Abagon's imposing size, Scyther, upon receiving its trainer's command, swung its scythe-like arm towards Abagon with determination. Now's the moment. As Scyther attacked, it momentarily exposed itself to vulnerability. Abagon, with its massive form, swiftly ensnared Scyther before the strike could land. Shatter. Ouch. Scyther. Quickly, break free. Just as Shibinji's command echoed, a pain cry from Scyther resonated through the arena. Abagon, firmly ensnaring Scyther, unleashed sparks from its left mouth while arcs of electricity flickered from the right. In an instant, Abagon's 2 heads, infused with dual elemental energies, clamped down on Scyther's form, dealing a compounded damage of electric and fire attributes. Shatter. It hurts. Scyther. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Abagon emerges victorious. Please, Shibinji, send forth your next Pokémon. Damn it. Return, Scyther, and rest well. I shall avenge you. It's your turn, Tauros. Moo. Deploying Tauros? Is he planning a full frontal assault? How Navi? Abagon. Use Glare followed by Iron Tail. Shatter. Understood. Abagon's 2 heads expanded, and in the next moment, a golden light signaling paralysis enveloped Tauros. Tauros, are you all right? Moo. My body feels numb. Curse be this. Tauros, return. Seeing Abagon charging forward, Shibinji hurriedly recalled Tauros. We have observed that Shibinji has recalled Tauros. What will be his next Pokémon to face the formidable Abagon? Let us stay tuned. Damn it. Charizard. It's your turn. Roar. Charizard. Isn't this akin to walking into a trap? Upon witnessing Shibinji's final Pokémon, Demuhi could not suppress a smirk. Among his 10 Pokémon, Charizard stood as the elder sibling, having previously schooled the remaining 9. As the mightiest of his Pokémon, Charizard instilled a sense of reverence in the others. However, the effectiveness of this Charizard would be contingent upon its skill, particularly against Abagon, who was at the pinnacle of its prowess. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Roar. Received. Abagon, dig underground to approach the opponent. Shatter. Understood. As Charizard's searing flames surged forth, Abagon's massive form vanished into the earth just before the fire could reach it. Charizard, don't let it escape. Chase after it and use Flamethrower at the entrance. Roar. Received. Abagon, execute Ice Thunder Pressure attack. Shatter. Understood. Possessing an affinity for fire and having absorbed 3 fire crystals, Abagon would not suffer significantly from a standard fire attack. How is this possible? Shibinji gasped in disbelief as he witnessed Abagon emerging unscathed from the flames, rapidly closing in on Charizard. Charizard, do not let it prevail. Ascend quickly. Only now do you think to flee? Too late. Abagon, give it your all. Shatter. Understood. Abagon surged forward, and just as Charizard attempted to ascend, Abagon's 2 heads lunged forward, delivering a crushing bite to Charizard's body. Roar. That hurts. Charizard, hold on. Hold on? Do you believe I'll grant you the opportunity? Abagon. Unleash Acid Bomb. Roar. No what? Charizard. Charizard has lost its fighting capability. Abagon is victorious. Please, Shibinji, send out your final Pokémon. Damn it. Chapter 55. The Grass Arena concludes. The Water Arena commences return. Charizard. Keep it up, Tauros. Both Scyther and Charizard had succumbed to their battle fatigue. leaving Tauros as the sole contender among the three Pokémon. At this moment, Shibuki could only silently pray that the paralysis affecting Tauros had dissipated. Moo. Quite numb. Tauros, you must hold on. Moo, I'll do my best. Noticing that Tauros remained paralyzed, Daiki was determined not to squander the opportunity to strike a fallen opponent. If you want to attack, then I shall not hold back. The formidable Kabutops lunged forward, executing a powerful Iron Tail attack. Got it. In an instant, Kabutops transformed into a crimson blur. Its massive form boasted a speed that rivaled or even surpassed its peers. With a length of approximately 9 meters, its tail alone was conservatively estimated to be around 6 meters. This remarkable size, combined with the formidable Iron Tail move, rendered Tauros unable to move due to paralysis, a mere target as Kabutops' enormous tail struck it squarely on the head. Bang! Moo, that hurts. I can't hold on any longer. A deafening crash echoed as Tauros collapsed to the ground. Tauros has lost its battle capability. Kabutops emerges victorious. As all three Pokémon of Trainer Shibuki have been incapacitated, the winner of this match is Trainer Daiki. Oh, did I see that correctly? Daiki's Kabutops has once again achieved the terrifying feat of sweeping through all opponents, just as it did in the previous 2 matches. Let's give a round of applause, everyone. Daiki, thank you for your affection. Initially intending to leave, Daiki, upon hearing the host's words and witnessing the audience's fervor, could only bow slightly in response to the adoration of his fans before turning to depart. Within Professor Oak's laboratory in Plateau, upon seeing his 2 grandsons and Ash advance to the 4th round through the televised broadcast, Professor Oak decided to accompany Hanako, who wished to cheer for Ash, to the Quartz Plateau. Meanwhile, at the Quartz Plateau, inside the Pokémon Center, Daiki was leisurely savoring his afternoon tea. Brother, you really know how to enjoy yourself, remarked Shigeru, unable to contain his comments upon observing his elder brother's demeanor. Why are you here instead of gathering intel on your opponents? Although my Pokémon may not rival yours in strength, they are not easily defeated. At this point, Shigeru felt a twinge of bitterness. Why must his brother possess such overwhelming prowess? Reflecting on the previous 3 matches, though he had emerged victorious in all, it paled in comparison to his brother's flawless record of sweeping all opponents. Indeed. So, what Pokémon do you intend to use for your 4th match in the Rock Arena? Daiki was aware that in the original story, his younger brother was eliminated in this very round. Well, I suppose I could use the Nidoqueen couple and perhaps add another Pokémon. After all, this is only the top 32, and I doubt I will need Blastoise just yet. Humph. Your arrogance remains unchanged. You can only use 3 Pokémon in total. Yet you plan to deploy 2 of the same type. If your opponent seizes the opportunity, you can expect to falter in the top 32. How will you face our grandfather after such a performance? And if you lose while Ash wins, it would only prove your inferiority to him. Alright. I shall promptly alter my strategy and the Pokémon I intend to use. Upon hearing his brother's admonition, Shigeru became suddenly alert. He recalled his boastful claims before embarking on his journey. If he were to fall in the top 32, ultimately ending up weaker than Ash, how would he face the townsfolk of Plateau? Now that is more like it. One of the Nidoqueen couple can remain in reserve, and you must also incorporate Blastoise. Lastly, how about allowing your Aerodactyl to take the stage? It could certainly make a striking impression. Daiki felt relieved upon hearing Shigeru's willingness to adapt. Alright, brother. I will consider your advice earnestly. A day later, at the Rock Arena, Shigeru shocked everyone by sending out Aerodactyl after Nidoqueen had lost its battle capability. Despite being at a disadvantage against the opponent's Golem, Aerodactyl leveraged its aerial advantage and formidable strength to secure victory. Upon witnessing his brother's success, Daiki hastily made his way to his own battle arena. At the Quartz Conference, in the second match of the Water Arena, Daiki hurriedly entered the waiting room for competitors, while the host had already begun the introductions. Meanwhile, Professor Oak and Hanako arrived at the competition venue just in time. Upon learning that Daiki's match had commenced and that Ash's match would take place afterward, they decided to watch Daiki's battle first. Alright, the second match of today's Water Arena is about to begin. The 2 contestants are now positioned. In the green corner, we have contestant Zone UN from Hualan City. In the red corner, we have contestant Daiki from Plateau. Daiki. Professor, it seems Daiki is quite popular. Indeed, it appears that the audience has taken a liking to him. As Hanako and Professor Oak exchanged words in the stands, the referee began announcing the battle rules on the battlefield. Each contestant may use 3 Pokémon, and both may freely swap them. Now, please send out your first Pokémon. Let the battle commence. Swampert. Go, Electabuzz. Swampert. How unexpected. The waters of Kanto and Johto are interconnected, so it is not surprising to find Swampert in Kanto, But the combination of water and ground types poses a challenge for electric-type Pokémon. Haha, how about that? Are you taken aback? This is my secret weapon. Indeed, it is rather surprising. However, your Swampert's level is rather low, isn't it? Is that why you were reluctant to showcase it? Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Got it. Golden 5-pointed stars soared through the air towards Swampert under Electabuzz's command. Since electric-type moves are ineffective, I shall employ a different tactic. The guaranteed hit of Swift was ideal for testing the waters. Swampert countered with Mud Shot, intercepting the incoming stars. Yawn. Got it. As the yellow-brown mud clashed with the golden stars in midair, their attacks negated each other. As the dust settled, Swampert let out a yawn. Electabuzz, use Protect. Understood. Chapter 56. The conclusion of the water arena as the Electrike harnessed its own energy. A vibrant green protective shield enveloped its form. The gas capable of inducing slumber in its adversaries was deftly countered by this impeccable defense. Indeed, the protective maneuver proved to be a timeless classic. What? It was actually defended against? How infuriating! Exclaimed the opponent as Swampert unleashed a mud bomb. Understood. A yellow-brown sphere materialized, and in the next moment, the sphere, imbued with ground-type energy, was hurled towards Electrike under Swampert's command. Electrike, with a flash of lightning, approached Swampert and executed a cross-chop. Understood. The Electrike was enveloped in a brilliant white light, effortlessly evading the mud bomb attack. As it neared Swampert, its arms crossed, radiating a formidable fighting energy. Swampert, quickly use a body slam. Understood. Following the command, Swampert abruptly pivoted, preparing to use its tail to block Electrike's assault. However, would Electrike allow that? The answer was an emphatic no. Channeling deep crimson fighting energy, Electrike made contact with Swampert, delivering a powerful blow that sent Swampert flying. As for the body slam, it was contingent on Swampert being able to execute it. Swampert has lost its fighting capability. Electrike is victorious. Please, Zone Yuan. Send out your next Pokémon. Curse it. In the stands, Huazi gazed at the formidable Electrike, unable to suppress her admiration. Dr. Akira's Electrike is truly powerful. Swampert didn't even have a moment to react before being sent flying. Indeed, this is all a testament to the strength of the two Pokémon. Akira's Electrike has already reached the intermediate elite level, while Swampert has barely reached the advanced stage. Although Swampert's type restricts Electrike from using its most powerful electric attacks, Akira's Electrike evidently excels in utilizing skills of other types. As Huazi conversed with Professor Okaki, Zone Yuan withdrew Swampert from the battlefield, contemplating which Pokémon in his possession could contend with Electrike. Due to the limitations of the battlefield, Zone Yuan found himself in a quandary. The water arena is predominantly filled with water, save for a few floating platforms where Pokémon can stand. Facing an electric type, flying type, and with the water arena's constraints, rock types and ground types were out of the question. Prepare for battle, Vileplume. Understood. Vileplume aimed to exploit the electric type's disadvantage against grass types. Although the damage would be halved, it did not imply it would be ineffective. Electrike, use Shockwave. Understood. Blue arcs of electricity flickered around Electrike as it charged its power. Vileplume, first use Acid to counter the attack, then retaliate with Sweet Scent. A special venomous liquid met the swift lightning, while Vileplume began to release its fragrance, lowering Electrike's evasion rate. Was it preparing to launch a sleep powder attack? That would depend on whether I grant you the opportunity. Electrike, utilizing its full power, dashed closer to Vileplume with a quick attack, followed by an ice and fire punch. Understood. Enveloped in white light, Electrike rapidly approached Vileplume. Vileplume, do not let it get close. Use Leaf Tornado to counter. Understood. Crescent-shaped green leaves sliced through the air towards Electrike. However, the disparity in levels rendered the Leaf Tornado ineffective against Electrike's advance. Vileplume, use Sleep Powder. Too late. Electrike, go? Understood. With one fist encased in ice and the other in flames, Electrike delivered a powerful strike to Vileplume's body. That hurts, cried Vileplume. Vileplume has lost its fighting capability. Electrike is victorious. Please, Zone Yuan, send out your next Pokémon. Curse it. Return, Vileplume. Now it's your turn, Raichu. Raichu. An electric matchup, how troublesome. Return, Electrike. With the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's enemy, Akira seized the opportunity to activate his scanning eye, discovering that the opposing Raichu possessed the hidden ability Lightning Rod. In such circumstances, he could not afford to use electric-type moves. Oh, what do we have here? Akira, who has triumphed in 3 consecutive battles at the court's conference, is finally switching out his Pokémon in this 4th match. Curse it. Ignoring Zone Yuan's frustration, Akira pondered which Pokémon would be effective against Raichu. The concern that had plagued Zone Yuan now shifted to Akira. Since the attributes are unfavorable, I shall win by levels instead. Scyther, it's your time to shine. Scyther. Oh. Akira has sent out Scyther, despite the type disadvantage, to replace Electrike. What could his intent be? Let us all await the outcome, regardless of the opponent's strategy. Raichu was confident in its type advantage and unleashed a Volt Tackle attack. Raichu understood. Scyther, propelled by a jet of water, approached Raichu and executed a wing attack. Understood. Enveloped in flowing water, Scyther braved the powerful electric assault from Raichu, gradually closing the distance. Raichu, do not let it get close. Use Thunder Punch. Understood. Do not give up, Scyther. Unleash your attack with all your might. Understood. The formidable scythe met the electrified fist in a clash. Go, Raichu. Go, Scyther. With the force of their moves colliding, both Pokémon were propelled backward. Raichu. Scyther. That hurts, cried Scyther. Under the watchful gaze of the two trainers and the multitude of spectators, Scyther gradually emerged from the water. Despite being at a type disadvantage, Scyther bore injuries, yet still appeared capable of enduring a few more moves. Meanwhile, Raichu also surfaced from the water, its eyes resembling swirling spirals. Raichu has lost its fighting capability. Scyther is victorious. Although Akira did not achieve a 1 versus 3 feat, he managed to secure victory without losing a single Pokémon. Let us offer a resounding round of applause for Akira, who has provided us with such an exhilarating spectacle. Clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause. Akira. In that moment, it felt as though the entire arena was celebrating Akira's triumph. In any competition, the victor is met with applause while the vanquished depart in silence. Chapter 57. Ash advances to the top 16 as strong rivals emerge as before. Oak bowed slightly in appreciation to the audience cheering for him. Half an hour later, at the grass arena, Oak, alongside his brother Shigeru, their grandfather Professor Oak, and Ash's mother Hanako, joined Brock and Misty in watching Ash's fourth match. On the grassy field, Ash's starter, Bulbasaur, efficiently dispatched his opponent's Beedrill and Scyther. Humph. Ash's victory in this round is a foregone conclusion. He is indeed fortunate to encounter such an unskilled contender. At this moment, Shigeru expressed his discontent with Ash facing such a weak opponent. Why did he have to struggle so much to defeat his fourth rival while Ash breezed through? Well, his record of 1 win and 2 losses certainly appears effortless thus far. Shigeru, do not be arrogant. Luck is sometimes a component of skill. However, a trainer who has made it to the 4th round cannot possibly be weak. The opponents will only grow stronger from here on. Do not let me see you falter. Otherwise, even in front of grandfather, I will ensure you understand the meaning of an elder brother's affection. Shigeru's words caused Oak to frown slightly. He recognized his brother's old habit resurfacing. Thus, he began his usual approach, a verbal warning, followed by the promise of a physical reprimand if not heeded. The core message remained the same. Disrespect and arrogance would lead to consequences. Okay, big brother, I understand. Shigeru, initially brimming with indignation, immediately quieted upon hearing his brother's words. Years of experience had taught him that when his brother reprimanded him, resistance was futile. Otherwise, pain would be inevitable. Seeing this unfold, Professor Oak was amused, while Hanako stifled a laugh. Brock and Misty, having seen Oak and Shigeru during their previous encounters, were surprised by the extent of Shigeru's fear of his brother. He didn't even dare to utter a single retort. On the grass arena, once Ash's opponent unleashed their final Pokémon, Mewtwo, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With its nimble movements and supple form, Mewtwo effortlessly toyed with both Bulbasaur and Pikachu. Eventually, Ash had no choice but to send out his trump card, Mook. Before this mass of sludge, Mewtwo's agile maneuvers and powerful Leaf Blade were rendered ineffective. Ultimately, Mewtwo succumbed to Mook's overwhelming force. That evening, at a restaurant in the Quartz Highlands, Oak and the others gathered for a celebratory meal. Let us raise our glasses to congratulate Akira, Shigeru, and Ash for making it to the top 16 of the Quartz Conference. Cheers erupted around the table, with the joy of the occasion palpable, particularly among the 3 competitors who, under the encouragement of their friends and family, indulged in juice, given their age. It was the only option. After everyone took their first sip, Professor Oak began explaining the next stages. The upcoming round of 16 to 8 will be the last 3-on-3 battle. Winning this will lead to the 6-on-6 full confrontation. Such intense battles are unlike anything you have faced before. This is a test not only for your Pokémon but also for you as trainers. I shall refrain from further elaboration, but remember to fight with all your might and leave no room for regret. Understood, grandfather. I've taken note, Ash replied earnestly. The following morning, Oak was at the trainer center, fishing for a Magikarp marked with a number tag. After a rigorous selection process, the 16 participants, including Oak, would compete for the championship in the main arena of the Quartz Conference. Number 3. Your battle is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please do not be late. Thank you. Could you assist me in checking who my opponent is? Certainly, let me look it up. As the staff member operated the computer, Oak soon saw a photo of his opponent. Steven, should I consider this luck or misfortune? I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's battle. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon after our encounter at the Showdown City Pokémon Center? As Oak pondered, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Akira, it has been far too long. Xiaoming, is that you? I spotted you before the opening ceremony, but I didn't approach due to the distance and my faith in your abilities. I never anticipated running into you here today. Sporting a head of vibrant green hair and accompanied by a robust and composed Tyranitar, the newcomer was none other than the undefeated Beast Master, Xiaoming. Indeed, what a coincidence. You have certainly made waves in the preliminary rounds. Everyone participating in this year's Quartz Conference, as well as the entire Kanto region, is aware of you as a leading contender for the championship. Haha, those are merely the audience's praises. However, Xiaoming, let us meet in the finals. I yearn for a true battle. At this moment, Oak challenged Xiaoming as the only rival who had ever bested him since his debut. Oak was eager to face him again at the Quartz Conference to fulfill the promise made when they parted ways. Absolutely. I have awaited this day for quite some time. Let us ensure we meet in the finals. You must not fall to anyone else. Of course, it is a promise. After parting ways with Xiaoming, Ash and his companions encountered Ahong. Perhaps it was fate's design. However, in this iteration, Ash had become significantly stronger than his original self in the series. With an explosive Monferno, a compliant Charizard, and his newly evolved Scyther and Corsola, each Pokémon in his current lineup was formidable. If Ahong brought his baby team against Ash's current strength, it would be nearly impossible for Ash to lose, barring any catastrophic blunders. Chapter 58, the match against Steven. After selecting the battle match, Professor Oak returned to his room at the Pokémon Center. It was not merely a time of rest. Upon entering, he immediately logged onto the official league website to gather information about Steven's Pokémon. Let me first take a look at the Pokémon frequently used by Steven: Gardevoir, Nidoking, and Charizard, with water, ground, and poison types complemented by fire. While these Pokémon are formidable, it is unlikely that my Charizard will need to make an appearance just yet. As the strongest ace in Professor Oak's possession, he naturally wished to keep its prowess concealed for as long as possible. Based on the information from the computer regarding Steven's last gym battle, the timing of the Indigo conference, and the Pokémon he planned to use during the tournament, Professor Oak estimated that Steven's strength might have already reached the elite level. How intriguing it would be to engage in a well-matched battle with you. Simultaneously, within the same Pokémon Center, but in a different room, Steven was also researching Professor Oak's Pokémon data on his computer. Professor Oak, you truly are a formidable opponent. I hope you will allow me to unleash my ace Pokémon. At that moment, a luxury ball in Steven's hand gently swayed, as if responding to its master's thoughts. This Pokémon had been a gift from his father, who had brought it from the Unova region. After investing considerable time and resources into its training over the past 6 months, it had finally grown into his strongest combatant, even surpassing his starter Pokémon, Gardevoir. The following morning, around 8:50 a.m., in the main venue of the Indigo conference, Professor Oak was observing the match alongside Hanako and others. Ash, due to his afternoon match, was present with Brock and Misty. As for Gary, he was waiting in the competitors' lounge. The first match of the top 16 has concluded with a victor. Now, let us welcome the competitors for the second match. In the green corner, we have the young trainer Steven from the distant Unova region. And in the red corner, we have the young trainer Professor Oak from Plateau, who has been sweeping his opponents with remarkable strength since the beginning of the tournament. Professor Oak. He is quite popular. In the audience, Ash observed the enthusiastic cheers for Professor Oak, feeling a deep sense of envy. He too longed for such admiration. Of course, just think about Oak's prowess and achievements. And it becomes evident, Misty remarked, not missing the chance to tease Ash. Ash, you must be envious, right? Unfortunately, you will likely never experience such a scene. In an instant, Misty transformed into a fierce tiger, startling Brock, who quickly urged Ash to apologize to her. Hee, the bond between the three of them is quite strong. Indeed, the available Pokémon are 3. Both trainers may freely exchange their Pokémon. Now, let the competitors send forth their first Pokémon. Go, Gardevoir. Alright, go, Abomasnow. Abomasnow, with its unique size and 2 heads, is certainly peculiar. Gardevoir, let us greet them with Water Pulse. Understood. A blue orb of water rapidly formed in Gardevoir's mouth and hurled towards Abomasnow. Abomasnow, counter with Poison Jab. Got it. The purple-black toxic substance met the water orb in midair with a resounding impact. How evenly matched their long-range attacks are. TCH. Gardevoir, after approaching Abomasnow, use Leaf Blade. Understood. Gardevoir, enveloped in a stream of water, seized its Leaf Blade. Abomasnow, undeterred, retaliated with a menacing glare and Thunderfang. Received. With water swirling around Gardevoir, It gripped the blade formed from water-type energy. Abomasnow's left head's abdomen pattern shifted rapidly, while its right head crackled with golden lightning. My body feels numb. The glare struck Gardevoir head-on, causing it to stumble. Before it could rise, flashes of golden lightning enveloped it. Gardevoir, are you all right? Just as Steven's voice fell. Abomasnow's massive jaws clamped down on the paralyzed Gardevoir. That hurts. Abomasnow pressed the advantage, executing a powerful Iron Tail attack. Although electric-type moves were highly effective against water types, Abomasnow's ultimate technique, Iron Tail, possessed the greatest power. Understood. The colossal tail, infused with steel-type energy, sent Gardevoir flying. Lying on the ground, Gardevoir's eyes were spiraling. Gardevoir has lost the ability to battle. Abomasnow is the victor. Professor Oak, please send out your next Pokémon. Professor Oak, you truly are strong. Return, Gardevoir. You performed admirably. Now, it is your turn, Charizard. Go, Charizard. Abomasnow, return. For your first battle in the league, meet your match, Shellder. After Steven sent out Charizard, our trainer, Professor Oak, has chosen to deploy Shellder, which has a type advantage. TCH. Type advantage, indeed. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Understood. Shellder, counter with Water Pulse. Received. The scorching flames collided with the refreshing blue orb of water. The flames were extinguished by the droplets, while the droplets evaporated in the searing heat. Such as the eternal conflict between water and fire. Charizard, utilize Sonic Punch. Got it. Shellder, use Shell Smash. Understood. As soon as Professor Oak's command was issued, Charizard, enveloped in white light, darted towards Shellder. Startled, Shellder quickly used its shells to clamp down on Charizard's arm. Now's your chance. Charizard, unleash Thunder Punch. What? Shellder, defend yourself. Brace yourself. Charizard's Thunder Punch, owing to its proximity, struck before Shellder could react. No. It should be said that at the moment Professor Oak issued the command, Charizard had already accumulated sufficient power. That hurts. Chapter 59. The Ironclad Shell. The Ironclad Shell, having succumbed to a lightning strike, unfurled its two outer shells, allowing the Duckbill Dragon's right arm to escape. Furthermore, having previously endured the Duckbill Dragon's Thunder Palm attack, the Ironclad Shell was unable to activate its defensive skill in time and was subsequently sent flying. Quite impressive indeed. However, how will it fare against the next move? Ironclad Shell, unleash your mesmerizing technique. With a soft pop, a pink heart formed beneath the Ironclad Shell's brow, gently floating towards the Duckbill Dragon. Mesmerizing. Duckbill Dragon. Quickly deploy a smokescreen. Acknowledged. The Duckbill Dragon exhaled a thick fog, attempting to diminish the accuracy of the mesmerizing attack. Alas, the charm struck the Duckbill Dragon first. In an instant, the Duckbill Dragon, entranced by the allure, fell into a state of infatuation. Duckbill Dragon, what is happening? Wake up. Despite Steven's frantic calls, the entranced Duckbill Dragon remained unresponsive. Ironclad Shell, unleash a powerful surf attack. Understood. Following the command, the Ironclad Shell instantly conjured a tumultuous wave at its location. Surf. Cursed be it. Duckbill Dragon, return. Steven attempted to recall the Duckbill Dragon, but the Ironclad Shell would not grant him that opportunity. The surging waves enveloped the Duckbill Dragon entirely, immersing its fiery form within the water. It was akin to a red-hot soldering iron being plunged into cold water, creating a steam that distorted the battlefield. Damn it. Duckbill Dragon, you must hold on. Duckbill Dragon, hold on? Why not switch places with you? Steven, witnessing the Duckbill Dragon being swept away by the waves, could do nothing but silently pray for its endurance. Within the waves, the Ironclad Shell sensed the Duckbill Dragon's struggle. Upon realizing its opponent had succumbed to unconsciousness, it ceased the tumultuous surf. As calm returned, the Duckbill Dragon lay motionless while the Ironclad Shell stood resolutely nearby. The Duckbill Dragon has lost its fighting capability. The Ironclad Shell is victorious. Please, Steven, send forth your final Pokémon. How formidable. I absolutely adore Ahi's Ironclad Shell. As someone aspiring to be a master of water-type Pokémon, Misty felt an innate fondness for aquatic creatures. Witnessing Ironclad Shell's triumph filled her with exuberance, as if her own Pokémon had emerged victorious. Hey, Misty. Maintain your composure. We are in public. Brock, observing Misty's uncontrollable excitement, promptly reminded her. Oh dear, I got a bit too carried away. My apologies, everyone. Nearly facing social embarrassment, Misty hastily apologized to her companions and the surrounding audience. Those nearby were not inclined to fault her for such trivialities. However, Professor Oak harbored different thoughts. Misty, what do you think of my grandson Ahi? My younger grandson, Shigeru, has numerous girlfriends at merely 10 years of age, while my elder grandson shows no signs of romantic interest. The professor pondered the fact that many champions in the league remained single. Reflecting on the contrast between his two grandsons, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Elders often favor their youngest grandchildren, and Professor Oak was no exception. Although he was only 10 and not yet capable of much, fostering a bond in advance was not out of the question. Professor Oak. He is quite impressive. Misty, puzzled by the professor's question, felt a shiver at the depth of his gaze. For boys, girls tend to mature more rapidly. Misty found herself in a state of confusion, glancing first at Ash beside her, then at the spirited figure on the battlefield. Her heart was torn. Oblivious to the underlying meaning of Professor Oak's words, Ash remained as straightforward as ever. However, Hanako and Brock were not so naive. The former sighed softly, shaking her head at her son's singular focus on the match. As a seasoned individual, Hanako recognized Misty's affection for her son. Yet, she lamented Ash's obliviousness. Meanwhile, Brock's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Gossip was brewing, but it was not particularly flattering. Oh really? Haha, that sounds splendid. Since you don't dislike him, I shall arrange for Ahi to spend more time with you. With a satisfactory response, Professor Oak's spirits lifted. All right, Professor. Come back, Duckbull Dragon. You've done exceptionally well. Now it's time to leave it to your partner. Ahi, you are truly formidable. However, I refuse to falter here. The next contender is my trump card. It's your time to shine, Double-Edged Dragon. Wow, the Double-Edged Dragon. Its strength at the elite mid-tier is indeed commendable. Yet, compared to water-type moves, my Ironclad Shell is far more adept with ice-type attacks. Ironclad Shell, commence with Ice Shard, then follow up with Water Pulse. Understood. The Double-Edged Dragon. Deploy Dragon Claw next. As Stephen's instructions resonated, the ice shards crafted by Ironclad Shell soared toward the Double-Edged Dragon's position. The ethereal green energy of the dragon type enveloped the Double-Edged Dragon like a glove. With a series of cracks, the ice shards were swiftly shattered by the Double-Edged Dragon. Meanwhile, Ironclad Shell was enveloped by 3 streams of water, replenishing its energy. Most importantly, Water Pulse would persist. It was indeed a rather cunning skill. Curse be it, Double-Edged Dragon. First strengthen yourself with Dragon Dance, then attack with Dragon Claw. Acknowledged. As the Double-Edged Dragon performed a mysterious dance, its aura intensified. Close combat, then. Ironclad Shell. Use Shadow Clone followed by Aurora Beam. Observing the enhanced aura of the Double-Edged Dragon, Professor Oak knew that only a fool would send their Pokémon into a direct confrontation. Understood. As the Double-Edged Dragon approached, Ironclad Shell rapidly created several clones to evade. Simultaneously, it gathered ice-type energy in its mouth. Possessing a trace of ice essence, Ironclad Shell's ice-type moves surpassed those of other Pokémon of equal level. Blue and white freezing rays surged from all directions, seemingly intent on encasing the Double-Edged Dragon in ice. Double-Edged Dragon. First use Protect for defense, then unleash Roar. Acknowledged. The Verdant Shield perfectly defended against Ironclad Shell's attack. As the light faded, the Double-Edged Dragon commenced an unending roar. Bang! Bang! Ironclad Shell's Shadow Clone shattered under the overwhelming sound. This sonic assault is unbearable. Ironclad Shell, employ Protect. Understood. Enduring the discomfort in its ears, Ironclad Shell activated a green barrier around its body. Now, Double-Edged Dragon, charge in and use revenge. Stephen, growing increasingly anxious, realized that only the Double-Edged Dragon remained among his 3 Pokémon. Time continued to drag on, and the Double-Edged Dragon's stamina waned, with hope of victory dwindling. Stephen needed to swiftly defeat Ironclad Shell. Otherwise, the incessant currents surrounding the Shellmet would inevitably drag down his Dual-Axe Dragon. The dragon's eyes gradually reddened as it charged directly towards the Shellmet. Was it prepared to fight desperately? The Shellmet first summoned a decoy and then gathered energy to unleash a dazzling beam to put an end to it. With a snap, the Shellmet expended part of its stamina to create a decoy. Meanwhile, the disoriented Dual-Axe Dragon was attacking the decoy fabricated by the Shellmet. How infuriating. Regret washed over Stephen as he witnessed this scene. He had acted too hastily. This battle was essentially over. The Dual-Axe Dragon, having experienced the backlash, was bound to succumb to weakness. The Shellmet, on the other hand, had already gathered its strength, a radiant blue-white glow emanating from its mouth. Stephen understood that the Dual-Axe Dragon, having just used its backlash, would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the impending attack. After 3 rounds of frenzied assaults, the Dual-Axe Dragon finally emerged from its confusion. At that moment, it was too weak to locate the Shellmet, but in the next instant, the Shellmet, already poised for action, unleashed its dazzling beam. How cold! The Dual-Axe Dragon lost its ability to fight, and the Shellmet emerged victorious. Since all 3 of Stephen's Pokémon were incapacitated, the match was won by Demue. Demue, how wonderful. We have won. Congratulations, Ahi. On the battlefield, Steven bitterly congratulated Demue. "Thank you, Steven. You are a formidable opponent. I hope we have the opportunity to battle together again in the future." "Indeed, it is a promise." After recalling the Shelmet, Demue expressed gratitude to the audience before hastily departing the venue. During the battle, both Abai and the Shelmet sustained injuries. Demue was eager to rush them to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the top 8 of the Quartz Conference. The system rewards you with a golden treasure chest. Chapter 60. The system's reward before the top 8 battle. The golden treasure chest. The anticipation for the system's rewards had been brewing within Demue since the day he became entwined with the system. Yet, apart from the Explorer's Eye from the Novice package, he had received no further rewards. At this moment, as he walked towards the Pokémon Center, he silently conversed with the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Pokémon Egg selection card. Using this card, the host can randomly obtain one Pokémon Egg from the currently known species, excluding legendary creatures. Seriously, is the system so stingy? This so-called golden treasure chest only produced a selection card for a Pokémon Egg, and it's random, with no legendary creatures allowed. After waiting a moment longer, the system's voice did not continue. At this juncture, Demue realized that this so-called golden treasure chest had yielded a rather useless reward. In the realm of Pokémon, he was aware of over 1,000 species. Even after excluding the legendary ones, nearly 1,000 remained. What kind of luck would he need to acquire a Pokémon he favored among these countless options? Fortunately, it was merely an egg. If it were a Pokémon itself, he would have no choice but to give it away if he didn't like it. As a normal human being, Demue had his preferences, favoring some Pokémon while disliking others. If he were to hatch an egg of a Pokémon he did not favor, he would undoubtedly gift it to someone else. Well, if he got something good, it would be a bonus. If not, he could simply pass it on. Resolute, Demue thought, used the Pokémon Egg selection card. Although he expressed this intention, a flicker of hope ignited within him as the system began its random selection. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a ground-type Pokémon, the Drillbur from the Unova region. Will the host accept the Pokémon Egg? Drillbur, huh? Not too shabby. I'll postpone the acceptance for now. A ground-type Pokémon is just what I need, and I have a fondness for the Drillbur lineage. However, at this moment, I lack the time to care for a Pokémon Egg, so it's best to have the system store it for now. At noon, in a restaurant on the Quartz Plateau, a group gathered once more. With both grandsons advancing to the top 8, Professor Oak was filled with joy. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of Demue and Xiao Mao's advancement to the top 8. And let us also wish Xiaoji success in the afternoon matches. The atmosphere at the table was warm and cheerful. Demue and Xiao Mao were serving as advisors to Xiaoji before his match. Xiaoji, your opponent is a Hong. I reviewed his information earlier. His Pokémon types are similar to yours, primarily fire, electric, and flying types. Therefore, you must adjust your lineup to favor advantageous matchups. Indeed, ground and rock types would be most effective against these 3 attributes. However, Xiaoji lacks a ground-type Pokémon. Yet, you do have 2 rock-type Pokémon that could come in handy. Rock-type? I don't recall having any. Upon hearing the brothers' analysis, Xiaoji looked puzzled. It seemed he had never captured a rock-type Pokémon. As soon as he voiced his confusion, he was met with incredulous stares from everyone. What is wrong with you all? Xiaoji, the Shirelden and Cranidos you captured in the fossil cave are rock and water dual types. By the way, have they evolved? Professor Oak could only explain patiently. Well, the Shirelden has evolved into Bastiodon, but the Cranidos hasn't yet. Then you should include a Bastiodon in your battle lineup. This way, rock-type moves will be particularly effective against fire and flying types, especially since Bastiodon also has water-type moves, which double down on fire-type opponents. However, be cautious of the opponent's electric-type Pokémon. Since you lack a ground type, you should add a Monferno to your team, along with the Charizard that already follows your commands. If you lose this afternoon's battle, Xiaoji, you might as well prepare to return home and farm. Whoa, Demue, that's a bit harsh. Xiaoji wanted to retort, but Demue dismissed him. The brothers had analyzed the opponent and built a battle team for him. Given that they were stronger in level and strength, if Xiaoji were to lose, it would be truly inexcusable. Suit yourself. I've said all I can say. Demue was too weary to waste any more breath. If Xiaoji ended up as he did in the original plot, being eliminated in the top 16, it would simply be fate. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Demue and his brother Xiao Mao found the Team Rocket trio. At that moment, Team Rocket was trembling under the threat of 2 sharp blades. Demue's Scyther and Xiao Mao's Scyther had their right arms resting on the shoulders of Jesse and James. As for Meowth and their Pokémon, they were subdued by Demue's Jengar. Without Team Rocket's interference, Xiaoji should win, Demue thought. If he had altered the original plot this much and Xiaoji still lost, he would no longer concern himself with such matters. Congratulations to contestant Xiao Ji for winning the match. Yay, I won. I didn't let anyone down. Come back, Scyther and Jengar, we're heading back, Xiao Mao. Alright. Those two little brats dare to treat us this way. One day, we shall have our revenge. However, our Pokémon together still couldn't defeat even one of theirs. In the end, we lost nothing. I think we should let it be. What are you talking about? Meowth interjected. Jesse, James is right. That devil is not the same as those little brats. If we trouble him, I fear we'll be sending ourselves to our doom. Under Meowth and James's persuasion, Jesse temporarily recognized the disparity in strength between themselves and their foes. Feeling powerless was quite irksome. Later that evening, the group reconvened at the same restaurant to celebrate once more. Enjoying juice with their meal was indeed a delightful affair. Chapter 61. The battle of the top 8 begins in this round of the top 8. Two formidable opponents emerge, the solitary cultivator Xiaoming and the skilled Shinji from the Sinnoh region. Xiaoming's most powerful Pokémon is likely a Rhyperior, while Shinji boasts two main Pokémon, specifically a Torterra and a Scyther. Xiaomao and Xiaoji, should you encounter these two, approach with utmost caution. As for Xiaoming, I yearn for a rematch with him. Hearing that familiar name, Xiaoji cannot help but recall the man with the forgiving hue atop his head. Torterra and Scyther. Are these Pokémon native to the Sinnoh region? Indeed, both are exclusive to Sinnoh. Torterra is the final evolution of the region's starter, Turtwig, possessing dual grass and ground types. Although Scyther is of the bug and steel types, its species is renowned for its astonishing power. Be particularly vigilant when facing them. Understood. As the three competitors engage in their meal and conversation, Professor Oak and Hanako observe the harmonious interaction among them with satisfaction. At this moment, Kasumi's mind is the most conflicted. She glances at Ahe and then turns to Xiaoji. Nearby, Takashi perceives Kasumi's turmoil through his insightful gaze. Ah, love truly is wondrous. Yet where is my beloved elder sister? Perhaps it is the absence of maternal affection during his childhood that has instilled in Takashi a peculiar sentiment towards older women. Amidst discussing strategies with his brother Xiaomao and Xiaoji, Aoki senses something amiss. Upon turning, he catches sight of Kasumi's complex expression. What is this? Why do I perceive something unusual in Kasumi's gaze? Aoki discerns a myriad of emotions reflected in her eyes. As soon as Kasumi notices Aoki's attention, she hastily diverts her gaze. Nevertheless, her flushed cheeks betray her inner unease. Could it be? Aoki, having lived two lives, is far from being as emotionally oblivious as Xiaoji. However, Kasumi's current state deviates somewhat from the original narrative. Are the feelings between Ji and Kasumi destined to part ways? It seems not entirely impossible. At the dining table, Professor Oak smiles subtly at this scene. The concern that had weighed on him has now dissipated. The following morning, the battle allocation for the Quartz Conference is announced. Interestingly, the trio from Shinshin Town does not face each other. Aoki is matched against Shinji, while Xiaoji faces Xiaoming. And Xiaomao encounters a random opponent. Aoki, I hope our battle will be a spectacular one. At the conference office, the top 8 contestants gather to review the battle allocation. Upon hearing Shinji's pre-battle remarks, Aoki is resolute. Of course, you are a formidable adversary, and I shall deploy my strongest lineup to confront you. The same goes for me. In the afternoon, Aoki connects with the Oak Research Institute via phone. Although Professor Oak has yet to return, other staff members are present. Aoki begins to strategize and adjust his Pokémon in preparation for the impending battle the next day. The entire day will be devoted to the top 8 matches, with 2 battles in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, ultimately determining the finalists. Another day passes, and in the waiting room for the top 8 contestants, Aoki sits in anticipation of the match's commencement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Today, we shall determine the top 4 contenders of this year's Quartz Conference. Now, please welcome our first 2 competitors to the stage. In the green corner, we have the cool-headed Shinji from the Sinnoh region. And in the red corner, we have Aoki, who has triumphed overwhelmingly since the start of the tournament. What kind of thrilling match will these 2 bring us today? Let us await the spectacle. Oh, Aoki. Each participant may utilize 6 Pokémon, and should one side lose 3 Pokémon, a 15-minute intermission will be granted. Contestants may freely substitute their Pokémon. Now, I declare the match to begin. Nidoking, prepare to battle. Machoke, it's your turn. Nidoking, charge with Horn Attack. Machoke, go in with Dynamic Punch. Nidoking, with its head slightly lowered, charges forward, aiming to strike with its horn. Machoke, with its 4 arms outstretched, meets Nidoking's advance head-on, firmly controlling the momentum of Nidoking's charge. Subsequently, Machoke seizes Nidoking, and they tumble together across the battlefield. Nidoking, let us go. Nidoking, feeling dizzy yet determined, slowly rises from the ground after being thrown aside by Machoke. Nidoking, you pesky one. Mahoke presses the advantage, launching a bullet punch attack. Nidoking got it. With a right fist enveloped in steel-type energy, Mahoke prepares to deliver a decisive blow. Nidoking unleash a fury attack. Nidoking, in a state of confusion, appears unfazed by the pain and withstands the bullet punch without reaction. Following this, Nidoking retaliates with a flurry of punches. Oh, what am I witnessing? The previously dominant Aoki has actually found himself at a disadvantage with his first Pokémon. Will he succumb, or will he stage a powerful comeback? Let us all stay tuned. Nidoking ouch. Despite Nidoking's formidable strength and fierce attacks, Mahoke endures the damage. How is this possible? Shinji cannot believe his eyes. His powerful Nidoking has failed to incapacitate Mahoke after 3 rounds of relentless assaults? In this world, anything is possible. Mahoke charges forward, executing a cross chop followed by 2 ice punches. Nidoking got it. Prepare to meet your end. With its front arms crossed, Mishoki's 2 rear arms exude a chilling blue-white aura. Nidoking, driven by sheer determination, channels all its energy into a head smash, its most potent move inherited from its lineage. Nidoking, take this. Ignoring its fatigue, Nidoking is resolute in securing victory for its trainer. The 2 Pokémon collide, Mahoke leveraging its unparalleled strength to withstand Nidoking's formidable attack. As they stabilize, Mishoki's fists, enveloped in icy energy, strike down fiercely. Nidoking, that hurts. Chapter 62, The Fierce Battle with Shinji Bang. The sound of Nidoking collapsing. Nidoking has lost its combat ability. Mahoke emerges victorious. Shinji, please send out your next Pokémon. TCH. Return, Nidoking. Pidgeotto, prepare for battle. Oh, Pidgeotto. Is this an attempt to leverage type advantage? Mahoke, use Rock Tomb to control the field. Not. Mahoke roared, gathering rocky energy in its right arm before slamming a fist into the ground, causing rocks to rise. Mahoke seized the floating rocks and hurled them at Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto. Evade with high-speed movement and counter with A. Understood. Pidgeotto deftly dodged the barrage of rocks thrown by Mahoke. Then, with its sharp beak as the spearhead, it surged downwards, enveloped in flying energy, launching an attack against Mahoke. A direct confrontation. Mahoke, counter with Ice Punch. Understood. Mahoke's left fist emanated a chilling aura while its right fist crackled with golden lightning. Both types of punches could inflict double damage against the flying-type Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, soaring in the sky, witnessed this spectacle but boldly charged forward regardless. Bang! The 2 Pokémon clashed violently, unleashing their ultimate moves and enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust. The spectators could not discern the state of the 2 combatants. As the dust settled, it became evident that both Mahoke and Pidgeotto lay incapacitated on the ground. Nidoking and Pidgeotto have both lost their combat abilities. Please send out your next Pokémon. Return. Mahoke, well done. Rest well in your Pokeball. It's time for a debut. Alakazam. Who? Return, Pidgeotto. You performed admirably. Scizor, prepare for battle. Plaque. The former Scyther. Poison and dark types, with psychic moves that might not hold much effect. Oh well. Return, Alakazam. Come forth and face your old rival, Victreebel. Plaque. It's you, you rascal. Oh. It's you, the defeated one. Long time no see. You've changed quite a bit. Haven to you. Clack. You wretched creature. Today I shall definitely crush you. Bring it on. Scizor, sharpen your claws and unleash Bullet Punch. Clack. Understood. Scizor rubbed its pincers together, harnessing a surge of dark energy. The sharpened claws enhanced its attack and accuracy. Once the sharpening concluded, Scizor launched numerous sharp energy needles, trailing white flames, towards Victreebel. Skill type suppression. Victreebel, use Sludge Bomb. Got it. A unique mass of toxic sludge was hurled at Scizor. Bang, bang, in midair. The toxic sludge and energy needles collided, resulting in an explosion that filled the battlefield with dust. What an opportunity. Victreebel, use Magical Leaf to attack. In this obscured vision, the guaranteed hit skill takes effect. Understood. Leaves began to swirl around Victreebel, as if enchanted, converging into a torrent directed at a point amidst the dust. Scizor, swiftly erect a protective barrier. Plaque. Understood. In an instant, Scizor raised a verdant shield around itself. Clang. The audience heard the sound of Magical Leaf striking the protective barrier. Furthermore, the dust on the battlefield began to dissipate rapidly due to the magical leaves. Victreebel, leap with Vine Whip and then use Sleep Powder. Understood. With a swift strike of Vine Whip against the ground, Victreebel soared into the air. At a certain height, it scattered tiny golden powder downwards. An aerial target. Scizor, now's your chance. Unleash Hyper Beam. Plaque. Understood. A massive beam of golden energy erupted from Scizor's mouth. Victreebel, unable to evade in midair, was struck head-on by the powerful Hyper Beam. Simultaneously, Sizer was hit by the sleep powder and fell into a state of paralysis. Ah, that hurts. Victory Bell has lost its combat ability. Sizer emerges victorious. Please, Ahe, send out your next Pokémon. So that's the Sizer Ahe spoke of. Truly as formidable as Ahe described. I must capture one in the future. In the audience, Ash gazed at Shinji's Sizer with admiration. Sizer is a unique Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. To capture one, Ash must venture to Sinnoh. Is that so? Alright, after the court's conference, I shall head straight to Sinnoh. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Ash became even more fascinated with the new region and the unknown Pokémon. Ash, there is no rush to get to Sinnoh. I believe it's best for you to travel around the Kanto region first to gain experience. Indeed, Ash. There are several regions surrounding Kanto that we have yet to explore. Many unfamiliar Pokémon await us there. Is that true, Brock? Absolutely. Then it's settled. Once we've traveled through the surrounding regions, we'll head to Sinnoh. Return, Victory Bell. You did splendidly. Leave the rest to your companions. Electabuzz, it's your turn to shine. Heir. Electabuzz dashed near Sizer and executed Cross Chop. Heir. Understood. Sizer countered with Cross Poison. Clack. How painful. Both Pokémon crossed their arms to strike, with Electabuzz Cross Chop enveloped in fighting energy clashing against Sizer as Cross Poison. The ultimate moves met without yielding an inch. Thus, a battle of strength commenced. Clack. It's painful again. As Sizer grappled, it suddenly felt a numbing sensation coursing through its body, rendering it momentarily immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Electabuzz unleashed a Thunderbolt attack. Such fleeting moments of opportunity must be seized. Heir. Understood. A bolt of blue lightning struck Sizer, which was already paralyzed. Clack. Both paralyzed and painful. Bang. Sizer has lost its combat ability. Electabuzz emerges victorious. As Shinji has lost 3 Pokémon, there will be a 15-minute intermission. Chapter 63. The Fierce Battle with Shinji come back. Electabuzz. You have worked hard. After recalling Electabuzz, Oak strode confidently to the trainer's bench to rest. TCH. Return, King Scorpion. Similar to Oak, Shinji also returned his fallen King Scorpion and made his way to the bench to recuperate. Phew, that was exhilarating. Both Oak and Shinji are incredibly strong. In the audience, Ash, witnessing the temporary halt of the battle, was filled with excitement and couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Ash, please rein it in. Brock, grabbing Ash, noticed the gazes of those around them, prompting Ash to realize that his earlier behavior was somewhat impulsive. My apologies, everyone. I got a bit too carried away. Ash chuckled sheepishly, and the initially annoyed audience, seeing his endearing gesture of scratching his head, graciously forgave him. Ash, try to maintain your composure. There are many spectators around. Please don't disturb others. Yes, I understand, Mom. Ding ding as the bell rang, Oak and Shinji returned to their respective positions. On the stage, the host began his announcement. Alright, the 15-minute break is over. We will now proceed to the second half of the first match in the quarterfinals. Currently, both competitors have Pokémon that are quite evenly matched. Shinji can still utilize 3 Pokémon, while our competitor Oak has 4 remaining. Let us see if Oak will maintain his lead, or if Shinji will make a comeback. Stay tuned. In the arena, the referee, holding the red and green flags representing both sides, was ready. The second half of the first match commences now, as Oak held the advantage in the first half. He will take the first action in this half. Both Mac-Hoke and Victory Bell had lost their fighting capabilities. Electabuzz had expended some energy in the previous round, leaving Shinji with 2 Pokémon yet to reveal themselves, aside from his Torterra. He decided it was not wise to expose his remaining 2 too early. Let us bring out Alakazam again. Oh, Alakazam again. Shinji frowned slightly at the sight of Oak's Pokémon. He no longer had any Pokémon capable of countering Alakazam's psychic abilities. Very well, I shall go for a strong offensive. Magneton, prepare for battle. Magneton, understood. Magneton, possessing dual electric and steel types, boasted impressive offensive and defensive capabilities. Alakazam, use Psybeam. Understood. Alakazam crossed its spoons, unleashing a peculiar ray composed of purple and orange hues towards Magneton. Magneton, employ Tri-Attack. Understood. The 3 cores of Magneton simultaneously unleashed beams of energy corresponding to ice, fire, and electric types. Boom boom, the energy beams collided midair, creating an explosion that filled the arena with smoke. Both Pokémon suffered some damage from the rebound effect of the explosion. Alakazam then employed telekinesis, followed by an immediate move to deliver a fire punch. Understood. With blue psychic energy surrounding its eyes, Alakazam momentarily immobilized the floating Magneton in midair. Magneton, break free. I can't escape. Magneton, return. Seeing Alakazam still in place, Shinji attempted to recall Magneton using its Pokeball. However, Alakazam was quick to deny him the opportunity. Before the red beam of the Pokeball could reach Magneton, Alakazam had already appeared before it, swinging its fiery right fist down towards Magneton. Bang! That hurts. Damn it. Return, Magneton. Frustrated that he couldn't successfully recall Magneton and that it had sustained significant damage, Shinji felt compelled to try again. Otherwise, his Magneton would become a sitting target and lose its ability to fight. Alakazam, don't let it escape. Continue with Fire Punch. Understood. Heh, take that. Don't come near me. Thus, the audience witnessed the following scene. Magneton was mercilessly pummeled by Alakazam's fire punches, while Oak watched with arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. While Shinji desperately clutched his Pokeball, seeking an opportunity to recall Magneton. Bang! After receiving 5 or 6 consecutive blows from Alakazam's fire punch, Magneton finally succumbed and lost its fighting capability. Magneton is unable to battle. Alakazam wins. Shinji, please send out your next Pokemon. TCH. It couldn't be helped. Return, Magneton. Next up, Starmie, prepare for battle. Shinji's 5th Pokemon is the Water and Psychic type, Starmie. His remaining Pokemon is likely Torterra. Given the significant advantage, I must remain steady and not act recklessly. Oak thought, continuing to command the somewhat exhausted Alakazam to attack. Alakazam, start with Psyblade. Understood. Starmie, utilizing its full power, countered with Psychic. Boom boom. One side unleashed a purple psychic energy blade, while the other emitted a dense wave of psychic energy. The clash of such powerful psychic forces affected the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Alakazam lay unconscious on the ground. Alakazam is unable to battle. Starmie wins. Oak, please send out your next Pokemon. Let's continue the battle. Electabuzz. Oh, the type advantage. TCH. Such a nuisance. Starmie, return. Torterra, prepare for battle. Without hesitation. Upon seeing Oak's Electabuzz, Shinji recalled Starmie and sent out Torterra, taking advantage of the type superiority. Having researched Oak's data, Shinji was well aware that Oak's strongest Pokemon was his starter, Charizard, currently in its evolved form. He had initially hoped to rely on Starmie to exploit the type advantage against Charizard. Naturally, he could not afford to waste any energy against Electabuzz. Indeed, Shinji's final Pokemon is Torterra. With knowledge of all the Pokemon in play, he felt confident in engaging. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch to close the distance. Understood. Chapter 64. Fierce Battle with Shinji. Advancing to the top 4 in an instant, the form of the electric beast vanished from its original position. At that moment, it was enveloped in a chilling aura as it approached the Torterra. Do not let it near. Commanded Torterra, invoking Leaf Storm. A dense, palpable surge of grass-type energy coalesced, and countless green leaves formed a whirlwind, sweeping around the electric beast's body. Ouch! Exclaimed the electric beast, caught amidst a multitude of sharp blades. Quickly, use Protect. It urged. Understood. Engulfed by a sea of leaves, the electric beast felt as though it had plunged into a tempest filled with razor-sharp edges. The barrier of Protect clashed against the leaf storm, enduring countless strikes. Once the storm subsided, the electric beast remained in the battle due to the protective shield, albeit drained of much of its energy, rendering it incapable of further combat. Return now, electric beast. It's your turn, Abomasnow. Why not use Charizard? Questioned a voice. Was it reluctance to deploy it, or did he feel it unnecessary? Torterra, use Earthquake. Understood. Torterra gathered ground-type energy in its forelimbs, rising on its hind legs to elevate its forelimbs high into the air. Once the energy reached a critical mass, it forcefully struck the battlefield. The ground trembled powerfully, prompting a sense of awe from Professor Oak. Truly, the initial Pokemon of Shinji was formidable. Abomasnow, after using Protect, execute Iron Tail. Understood. Despite the shaking battlefield, Abomasnow's green shield stood firm. After the tremors ceased, Abomasnow swiftly approached Torterra, its tail enveloped in steel-type energy as it advanced. How infuriating. That Protect move is quite bothersome. Torterra, unleash Frenzy Plant. Received. An even more intense surge of grass-type energy accumulated, and in the next moment, several gray roots erupted from the ground, seemingly sentient as they charged towards the advancing Abomasnow. Do not falter. Use Flamethrower alongside Bite. Understood. At this juncture, the advantage of Abomasnow's 2 heads became evident. The left head unleashed flames to ward off the roots, while the right head directed a glare at Torterra. Body. Feels numb. Though the Frenzy Plant attack was powerful, inflicting damage on Abomasnow, the subsequent turn of paralysis was equally troublesome. Furthermore, Professor Oak had commanded Abomasnow to use Glare, paralyzing Torterra and rendering it immobile. Take this. The tail of Abomasnow, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and enhanced by steel-type energy, struck Torterra forcefully, sending it crashing to the battlefield. Torterra has lost its battle capability, Abomasnow is victorious. Please, Shinji, send out your final Pokémon. Damn it. Return, Torterra? Starmie. Prepare for battle. The opponent has but one Pokémon left. Let us seize this opportunity for victory. Abomasnow, greet them with Screech. Then follow up with Thunderfang and Bite. With only Starmie remaining, Shinji felt the allure of the diamond treasure box within reach. Starmie, harden, and use Psychic. As the crisis approached, Shinji maintained his composure. Professor Oak aimed to lower Starmie's defense, yet Shinji resolved to bolster it instead. The clash between Screech and Hardening concluded, one diminishing the opponent's defense, the other enhancing one's own. As Abomasnow closed in, one head crackled with electricity, while the other radiated a menacing aura. In the next moment, a violet beam of psychic energy erupted from the red crystal at the center of Starmie's body. Watch me use Bite. The right head of Abomasnow, wide open, manipulated the dark-type energy to forcefully block the psychic attack. Though it succeeded, the psychic energy inflicted damage upon Abomasnow's right head. Now, the two-headed Abomasnow presented a fierce visage. One head brimming with ferocity while the other, having absorbed damage, drooped down, a clear indicator of its injuries. Next, let us see how you defend. With one head impaired, Abomasnow's speed surged to a new level. Before Starmie could react, the left head, with lightning crackling in its mouth, lunged forward to bite. That hurts, exclaimed Starmie, as Abomasnow clung tightly, unwilling to relent. After all, its other head had suffered grievous wounds, and it was determined to return the damage to the culprit, Starmie. With a resounding thud, Starmie was hurled to the ground. Starmie has lost its battle capability. Abomasnow is victorious, as Shinji's 6 Pokémon have all succumbed. This match in the top 8 has been won by Professor Oak. Professor Oak. Professor Oak. Abomasnow, return and rest. After returning Abomasnow, Professor Oak noticed Shinji, who wore an impassive expression as he retrieved Starmie. After a moment's hesitation, Professor Oak approached Shinji, extending an invitation for a rematch. I hope to battle you again next time. Likewise. Bidding farewell to Shinji, Professor Oak hurried towards the Pokémon Center. At present, 2 of his Pokémon were gravely injured, 3 had lost their battle capabilities, and only the intact Charizard remained. I hope this will not affect tomorrow's battle. Moments later, Professor Oak delivered his 5 injured Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Meanwhile, the system reward for advancing to the top 4 arrived belatedly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for advancing to the top 4 of the Quartz Conference. The system is now awarding you a platinum treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. The host has opened the platinum treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a high-quality peat block and an awakening stone. Would you like to claim them? Peat block and awakening stone. Aren't these evolution stones for specific Pokémon? Professor Oak recalled that the peat block was used for evolving Teddiursa into Ursaring, while the awakening stone was for evolving male Curlia into Galade and female Snorant into Frostless. Let's store them for now. Currently, he did not possess any of these 3 Pokémon. Even if he claimed the 2 evolution items, without the corresponding Pokémon, they would merely gather dust in his bag. Better to leave them unclaimed for the time being. Chapter 65. Both Ash and Gary face defeat before the finals. Time invariably slips away when one is engrossed in a particular endeavor. After waiting for 2 hours at the Pokémon Center, Professor Oak finally retrieved his 5 Pokémon, now restored to health. The duration of this treatment exceeded all previous instances. During lunch, Oak learned that his younger brother, Gary, had also successfully advanced to the semifinals. In the afternoon, all eyes were on Ash. However, facing off against Paul, Ash was not considered a favorite. Following a meal and a brief respite, the afternoon matches commenced. 3 hours later, Ash's Charizard succumbed helplessly before Paul's Tyranitar. Despite Charizard's obedience to Ash's commands, the lack of rigorous training resulted in its defeat against Pokémon that had undergone extensive preparation. Charizard has lost its fighting capabilities. Tyranitar is the victor, as all 6 of Ash's Pokémon have been rendered unable to battle. The contestant advancing to the semifinals is Paul. As night fell, Ash found himself alone in his room, disinterested in dinner, visibly dejected. Perhaps I should call out to Ash, contemplated Misty, who, although often lively, displayed a tender side in such moments. Never mind, Misty. Let Ash have some time to reflect, she decided. Since the beginning of his journey, Ash had indeed grown significantly, yet it remained insufficient. The Pokémon League was no child's play. While others diligently trained their Pokémon and themselves, what was he doing? No one would wait for him to become stronger. If Ash failed to grasp this essential truth, he would continue to face defeat in competitions in other regions. Professor Oak's words were stern, yet they were rooted in reality. Throughout the original series, Ash seldom took the initiative to train his Pokémon. His approach often resembled a last-minute effort. As a trainer, Ash had not even mastered the basic principles of type advantages. The term type master could be flattering, but more accurately, it suggested a lack of strategy. A trainer's responsibilities include nurturing Pokémon, training them, and building bonds, enhancing mutual ties, all of which are indispensable. Upon hearing Oak's remarks, Misty set aside her worries. Nearby, Delia's concern flickered in her eyes after hearing Oak's words. As he had pointed out, everything depended on Ash coming to realizations on his own. After all, the path ahead was one he must navigate alone. As his mother, Delia could only offer silent support from behind. As evening approached, the semi-final matchups were announced. In the first bout, Professor Oak faced an unnamed opponent. Gary would compete against Paul in the second match. Be cautious. Your opponent is formidable, Oak advised Gary. Despite his reservations about his brother's chances. I understand, brother, Gary replied. The following morning, Professor Oak faced his opponent. This contestant, having reached the semi-finals, could be deemed fortunate, as their strongest Pokémon was merely at an advanced level. Today, however, that luck would run out. Golduck has lost its fighting capabilities. Scyther is the victor. As all 6 of Guyuan's Pokémon have been rendered unable to battle, the first contestant advancing to the finals is Professor Oak. The crowd erupted in cheers as Oak made his way to the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon. Guyuan posed little challenge, allowing Oak to secure a victory. Ding. Congratulations, the host has advanced to the Quartz Conference Finals. The system rewards a diamond treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yes. Oak responded eagerly. The golden chest had yielded a Pokémon egg, and the platinum chest provided 2 evolution items. Surely, the diamond treasure chest would offer something superior to the previous rewards. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Gengar Mega Evolution Stone and a Mega Keystone. Would you like to claim them? Gengar's Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Oak lamented. Why not give me Charizards? Even Alakazams would suffice. Hearing the system's rewards, he felt a tinge of disappointment. His Ghastly had yet to evolve into Haunter, let alone Gengar. Moreover, even after evolution, Mega Evolution required a deep bond between trainer and Pokémon. In every aspect, Charizard and Alakazam had the advantage. Yet the Diamond Treasure Chest yielded neither of their Mega Evolution Stones. Let it remain in the system space for now. The Pokémon isn't fully evolved, and their bond remains unrefined. Even if I held the Mega Evolution Stones, they would merely be a regrettable trinket. Lunch remained unchanged, yet today Ash ventured out to eat. After a night of contemplation, he had likely matured somewhat. 2 hours later, the final battle of the semifinals commenced. Gary faced Paul. Despite Oak's rigorous training, Gary's multitude of Pokémon led to an imbalance. As a result, his primary Pokémon could not compete with the ones Paul had diligently nurtured. Even with the Firestone enhancing his Arcanine to mid-elite status, it ultimately fell short against Paul's Aggron. Arcanine has lost its fighting capabilities. Aggron is the victor. As all 6 of Gary's Pokémon have been rendered unable to battle, advancing to the finals is Paul. Additionally, a friendly reminder, the finals of this year's Quartz Conference will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Contestants and spectators alike, please do not be late. After the semifinals concluded, everyone returned to the Pokémon Center. In contrast to Ash's post-defeat despondency, Gary appeared significantly better, although he felt a hint of regret. The memory of Aggron's formidable presence altered his feelings of defeat. Gary had only ever sensed such overwhelming strength from his grandfather's Dragonite and his brother's Charizard and Gyarados. Thus, even knowing he was outmatched, Gary chose to battle. While the outcome remained unchanged, he at least had the courage to confront it. This alone was something even Professor Oak admired. Reflecting on his own past, Oak remembered not challenging the Pewter and Golden gyms, instead opting for the Leaf and Forest gyms, partly due to his fears of Brock and Misty. Rest assured, this defeat has taught me much. I am not Ash. I do not require others' consolation. Hey, Gary. Who said you needed consolation? Ash retorted, preparing to argue back. However, Gary's next words rendered Ash speechless with fury. Somebody who placed 5th only managed to reach the top 8. Meanwhile, I advanced to the top 4. Though it was a clear provocation, Ash fell for it. Damn you. Gary, next time, I'll surpass you. Sure, just keep dreaming, Ash. Gary's initial disappointment from defeat gradually faded, buoyed by his victory and banter with Ash. Chapter 66. The final battle begins. The great Demu Crane faced off against the Beastmaster, Xiaoming. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they observed that Xiaomao had emerged from his defeat. With their worries gradually alleviated, they decided to return home, reminding each other to gather for dinner later. Hearing his brother's words, Dama Crane casually remarked before rushing to the visual phone to contact the staff at the Dama Research Institute, making final adjustments to his Pokémon. Faced with a formidable opponent who had previously triumphed over the Charizard, Dama Crane had to carefully consider his battle lineup. The following morning, the venue for the Quartz Conference was already teeming with spectators. Among the crowd were not only those eager to witness the battles, but also spies from various factions. The continuation of each family or faction necessitated the infusion of fresh blood. So, where did this fresh blood come from? The League Conference was an excellent choice. Although the League Conference served as one of the cradles for the League to recruit talent, it did not prevent other factions from extending olive branches to promising contenders. Beyond the powerful trainers with both skill and connections, numerous participants in the League remained relatively obscure. Thus, this group of individuals became the targets of many factions eager to recruit them. Of course, as long as the interests were aligned, nothing was impossible. However, compared to the Colossal League, other factions still appeared somewhat insignificant. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of this year's Quartz Conference are about to commence. Let us now welcome the contestants who have advanced to the finals. First, approaching us from the green corner is Xiaoming, known as the Beast Master, who embarked on his journey to collect badges only after achieving 100 consecutive victories. Oh, go, Xiaoming. Next, in the red corner, we have Damocrane, who has been defeating opponent after opponent with formidable strength since entering the Quartz Conference. What kind of battle can we expect from these two powerful contenders? Let's all stay tuned. Oh, Damocrane. Each side may utilize 6 Pokémon, and after 3 Pokémon from one side lose their ability to battle. There will be a 15-minute intermission during which both contestants may freely exchange their Pokémon. Now, I declare the match to begin. Bada Butterfly, it's time for battle. Bada Butterfly, go. It's your turn. Right. As the match commenced, Damocrane sent forth his second strongest Pokémon, Aubercorn. Believing in the elite pinnacle strength of Aubercorn, Damocrane hoped to secure an early advantage. Aubercorn has been dispatched. Its aura is already on par with that of the Burrowing King. Just how powerful is your Charizard? Damocrane? Allow me to witness. Bada Butterfly, greet Aubercorn with an illusion ray. Understood. The dual-colored purple and gold light surged forth, directed towards Aubercorn. Anticipating the elemental advantage, Aubercorn swiftly employed Dig to evade the attack and followed up with Rock Block. Right. Understood. With a thud, Aubercorn successfully burrowed underground before the illusion ray could reach it. Although Dig could not inflict damage on the flying-type Bada Butterfly, it allowed Aubercorn to perfectly dodge the incoming attack. Is this a setup for a surprise attack? Bada Butterfly, unleash a supersonic attack at the entrance of the hole. Seeing that Aubercorn remained hidden, Xiaoming had to find a way to draw it out. Understood. Taking advantage of the moment, Aubercorn released a flamethrower. Right. Got it. Despite its massive size, Aubercorn was agile underground. With a loud crash, Aubercorn erupted from the ground, prompting Bada Butterfly to redirect its attack and unleash a sound wave. However, Aubercorn retaliated with a fierce flame from its left head. The supersonic, capable of confusing Pokémon, was swiftly dissipated by the intense heat. Following closely, the scorching flames struck Bada Butterfly. That hurts. Bada Butterfly has lost the ability to battle. Aubercorn emerges victorious. Xiaoming, please send out your next Pokémon. That Aubercorn, with its imposing size, possesses such formidable non-poisonous moves. Damocrane is truly exhilarating. Bada Butterfly. Return and rest well. Next up, it's time for Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Oh, Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Aubercorn, return. As a powerful Pokémon, this one will surely impress. Machoke. Commence battle. Nike. Using Machoke, if you wish to clash head-on, we shall not concede easily. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus charged forward, executing a horn attack. Oh, understood. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus lowered its head, using its horn as a spear to charge at Machoke. Machoke, Bullet Punch followed by Ice Punch. Nike. Understood. In the astonished gaze of Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, Machoke firmly grasped its body with both hands before delivering a powerful blow with its right fist imbued with steel energy to its cheek. Before Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus could be sent flying by the impact of the Bullet Punch, Machoke yanked it back with its unparalleled strength, landing another Ice Punch. Oh, that hurts. This rascal plays dirty. Oh, ouch. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus quickly retaliated with an arm thrust. Oh, understood. Take this punch. With a fierce roar, Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus's right arm glowed with white light as it broke free from Machoke's grasp. Machoke, brace yourself and execute a karate chop. Nike. Understood. A vibrant green shield materialized, perfectly protecting Machoke. The priority defense skill was truly remarkable. The arm thrust attack was rendered ineffective. Yet the recoil still affected Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. The arm thrust allowed the Pokémon to deliver powerful, heavy punches that would inflict damage on the opponent, all while reducing its own speed. Seizing the opportunity, Machoke unleashed a hand chop infused with fighting energy, striking Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus's head with great force. Boom. Chapter 67. The fierce battle of Xiaoming. The armored dragon has lost its battle capability, and the mighty strength has emerged victorious. Please, contestant Xiaoming, send forth your next Pokémon. Return, armored dragon. Demyuk, you truly present a formidable challenge. It is your turn to shine. Blaze Horse, unleash your charged flame assault. With a resounding roar, Blaze Horse enveloped itself in flames and, akin to a swift arrow, dashed toward Mytayana, seizing the moment, executed a counter move, leveraging its strength for a throw. Understood. Mytayana absorbed the furious attack of Blaze Horse, clasping its head firmly with its four limbs, and then, utilizing the momentum, fell backward, flinging Blaze Horse into the air. Boom. Blaze Horse, are you all right? Still ready for battle. Very well. Blaze Horse, employ your bounce attack. Understood. In an impressive display, Blaze Horse harnessed its flying energy, propelling itself skyward. Flying technique. Mytayana, retaliate. Got it. Mytayana crossed its arms in a defensive stance. The retaliation move, true to its name, would inflict double the damage if it endured an attack. Blaze Horse, unleash your full assault. Observing Mytayana's position, Xiaoming pondered that unless he recalled Blaze Horse into its Pokeball, the bouncing Blaze Horse would inevitably strike Mytayana. At that point, the double damage from the retaliation would be beyond Blaze Horse's capacity to bear. However, the essence of a Pokémon battle lies in the courage to forge ahead. Thus, Xiaoming resolved that it would be better to let Blaze Horse take the risk. Understood. Prepare for the impact. Blaze Horse descended with increased speed, the sound of its descent echoing loudly. Come on. Boom. Boom. The forceful strike from Blaze Horse shook the entire battlefield, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke that obscured the view of the spectators. Oh, what a powerful bounce attack from Blaze Horse. The entire battlefield is trembling. If we feel it this way, how will Mytayana withstand such an impact? The host's words ignited chatter among the audience, sparking friendly exchanges among spectators. Blaze Horse's move is so potent. Do you think Mytayana can withstand it? It might be challenging, even though Mytayana is strong. We mustn't forget that Blaze Horse's bounce attack counters Mytayana's flying type skills, coupled with the force of its descent and Blaze Horse's weight. It might be a tall order for Mytayana. True, you have a point. Still, I believe Mytayana can endure this attack. As for the outcome, it's likely both will be left with injuries. Indeed, that scenario is plausible. Once the smoke clears, we shall know the result. As the dust began to settle, so did the discussions among the spectators. Demyuk, Xiaoming, and the audience beheld the battlefield where both Pokémon lay, dazed. Mytayana and Blaze Horse have simultaneously lost their battle capabilities. As contestant Xiaoming has now lost 3 Pokémon, the first half of the match concludes. Both contestants will take a 15-minute break before resuming the second half. Return, Mytayana. You performed admirably. Rest in your Pokeball for now. After recalling Mytayana, Demyuk glanced at Xiaoming before turning toward the resting area. Demyuk, I never anticipated your strength would grow so formidable, despite being outnumbered with that ace of yours. The outcome remains uncertain. Return, Blaze Horse. You did well. Now, let your companions take the stage. Xiaoming muttered to himself before also heading to the resting area. In his quest for victory at the Quartz Conference, Xiaoming still held an ace up his sleeve, one he had yet to reveal to the public eye. In the audience section to Demyuk's left, Professor Oak and others were engaged in analysis. Shigeru, Ash, who do you think will emerge victorious in this match? Seeing the intermission, Professor Oak posed a thoughtful question to the two, who were attentively watching the battle. This year, among the 5 from Newtown, 3 had reached the league conference, with the weakest still making it to the top 8. Even his grandson had a strong chance of seizing the championship trophy. Of course, it's Demyuk. Xiaoming only has 3 Pokémon left, while Demyuk still has 5 at his disposal. At this moment, Ash's perspective seemed somewhat naive, as he immediately recounted what was visibly evident. Foolish Ash, do you think Grandpa cannot see that? Shigeru, unable to contain himself, retorted sharply. Ash shot Shigeru a fierce glare. But Shigeru, seemingly unfazed, continued, Grandpa, it's hard to say who will win between Demyuk and Xiaoming. However, Xiaoming's calm demeanor after losing 3 Pokémon suggests he may be hiding something up his sleeve. If that hidden card does not surpass his golem too greatly, Demyuk may have the upper hand. As Shigeru thought of Xiaoming's golem, he clenched his fists tightly. The opponent's prowess surpassed his own level, making the prospect of battling them feel akin to a child facing an adult. Indeed, Shigeru, your observations are astute. Xiaoming's demeanor suggests he possesses a powerful hidden card. As of now, we remain unaware of what that card entails. However, given that it could potentially bridge the gap of at least 2 Pokémon, it should not be underestimated. I wonder if Demyuk will notice it. And Ash, you must learn to observe your opponent closely in battles. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Yes, I understand, Professor Oak. The ringing of a bell signaled the host returned to duty. The second half of the court's conference finals is about to commence. After the first half of the contest, contestant Xiaoming has lost 3 Pokémon, while contestant Demyuk has only lost 1. Will Demyuk maintain his advantage and claim victory, or will Xiaoming stage a powerful comeback? Let us all await the unfolding of this exciting battle. I declare the second half of the finals officially begins. Please, both contestants, send out your battling Pokémon. Scyther, it is your turn. Go, Snorlax. Snorlax, with its robust physique, poses quite a challenge. Scyther, approach with Water Jet and execute a slash attack. Understood. Enveloped in a torrent of water, Scyther accelerated towards Snorlax. With a mighty roar, Snorlax, despite having expended half its energy, retaliated with a thunder punch. Its right hand gleaming with golden electricity as it swung toward the advancing Scyther. Boom. The sound of impact echoed, followed by the shattering of something nearby. Immediately, the crowd beheld the Scyther, which had been launched into the wall by a single punch from Snorlax, now seemingly embedded within it. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Snorlax emerges victorious. Please, participant Ahe, send forth your next Pokémon. Chapter 68. Intense battle with Xiaoming. As the second half of the match commenced, the intensity was palpable. Come back, Scythe Helmet. You have performed admirably. It's time to hand over to the others. Hoodie, it's your turn to take the stage. Hoodie, the Psychic-type Pokémon. How troublesome. Snorlax, unleash your crunch attack. Kabang. Understood. With its massive jaws agape, Snorlax was enveloped in dark energy. In the next moment, it waddled forward with its short legs towards Hoodie. Hoodie deftly evaded with Shadow Clone and then employed Hypnosis. Hoodie. Understood. Hoodie's Shadow Clone manifested several illusory copies on the battlefield. Snorlax bit down on a few, only to find them to be mere illusions. Before it could target another, Hoodie pointed a glowing spoon at Snorlax. In an instant, the dark energy within Snorlax began to dissipate rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Hoodie wielded a Psychic Blade. Hoodie. Received. Under Hoodie's command, a formidable Psychic Blade surged towards Snorlax. Snorlax retaliated with Ice Punch, shattering the blade. Kabang. Understood. The powerful Psychic Blade was obliterated by Snorlax's Icy Fist. Although the effects of Belly Drum lingered, it wouldn't last much longer. Hoodie initiated Telekinesis, followed by Meditation and a series of illusionary light attacks. Hoodie. Understood. As Hoodie's psychic energy surged, Snorlax suddenly felt as if it were breathing air at an altitude beyond its reach. Kabang. Hey, why am I floating? Snorlax, break free. Kabang. I can't move. While Xiaoming conversed with Snorlax, Hoodie completed its meditation, beginning to coalesce psychic energy. With the enhancement from meditation, Hoodie's special attack and defense saw significant improvement. By Ubu. Bang bang. Just as Xiaoming finished speaking, the immobilized Snorlax became a target for Hoodie's relentless psychic beams. Kabang. That hurts. Even Snorlax, known for its resilience, cried out in agony as it suffered under Hoodie's unyielding psychic onslaught. Snorlax has lost its ability to battle. Hoodie emerges victorious. Please, Xiaoming, send out your next Pokémon. Come back, Snorlax. You've done wonderfully. Rest now in your Pokeball. Now it's your time to shine before the world, Dragonite. Roar. Oh my. What do I see? Xiaoming's fifth Pokémon is none other than the semi-divine Dragonite from Kanto. Xiaomao, I never expected he had such a trump card. Xiaozi. Indeed. We never saw him use Dragonite in our previous battles. Professor Okido, a trump card is called so because it is typically reserved for crucial moments. Xiaomao. Xiaoji, feeling somewhat offended. Professor Okido, I didn't expect you to keep this ace up your sleeve. You must have prepared it specifically to claim the championship. Also, it seems quite young. Truth be told, Professor Okido was astonished as he activated his observation eye. It had only been 7 or 8 months since their last encounter. And here was Xiaoming, without any external advantages, managing to cultivate a semi-divine Pokémon to such an extent in such a short time. It's noteworthy that Professor Okido's own father had a Dragonite. According to the notes from his father's youth, the growth of semi-divine Pokémon is generally quite slow. With the resources and time to nurture one, several other Pokémon could have been trained instead. Yet, despite the prolonged process, the returns were proportionate. The rarity and strength of semi-divine Pokémon were well acknowledged in the Pokémon world. Professor Okido couldn't help but admire Xiaoming's nurturing capabilities. If not for his own advantages and numerous opportunities, he would undoubtedly be outmatched in this court's conference. Indeed, to allow it to rapidly accumulate energy and experience. I spent nearly half a year in the deep mountains, investing a considerable amount of resources. However, once it evolves into Dragonite, all of this will be worth it. Xiaoming seemed to be reflecting on the hardships of the past, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. Now, let us commence our battle. Hoodie teleported close to Dragonite, launching an Ice Punch attack. Hoodie. Received. In a flash, Hoodie vanished, reappearing before Dragonite, its icy fist enveloped in frost. Dragonite, counter with Fire Punch. Roar. Understood. Bang. The collision of ice and fire resulted in a scene where Hoodie was sent reeling backward. Crash. Hoodie has lost its ability to battle. Dragonite emerges victorious. Please, Professor Okido, send out your next Pokémon. A swift defeat. Truly, a semi-divine Pokémon. Hoodie, return. Thank you for your efforts. Rest well now. It's your turn, Cloyster. Crack. Originally, this Cloyster was specially prepared by Professor Okido for Xiaoming's Sandslash. However, unexpectedly, a Dragonite stood in the way before Sandslash could even enter the fray. With type advantages at play, Dragonite, possessing both Dragon and Flying types, is notably vulnerable to Ice-type moves. Yet, my Dragonite also possesses skills to counter Ice and Water types. Dragonite, unleash Thunderbolt. Roar. Understood. The golden lightning crackled at the tips of Dragonite's antennae. In an instant, a surge of wild energy coalesced into a bolt of lightning. Racing towards Cloyster, Cloyster fortified its defenses and retaliated with Aurora Beam. Crack. Understood. A cerulean green shield perfectly absorbed Dragonite's lightning. Following the conclusion of the electric assault, Cloyster quickly gathered Ice-type energy, launching a rainbow beam at Dragonite. Dragonite countered with a fiery blast, then executed Dragon Dive. Roar. Understood. The chilling ice was effortlessly negated by the searing flames. Once the icy beam melted away, Dragonite soared into the sky, enveloped in a rich aura of draconic energy. Cloyster, unleash your most powerful Aurora Beam. Crack. Understood. Cloyster rapidly concentrated Ice-type energy before it. Roar. Prepare yourself. A colossal blue dragon formed around Dragonite, embodying pure Dragon-type energy. Simultaneously, Cloyster was locked onto by the menacing energy emanating from Dragonite. Crack. You think I'm afraid? Cloyster accelerated its energy gathering, while Dragonite began its dive. The sound of breaking air drew near as Cloyster's icy beam was unleashed once more. Despite the type advantage, nothing could halt the relentless Dragon Dive. Bang. Chapter 69. The Clash of Dragons and Snakes Referee. The armored shellfish has lost its combat capability. The Dragonite has emerged victorious. Please, Trainer Ohaki, send forth your next Pokémon. Host, dear audience, behold. Trainer Ohaki finds himself in a dire predicament. Trainer Xiaoming's Dragonite has already vanquished two of Trainer Ohaki's Pokémon. Now, both trainers are left with but two Pokémon each. Trainer Xiaoming possesses a Dragonite and an undisclosed creature, while Trainer Ohaki holds an Abomasnow and another unseen Pokémon. What will unfold in the ensuing battle? Let us all watch with bated breath. Xiaomao, it's a Dragonite. My brother is in trouble now. Xiaoji, so powerful. I aspire to capture a Dragonite one day. Professor Oak, a Dragonite indeed. With that creature in play, there are ways to handle the situation. Although it is a quasi-legendary, with a significant level disparity, victory remains plausible. However, the opponent possesses an unknown Pokémon. What will you do next, Ohaki? Truly, this is a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Its strength is impeccable. Yet, I cannot succumb here. Abomasnow, prepare for battle. With a serious demeanor, Ohaki retrieved Abomasnow's Pokeball from his waist and cast it forth. Abomasnow re-entered the fray, its imposing 9-meter form coiled like a spring, poised for action. Sensing the dragonic aura emanating from Dragonite, jealousy and resentment began to flicker in Abomasnow's eyes. As a member of the dragon lineage, it questioned why its adversary could soar through the skies while it remained tethered to the ground. In response to Abomasnow's provocation, Dragonite, proud by nature as a dragon, unleashed a resounding roar. Simultaneously, it amplified its dragonic presence to its utmost potential, seeking to suppress Abomasnow through their inherent bloodline disparity. Regrettably, Abomasnow, being a naturally dual-headed anomaly and having consumed a flame crystal, had attained a measure of fire-type essence. Its bloodline had already been elevated. And as both creatures were elite-level Pokémon, the gap between them was negligible. Therefore, Abomasnow was unfazed by Dragonite's display of dragonic dominance. With a fierce determination, Abomasnow unfurled its two heads, revealing the strange patterns on its abdomen. Its ability, Intimidate, activated to counter Dragonite's dragonic presence. Although the battle had yet to commence, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as the inherent bloodline suppression between the two Pokémon created an explosive ambience. However, with neither trainer issuing commands, both Pokémon could only endure the moment. Standing at the center of the battlefield, the referee, witnessing the two intimidating creatures poised for confrontation, felt a cold sweat bead on his brow. He cautiously retreated to the edge of the arena, and once feeling secure, waved the red and green flags to declare, the match begins. Abomasnow initiated the encounter with a menacing glare, followed by the move rock slide. Surprised by the Dragonite's strength, which had leveled the playing field, Ohaki resolved to take the offensive and find a way to defeat Dragonite to regain his advantage. Understood. Abomasnow roared in reply, its two heads raised high, icy eyes radiating a menacing aura. Dragonite, undeterred, invoked its mystical shield and launched into a dragon dive attack. Got it. Dragonite locked eyes with Abomasnow's fierce glare, its body enveloped in a protective blue light that dispelled the paralysis effect of Abomasnow's glare. Seeing this, Abomasnow's tail struck the ground, unleashing a flurry of massive rocks. It hurled these stones at Dragonite with ferocity. In response, Dragonite ascended, harnessing its dragon energy to evade the incoming barrage while rapidly gathering the energy required for its dragon dive. Prepare to meet your end, ground-dwelling creature. As soon as the energy for Dragon Dive was fully charged, Dragonite shot forth like an arrow toward Abomasnow. Abomasnow braced for impact, then ensnared Dragonite with its binding attack. Understood. The emerald shield materialized, and Dragonite's Dragon Dive collided with it, akin to striking a formidable barrier. Once the energy from Dragon Dive began to wane, Abomasnow coiled its tail around Dragonite, constricting it tightly. Breathless, Dragonite, realizing its predicament, attempted to break free using its dragon tail move. Understood. Its eyes glowed crimson as it unleashed a flurry of strikes against Abomasnow's tail. That hurts. Abomasnow gritted its teeth, determined not to relinquish its grip, and retaliated with Ice Fang. Understood. Intensifying its hold, Abomasnow unleashed a chilling bite from both heads, sinking its icy fangs into Dragonite's midsection. In this critical moment, even a Dragonite in a state of confusion could not suppress its cries of anguish, instinctively thrashing to escape Abomasnow's grasp. However, Abomasnow would not allow it to break free. Clenching its jaws tighter, the icy breath within growing ever more potent. Return, Dragonite. Observing this dire situation, Xiaoming sought to recall Dragonite for a reprieve. Yet, Ohaki reacted swiftly. Abomasnow, do not let him succeed. Release your grip and use your tail to slam Dragonite into the ground repeatedly. Understood. Just as Xiaoming retrieved a Pokeball. Abomasnow released its jaws. Like a hammer, Abomasnow's tail struck down upon Dragonite, who was now helplessly ensnared. Xiaoming's attempt to recall Dragonite was thwarted as Abomasnow's tail swung with such speed that the Pokeball's red light could not lock onto Dragonite's form. In this chaotic moment, Xiaoming found himself unable to retrieve Dragonite, now being mercilessly battered. Damn it. Thud, thud. Xiaomao, this. My brother remains as formidable as ever. So powerful. Initially intending to describe his brother's tactics as brutal, Xiaomao altered his phrasing mid-sentence, sensing it was inappropriate. Though he believed those around him were discreet, he feared that the socially inept Xiaoji might inadvertently speak out of turn. To avoid becoming a target of his brother's wrath, Xiaomao tactfully adjusted his wording. Xiaoji marveled. Indeed, Ohaki's Abomasnow is incredibly strong. Even such a powerful Dragonite has been caught and used as a hammer. Professor Oak observed, the strengths of Abomasnow and Dragonite are nearly equal, making them closely matched. However, Xiaoming's recent misjudgment has allowed Ohaki to seize an opportunity to capture Dragonite. Furthermore, Abomasnow's size and power provide a significant advantage. Even when Dragonite enters its rage state, it remains unable to escape once ensnared. Both of you must focus on refining your training techniques and timing in battles. Xiaomao, understood, Grandpa. I will enhance my self-study and Pokémon training. Xiaoji, Professor Oak. I will do the same. Chapter 70. The championship duel. Upon realizing that the Dragonite had lost its will to fight, the abominable monster flung it aside and let out a triumphant roar to express its emotions. Meanwhile, the Dragonite, now covered in dust and bruises, bore the marks of 2 icy bites on its body. The glazed look in its eyes conveyed its current state to the onlookers. Referee, the Dragonite has lost its fighting capability. The abominable monster emerges victorious. Please, Trainer Xiaoming, send forth your final Pokémon. Host, in an astonishing turn of events, the abominable monster has claimed victory in this battle. Currently, Trainer Oki holds the advantage. How will Trainer Xiaoming respond next? Dear audience, let us await the unfolding of this thrilling encounter. Indeed, the moment had arrived. Despite the formidable strength of the semi-divine Pokémon, it had allowed its opponent to seize the opportunity after defeating 2 adversaries in succession. Come back, Dragonite. You have performed admirably. Rest within your Pokeball for now. Xiaoming reassured the Dragonite before returning it to his belt. Simultaneously, Xiaoming retrieved the Pokeball containing his ace Pokémon. The battle commenced. Excadrill, let's go. With predominantly pale yellow skin and a white underbelly and mouth, the Excadrill showcased deep brown hardened spikes along its back, which provided it with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Standing at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, Xiaoming's Excadrill towered 50 centimeters above the average of its kind. Here comes Excadrill. The abominable monster took the initiative, unleashing a piercing sound attack. Understood. The abominable monster's two heads opened wide, emitting twin waves of sharp sound simultaneously. As Excadrill fortified its defenses, it retaliated with a fissure attack. Understood. An invisible sonic wave surged forth, only to be blocked by a vibrant green shield. Once the sonic assault subsided, Excadrill leaped high into the air, executing several flips before positioning itself in a stance reminiscent of a golden rooster standing on one leg, albeit using its right arm. Abominable monster, quickly employ your defense. Understood. Having witnessed the original series, Oki was well aware of the strength of Xiaoming's Excadrill's fissure attack. Even in its previous form as a sandshrew, it had mastered this technique to strike its opponents. Now, evolved into Excadrill, its fissure attack had undoubtedly improved. With a resounding crack, the battleground split asunder. Host, goodness, what have I just witnessed? Xiaoming's Excadrill has effectively split the entire battlefield in two. Such a terrifying blow. I wonder how the abominable monster will withstand this direct hit. Let us observe closely together. That was close. Thankfully, my defense held. The abominable monster, shaken from the earlier attack, quickly closed in on Excadrill. Excadrill, unleash a surprise attack. Understood. Upon hearing the command, Excadrill concentrated its limited dark energy, channeling it into its right claw. Once the energy reached a sufficient level, Excadrill's form flickered as it charged towards the abominable monster. With a swift motion, Excadrill's attack struck first, catching the abominable monster off guard. Before it could comprehend what had transpired, a searing pain radiated from its right head throughout its body. That hurts. Seizing the moment, Excadrill followed up with a high-speed star attack, then moved in close to execute a slash. Understood. The golden stars assaulted the already beleaguered abominable monster, causing it to howl in agony. Quickly, abominable monster, retaliate with flamethrower and acid. That stings. The abominable monster, enduring the pain coursing through its body, launched simultaneous attacks from its two distinct heads. The left unleashed a torrent of searing flames, while the right expelled a corrosive acid. These two contrasting elemental assaults hurtled towards Excadrill. Excadrill spun rapidly to deflect the onslaught, then countered with a slash attack. Understood. The fire and acid strikes impacted Excadrill's rotating form. Although both attacks were formidable, Excadrill managed to mitigate the damage through its spinning motion. As it continued to rotate, it closed the distance between itself and the abominable monster. Let it come closer. Use Ice Fang. Understood. Xiaoming's command was clearly heard by Oki. As the opponent sought to engage in close combat, he decided to grant that opportunity, ceasing the flamethrower and acid attacks. The abominable monster opened its massive jaws wide to bite down on Excadrill. In response, Excadrill altered its strategy, employing a dig attack. Understood. As Excadrill spiraled through the air, it dove into the ground. Don't run away. The abominable monster's icy jaws missed their target as Excadrill burrowed underground. Use. That hurts. Without waiting for Oki to finish, the abominable monster was sent flying by Excadrill's tremendous force. The abominable monster's size, while imposing, became a disadvantage against Excadrill's dig attack, allowing it to swiftly locate the perfect angle for its strike. With a resounding impact, the abominable monster was launched into the air, unable to rise again. The camera zoomed in, revealing the abominable monster now dazed and disoriented. Referee, the abominable monster has lost its fighting capability. Excadrill is the victor. Please, Trainer Oki, send forth your final Pokémon. Come back, abominable monster. You have done exceptionally well. Rest within your Pokeball for a while. Oki comforted the abominable monster before returning it to his belt. Simultaneously, he retrieved the first Pokeball from his belt. Xiaomao, it's about to get intense. My brother's Charizard is absolute powerhouse. The thought of a massive and domineering figure sent shivers down Xiaomao's spine. Chapter 71. The championship contest in the 2 months leading up to the commencement of the Quartz Conference. Xiaomao was subjected to rigorous training under the tutelage of Damocrane for 50 days. During this period, Xiaomao and his Pokémon experienced the overwhelming strength and dominance of Damocrane's Charizard. Every time their training pace faltered, his Charizard would ensure they felt the searing heat of its flames. The terrifying temperature of Charizard's fire was such that even Xiaomao's own wind speed dog struggled to withstand it, let alone other Pokémon and Xiaomao himself. To avoid being scorched, Xiaomao could only train diligently alongside his Pokémon. Xiaoji, indeed. Damu's Charizard is incredibly powerful. I truly wish to face it once more. Thanks to the guidance of Damocrane's Charizard, Xiaoji's fire dinosaur began to heed his commands. After a period of training, and with the assistance of Xiaojing, a budding Pokémon breeder, the fire dinosaur evolved into a Charizard, achieving the stature and strength befitting its kind, even surpassing expectations. Come forth, my old friend. Charizard. With a flick of the Pokeball, a burst of white light materialized before Damocrane. In the next moment, his towering 3-meter Charizard appeared, accompanied by a resounding roar. Host, my goodness. Damocrane's final Pokemon is making its debut in this tournament. However, this Charizard, like the previous Abagwa, seems to have developed remarkably. Audience member A, so large and robust. I wonder how Damocrane nurtured his Charizard. Audience member B, indeed. I wonder if he possesses any secrets. Audience member C, all right. You too, he has the backing of Professor Oak. We cannot envy him. Even if there were secrets, he wouldn't share them with us. Audience members A and B, that's true. Referee, both sides' Pokemon are in position. I declare the match begins. Charizard, greet your old friend with Flamethrower. Roar. Understood. Upon gazing at the opposing trainer and Pokemon, Charizard recalled the formidable adversary that had led to its few defeats prior to its evolution. The primary reason for those defeats, besides the fire dinosaur's inadequacy in power, was Damocrane's arrogance, which played a significant role. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, directing a searing blaze towards the opposing Kingler. The Kingler, using its shadow clone, evaded the attack and retaliated with an earthquake. Hugador. Received. Upon hearing the command, Kingler glowed with white light, splitting into several copies on the battlefield. Do not let it escape. Use a barrage attack. In the absence of knowledge regarding the true form, the only way to force its emergence was through a comprehensive assault. Roar. With this command, Charizard intensified its flames, and through a continuous barrage, struck the true form of Kingler. Hugador. So hot, so hot. Even as a ground-type Pokemon, Kingler, reinforced by Fire Crystal, felt an intense burning sensation where the flames had struck. Are you all right, Kingler? Xiaomao observed the flames hitting Kingler, noticing the pain etched upon its face as if wearing a mask of suffering. Its body exhibited a restless energy. Hugador. Aside from the heat, it's not too serious. Seeing Kingler nod and shake its head, the understanding between trainer and Pokemon was palpable. Xiaomao retrieved a whip from his waist. Since Kingler had evolved, he had seldom employed it. However, facing Damocrane's evidently powerful Charizard, Xiaomao and Kingler had no choice but to engage in their strongest state. With a crack of the whip upon the ground, memories ingrained in Kingler's very essence awakened, urging it to act according to its inherent instincts. As Kingler curled into a ball and rolled in place to gather energy, it charged towards Charizard. Charizard soared into the air, preparing to unleash Air Slash. Roar. Understood. As Charizard flapped its wings, blades of air materialized, producing a piercing sound as they struck the rolling Kingler. Hugador. That hurts. The air blades not only slowed Kingler's advance, but also inflicted considerable damage. With another crack of the whip, Xiaomao commanded Kingler to retreat a few steps. The next moment, Kingler stood its ground, gathering rock-type energy. Within mere seconds, sharp fragments of rock materialized before Kingler, hurtling towards Charizard. Stone Edge, go. Damn. Damocrane exclaimed. For Xiaomao was merely wielding the whip to direct Kingler, akin to how psychics and their Pokemon communicate telepathically, rendering intentions hard to decipher. Damocrane could only react effectively when Kingler executed its skill. Roar. Understood. Charizard immediately concentrated a ghostly green energy sphere in its mouth, releasing it. Boom. As the two attacks collided, both Pokemon were propelled backward by the force of their respective moves. Charizard ascended once more, opting to take the initiative. Damocrane resolved not to waste time any longer. Xiaomao's whip commands tested Damocrane's psychological and physical endurance. A trainer required immense mental fortitude and stamina to direct effectively in battle. However, Damocrane found himself expending time and energy to anticipate Xiaomao's next move. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to missteps in his commands. Roar. Received. Charizard took to the skies, perhaps aided by fortune, for the weather was exceptionally clear. And under the abundant sunlight, the accumulation of solar beam energy would accelerate significantly. Kingler quickly used Dig to evade. Xiaomao, seeing Charizard's mouth glowing white, realized it had swiftly absorbed the energy. In a moment of panic, he ceased issuing commands via the whip. Although the whip's guidance concealed Kingler's intended skill from the opponent, it prolonged Xiaomao's directive time. Hugador. Understood. Charizard, don't let it escape. Unleash Solar Beam. Roar. Don't even think about it. Zing. Though Kingler had burrowed underground, Charizard's Solar Beam did not allow it to evade, despite being a grass-type move. Under Charizard's execution, it possessed destructive power comparable to fire-type moves. The searing rays penetrated the ground, striking the fleeing Kingler. Hugador. So hot, so painful. Kingler. Chapter 72. The victorious third place, Xiaoming's loud shouts had become futile under the relentless assault of the scorching sun. The Mountain King had succumbed to unconsciousness. The referee announced, the Mountain King has lost its ability to fight, and the Fire Dragon emerges victorious. As all 6 of Xiaoming's Pokémon have been rendered incapable of battle, the winner of this match is Damyu. The host proclaimed, hooray. After 5 Pokémon have fallen, it is the Fire Dragon that secures victory for Damyu, crowning him the champion of this year's Quartz Conference. Let us all extend our heartfelt congratulations to Damyu for his triumph. As the audience erupted in jubilant cheers, Xiaoming approached Damyu to offer his congratulations after recalling the Mountain King. The host continued, thus, the Quartz Conference has concluded. Friends in the audience may head for lunch. And at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Chairman Damalanki will present commemorative medals to all participants, along with the championship trophy to the victorious Damyu. As the host's words echoed through the arena, spectators began to rise and exit in waves. Among the crowd, spies from various factions quickened their departure, eager to report the events back home. Ahi, congratulations. I never imagined your Fire Dragon would grow this powerful. The other Pokémon are equally impressive. To be honest, I felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing their performance at the conference. Xiaoming remarked, chuckling. Haha, you flatter me, Xiaoming. My Pokémon's growth is largely thanks to the enhancement device I purchased from you back in the day. Damyu replied. So, in a way, I inadvertently aided you. Xiaoming laughed. Now, even if I regret it, it's too late. The 2 rivals exchanged compliments after the match. Subsequently, they left the venue together, heading to the Pokémon Center to await the recovery of their beloved creatures. While Damyu waited, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. On winning the Quartz Conference Championship, the system is issuing a champion reward, the King's treasure chest. Would you like to claim it? Open it. The anticipation of what treasures the champion's chest might hold was palpable. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 energy from the Fire Source Slate, 5 energy from the Poison Source Slate, and a bottle of strengthening pills, 9 pills per bottle. One can be consumed in a lifetime. Would you like to claim all or part of these items? Note, these source energy slates are derived from Arceus. Due to the volatile and potent nature of the energy within, a normal Pokémon can only absorb 5 energy from one slate throughout its lifetime. Moreover, based on the absorption rate of an ordinary Pokémon, this 5 energy could render the Pokémon dormant for an entire year. Please consider carefully before use. At this moment, in a peculiar dimension above the Sinnoh region, a llama-like Pokémon trembled, feeling as though its essence had been siphoned away during its slumber. Strengthening pills and Arceus' source slate energy. Truly, this is the King's treasure chest. Damyu exclaimed. I will claim these strengthening pills first. As soon as he spoke, he felt a weight in his left pocket. Upon retrieving the item, he discovered a transparent sealed bottle containing 9 white, round pills. These must be the strengthening pills. Damyu mused, contemplating their distribution. Since neither he nor his brother Xiaomao could use them, he would reserve them for other relatives. Surely, his grandfather would receive one, as well as their parents. That accounted for 3, bringing the total to 5. As for Damyu's grandmother, regrettably, she had passed away during childbirth. Both grandparents had departed this world long ago. But he had an uncle and aunt, for whom he would set aside 2 pills. The last 2, Damyu decided to keep for himself and his brother, for they would eventually seek partners. An hour later, after enjoying lunch with Professor Oak and the others, Damyu poured a cup of red tea for his grandfather and discreetly added a strengthening pill. He could not divulge the origins of this miraculous item, nor did he reveal his possession of the system, aware that the principle of having a precious gem can invite peril was no mere saying. Greed can lead one to their demise. After another hour and a half, all of the stored Pokémon had regained their health. Damyu, along with Xiaomao and Xiaoxi, made their way to the Quartz Conference venue. Inside, Damyu and Xiaomao were guided by the staff to an indoor battle arena. The traditional ceremony of the Quartz Conference awarded gold, silver, and bronze trophies to the top 3 participants, with the champion and runner-up established. A private match was set to determine the third-place victor. Although merely third place, it was certainly preferable to being among those who only received participation awards. Chairman Damalanki announced, Xiaomao and Jiu Yuanji, you 2 will compete here for the third-place title. The referee stated, the match rules are 1 versus 1. Each participant may only use 1 Pokémon. Damyu said, Xiaomao, do not disappoint grandfather. Winning this would provide a topic to tease Xiaoxi about. Xiaomao replied confidently, don't worry, big brother. I will win. With those words, the stakes were raised for Xiaomao. 5 minutes later, with a smile on Damyu's face, the referee's voice rang out. The Duckbill Fire Dragon has lost its fighting ability, and the Water Turtle is the victor. Big brother, I won, Xiaomao exclaimed. Excellent. When you stand on that podium, grandfather's eyes will surely gleam with pride, Damyu thought. feeling a sense of comfort in knowing his brother's victory would bring joy to their grandfather. Soon after, Chairman Damalanki presented participation awards to all contestants of the court's conference. 40 minutes later, all participation awards had been distributed. The host declared, "All right, Chairman Damalanki has awarded all participants. Now for the highlight of this year's court's conference. First, let us honor the third-place contestant who triumphed through battle. Congratulations to Xiao Mao from Jinshin Town." As he stepped onto the third-place podium, Xiao Mao solemnly accepted the trophy from Chairman Damalanki. Observing this moment, Professor Oak couldn't help but grin and exclaim, "That rascal has done quite well." Chapter 73, The Champion's Trophy and Family Conflicts in Pallet Town. Ash, how infuriating. Why does Green get to receive the trophy? I yearn for it as well. The reality of being surpassed by a rival has always been a matter Ash wished to avoid. Yet now, as he gazes upon Green on stage, holding the trophy, a wave of bitterness rises within him. He longs to stand before the crowd, basking in their adulation, witnessing Green accept the audience's praises. Tears of envy trickle from the corners of Ash's mouth. This almost foolish demeanor prompts Misty to discreetly distance herself from Ash. Host, next, we have our runner-up. Although he fought valiantly, he narrowly missed the champion's throne. Let's welcome contestant Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, Xiao Ming. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Xiao Ming ascends the podium marked with the number 2. President Damalanki presents him with the silver trophy, offering encouragement. Keep striving. I hope to see you claim the championship in the next league competition. Yes. Thank you, President Damalanki. I will certainly put forth my utmost effort. Xiao Ming replies earnestly as he accepts the trophy, vowing to seize the champion's throne in the next league contest. Indeed, I believe in you. President Damalanki affirms with a warm smile. Such promising talent must be nurtured for the future of the league. After the award ceremony concludes, the host resumes his duties. Host, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the champion of this tournament. From Pallet Town, contestant Demuhi. Throughout this tournament, Demuhi has maintained a commanding position with his exceptionally powerful Pokémon. It was only in the finals, facing Xiao Ming, that he felt a worthy challenge. Let us give a resounding applause for Demuhi. Clap, clap, clap. Similar to Green and Xiao Ming, Demuhi solemnly steps onto the elevated platform marked with the number 1. President Damalanki takes the golden trophy, symbolizing the championship, and presents it to Demuhi. Congratulations on your victory, Ahi. To secure the championship after just 1 year of travel is a testament to your grandfather's legacy, he commends. Thank you, President. Demuhi replies. Continue to work hard. I will discuss the benefits and responsibilities that come with winning a major tournament with your grandfather shortly. Should you have any requests or uncertainties, feel free to contact the league headquarters at any time. All right, thank you, President. As the trophy presentation concludes and President Damalanki delivers his speech, the court's conference officially comes to a close. While the competitors either linger or depart from the court's plateau, various factions, having gathered intelligence from their scouts, promptly set their plans in motion. However, these matters remain irrelevant to Demuhi and his companions for the time being. At this moment, the group finds themselves on a bus returning to Pallet Town. Ahi, as a champion of the league tournament, you are entitled to resource assistance from the league, priority nominations for internal appointments, participation in the biennial Elite Four Challenge, and a pass to the Champions Road. How do you wish to navigate your future? On the bus, Professor Oak explains the rewards that accompany winning the league tournament. Grandfather, I have no interest in the league's internal nominations. I do not desire a life filled with deceitful struggles. As for the Elite Four Challenge, that is not a consideration for me at this time. My strength still requires honing, especially since the Elite Four of Kanto are extraordinarily formidable. Until I reach that level, I have no intention of pursuing it. However, I would like to acquire resources as my Jengar requires ample support. The challenge on the Champions Road is something I can contemplate. Among the 4 rewards mentioned by his grandfather, Demuhi scoffs at the internal nominations, while the other 3 align with his needs. For him, league positions are mere illusions. Only strength serves as the true measure of worth. Very well. You may arrange your rewards as you see fit. By the way, I have already contacted your parents. They should be home by tomorrow afternoon. Additionally, I plan to host a grand banquet in Pallet Town to celebrate your commendable performances at the court's conference, along with your brother and student. The professor is eager to honor the 2 grandsons and his apprentice for their achievements. Humph. Those 2 busybodies are actually thinking about returning home? How rare. Demuhi feels indifferent toward his and Green's absent parents, who left their children in the care of their grandfather shortly after birth. They seem to fulfill their duties as delivery persons, remaining engrossed in research at the league's laboratory, often absent even during holidays. This irresponsible behavior frustrates Demuhi. Sigh. Perhaps they have their own struggles, Professor Oak muses, understanding his grandson's grievances. While he contemplates defending their actions, Xiaoming interjects. Humph. What struggles? It's a joke. Whether they come back or not is irrelevant. As long as grandfather is here, that is enough. Similar to his brother, Xiaoming bears resentment towards their negligent parents. Throughout their lives, other than their brother, it has been their grandfather who has been their steadfast companion. Before the age of 4, Xiaoming would often cry and long for his parents. However, as he matured, he ceased such outbursts. In moments when he and his brother needed their parents the most, they were absent, leaving only their grandfather by their side. Henceforth, he resolves to focus solely on being good to his grandfather, regarding others as merely blood relations. Sigh. Observing the brother's demeanor, Professor Oak lets out a deep sigh. The blame for this situation does not lie with his grandsons. It is indeed his own son and daughter-in-law who have acted unjustly. In contrast to the aggrieved brothers and the sighing Professor Oak, Misty and Brock feel somewhat stifled. Noticing their confusion, Hanako offers a brief explanation to help them understand the brothers' grievances. Brock, who empathizes with their situation, looks at the brothers with sympathy. While Misty's gaze towards Demui holds not only compassion but also a hint of sorrow. Chapter 74, The Reward Banquet in the afternoon of the following day. Within the confines of Professor Oak's Research Institute in Plateau, the atmosphere was bustling. In the backyard of the institute, Professor Oak was engaged in a dialogue with the system. System, please retrieve all the rewards I have stored. Beep. At last, the host remembers to claim the rewards. I thought you had forgotten about them. Enough with the teasing. Just distribute them quickly. Beep. Your rewards have been issued. Please check your collection. As the system's voice faded, Professor Oak felt a flicker before him. In the next moment, several items appeared on the table. The most valuable among them were 2 energy blocks of different colors, resembling jelly, 1 red and 1 purple. Within them, they contained 5% energy of the fire and poison types attributed to Arceus. Following these were Jengar's Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone, along with a Peat Block, an Awakening Stone, and finally, a Snorn Egg. Ah yes, the Pokémon Egg. Let me assess its potential. Professor Oak's eyes gleamed, activating his inspection ability. Species, Snorant, Egg Form. Gender, Male ability, Sand Force in a Sandstorm. This Pokémon's Rock, Ground, and Steel type moves gain a 30 power boost. Skills, Scratch, Mud Slap. Inherited skills, Rocket Headbutt, Metal Sound, Rapid Spin, Earth Power, Tier. With 5 inherited skills, its potential is indeed remarkable. One must admit, this is a fine product from the system. Having thought this, Professor Oak placed the egg into an incubator previously used by Jengar, adding some high-quality incubation fluid. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the energy blocks on the table. Deep in contemplation. At present, he possessed 11 Pokémon, including the Snorant. However, only 4 of them matched the fire and poison types. Arcanine was suitable for both fire and poison types, while Charizard was undoubtedly a fire type. Yet, both Victreebel and Jengar shared the poison type. Balancing the enhancements or focusing on a few Pokémon posed a dilemma for Professor Oak. Ah well, I shall enhance what I can. The rest shall be left to fate. Feeling somewhat vexed, Professor Oak resolved to strengthen his 2 strongest Pokémon for the time being. As for the others, he could only hope that in future league competitions, he would acquire energy slabs corresponding to their respective attributes. With his enhancement choices made, Professor Oak began organizing the rewards. The 2 energy blocks were carefully placed in a small, clean box for safekeeping. The remaining items, apart from the egg in the incubator, were stored in his spatial backpack. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, the banquet is about to commence. Hurry up. Coming right away. In the courtyard of the Oak Research Institute, Professor Oak had lavishly arranged dozens of tables for the banquet. Besides the residents of Plateau, many of Professor Oak's friends had taken time out of their busy schedules to join in the celebration. Of course, a few uninvited guests had also arrived. Most of them hailed from wealthy families or noble clans in various cities across the Kanto region. However, to Professor Oak's dismay, it appeared that entire families had come along. And notably, they all brought their daughters. As conversations unfolded between them and the elder Oak, Professor Oak began to comprehend their intentions. These individuals were seeking to arrange marriages either with him or his younger brother, Green. Professor Oak attempted to signal his father to refuse, but the elder Oak seemed oblivious, engaging in lively discussions with the guests instead. The sight of his father grinning broadly made Professor Oak's mouth nearly stretch to his ears. Brother, this situation seems rather dubious. Noticing the awkwardness, Green, standing beside him, shared the same concern. Their father was conversing without any intention of distancing himself from the 2 involved. Of course, if you don't want to be drained dry, you must avoid making any promises. But what if the girl is truly beautiful? Green's inner turmoil was evident. Then you handle it alone. I'll pass my share on to you. No need to thank me. With that, Professor Oak turned to find a quiet corner to enjoy his meal. If Green was determined to face the situation, he could only wish him luck. Meanwhile, Misty and Brock were also present at the banquet, observing the influx of noble families seeking matches. Brock's face was filled with envy, wishing he could take their place. Misty, however, felt a twinge of concern. Misty, since you have made your decision, you should speak boldly. Though Brock was intrigued, he was perceptive enough to notice the shift in Misty's feelings towards her companions. As an observer, he had been acutely aware of her changing emotions. Yet, at that moment, Misty was conflicted, having developed feelings for both Ash and Professor Oak. Matters of the heart are seldom perfect. If one does not make a decisive choice soon, there may be no opportunity for regret later. Moreover, Professor Oak was not as oblivious as Ash. His emotional intelligence was certainly at least on par with the average person. I understand. As Brock spoke, Misty's inner turmoil deepened. On the other side, after satisfying his hunger, Professor Oak exited the banquet area. In the Pokémon training area behind the Oak Research Institute, he found his Charizard and Arcanine. After leading his 2 Pokémon to a secluded corner, Professor Oak retrieved the box from his pocket. These items can enhance your abilities. However, due to their immense energy, after consumption, you will be forced into a year-long slumber. While these items can indeed boost your strength, I will not pressure you to accept them if you prefer not to sleep. After opening the box, Professor Oak solemnly explained to his 2 Pokémon, Roar, I want this. I wish to become stronger, so I can be your most formidable ally. Arcanine, I feel the same. I am not yet strong enough. I need to grow stronger. The 2 Pokémon were not foolish. They understood that only by becoming more powerful could they assist their trainer in achieving victory after victory. Moreover, the aura emanating from the energy blocks was irresistibly alluring to them. As living beings, their instincts told them that the treasures in their trainer's hands could enhance their strength. Very well. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Henceforth, these will be your treasures for ascension. Chapter 75. The return of the inexpensive parents Charizard and Golem simultaneously opened their mouths, receiving the energy tablet tossed by Decidueye. As soon as the tablet entered their bodies, they were overcome by a wave of drowsiness, their eyelids growing heavier by the second. Unable to withstand it any longer, both Pokémon collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. Decidueye, with a Pokeball that had been prepared well in advance, captured Charizard and Golem, saying, Rest well inside, and strengthen your powers. Once you awaken, we shall venture forth together. Clutching the Pokeball tightly, Decidueye turned and returned to his room. The insincerity and pretense at the banquet filled him with distaste. He had little fondness for a life rife with manipulation, so after satisfying his hunger, he chose to retreat alone. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Decidueye's adoptive parents returned. His father, Daisuke Okido, the only son of Professor Okido, was 31 years old and served as a researcher at an Alliance Research Institute. His mother, Yumiko Okido, originally named Yumiko Kato, had taken her husband's surname upon marriage. At 30, she was also a researcher at the same institute as her husband. Big brother, those two are back. Decidueye was roused from his afternoon nap by his younger brother, Shota. They've returned, so what? It's not a big deal. They'll be off to the research institute again in a few days, so there's no need to fret over them. That's true, Shota replied, somewhat dejected. Usually, they come home during the day but leave at night. Though he feigned indifference, deep down, he longed for his parents' attention. After all, he was still a teenager. Sensing his brother's disappointment, Decidueye recognized it was his duty as the elder sibling to step in. Come on, let us go greet them. At that moment, Shota resembled a left-behind child, yearning for familial affection and parental attention, even if he rarely expressed it. Children raised without paternal and maternal love may appear strong on the surface, yet they often harbor insecurities and a longing for affection. Such children, growing up in a lack of nurturing, might resort to mischievous antics to attract their parents' notice. All right, let us go. Seeing the faint smile on his brother's lips, Decidueye understood that Shota was delighted, though he was too proud to admit it. Ah, this little Sundara. 2 minutes later, as they exited their room, the brothers encountered their adoptive parents at the banquet. Daisuke and Yumiko were both striking in appearance. Yet their roles as researchers left them little time to maintain their personal grooming, resulting in a somewhat disheveled appearance. However, the guests at the banquet, particularly the uninvited ones, were exceedingly courteous to Decidueye's parents. When compared to other prominent families, the Okido clan was relatively small. Professor Okido had 3 brothers. The eldest, Yukifumi Okido, was the mayor of Shinjing Town, while the second brother, Yukizumi Okido, served as the director of the local post office. However, due to work commitments, Yukifumi did not marry or have children. Yukizumi, too, had only 2 daughters, who were now married and had taken their husbands' surnames. Therefore, The only male heir of the Okido clan was Decidueye's adoptive father, placing the weight of family continuity squarely on his shoulders. Upon marrying Yumiko, the couple faced pressure from their elders to produce offspring. The births of Decidueye and Shota alleviated much of this burden. Subsequently, to avoid further reproductive pressure, Daisuke and Yumiko decided to work together at the Alliance's Research Institute, resulting in a hurried homecoming and a swift departure. The couple's lack of time to nurture their children stemmed from both societal pressure to procreate and various other reasons. Decidueye, Shota, come here. Let me introduce you. Daisuke called out, prompting the brothers to reluctantly follow along for introductions. They exchanged pleasantries with various relatives, albeit unwillingly, not wanting to tarnish the family's reputation. The banquet continued until after dinner, concluding only when guests, including Professor Okido's brothers and other family members, departed. In a lounge within the Okido Research Institute, only the 5 family members remained. Now that you two are back, will you stay for a few days? Professor Okido broke the silence. Aware that his son and daughter-in-law's irresponsibility had made his grandsons reluctant to engage with them. Dad, we can't leave the project unattended. So Yumiko and I will be heading back early tomorrow, Daisuke replied. Well, in that case, you two should get some rest. Professor Okido dismissed the couple to their room. Once they departed, silence enveloped the room once more. After a while, Decidueye broke the stillness. Grandpa, when can we expect the Alliance rewards to arrive? Oh, that should be in the next few days. Why? Are you planning another journey? Yes, I've already set my sights on traveling to the Chengdu region next year. However, I need to secure the Alliance rewards first. New regions always bring forth new Pokémon, and I will require ample resources for nurturing them. Decidueye thought of the Jengar in his possession and the unhatched Sandshrew, both of which would demand significant resources for their development. Moreover, during his travels to Chengdu, he would undoubtedly seek to capture new Pokémon. After all, one ought to utilize the rewards granted by the system. Indeed, a trainer must invest a vast amount of resources to cultivate a powerful Pokémon. If funds run low, feel free to ask your grandfather or return some Pokémon. Professor Okido advised. Understood, Grandpa. I'll head back to my room now. You should rest early too. You've had a long day. Very well. I'll see you later. Decidueye glanced at Shota, but unfortunately, his brother did not respond. Oh well, Decidueye thought, as he chose to disregard Shota's silence. Feeling at ease in the familiarity of home. Chapter 76. Xiaoxia reveals her feelings once Demue departed. Both Professor Oak and Shigeru felt a profound sense of relief within. Grandfather, are you certain that brother won't hold it against us? Shigeru could not help but voice his concerns, having grown up in the shadow of Demue. If you fear that Ahi might blame you, then you can take his place when the time comes. Shigeru was momentarily speechless. Remember, Shigeru, in this world, most matters come with both advantages and disadvantages. Moreover, we are merely providing them with an opportunity to interact with Ahi. If it truly proves unsuitable, the families they represent will not voice any objections. Then we shall proceed as planned. I can only hope that brother won't obliterate me when the time comes. All right, it is quite late now. You should go rest. Yes, Grandfather, Shigeru replied before returning to his room with a heavy heart. As he passed by Demue's door, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately lacked the courage to knock. He feared that if he spoke up, he would be met with Demue's wrath. Furthermore, if his brother were unwilling, he would have to bear the consequences. Better a dead friend than a living one, he thought. So, brother, you must hold your ground. At that moment, Demue, already asleep in bed, remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold out by both his grandfather and his younger brother. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Demue accompanied his EV and Ghastly to play in the backyard of the laboratory. During this quartz conference, he had chosen not to have EV participate. Although the little creature was somewhat displeased, Demue promised it a chance to compete in the Silver Conference in Chengdu, which eventually earned its forgiveness. Meanwhile, at Ash's home, after a night filled with contemplation and inner turmoil, Xiaoxia finally resolved to take action. You can do it, Xiaoxia. She encouraged herself as she made her way to Professor Oak's laboratory. However, as she drew closer to her destination, her heart grew increasingly unsettled. Xiaoxia, are you all right? I'm fine, she stammered. Is that so? Then why are you here at the lab alone? At the entrance of the laboratory, Shigeru sensed something was amiss as he observed Xiaoxia's flustered demeanor. Although his attention was often focused on Ash during their encounters, he was somewhat familiar with Xiaoxia's character and knew she would not typically appear so anxious. I'm here to find Ahi. Do you know where he is? Although reluctant to divulge too much, the laboratory's vast grounds made it difficult to locate Demue on ordinary days. You're looking for my brother? At this hour. He should be under the blue-orange tree in the backyard, playing with his Pokémon. Shigeru, unsure of Demue's exact whereabouts. Simply directed her to a place where his brother often lingered. All right, I understand. Thank you, Shigeru. After receiving the precise location, Xiaoxia bid farewell to Shigeru and hurried towards the laboratory's backyard. What a strange girl. Despite sensing something was off, Shigeru chose not to intervene further. In the backyard of the laboratory, beneath a fruit tree, Demue lay quietly on the grass, enjoying the gentle breeze. Beside him frolicked Evie and Ghastly. The sound of footsteps on the grass startled Demue from his reverie. Oh, it's Xiaoxia. What brings you here? He asked, puzzled as to why she had come alone. A charming blush crept across the girl's face. Fortunately, Demue had remarkable hearing and caught her almost inaudible response. Please, have a seat. What would you like to discuss? Upon realizing she sought him for a specific reason, Demue sat up attentively. Ahi, what is your impression of me? Under his gaze, even the typically vivacious Xiaoxia felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, this was a question she needed to voice. After the banquet concluded the previous night, Brock had approached Xiaoxia once more for a conversation. Xiaoxia, although it may seem a bit premature, happiness is something one must strive for. He has been journeying for less than a year, yet he has already reached the elite level. From my observations, his Charizard has likely surpassed the elite stage and entered the gym leader tier. Such exceptional talent means he could potentially become a champion in the future. By then, there will be no shortage of girls vying for his affection. I understand, Brock. Thank you. Oh, we are companions and friends. After all, my words are merely meant to encourage you towards happiness, Xiaoxia. Yes, thank you, Brock. I will do my best. Impression? Xiaoxia, you are lively and cheerful. That is quite commendable. Demue sensed something was amiss, but decided to remain silent, allowing Xiaoxia to express herself first. What I want to say is, if I were to like you, would you accept me? Under Demue's penetrating gaze, Xiaoxia initially faltered. However, recalling Brock's words from the previous night, she found the courage, bolstered by the power of friendship, to articulate her feelings. Ga? Xiaoxia's heartfelt confession left Demue momentarily speechless. Psyduck Ga? I feel somewhat offended. Golduck, me too. X2. Such matters should not be taken lightly. They represent a lifelong commitment. If you truly harbor feelings for me, you will need to part ways with Ash and Brock and accompany me on my journey. After recovering from his surprise, Demue gazed at Xiaoxia earnestly. A girl's willingness to confess her feelings already speaks volumes about her intentions. Nevertheless, Demue felt it necessary to clarify his stance beforehand. In the realm of romance, it is a fundamental aspect of human society. Demue, being a normal human himself, was not exempt from such norms. However, at present, they were both still under the age of 11. In this narrative, the protagonist will grow older. It will not depict a 10-year-old trainer journeying for 20 years. Is it not somewhat premature to discuss love and relationships at this stage? That could work. While Demue did not explicitly agree, neither did he outright reject her. There remained a significant possibility. After all, time often cultivates feelings. Xiaoxia believed that as long as she remained by Demue's side, she would eventually win a place in his heart. Chapter 77. Daily life at the Research Institute. After enjoying a rare moment of reunion over lunch at the Research Institute, Xiaoxia accompanied Demue to leave temporarily. Brother, did Xiaoxia come to see you for any particular reason? Post-lunch, Demue, along with his grandson and granddaughter, relished a brief respite in the lounge. What is the matter? Are you so idle that you have time to meddle in my affairs? If you have time, you should train your Pokémon more. You've captured over 200 Pokémon in just one region. You can't possibly care for them all by yourself, so you just leave them to Grandpa. He is human too, and he gets tired. Noting the chatter from Xiaomao, Demue naturally refrained from divulging Xiaoxia's feelings to him. Such an uncertain relationship is best kept under wraps. Should it not materialize, it would tarnish their reputations. Moreover, Xiaomao certainly needed some lessons. Capturing over 200 Pokémon in just the Kanto region, many of which were duplicates, was hardly commendable. If it weren't for the well-off Demue family, most families couldn't endure such a spree. Also, if one is to capture Pokémon, one should aim for the rare ones. Instead, he ended up with an abundance of commonplace creatures. Enough of the stammering. Go train now. If you don't meet my expectations in the next league competition, you'll be in for it. Brother, what are your expectations exactly? Although Xiaomao was puzzled by Demue's sudden sternness, he understood that his brother was not one to negotiate when it came to punishment. I want to tell you now. You'll find out in due time. People often envision unknown dangers, amplifying their fears within. Demue intended to divert Xiaomao's attention through this tactic. Aheng, Grandpa is also curious about why Xiaoxia came to see you. Could you share it with Grandpa? Faced with the bullying from his elder grandson, Demue couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He had noticed during lunch that Xiaoxia's gaze toward his elder grandson was somewhat different. As someone who had experienced such matters, and with the added affection of being a grandparent, Damu had an inkling, yet he preferred confirmation from the individuals involved. Grandpa, please don't let your imagination run wild about matters that are still uncertain. Oh, is that so? Then I'm relieved, although my grandson didn't say it outright. Just the phrase about uncertainty revealed to Damu that the relationship between his grandson and Xiaoxia had indeed progressed beyond mere friendship. As for whether it would evolve further, Damu was confident that his elder grandson would not disappoint him. By the way, since both of you are free, would you like to run an errand to Digon Island in the Orange Archipelago for me? Grandpa, why not send Ash instead? That clumsy fellow needs more training. Ash's journey to the Orange Archipelago would not only provide him with invaluable Pokémon experience, but also return with a capable assistant for Grandpa. As an observer of Pokémon, and with his signature split hairstyle, Xiaojian would undoubtedly become a valuable aid to Grandpa. Grandpa, if my brother isn't going, then I'll go. Xiaomao was eager to escape, given Damu's earlier threats and the secret plot he had with his grandfather. If his brother found out, Grandpa might merely grumble, but Xiaomao would surely face the consequences. You're not going either. After the league rewards arrive in a few days, you'll go train on the Championess Road. Without waiting for Grandpa's consent, Damu firmly laid down the law. Brother, are you really going to give me the entry ticket to the Championess Road? Upon hearing this, Xiaomao leapt with excitement, fearing he had misheard. The Championess Road was a necessary path to challenge the champion, a gathering place for elite-level Pokémon. It was a coveted destination for all league trainers. Given the limited number of entry tickets distributed each year, their rarity made them immensely valuable. Aheng, are you certain you want to grant this opportunity to Xiaomao? Yes, Grandpa. Among the Pokémon I possess, only a few have not reached the elite level. The rest are either at mid to late elite stages. Additionally, during my travels, I found 2 treasures with fire and poison attributes in a cave. I've already given them to my Charizard and Arbok. Although the 2 Pokémon need to undergo a year of slumber, when they awaken, their strength will undoubtedly see a qualitative leap. Therefore, Xiaomao is better suited to train on the Championess Road. Damu explained his reasoning to both, yet he refrained from revealing the specifics of the system rewards. Very well. When the champion rewards arrive, Xiaomao, you will go train on the Championess Road. Remember, this is an opportunity gifted by your brother. Seeing that his elder grandson had arranged everything, Damu felt relieved. At the same time, he was filled with joy, knowing that the harmonious bond between his grandsons would enable them to support one another in the future. Got it, Grandpa. And thank you, brother. Family members do not speak in halves. Just remember to train your Pokémon diligently. You must understand that your strength determines the tone with which you speak to others. I understand, brother. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Ash, Brock, and Hanako, Xiaoxia moved into the Damu Research Institute with her backpack. Grandpa Damu entrusted Ash with the task of heading to the Orange Archipelago. As Ash embarked on his journey to the Orange Archipelago, the League rewards had already arrived at the Damu Research Institute. Within days, Xiaomao also set off on his journey along the Championess Road, backpack in tow. Damu and Xiaoheng remained at the Research Institute, focusing on their training. In truth, Damu had initially intended to challenge the Orange League. But due to the system's indication of no rewards, he decided against it. Thus, 2 months passed, and Damu celebrated his 11th new year in this Pokémon world. A week prior, Ash's mother, Hanako, alongside Mr. Mime, discovered the emotionally wounded Brock on the grasslands of Masera Town. This news alerted Damu that Ash would soon return. Meanwhile, his younger brother Xiaomao, after battling through the Championess Road, quickly ascended to the rank of an elite trainer. These days, he was resting within the Research Institute. 3 days later, Ash and his companions returned, and true to expectations, he indeed brought back Xiaojian. However, before he could revel in his joy, Damu reminded him that he had forgotten to fetch his Pidgeot. Prompted by Damu's reminder, Ash, whose bottom had barely touched the chair, rushed out once more. 3 hours later, Pidgeot was delivered back to the Damu Research Institute via the Pokémon transfer system. Chapter 78. The Johto Alliance begins 2 hours later. The disheveled Ash returned. Around noon, the trio of Team Rocket, who had been tailing him, was sent flying by the crowd after causing some mischief. That evening, the group gathered at Ash's home for a celebration. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Professor Oak began to inquire about everyone's future plans. So, what do you all intend to do next? He asked, primarily directing his question towards the trio from Pallet Town. Grandpa, my brother and I have discussed it. Our next target is the Johto region, where the Johto Alliance is located. There are new gyms and Pokémon waiting for us to challenge and capture, explained Gary, putting down his drink. Excellent. Traveling to a new region not only allows you to challenge new opponents but also to encounter new companions. It is indeed a splendid choice. Professor Oak affirmed, reminiscing about his own journey in the Johto region 40 years ago. Memories of a certain sister in the forest, the captured shalebi, and battles that transcended time flooded his mind. It all felt as if it had happened just yesterday. As he basked in these fond memories, he noticed his grandson Gary provoking Ash once again. Ash, are you really going to challenge the Johto Alliance with us? When the time comes, whether you face me or my brother, you will undoubtedly find yourself in defeat. Gary's taunting words ignited Ash's temper. Without hesitation, he stood up to retort. What did you say? I was a top 8 finalist in the Indigo League, and I'm an honorary trainer of the Orange League. Am I supposed to fear you? And yet, you were a top 8 finalist, while I claimed the 3rd place, and my brother is the champion. As for your honorary title in the Orange League, I hardly regard it as impressive. Gary, having undergone the trials of the champion road and now an elite trainer, certainly had the credentials to make such claims. That was in the past. I've grown much stronger now. If you doubt that, let us battle with Pokémon. Ash exclaimed. Let us save our battle for the Johto Alliance, shall we? I wouldn't want to shatter your confidence too soon, Gary replied smugly. You're insufferable. Ash retorted. All right. Enough of your bickering. Since you 3 wish to attend the Johto Alliance, I have prepared a parting gift for you, Professor Oak announced, handing them the Pokédex he had prepared in advance. This device contains information on the Johto region. With just a scan, you can access all the details about the Pokémon. Thank you, Grandpa. Both Ash and Gary exclaimed in unison. After a hearty meal, everyone departed. Upon returning to the lab, Gary entrusted his Charizard and Golem to his grandfather for safekeeping, as he did not wish to leave them behind unnecessarily. For his journey in the Johto region, Gary planned to adopt the strategy of bringing along his seasoned Pokémon to assist the new ones. Currently, he had 8 Pokémon and 1 egg at his disposal. The first gym specializes in flying-type Pokémon, so he decided to take Electabuzz, Alakazam, Scyther, EV, and Ghastly with him. Including the egg of Diglett, he would have a full team. He left behind his Victory Bell, Machoke, and Shelter at home, while ensuring they had a training regimen to follow, even enlisting his grandfather's 3 dragons for extra training. Gary promised that they would have opportunities to participate once they reached the Johto region. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast, Gary set off for the Johto region with Misty. Following closely behind were Ash and Brock, embarking on their journey to the western Johto region as well. Meanwhile, in Professor Oak's lab, he and Gary were engaged in conversation. Grandpa, my brother has already left, but he took Misty with him. Do you think they might clash with each other? Conflicts are inevitable. Do you think those noble ladies are always willing? They have no choice. Although they come from affluent families and have lived lives of luxury when their families need them, they must marry the young talents chosen by their kin. It's a realization they must come to terms with from a young age. It is their fate, Professor Oak said, gazing out the window with a nostalgic and melancholic look. I see, Grandpa. I hope that when my brother learns the truth, he will be gentle when he confronts me. Gary replied, trembling at the thought. Don't worry, you'll only get a light beating from him. With me around, you won't be too severely hurt. Professor Oak reassured him. You, Grandpa? Gary was speechless. If it weren't for you dragging me into this, I wouldn't be so anxious. All right. I'll hold Gary back when the time comes. You can set off with peace of mind now, Professor Oak said. Very well. I shall prepare to depart at once. Unbeknownst to Gary, his grandfather and brother had conspired to create a series of challenges awaiting him on his journey. At that moment, Gary and Misty were walking along the road to Cherry Grove City. Cherry Grove City, a town where the winds of opportunity blow. Gary had learned from Professor Oak that trainers wishing to participate in the Johto Alliance must first register at the Pokémon Center in Cherry Grove. There, they would also meet Professor Elm, one of the initial Pokémon professors assigned by the Johto Alliance, who was also a student and rival of Professor Oak. Before they departed, Professor Oak had entrusted Gary and Misty with the task of visiting Professor Elm. As they made their way towards Cherry Grove City, news of their journey reached other affluent families in the region, prompting luxury vehicles to depart from their opulent estates. The occupants of these vehicles were young girls from these noble families. These aristocratic leaders possessed a vision that set them apart from the ordinary. They understood just how rare a trainer with exceptional potential was in this Pokémon world. Within just a year of travel, most of their Pokémon had reached the elite level, and winning the championship at the Indigo League showcased their immense talent, making them highly sought after. Due to Professor Oak's influence and standing within the Alliance, they could not treat Gary with hostility. Instead, they sought ways to win him over. Wealth. While the Oak family was not excessively wealthy, they were certainly well off. Any additional resources they could offer would be promptly delivered to Pallet Town upon Professor Oak's request. Thus, the noble families resorted to using charms and allure to entice Gary. Chapter 79. Arrival at Leaf Town and encounter with a new trainer utilizing his contemporaneous female companions. Damuka sought to cultivate affection over time. However, unbeknownst to them, Demu Ku was the reincarnation of a man whose soul and spirit were those of a man in his 50s. While one might be easily deceived at first, with repeated encounters, any rational individual, aside from the lecherous, would surely harbor doubts. With the soul of an adult, Demu Ku naturally felt no infatuation for these immature young girls. This was a pivotal reason why he neither explicitly rejected nor wholeheartedly accepted Xiaoxia's sentiments. At merely 11 years of age, what could they possibly know of love? It was almost ludicrous. After 3 days of travel through the wilderness, following a map, Demu Ku and Xiaoxia finally emerged from a dense fog, arriving at Leaf Town. Although missing the sight of the water deity dog was somewhat disappointing, it was not the primary purpose of Demu Ku's journey. At last, I have reached the town. I must first take a bath and then indulge in an omelette rice. Upon entering the town, Xiaoxia began to devise her plans. All right, let us first head to the Pokémon Center. It would be the perfect opportunity to restore our Pokémon's health. Very well, let it be so. Minutes later, Demu Ku and Xiaoxia stepped into the Leaf Town Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, good afternoon. They greeted in unison. Oh, thank you. And good afternoon to you as well. How may I assist you? Miss Joy, please help us restore our Pokémon's health, and also arrange a room for us. Additionally, I wish to register for this year's Silver Conference held by the Johto League. Certainly. Please hand me the Pokéballs that need healing and insert your Pokédex into that slot. Despite the lengthy request from Demu Ku, the gentle Miss Joy remained unfazed, methodically guiding them through the process. Ding. The computer notification chimed. Demu Ku from Showdown Town has been successfully registered in the Johto League's main computer. All done. Best of luck in the league competition. Here is your room key. Please pay attention to the announcements inside your room. Thank you, Miss Joy. They replied in unison. No need to mention it. An hour later, after taking turns to freshen up, their Pokémon had fully recovered. They gathered their Pokémon and, after consulting Miss Joy, made their way towards the Empty Tree Research Institute. Following Miss Joy's directions, they soon arrived at a house with a red roof. Dr. Kanoki certainly has a unique taste. Demu Ku mused, feeling a hint of discomfort at the sight of the Research Institute with its red roof and light purple walls. I think it looks great. Demu Ku, don't you like this architectural style? It's just average, not quite my preference. Oh, I see. Ding dong. Within the Kanoki Institute, the engrossed Dr. Kanoki remained undisturbed by the doorbell, becoming increasingly absorbed in his research due to the changes in his materials. What is going on? Is there not a single soul in this expansive research institute during the day? There are no signs on the door. Surely someone must be inside? Who knows? Just as Demu Ku and Xiaoxia debated whether to enter uninvited, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, are you two here to see Dr. Kanoki as well? Before them stood a girl with a black and white striped cap adorned with a lightning emblem, dressed in a yellow jacket and a mini-skirt, her purple hair contrasting vividly. Notably, she wore a golden megaphone with black stripes around her neck. Hello, I am Demu Ku from Showdown Town. Hi, my name is Xiaoxia. We have been commissioned to visit Dr. Kanoki. I see. My name is Nana. I'm from Leaf Town. Please follow me. After introducing herself, Nana beckoned them to follow her. Nana, is it appropriate for us to do this? It's fine. Dr. Kanoki tends to become oblivious to the outside world when he's engrossed in research. So just come along. Oh, that explains why we received no response when we rang the bell earlier. Upon hearing Nana's explanation, Demu Ku and Xiaoxia finally understood. Subsequently, they followed Nana into the institute. Dr. Kanoki, I am here to collect my starter Pokémon. Where are you? Nana called out as she entered. Dr. Kanoki, meanwhile, was in his laboratory intently observing something under a microscope. Demu Ku raised a hand to stop Nana from interrupting him. Let us not disturb the doctor just yet. If he is in the midst of crucial research, our interruption could lead to undesirable consequences. Indeed, let us wait a moment. Xiaoxia concurred. Very well, Nana relented, suppressing her urge to alert Dr. Kanoki. Though she was anxious, she heeded Demu Ku and Xiaoxia's words. Thus, the trio found a spot and waited quietly for Dr. Kanoki to conclude his research. Fantastic. I finally comprehend it. 2 hours later, as Demu Ku and Xiaoxia were on the verge of dozing off, Dr. Kanoki's jubilant voice finally reached them. Dr. Kanoki, you have completed your research at last. We have been waiting for ages. Nana exclaimed into the megaphone, startling Dr. Kanoki, who was previously overjoyed, now feeling a buzzing in his head. Nana, please refrain from shouting into the megaphone. You nearly shattered my head with that. Dr. Kanoki lamented, cradling his head in discomfort as he advised her. Humph, it's not my fault. You were too engrossed in your research, making us wait for over 2 hours. My apologies. Wait, you mentioned you are? Dr. Kanoki, finally realizing, turned his attention to Demu Ku and Xiaoxia. Greetings, Dr. Kanoki. I am Demu Ku from Showdown Town. This is my companion Xiaoxia. We have been sent here by my grandfather to visit you. You hail from Shurnu Town. Your name is Demu. What is your relation to Professor Oak? Oh, he is my grandfather, and he sent us to pay you a visit. Ah, so you are the esteemed grandson of Professor Oak. You must possess considerable knowledge. What research projects are you involved in? I apologize, Dr. Kanoki, but I am not suited for the role of a researcher. My ambition lies in attaining the championship title in the Pokémon League. Chapter 80, the starter Pokémon of Kandoa. Is that so? What a pity. Professor Oak expressed his regret that Gary did not choose the path of a researcher. With such esteemed lineage by the side of the most renowned professor in the Pokémon world, it is indeed a loss for the research community that Gary has not embarked upon the journey of a scholar. No, I do not share that sentiment. Each individual's life is filled with uncertainties. The choice of what kind of life to lead or what kind of person to become should not be dictated by others. My grandfather has never interfered with my path to growth. He has only quietly supported me from behind. Gary holds deep respect and admiration for his grandfather, both for the elder's scholarly achievements and the warmth he showed while caring for Gary and his brother, Green, during their formative years. Indeed, the freedom to choose and pursue what one desires is truly wonderful. By the way, Professor Oak, do you have a phone? I would like to inform my grandfather that I am safe. Certainly, follow me. The three of them followed Professor Oak to a visual telephone. Gary dialed the number, and soon Professor Oak appeared on the screen. Oh, it's Gary. Where are you now? The image of the elder materialized. Grandfather, we have arrived at Leaf Town. By the way, have you been eating regularly these past few days? Although Gary had specifically reminded his companions, including Jack and the other staff, before their departure. Researchers often become so engrossed that they forget their own identities, let alone meals. I have. Jack brings my meals to me on time, and I have to wait for him to finish before I can eat. Being watched while I eat makes me quite uncomfortable. Gary, did you say something to him? The elder was indeed lamenting his plight, and he quickly guessed that Jack was the source of this unusual behavior. Haha, grandfather, it was you who taught us to eat on time when we were little. As an elder, you should set an example for us. Gary was pleased that Jack had listened to his instructions before leaving, and he dismissed the elder's complaints. All right, now that you have arrived in Leaf Town, have you visited Professor Oak for me? As soon as the elder finished asking, Professor Oak, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, excitedly appeared on the screen. Professor Oak, Gary is right here with me. Oh, it's you, Oak. It has been a while. Yes. Professor Oak, I was just about to. After that, a scholarly discussion ensued between the two professors, which lasted for over half an hour before they reluctantly concluded their conversation. All right, Gary and Dawn. Remember to get along well during your travels. The elder concluded and promptly hung up the call. Although the elder's words were not too explicit, Dawn's face flushed at once, fully understanding the implication. Professor, can you now give me my Pokémon? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the repressed Nene finally spoke up. Had it not been for a shred of rationality, she would have thrust the speaker right against Professor Oak's head in exasperation. Oh, I almost forgot the main event. Nene. Gary, Dawn, please follow me. On a rectangular table, 3 Pokeballs were neatly arranged. Everyone come out. Chikorita, Totodile, Cyndaquil. How splendid. Indeed. They are different from those in Kanto. Among the 3, both Nene and Dawn were filled with curiosity about the 3 Pokémon, while Gary remained composed, having known about them beforehand. Now, let me introduce them. The starter Pokémon from each region are typically grass, water, and fire types. And the starters from our Johto region are these 3, the grass-type Chikorita, the water-type Totodile, and the fire-type Cyndaquil. So, Nene, which one would you like to choose as your initial partner? All 3 are so adorable, it's truly difficult to decide. Dawn gazed at the 3 lively Pokémon, her eyes sparkling, especially when she beheld the energetic Totodile. Gary noticed the yearning in Dawn's gaze and concluded that he must find her a Totodile during their travels. Due to circumstances, Dawn was unable to join Ash and Brock on their journey to the Orange Islands, which also meant she had not captured a Poliwag. Currently, she only had a Staryu, a Horsia, a Psyduck, an Omanite, and a Togepi, but she had never used a Pokeball to capture Togepi. Strictly speaking, she only possessed 4 Pokémon. Gary pondered whether he could secure Ash's Totodile for Dawn. After all, it seemed more like a collectible in Ash's hands than a fighting companion. While Totodile had battled under Ash's care, it had yet to evolve. Not every Pokémon could be like Ash's Pikachu, defeating legendaries without evolving. Well, I have made my decision. I choose Chikorita. Chikorita, choose me. I suppose I shall reluctantly accept. Very well, here is Chikorita's Pokeball, along with this Pokédex and these Pokeballs. Thank you, Professor Oak. I wish you well on your journey ahead. Just like the spirit of the Electabuzz team, never give up. Yes, Professor Oak. Now, we must take our leave. Are you leaving so soon? Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Yes, I have registered for this year's Silver Conference, so I need to hurry and collect badges. All right then. Wishing you a safe journey. Goodbye, Professor Oak. X3 After leaving the Oak Laboratory, Gary and Dawn bid farewell to Nene. Nene, this is goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Take care. After visiting Professor Oak, Gary suggested they explore Leaf Town for a bit. Besides gathering supplies, he wished to see if there was a Pokémon Mart. 2 hours later. Feeling satisfied, Gary and an excited Dawn emerged from the Leaf Town Mart. Thank you, Gary, for buying me so many TMs. Dawn's voice trembled slightly as she recalled how Gary had spent extravagantly. The price of these TMs was exorbitant, and she certainly could not afford them on her own. Though her family owned a gym, her 3 idol sisters barely managed to keep the Cerulean gym afloat. This was also why she had been so attached to her bicycle earlier. If you wish to thank me, please help me chop vegetables during our camping tonight. No problem. Chapter 81. Xiaoxia's fear of insects in the forest with bears. Very well, it is settled then. The two of them, laden with backpacks, proceeded towards the nearest city. Orange City, as indicated by the map. During their time at the shopping mall in Leaf Town, Demue had purchased a considerable number of skill learning devices. It had become evident to him during the Quartz conference that his Scyther's skill pool was somewhat lacking. However, upon returning to Pallet Town, he had forgotten all about it while awaiting the Alliance's rewards. Thus, with a fresh batch of Pokémon in hand, he seized the opportunity to acquire additional skills. He also equipped some skills for Xiaoxia's Pokémon. For his Electabuzz, Demue prepared 3 skills, Thunderbolt, Thunder, and Shadow Clone. The first 2 were intended to enhance Electabuzz's electric attacks, while the latter aimed to improve its evasion ability. Following his performance at the Quartz conference, it was inevitable that, just before the commencement of the Johto League's Silver Conference, competitors would scrutinize his data and note his reliance on the defensive skill, Protect. Consequently, a fainting skill would likely emerge in response. Hence, the Shadow Clone skill he prepared was designed for Pokémon capable of utilizing Protect, allowing for a strategic interchange. Next was Scyther, for which Demue arranged a suite of offensive skills, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Night Slash, X-Scissor, Reversal, and Ice Beam, to expand its attacking repertoire. As for EV, Demue had long been indecisive regarding its evolution form. Thus, its usage had been infrequent, and it lacked a proper skill set until now. On this occasion, he finally allocated several skills for it, including Dig, Charm, Protect, Shadow Clone, and Shadow Ball. Then there was Ghastly, which received skills such as Toxic, Thunderbolt, Protect, Will-O-Wisp, and Shadow Ball. As for Alakazam and Doug Trio, the former's offensive and defensive skills were already well-rounded, while the latter had yet to hatch. Therefore, no skills were assigned to these two. Strangely, it had been nearly 3 months since he acquired the Doug Trio egg, and it still had not hatched. 2 days later. In the morning, within an uncharted forest, Xiaoxia followed closely behind Demue, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Ahi, do you suppose there are any insects here? Demue examined the dense foliage around them, concluding that in such an environment, the absence of insects was rather unlikely. Xiaoxia, the more one fears something, the more one must strive to conquer that fear. This is essential for our growth as trainers, and it will benefit us in our future endeavors. I understand the reasoning, Xiaoxia retorted, her face pale as if haunted by distasteful thoughts. But the mere sight of them sends me into a panic. All right, stop scaring yourself. I will release my Pokémon to deter any insects, ensuring we encounter none. Demue proclaimed, retrieving a Pokeball from his belt. Come forth, Electabuzz. Electabuzz, unleash your presence and clear the path ahead. Understood, my master. The mid-tier Electabuzz emanated a formidable aura. Nearby, the hidden Pokémon sensed this powerful presence. The weaker ones were immediately toppled by Electabuzz's overwhelming energy, while those slightly weaker stealthily retreated into the shadows. Now, let us proceed. Demue sighed, acutely aware that this display of force might be perceived as a provocation to the wild Pokémon in the forest. He silently hoped that no equally formidable and temperamental creatures lurked within. However, events often unfold in ways one least expects. At noon, Demue and Xiaoxia were preparing lunch by a small stream, their Pokémon assisting nearby. Of course, Ghastly, who had yet to evolve into Jengar, was playfully frolicking with Xiaoxia as Togepi. The two Pokémon, one without hands and the other with somewhat diminutive ones, were not particularly suited for labor. Demue and Xiaoxia observed their playful antics without concern. Yet, as they played, the two Pokémon wandered further away from their temporary camp. Meanwhile, a group composed of 4 Teddiursa and 3 Ursaring was making its way toward the riverbank. Among the 4 Teddiursa, one stood taller than the rest, the only male among them, while the other 3 were his mates. The 3 Ursaring cubs were their offspring. Ah, what a peculiar sight. The 3 cubs were playfully tussling as they approached. Catch me if you can. One cub taunted. Don't run so fast. Wait for me. Another called out. colliding with Togepi in a playful mishap. Ouch! Both Togepi and the cubs squeaked, their sudden encounter eliciting small cries of discomfort. Who has upset my cubs? The male Teddiursa roared, entering a furious state upon hearing the cries. Spotting Togepi, the cause of the commotion, he gathered a golden energy in his mouth, showing no intention of holding back, even against the adorable creature. Boss, help! Ghastly cried out, witnessing Togepi's imminent peril as he flew forward to shield it. Boom! Demue and Xiaoxia, at the riverbank washing vegetables, first heard Ghastly's loud cries, followed by the sound of an explosion. Oh no, something has happened. Xiaoxia, stay here. Alakazam. Use teleport to take me, Electabuzz, and Scyther to the side of the explosion immediately. Demue commanded, realizing Ghastly and Togepi had vanished from their camp. Without hesitation, he made the best possible arrangement. Understood. With Alakazam's psychic energy converging, in the next moment, the trio disappeared from sight. Be careful, Xiaoxia prayed. Her hands clasped over her chest as she gazed toward the billowing smoke in the forest. How dare you harm my cubs? You will pay. The male Teddiursa, though his earlier attack had failed to affect the ghostly Ghastly, now bore a paw imbued with dark energy. Chapter 82. Capturing the bear cub. Opposite the circle bear stood the frightened Bakubi, who was in tears, and the determined Gengsi, resolutely protecting Bakubi. Haha, boss. If you don't come over soon, you may never see me again. As the great wood crane was teleported in, it witnessed the scene unfolding before it. The Scyther unleashed a jet of water and then executed a slicing attack. Understood. Kid, you've got some nerve to bully our little brother. With that, Scyther retracted its arms. And in the blink of an eye, it was enveloped in a stream of water, charging towards the circle bear with lightning speed. Here comes another one to meet its doom. Watch the claws. Just as the circle bear attempted to swipe, it was struck in the abdomen by Scyther's water attack. Before it could react, Scyther leapt high into the air, its right blade wrapped in crimson fighting energy, and brought it down fiercely upon the circle bear's head. Ouch! Boom! My child. The male circle bear collapsed, incapacitated. Only a high-level creature like it could withstand 2 strikes from an elite mid-tier Scyther before succumbing. It was indeed tough. Observing the 3 smaller circle bears approaching, the great wood crane wasted no time and ordered its 3 Pokémon to attack. Scyther continued its slicing assault, while the Electabuzz unleashed Thunderbolt, and the hoodie employed Illusion Ray. Understood, boss. Got it. Acknowledged. The 3 female circle bears fell to the ground in an instant, just like their mates. A couple should indeed stay together harmoniously. Oh, there are 3 bear cubs here. How terrifying. Seeing their parents downed, the bear cubs huddled together in fear. Remembering the reward from the system, a piece of peat, and encountering the bear cubs, the great wood crane activated its eye of insight. All 3 bear cubs displayed commendable potential, with the least among them inheriting 2 skills, while the most had inherited 5. Species: bear cub. Gender: male. Ability: quick feet. Pokémon with this ability have their speed increased by 50% when afflicted with a status condition and can ignore the speed reduction from paralysis. Skills: Scratch, Glare, Lick, Fake Cry, Desire, Frenzy. Inherited skills: Double Edge, Yawn, Bite, Cross Chop, Belly Drum. What remarkable talent! Electabuzz was instructed to use Quick Attack on the bear cub with the most inherited skills, with a reminder to control its power. The great wood crane pointed at the bear cub with the most inherited skills and commanded Electabuzz to attack. Got it. Be careful, brother. Ouch. Go. Pokeball. The auspicious start of the Johto region. Ding. The bear cub inside the Pokeball struggled vigorously, but as time passed, it could not escape the confines of the ball. All right, it's time to go. You 2 little ones, please behave yourselves from now on. With the Pokeball containing the bear cub secured, the great wood crane picked up Bakubi and advised it in Gengsi. I understand. Boss, I will follow your orders from now on. The 2 bear cubs, powerless, could only watch as the human who had defeated their parents took away their brother. Half an hour later, the 4 circle bears regained consciousness. Upon realizing that one of their cubs had been captured by a human, the mother bear could only roar helplessly at the sky. My child, the father bear said. That human is strong. Our child will have a brighter future with him than staying here with us. The mother bear replied, I know, but the father reassured her, the child's future is paramount. We must accept this. The mother bear, resigned, had to endure the pain of separation, yielding to her mate's words and the formidable human. The father bear, observing his mate's despondency, thought, my son, the path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Without your parents by your side, you must bravely forge your own way. By the riverbank, Xiaoxia rushed to greet the great wood crane as it returned safely with Bakubi in its arms. Ahang, are you all right? Are you okay, Bakubi? I'm fine. It's all taken care of. I'm also fine. Is that so? That's a relief. Hearing that the situation was resolved, Xiaoxia's worries dissipated. The 2 then continued preparing lunch. 40 minutes later, they completed their meal preparations for themselves and their Pokémon. Come out, bear cubs. Where is this? Wow, so cute. Seeing the bear cubs released, Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with delight. Girls typically adore adorable Pokémon. At that moment, Xiaoxia was excitedly cradling both the bear cub and Bakubi, unable to contain her joy. Ahang, did you go to capture the bear cub? Yes. Bakubi and Gengsi encountered a conflict with the Circle Bear family. After defeating the Circle Bear, I discovered this remarkable individual. Its future should not be confined to this desolate forest. I will provide it with abundant resources to foster its growth. This year, it will shine brightly in the Silver Conference. The Circle Bear clan had always appeared as antagonists in the original series. Little did people know, Circle Bears could evolve into Lunaloon under a full moon when exposed to peat. This information would only emerge after the discovery of the Xianshui ruins in the Sinnoh region and subsequent translations of texts. The Greatwood Crane speculated that remnants of peat might be found in some ruins within the Sinnoh region. After lunch, while the Greatwood Crane and Xiaoxia tidied up the dishes, the bear cub began to comprehend its situation. Being captured by a human meant it would have to fight for them, a lesson its parents had imparted. Though it felt a pang of longing for its parents, the bear cub knew it must carve its own path forward. Come play. Seemingly sensing the bear cub's emotions, Bakubi, with its short legs, invited it to play. Yes, let us join in. Gengsi, following Bakubi, extended an invitation to the bear cub as well. All right, since it could not change its fate of being captured, the bear cub resolved to face its future life with optimism. This encapsulated the bear cub's innermost thoughts. Chapter 83. The excited elf egg in the mysterious underground cave with the goal of the Johto League in mind. Demuke and Xiaoxia are currently making their way to the location of the first badge in the city of Kikyo. What adventures await them today? Let us await the unfolding of events. 3 days have passed since capturing the Cubchoo, and it is now midday. Having enjoyed their lunch, Demuke and Xiaoxia are diligently training their Pokémon in a valley. After 3 days together, the Cubchoo's homesickness has gradually been replaced by the sweat of training. At this moment, the Cubchoo is equipped with reinforcement gear previously used by its predecessors and is following the example of the Scyther to strengthen its physique. In any world, the foundation of all existence lies in possessing a robust body. Demuke, fueled by ambition, envisions a unique and unparalleled future for his Cubchoo. Once it evolves into a Beartic, as long as the secret of the peat block remains undiscovered, his Beartic will stand as a singular entity in the world of Pokémon. Of course, this is merely a whimsical thought of Demuquebec. When his Cubchoo evolves into Beartic, it will inevitably be the case that no external persuasion will be required. The weight of his father's expectations will compel Demuke to speak the truth. Returning to the matter at hand, it is evident that Demuke's strategy of utilizing experienced Pokémon to guide the new ones has yielded remarkable results. Thanks to the diligent training of his veteran Pokémon, such as Electabuzz, Gyarados, Scyther, and Eevee, the positive atmosphere has inspired the enthusiasm of the new Pokémon to train as well. In the presence of healthy competition, the new Pokémon will naturally strive not to fall behind. This dynamic extends beyond Demuke's Pokémon. Xiaoxia's Pokémon have also been motivated by the fervor of Demuke's season companions. Thank you, Demuke, Xiaoxia expresses, observing her Pokémon diligently training under the influence of this invigorating environment. She feels a distinct difference between traveling with Demuke and her previous journeys with Ash and Brock. While the latter were still immature, Xiaoxia and Brock often found themselves in supportive roles. In contrast, Demuke's maturity and stability are clearly evident. I haven't done anything special. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Scyther, Demuke replies, not taking credit for the progress. Though Xiaoxia's water-type Pokémon have indeed improved, it is a testament to their own hard work. Nevertheless, she feels a twinge of guilt for impeding Scyther's training schedule. If you must thank me, then please take care of Scyther's food during this time, Demuke suggests. All right, it's settled. However, Scyther has a preference for certain flavors. You'll need to guide me, Xiaoxia responds. No problem, Scyther enjoys. Demuke agrees, pleased to assist. As Xiaoxia prepares, Demuke smiles and retrieves the hatching device from his bag. Inside, the egg of a sand shrew, encased in nutrient solution, remains unhatched even after 2 months. Normally, a healthy Pokémon egg hatches within a week under optimal conditions, yet this one seems reluctant, akin to a child who has lingered too long in the womb. Demuke has examined it with his detection eye and found everything normal, yet the egg stubbornly refuses to emerge, leaving him perplexed. Thus, he has taken to observing the egg daily to monitor its condition. Suddenly, as Demuke prepares to stow the hatching device away, he notices the egg trembling. The shaking intensifies, and had it not been for the constraints of the hatching device, he surmises it might have already leaped out. The egg inclines towards a particular direction. Looking up, Demouke sees that the egg is tilted toward the gap between two mountains. What could possibly draw the yet-to-be-born Sandshrew? While the Pokémon inside can sense the outside world, this distance seems excessive. He estimates it to be several hundred meters away. Is it the Sandshrew acute sensitivity? Or is there something extraordinary attracting it? Scyther, come here. Demouke calls. What is up, boss? Scyther replies. Follow me. He instructs. Understood. What is happening? Demouke? Xiaoxia, who has been busy with a tree fruit, asks as she rushes over. This little one seems to have discovered something, Demouke explains, holding up the hatching device for her to see the egg's condition. It looks very excited. Xiaoxia observes the egg's subtle movements. Mirroring the joy of a child spotting a candy, her curiosity igniting. It seems to have found something, which is why I want to investigate, Demouke adds. I'll join you, she replies eagerly. All right, but we must prepare first. Of course, they respond, stowing their backpacks and recalling some Pokémon. Let us go. Demouke beckons, leading the way with Scyther clearing the path. Although the area is overgrown due to infrequent human presence, Scyther's blades make quick work of it, allowing Demouke and Xiaoxia to maintain their pace. After a few minutes, they arrive at their destination. A dark cave looms before them. Xiaoxia. Summon a Pokémon first, then we'll proceed inside. Caution is always wise, Demouke advises, glancing at her Togepi with a hint of reluctance. It isn't that he underestimates Togepi, but rather that it embodies an unpredictable nature, innocently fearless and endearingly naive. I understand. Come forth, Stereo. Xiaoxia calls. Here. Take this. Stay alert. Demouke hands her a flashlight. Got it, she replies. The beams from their flashlights illuminate the cave, which appears to have been devoid of life for ages. As they venture deeper, the oppressive heat envelopes them, and Demouke feels the egg and the hatching device growing increasingly animated. Boss, there is no path ahead, but I sense something valuable here, Scyther reports, gesturing with its blades, despite the language barrier. Chapter 84. The hatching of the Spirit Soil Sprite egg. Is it finally over? Oh, what is that over there? Scyther, go take a look, but be cautious. Understood. With the guidance of the Spirit Egg and Scyther, Demouke and Xiaoxia illuminated the path ahead with their flashlight. At the same time, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Demouke's eyes. To be on the safe side, Demouke activated his Eye of Insight to scan the area in front of Scyther as it advanced. Spirit Soil, a miraculous soil that emerges after years of formation in a unique environment. It contains the essence of the earth, which can be absorbed by Ground-type and Rock-type Pokémon. Ground-type Pokémon can extract a significant amount of essential ground energy from it, while depending on their innate qualities. They may also gain varying amounts of Earth essence. Rock-type Pokémon, upon absorption, can enhance their physical strength and the energy required for their growth. What a treasure! No wonder it captivated the Diglett still nestled in the Spirit Egg. It turns out this soil is infused with the essence of the earth. Boss, I sense that this soil can significantly enhance my strength. Upon reaching the Spirit Soil, Scyther, after a moment of feeling, excitedly called out to Demouke. It pointed at the Spirit Soil with its scythe-like hand and then gestured towards itself. Though unable to communicate verbally, it earnestly attempted to convey that this substance could elevate its power. The sight of its exuberance nearly made Demouke chuckle. He quickly spoke to soothe Scyther's enthusiasm. All right, Scyther, I understand your intent. Rest assured, there will be plenty for you. Xiaoxia, it seems we have stumbled upon a treasure. This yellow-brown soil can enhance the strength of Ground-type and Rock-type Pokémon. Let us swiftly collect it all. Indeed. Hearing Demouke's affirmation, Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with joy. Although she specialized in Water-type Pokémon, her Omanite also possessed rock attributes. Moreover, certain Water-type Pokémon could simultaneously exhibit ground characteristics. Of course. Let us hasten and gather all this spirit soil. With that, they swiftly retrieved small shovels from their backpacks and, alongside their Pokémon, began to excavate the spirit soil. Primarily, Scyther utilized its dual scythes for digging, while Xiaoxia held the bag, and Demouke wielded a shovel to assist in collecting the soil. In this unknown subterranean cavern, after quite some time of relentless digging, Demouke finally managed to pour the last shovelful of spirit soil into the bag, panting heavily. Thankfully, the backpacks in the Pokémon world are equipped with spatial folding technology. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss regarding how to transport this bounty. Inside the cave, Demouke lay on the ground, trying to regulate his breath. I just counted. We have gathered approximately 1,300 pounds of spirit soil. I wonder how much strength this will impart to our Pokémon. The joy of their harvest filled Xiaoxia's heart, and she held strong anticipation for the enhancement of her Pokémon's abilities. Indeed. This is quite the unexpected delight. Once we step outside, let us see the effects on a few Pokémon. Yes, no problem. 20 minutes later, Demille and Xiaoxia exited the cave. Upon returning to their camp, they immediately emptied the bag filled with spirit soil onto the ground. All right, you lot, go ahead. Understood. Got it. Why do I have to be buried in this soil too? Demille's Scyther, Teddy Ursa, and Xiaoxia's Omanite all immersed themselves in the spirit soil. While Scyther and Omanite recognized the benefits of the soil, Teddy Ursa reluctantly burrowed into it. Finally, the greatest contributor to their haul, the Diglett, joined them. After all three Pokémon had settled in, Demille retrieved the long-awaited spirit egg from the incubator and nestled it into the mound of spirit soil. Ahi. Isn't Teddy Ursa a normal type? Why are you making it burrow in too? Xiaoxia inquired, voicing her and Teddy Ursa's confusion. Indeed, to the world, Teddy Ursa and its evolved form, Beardic, are classified as normal types. However, during my travels in Kanto, I learned from the stone wall of a ruined structure that there exists another evolutionary form above Beardic. This form requires a special evolutionary item and specific celestial conditions to trigger. When Teddy Ursa evolves into this form, it will gain a ground attribute. Demille concocted a reasonably plausible explanation regarding the origin of the peat block and the information about the Lunatone. That way, when his Teddy Ursa evolves into Lunatone, he could deftly deflect inquiries with this excuse. Is that so? I never imagined Teddy Ursa, already formidable, could evolve further. But Ahi, do you know what that evolutionary item is? Or where it can be found? And what are the specific celestial conditions? Xiaoxia appeared both curious and concerned about the evolutionary requirements for Teddy Ursa. Well, according to the inscriptions on the ruined stone wall, Teddy Ursa requires a full moon to touch an item called a peat block in order to evolve into a Pokémon known as Lunatone. As fate would have it, I happened to find a peat block in a treasure chest within the ruins. Saying this, Demille produced the peat block from his backpack, displaying it for Xiaoxia and the captivated Teddy Ursa. Teddy Ursa, look, this is the peat block that will facilitate your evolution in the future. You must absorb the essence of the spirit soil diligently to enhance your strength, so you can utilize it. Ugh, I know. Teddy Ursa could only wave its small hands in discontent as Xiaoxia dangled the peat block teasingly before it. All right, Xiaoxia, don't tease it anymore. Let them absorb their energy in peace. Sure, I'll go prepare food for the Pokémon. You keep an eye on them, Ahi. After returning the peat block to Demille, Xiaoxia resumed preparing Pokémon food. Leave it to me. You can rest easy. Okay, then I'll entrust this to you. As Xiaoxia returned to the temporary camp to continue preparing Pokémon food, Demille stood vigil before the mound of spirit soil, activating his Eye of Insight to watch over the Pokémon. As time flowed gently by, the spirit soil mound was gradually absorbed by the 4 Pokémon, 3 Pokémon plus 1 egg, which technically counts as 4. Through Demille's Eye of Insight, he observed the 3 Pokémon and the spirit egg rapidly absorbing the energy contained within the spirit soil. As the energy accumulated, the aura of the 3 Pokémon steadily rose. The first to react was the spirit egg of the Diglett. Crack! With the energy absorption reaching the threshold required for hatching, the Diglett finally succeeded in breaking free from its egg with a crisp sound. Lothi. Chapter 85. The evolving and strengthening Pokémon. The newly hatched Screwmoles, after consuming its eggshell, immediately buried itself in the mystical soil to continue absorbing energy. Initially, it absorbed the energy necessary for evolution, and now it sought to enhance its own strength. As the Screwmole persistently absorbed energy, it swiftly transitioned from its juvenile stage to the primary level. Yet, it remained unsatisfied with its current abilities, yearning to further absorb energy to grow stronger. However, its physical capacity was ultimately limited. Once it reached the intermediate level, its body stabilized. Screwmole, you have done exceptionally well. But remember the adage, don't bite off more than you can chew. For now, it is crucial to fully comprehend the power you have garnered from the mystical soil. The great wood crane gently stroked the Screwmole's head, soothing its feelings of disappointment. This little creature was indeed the key contributor to this opportunity. Under the scrutiny of the great wood crane's probing eye, it was revealed that the Screwmole had gained 5% of the Earth's essence from the mystical soil. This quantity matched that of the 2 fire and poison essence stones awarded by the system. Nonetheless, the advantage of the mystical soil over the essence stones lies in the fact that Pokémon do not need to enter a prolonged slumber to absorb its energy. Next in line for transformation were the bear cub and the ammonite beast. The former experienced a significant increase in level, although it did not complete its evolution. It advanced from the primary to the intermediate level, ultimately reaching the advanced stage. The energy from the mystical soil not only elevated the bear cub's strength level, but also increased its height from 60 centimeters to 80 centimeters through sheer force. Furthermore, the great wood crane's probing eye detected a latent power residing in the crescent moon mark on the bear cub's forehead. It appeared that this power would only be accessible once the bear cub evolved into the moon bear. Why does the great wood crane say this? because the probing eye indicated that the energy dormant on the bear cub's forehead was the Earth's essence it had absorbed from the mystical soil. However, since the bear cub did not yet possess ground attributes, it could not harness this Earth essence at present. Congratulations on your growth. Take some time to acclimatize to your new body. Just as the great wood crane reflected on the bear cub's transformation, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped the ammonite beast. Xia, come quickly. Your ammonite beast is about to evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, the great wood crane called out to Xia within the camp. What? The ammonite beast is evolving. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Xia immediately dropped what she was doing and rushed towards the scene. It seemed that the ammonite beast, surrounded by the light of evolution, was also waiting for Xia's arrival, eager to share its joy of evolution with its trainer. As soon as Xia arrived, the ammonite beast, which had been suppressing its transformation for so long, began to change within the radiant light. The most noticeable alteration was its size. Compared to the ammonite beast's previous height of less than 50 centimeters, the spiked ammonite now exceeded 1 meter. Additionally, a row of defensive and offensive spines sprouted from its shell. With its increased size, its tentacles elongated, and sharp teeth capable of shattering rocks emerged in its maw. Look, Master, I have grown stronger. Splendid. You have evolved into a spiked ammonite, Xia exclaimed. With this, my journey as a water-type Pokémon trainer will progress even further. Despite her outward confidence, Xia felt immense pressure compared to her 3 sisters, who were like decorative vases. The burden of not only specializing in water-type training, but also inheriting the family dojo weighed heavily on her. However, the path of a trainer was anything but easy. Even after traveling for over a year, her Pokémon remained stuck at the intermediate and advanced levels. Without ample opportunities during her travels, she could only rely on practical battles to gather experience for her Pokémon's growth. During her previous journey in the Kanto region with Ash and Brock, Xia had very few opportunities to engage in Pokémon battles. Most encounters with Team Rocket highlighted Ash and his Pokémon's individual showcases. Over time, even with consistent training and proper nutrition, the growth of Xia and Brock's Pokémon became relatively slow. In contrast, during this current journey with the Great Wood Crane, within less than half a month, her ammonite beast not only completed its evolution but also broke through to the elite level. Although she currently possessed only 1 elite Pokémon, the spiked ammonite instilled a sense of confidence in Xia, allowing her to proudly declare herself an elite-level trainer. Congratulations, Xia. Thank you, Ahi. If it weren't for your guidance with the screw mole, leading us to the mystical soil, my ammonite beast would still be waiting for its evolution. Haha, it was merely a stroke of luck. Who could have anticipated finding such an opportunity in the wild? Luck is also a part of strength. I'll head back to the camp to prepare delicious Pokémon food for the screw mole, as a way to repay it. After uttering this, Xia gazed at the screw mole, still absorbing energy, and then made her way back to their temporary camp with the spiked ammonite. I'll leave it to you. The Great Wood Crane watched Xia, who was so proactive, and felt a surge of admiration for her spirited character. As the spiked ammonite departed with Xia, the longest absorbing scyther finished consuming the remaining mystical soil. What an overwhelming presence. Feeling the aura emanating from the scyther, the Great Wood Crane's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having absorbed the mystical soil, the scyther surged past the late elite level, reaching the gym leader rank. Not only did the scyther experience a breakthrough in strength, but its size also increased by over 20 centimeters. The early stage of gym leader level. The mystical soil truly proves to be a rare treasure for ground and rock-type Pokémon. Scyther, I have grown stronger. Congratulations, Scyther. Thank you, Master. In the ensuing moments, the Scyther needed to solidify its newfound strength and adapt to its increased size. Scyther, come here for a moment. Yes, Master, what is it? With the capture of the bear cub and the birth of the screw mole, the Great Wood Crane now had 7 Pokémon in his care. After careful contemplation, he decided to temporarily transport the Alakazam back to the research facility. Upon your return, do not forget to continue your regular training. I will be checking on your progress intermittently. Understood. Chapter 86, Arrival at Kaiki City, Auras of Menace upon receiving a response from Hudi. Damuhi retracted Hudi into its Pokeball and then proceeded to operate the Pokédex. Suddenly, a swirl of white light enveloped the Pokeball. In the next moment, the small transporter within the Pokeball activated, causing it to vanish into thin air. For the subsequent fortnight, Damuhi and Xiao Xia diligently trained their Pokémon in this nameless valley. Unbeknownst to Damuhi, within the Pokémon Center of Kaiki City, a group of noble young ladies were on the verge of becoming stone statues, anxiously awaiting their beloved. Is it not peculiar? Damuhi's younger brother, the one named Xiao Miao, is already on the verge of collecting his second badge. Yet, Damuhi has yet to arrive here. Could it be that he has ventured to another gym? The chances seem slim. Kaiki City is the nearest city with a gym to Rui Town. It would be illogical for him to seek challenges elsewhere when he could easily come here. That much is true. However, the troubling fact remains that it has been nearly 20 days since he departed from Rui Town, and not a single word has been heard from him, causing great concern. What is this? Nakamura Mai's worried expression. Could it be that she is fretting over that boy with whom she shared only a fleeting encounter? Sasaki Emi. Your intentions for being here are no different from mine. Yet, I never anticipated that the illustrious Sasaki sisters would expend such resources merely to court Demuhi. Oh, well asked. A strong individual must be accorded respect. Otherwise, they may become your adversary. If you can forge a friendship with a powerful being, the benefits will be immeasurable. The prosperity of a family cannot solely rely on its internal strength. External forces are equally vital. In our noble circles, the family reigns supreme, and for its enduring strength, any sacrifice is deemed worthwhile. What do you think, Nakamura Mai? Does my sentiment not echo the teachings you have received since childhood? Although Sasaki Emi's response was assertive, only she knew the impotence that lay beneath her words. Any rational individual desires to seize control of their own destiny. Yet, being born into a prominent family entails enduring certain burdens that ordinary people cannot fathom, regardless of gender, when the family requires you. You must be prepared to enter into a union with someone of their choosing. Perhaps this is the lament of being born into a grand lineage. Indeed, the responsibilities that accompany a life of nobility are far from the glamorous facade they present. At this moment, Nakamura Mai shed her initial tone of derision. Her words now resonate with a sense of helplessness. The conversation between the two girls cast a pall over those of like mind surrounding them, plunging them into a state of despair regarding their futures. 3 days later, in the unnamed valley, after more than half a month of training, Demuhi and Xiao Xia finally arrived at the Pokémon Center in Kaiki City. Miss Joy, please take care of my Pokémon, they both implored. Of course. No problem. The duo first entrusted their Pokémon to Miss Joy for recovery, then rented a twin room to freshen up. Life in the wild often precludes normal hygiene practices. Although they had water-type Pokémon, the water they possessed was not infinite. Thus, upon entering their room, their first order of business was to bathe. An hour later, they emerged from their room clad in fresh attire. Just as they were about to retrieve their revitalized Pokémon and head to the Kaiki gym, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people. Excuse me, I believe you have mistaken us for someone else, Demuhi said, slightly frowning as he stepped protectively in front of Xiao Xia. Have we been forgotten so soon? How utterly disheartening. Perhaps you should take a closer look at our faces? Sasaki Emi stepped forward, confidently addressing Demuhi. As the most beautiful blossoms of the Sasaki lineage, she had every reason to be proud. Demuhi scanned the gathered girls attentively, recognizing a few of them as familiar, though he could not place where he had seen them before. I apologize. I must admit that while some of you appear familiar, I genuinely do not recall where I have encountered you. Some of them were present at the banquet your grandfather hosted in Masera town, Xiao Xia whispered, peeking from behind Demuhi to observe the crowd. Soon, she recognized several girls with whom she had shared a brief acquaintance. After realizing this, she tiptoed and quietly informed Demuhi of her discovery. Is that so? Hey, with so many beautiful girls here, do you really have to whisper sweet nothings to that wild girl? Nakamura Mai, observing Demuhi and Xiao Xia's intimate exchange, felt a pang of jealousy. In terms of family background and appearance, didn't they surpass this wild girl? Why, then, did Demuhi regard them with such wariness? Wild girl? Who are you calling a wild girl? I care not for your lineage or family name. You will apologize to my companion right now. Otherwise, you shan't leave the Pokémon Center unscathed today. Demuhi, who had initially wished to avoid conflict, was instantly provoked by these words. In the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped the area. It is worth noting that though Demuhi was merely 11 years old, he had already vanquished 2 elite hunters and numerous pirates. The noble young ladies had never witnessed such a scene. As Demuhi's menacing presence descended, cold sweat broke out on the brows of the nearest girls. Not to mention Nakamura Mai, who was directly targeted by his aura. Please, don't come any closer, she stammered, collapsing in fright. A potent stench filled the air, forcing those around her to step back from the frightened Nakamura Mai. Meanwhile, the girls gazed, wide-eyed, at the source of the ominous aura. They had never imagined that a mere 11-year-old boy could exude such an overwhelming presence. Apologize. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Why yes, I'm sorry. Nakamura Mai, feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, realized that her last shred of rationality urged her to distance herself from this fierce individual. Let it go. Initially irritated by being called a wild girl, Xiao Xia now felt nothing but delight upon witnessing Demuhi's protective stance. In her heart, she thought, he still cares for me. Otherwise, why would he be so upset? Chapter 87, the challenge at the Celadon Gym very well. Let us heed your advice. Misty. Now, shall we proceed to the Celadon Gym? Indeed. Demue and his companion walked side by side, departing from the Pokémon Center. Neither the girls surrounding them with their complex gazes nor the slumped figure of Nakamura on the ground made any attempt to obstruct their path, as Demue and his companion made their way to the Celadon Gym. The families of the girls from the Kanto region received calls from their respective informants who were shadowing the girls. I understand. The Nakamura family in Shallow Red City has been utterly disgraced by that Nakamura Mai. However, this matter has nothing to do with our Sasaki family. Convey our family's intentions to the young ladies, and while avoiding offense to Demue, foster a friendship with him. There is a saying that feelings grow over time. Let them exhibit the affectionate tendencies typical of young girls. Yes, head of the family. I shall relay the message to the young ladies immediately. The head of the Sasaki family gazed out the window and murmured to himself, everything is for the family. I hope you both, Emmy and Mommy, can comprehend this principle. As the Sasaki family received this intelligence, the families of the other girls simultaneously received similar updates. Except for the Nakamura family in Shallow Red City. The attitude of the other families mirrored that of the Sasaki family. At that moment, within the Nakamura family, the patriarch was engulfed in fury. Bring back that disgrace who has tarnished our family's reputation. Yes, head of the family. After hanging up the phone, the Nakamura patriarch seethed with anger. Lamenting that among a group of aristocratic girls, it was only his family that had brought shame upon themselves. And in such a public setting as the Pokémon Center no less. Summoned 2 elite members from the Family Guard to participate in this year's Silver Conference. Should they encounter Demue during the competition, they are to defeat him soundly. Yes, head of the family. I will make the arrangements at once. Watching his subordinates depart. The Nakamura patriarch muttered to himself, though I cannot openly antagonize you, it does not mean I cannot secretly hinder you. Since our Nakamura family cannot have you, no other family shall have you either. At this moment, Demue, oblivious to his burgeoning popularity, had arrived at the Celadon Gym, a spiraling edifice adorned in pastel pink and purple hues. Demue couldn't help but just internally, pondering if the design of this gym had been inspired by a self-tapping screw. The external patterns bore an uncanny resemblance. Upon entering the Celadon Gym, they were greeted by what appeared to be a staff member of the gym. Welcome to the Celadon Gym. Are you here to challenge the gym? Yes. We are trainers from Plateau. My name is Demue, and this is my companion. Hello, I am Misty. Very well, please wait a moment. I will fetch the gym leader. Thank you for your assistance. In less than 10 minutes, ASU, the gym leader, who had been practicing with a glider above the city, was brought back by the staff. Greetings, I am ASU, the gym leader of Celadon City. Which of you is here to challenge the gym, or are you both interested? It is only I, Mr. ASU, who intends to challenge. Understood. Please follow me. The two followed ASU and several staff members as they ascended to the top floor of the gym via an elevator. What lay before them was an open-air battle arena. Demue and ASU took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. Demue, give it your all. Go for it. Rest assured, Misty. I have Bokbai to support me. Now, we shall commence the official match for the Celadon Gym badge, featuring gym leader ASU against challenger Demue from Plateau. Each trainer may utilize 3 Pokémon, and only the challenger may freely substitute Pokémon during the battle. Gym leader, please send forth your first Pokémon. With the rules announced, the staff behind the referee began to beat various drums. My first Pokémon, go Gugu. Gugu, a flying and normal type. It's only at an intermediate level, so this will serve as good practice for you. Bokbai, it's your first battle. Yay, a robust Bokbai indeed. However, I shall not hold back. Gugu, use the impact move. Gugu understood. Gugu, previously standing on one leg, swiftly ascended into the air, enveloped in energy, and then plummeted toward Bokbai at breakneck speed. Bokbai, counter with double edge. Since Bokbai had absorbed the essence of the mysterious earth, its defenses had significantly increased. Coupled with its inherited skill of double edge, it could effectively overpower opponents who were unaware of Demue's Bokbai's capabilities, allowing them to experience the sting of defeat as he once had. Yay! Bokbai crossed its arms over its chest, radiating a crimson glow. Can that Bokbai really use double edge? Gugu, wait, hold on. Gugu, I'm moving too fast to stop. With a resounding boom, Gugu plummeted, and upon contact with Bokbai, it was repelled by the strange red light emanating from Bokbai. The force was immense, and Gugu was sent flying backward before it could comprehend what had happened. Boom. Gugu is unable to battle, Bokbai wins. You did well, Gugu. Return and take a rest. The next battle will be entrusted to another companion. Now it's your turn. Let them witness the might of our bird Pokémon. Wow, Dada. Just as I remembered. Bokbai, initiate with your glare. Yay. Bokbai abandoned its usual adorable expression. And the moment Dada laid eyes on it, It was met with a pair of sharp and fearsome gazes. Wow. Dada, do not be afraid. Use quick attack to close the gap and unleash a fury attack. Yay. We shall not fear close combat. Bokbai, counter with fury swipes. Yay. As Dada swiftly approached, its three heads seemed to transform into mere afterimages. Even as Bokbai unleashed its fury swipes, it was struck repeatedly by Dada's three heads. After sustaining the first hit, Bokbai's momentum began to wane. The experienced Dada seized the opportunity to accelerate its assault. Boom. Yay. I can't hold on much longer. Bokbai. Chapter 88. Confrontation with the flying-type Pokémon Bear Cub has lost its combat ability. Dada emerges victorious. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Challenger. Come back. Bear Cub. You have performed admirably. Allow your companions to take over the ensuing battle while you rest comfortably within your Pokeball. As Bear Cub returned, the Great Wood Crane regarded the opposing Dada with a hint of hesitation. The level of the opponent was beyond what the Screw Mongoose could handle, thwarting the Great Wood Crane's initial intention to train a new Pokémon. In that case, I shall send you forth, Eevee. Upon being released, Eevee could hardly contain its excitement, letting out an exuberant cry. Since being captured by its trainer, it had yet to participate in an official match, which left it quite discontented. Today, it was determined to perform splendidly and astonish its trainer, thereby ensuring its future inclusion in battles. With such sentiments, Eevee's gaze turned predatory as it focused on Dada. Eevee, how utterly adorable. Yet, even the charming Eevee would not be spared. Dada, seizing the initiative, swiftly launched into a frenzied attack. Whoa. Understood. With the command received, Dada, boasting long legs envied by many, closed in on its adversary at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the heads atop its elongated neck began to retract, charging up for a powerful strike, poised to unleash a trio of spear-like attacks upon reaching an effective range. Eevee. Employ dig. Got it. Ignoring the aggressive advance of Dada, Eevee lowered its head and burrowed into the ground. Although the battle arena was situated atop a lofty building, the ground was sufficiently thick for Eevee to conceal itself. Moreover, despite Dada being a flying-type Pokémon, it could not actually fly, akin to the Gyarados, merely acquiring an additional weakness. Dada, halt. Zing. The sound of skidding. Eevee, now's your chance. A swift-moving creature struggles to stabilize itself due to inertia. Thus, Dada's sudden stop provided Eevee with an opportunity to strike. Take that. Having been lying in wait underground, Eevee relied on the vibrations of the ground to ascertain its opponent's location, easily detecting the extended breaking noise. Just as the Great Wood Crane noticed Dada's unsteady footing and issued a command, Eevee sprang from the earth, colliding with Dada. Whoa. What a sneak attack. Dada exclaimed as it was sent flying backward. Boom. Ah, a clever ruse, you fool. Well done, Eevee. The Great Wood Crane couldn't help but praise Eevee as Dada tumbled through the air. This little one had been kept in reserve for too long. It appeared to be a waste of its battling potential. Hee. It's my duty. The gym staff urged. Show your spirit. Show your spirit. Come on, Dada. Show your grit. As a flying-type Pokémon, how can you be defeated by a ground-type move? Whoa. I cannot fall so easily. Excellent. Dada. Unleash quick attack. Whoa. Understood. Let me strike back. With a sudden burst, Dada vanished from its previous position, racing toward Eevee at a speed surpassing its earlier charge. Its demeanor suggested a relentless intent to finish Eevee in one decisive blow. Eevee braced itself defensively, then countered with a combination of charm and quick attack. Got it. Eevee swiftly erected a verdant protective barrier around itself. Although Dada had initiated the attack, the priority of the defensive move was significantly higher than that of quick attack. Ugh. Witnessing this, the Great Wood Crane attempted to call a halt to Dada, but recalling the earlier scene, he abandoned the notion. He had already discerned that Dada's defeat was inevitable. Whether he shouted or remained silent, it mattered little now. Bang. The sound of impact between flesh and shield. Whoa. That hurt. Indeed, Dada's trio of heads collided with the protective barrier. The recoil sent Dada hurtling back in the direction it had come from. Before it could regain its composure, Eevee had removed the barrier, gathering a swirl of pink energy at its eyes. Take this. With a playful blink, a flurry of pink hearts materialized around Dada. After circling a few times, they struck directly at their target. In the next moment, the trio of eyes atop Dada transformed into pink heart shapes. What? Dada, awaken. Regrettably, Dada, ensnared in a state of infatuation, failed to heed the Great Wood Crane's urgent call. Eevee, now's your moment to attack. Understood. The tides of fortune had shifted. It was now Eevee's turn to shine. Empowered by energy, Eevee launched itself forcefully against Dada's body. Bang. Dada has lost its combat ability. Eevee is victorious. Please send forth your final Pokémon, Gym Leader. Look, trainer, wasn't he magnificent? After defeating Dodolly, Eevee turned to the Greatwood Crane, seeking praise. Bravo, Eevee. You performed splendidly. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Dodolly, fret not. I have witnessed your spirit. Rest well in your Pokeball. And now, it is your turn, Pidgeot. With a commanding presence, a Pidgeot far larger than its kin appeared on the battlefield. As it entered, an aura of a formidable raptor enveloped the arena. This was neither a mere ability nor a signature move. It was the essence of the reigning Sky Sovereign. As the ace of the gym leader, it exuded an undeniable power. However, today, I am resolute in claiming that badge. Eevee initiated with Charm, followed by Quick Attack. Behold my prowess. A cascade of alluring pink hearts soared toward its opponent once more, though this time, it faced a different avian adversary. Pidgeot. Do not grant it an opportunity. Ascend and unleash Hurricane. Understood. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot summoned invisible blades of wind that shattered the enticing pink hearts before they could reach their destination. Chapter 89. Acquiring the Wing Badge what? Damuhi was astonished by the enchanting move, only to be violently countered by the Fiero. In that moment, ASU seized Damuhi's opening, allowing Fiero to launch an attack. Taking advantage of this, Fiero struck with a brilliant flash of electricity. Despite its considerable size, Fiero moved with unparalleled speed. Embodying the phrase "a large body" does not equate to a lack of strength perfectly. Bang. Ouch. Come back, Eevee. Eevee was sent flying by Fiero's impact. Although it had not lost its fighting capability, continuing the battle would likely result in defeat. It is not the mark of a competent trainer to allow their Pokémon to suffer unnecessary harm. Oh, you called back Eevee. A wise choice. It is indeed the trainer's duty to assess whether their Pokémon can continue to fight. Severely injured, Eevee stood no chance against the virtually unscathed Fiero. Recognizing the disparity in strength and making the correct judgment without sacrificing Pokémon for the sake of victory is commendable. From Shinshin Town, Damuhi. Send forth your final Pokémon. Even if you were to fail, out of respect for your care for your Pokémon, I shall grant you the Wing Badge. This is also my duty and responsibility as a gym leader. Hey, why are you getting all sentimental? While I desire the Wing Badge, I still wish to earn it through my own strength. The next contender is a flying-type Pokémon I have prepared just for you. It's your turn, Electabuzz. Hey? Electabuzz raised its hands triumphantly, exuding an overwhelming aura that bore down upon Fiero. Who are you trying to scare, you weakling? Are you asking for a shock? You feathered fool? Fiero struck first, unleashing a whirlwind attack. Take this, weakling. Fiero swiftly ascended, its wings stirring the air to create a tempest on the battlefield. Guided by Fiero, the whirlwind surged toward Electabuzz. Electabuzz shattered the whirlwind with a thunderbolt. Feathered fool, you're courting disaster. Electabuzz, following its command, surged with arcs of golden electricity. Especially on its head, the pair of antennae resembling conductors gathered immense power. When the whirlwind reached a certain distance, a golden bolt of electricity, as thick as a barrel, shot forth toward the advancing whirlwind. Boom. The azure whirlwind collided with the golden lightning in midair, both opposing forces clashing and consuming one another. Fiero first used Hurricane to disperse the smoke, then followed up with a Quick Attack. Understood. The smoke produced by the recent explosion was blown away by Fiero's powerful wings. Subsequently, enveloped in a white glow, Fiero charged rapidly toward Electabuzz. Dispersing the mist and rushing in head-on is not a wise choice. Electabuzz, use Shockwave. Hee. Take this. Feathered fool. The blue arcs of electricity coalesced rapidly, and Electabuzz casually flung the arcs toward Fiero. Although the attack lacked the power of Thunderbolt or Thunder, its guaranteed hit feature compensated for its relative weakness. Ow. Fiero, hurtling towards Electabuzz, was struck directly by the electric attack. If not for its formidable strength, it might have faltered. Pant. At this moment, Fiero struggled to remain standing on the battlefield, gasping for breath. The gym staff urged, show your spirit. Fiero, you can do it. I can do it. With renewed determination, Fiero executed a rapid wing attack. Understood. Swish. Fiero's figure flickered in and out of sight, with each appearance intensifying the concentration of flying-type energy in its wings. Still not learning from past mistakes. In that case, Electabuzz, brace for defense, then use Thunder. Understood. Hiki. A barrier identical to the one Eevee had previously used appeared around Electabuzz. The turquoise shield enveloped its entire body. What? Electabuzz can also use Protect? This is troublesome. The lack of information puts ASU in a precarious situation. The absolute defense of Protect acts like an invincible shield, successfully blocking Fiero's formidable wing attack. Furthermore, because of the impact against the Protect shield, Fiero's wings sustained injuries. When a bird Pokémon's wings are injured, it becomes vulnerable to its adversary. Prepare to accept the wrath of lightning, feathered fool. A thunderous bolt, larger than any previous, descended fiercely upon Firo. How painful. Firo, the staff urged, show your spirit. Or perhaps, you should take my place. Boom. Firo has lost its fighting capability. Electabuzz is victorious. Thus, the winner is Demuhi from Shinshin Town. Electabuzz, splendid work. This was nothing, boss. Come back and rest. Demuhi recalled Electabuzz into its Pokeball, and ASU approached, having recalled Firo as well. Demuhi, I never expected your Pokemon to be so formidable. Battling you has taught me much, especially regarding the synergy of Pokemon moves. This badge signifies your victory. The Wing Badge. Please accept it. Should we have the chance, I look forward to battling you again. Demuhi accepted the badge and replied, no problem, ASU. I shall never refuse a battle against a worthy opponent. Then it's a promise. Indeed, a promise. As they departed from the Orange Grove Gym. Heading toward the Pokemon Center, Misty congratulated Demuhi, congratulations on earning the Wing Badge. Thank you, Misty, and also to Togepi. Demuhi, where will you challenge next? I think I'll head to the Hiwaki Gym in Hiwa Town. I've heard that the Steel Master there can craft various types of Pokeballs from different metal fruits. It would be perfect to challenge the gym while also procuring some. Alright, let's go to Hiwa Town's Hiwaki Gym. Chapter 90, A Gift from the Heavens after obtaining the Wing Badge. Demyuk and his companion made their way back to the Pokemon Center. It had been nearly 20 days since they left Leaf Town, and they had not reported their status to the old man. To alleviate his worries, Demyuk decided it was best to update him on their situation. Miss Joy, I must trouble you once more. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Demyuk entrusted his 3 participating Pokemon to Miss Joy. Of course, no problem at all. Miss Joy replied, her face adorned with a warm and gentle smile. Ah, it's you, Demyuk. It's been a while since your last call. How have things progressed with Kasumi? Professor Oak, why would you ask such an embarrassing question? As soon as the old man posed his query, Kasumi's face flushed a deep crimson, rivaling that of a ripe tomato. Grandpa, please be a bit more discreet. Demyuk sighed, exasperated by the old man's lack of tact. Ahem, I was merely joking. Kasumi, please don't take it to heart. By the way, Demyuk, where are you now? It's been quite a while since you reached out to me after leaving Leaf Town. Oh, Grandpa. Here is what happened. Demyuk succinctly summarized the reasons and events surrounding their 20-day absence. I see. By the way, you've contacted me just in time. In a few days, it will be your and Shigeru's birthdays. I have prepared a gift for both of you. Grandpa, I'm already 11 years old. Hardly a child anymore. You needn't go to the trouble of preparing gifts for us. Demyuk intended to persuade him further. But as soon as the old man unveiled a Master Ball during the video call, Demyuk fell silent, tears of joy escaping the corners of his eyes. The Master Ball, adorned with purple and 2 red protrusions, bore a capital in the center, while the bottom resembled a standard Pokeball, pure white. Is this Master Ball really for me? At that moment, Demyuk envisioned himself holding the Master Ball, with a Rayquaza in one hand and a Dialga in the other. This was merely a personal daydream, of course. This was the plan. I managed to acquire 2 Master Balls. I intended for each of you brothers to have one. But since you don't want it, I suppose I'll give both to Shigeru instead. On the other end of the video call, Professor Oak was in a playful mood, deciding to tease his eldest grandson. After all, he had always reminded Shota to keep a watchful eye on his eating habits during mealtimes. How infuriating. Can't he tell the difference between the two of you? Doesn't he know that I, Oak Yukari, am the head of the Oak Research Lab? Meanwhile, in the Oak Research Lab, Shota was experiencing a mixture of pain and joy. Please no, Grandpa. I'm your eldest grandson. You must distinguish between us. Besides, Shigeru is so much weaker. He should use his Master Ball with me. At this moment, Demyuk felt a rush of panic, recalling the numerous legendary Pokemon awaiting him in the Johto region. Eager for a warm home, the Master Ball was a precious item that must not be wasted. Alright, you may have this Master Ball. But don't even think about Shigeru's. Just a few days ago, I sent it to him. Noticing a flicker of panic in his grandson's expression, Professor Oak thought to himself, you little rascal, I've told you to focus on your meals all along. Doesn't it feel uncomfortable to be under someone else's thumb? After relishing this thought, Professor Oak transmitted the Master Ball to his grandson. With a sigh of relief, Demyuk tucked the Master Ball safely into his inner pocket. Thank you, Grandpa. By the way, if Shigeru contacts you, please tell him not to use the Master Ball lightly. I will reach out to him later. Recalling the legendary Pokemon encountered by Ash and his friends during their travels in Johto, Demyuk considered the possibilities for him and his brother. There are Pokemon that can't be captured due to their divine status, but those without such status can certainly be caught. Rest assured, there will be legendary Pokemon. Demyuk, have you received some news? The old man quickly caught on to the underlying meaning in Demyuk's words. In the next moment, his head was nearly pressed against the camera, eager to discern any hints from his grandson's expression. Grandpa, I've received some intel. Rest assured. Once we have captured them, we will certainly allow you to study them. With that, Demyuk abruptly ended the call, leaving the old man in suspense. Hey, this little rascal. Could it be that he will actually capture a legendary Pokémon? If that is the case, I'll have new research material. Professor Oak chuckled. Unconcerned about being hung up on, his mind racing with excitement over the possibilities. On the other side, Demyuk sighed in relief after hanging up. After waiting for their Pokémon to recover, Demyuk and Kasumi decided to stay at the Pokémon Center for the night. The following morning, after breakfast and purchasing supplies, they set off toward their next badge location in Hinoki Town. That day, Demyuk and Kasumi enjoyed a picnic on a spacious grassy field, savoring a rare moment of leisure with their Pokémon. Suddenly, above them, the sky shimmered as if rippling like water. Gradually, the ripples intensified, forming a tear in the fabric of space. As the fissure widened, a portal materialized out of thin air. In an instant, a creature, cloaked in darkness with a single eye, plummeted towards Demyuk and Kasumi. Boom! What is happening? They both exclaimed in unison, momentarily distracted from their meal by the sound of something breaking through the sky. As Demyuk looked up, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a sudden impact. Thud. Oh, my behind, and my exquisitely handsome face. In an unfortunate turn of events, Demyuk was struck face first by a dark mass that fell from the sky, sending him tumbling to the ground. As he lay there, he felt a warm trickle from his nose, realizing it had begun to bleed. Chapter 91. The Injured Unknown and the Turmoil in the Forest. Ahi, are you alright? The 6 Pokémon, led by Xiaoxia, hurriedly approached the Injured Unknown, expressing their concern for its well-being. It's strange if I'm fine. Who, in their right mind, would lack the civic sense to litter like that? With great difficulty, the Unknown managed to peel off the object that was affixed to its face, just as it prepared to unleash a torrent of verbal frustration. It recognized the perilous entity in its grasp. By the heavens, the Unknown could not suppress its expletive. This troublesome item was indeed a burning potato. If handled carelessly, it might lead to disastrous consequences. At that moment, the Unknown found itself clutching a battered and unconscious form of another Unknown, its body resembling a capital letter D. It possessed a spherical core, with a semicircular extension curving to the right. The body of the Unknown mimicked ancient script, resulting in a variety of distinct shapes. Currently, it was known to take 26 forms, along with 2 additional forms resembling an exclamation mark and a question mark, totaling 28. When it comes to the competitive display of forms among Pokémon of the same type, the Unknown would claim the second place, leaving no other Pokémon to dare contest the first. The unconscious Unknown seemed to be haunted by unsettling dreams, its entire being trembling involuntarily. Ahi, you are bleeding. This Pokémon will be entrusted to my care. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Alright everyone, I'm fine, you can return to your meal. After handing the unconscious Unknown to Xiaoxia and dispersing the 6 surrounding Pokémon, Ahi rummaged through his spatial backpack in search of medical supplies. Perhaps due to the robust physical capabilities of humans in the Pokémon world, Ahi, aside from a bleeding nose and slight dizziness, bore only a bruise on his face. Luckily, there was no broken skin, otherwise his charming visage would have been irreparably marred. How could an Unknown just fall from the sky? Where did it come from? Perhaps it emerged from a spatial tunnel. Lying on the grassy expanse, Ahi gazed skyward, where he noticed a gaping rift forming in the heavens. However, as he watched, the fissure began to close slowly. Soon, the sky, which had once been marred by a large hole, mysteriously restored itself. Ahi, how are you now? Xiaoxia, after applying a healing spray to the Unknown, approached with concern to inspect the injuries on Ahi's face. I checked myself just now. Aside from some swelling, there are no major issues. With his nose stuffed with tissue, Ahi found himself slightly breathless and dizzy, yet otherwise in reasonably good shape. You're all right. That's wonderful. Seeing Ahi respond clearly to her inquiries eased the worry from Xiaoxia's heart. Yes, for the time being, I'll have to rely on you. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. In the days that followed, Ahi and Xiaoxia lingered in the meadow, tending to both Ahi's face and the unconscious Unknown. Additionally, they held a faint hope that the Unknown's companions would open a passage to find it. Regrettably, reality proved less favorable than anticipated. The skies remained silent, with the Unknown's companions failing to arrive. On the 3rd day following the incident, the previously comatose Unknown finally stirred back to consciousness. Where is this? Upon surveying its surroundings, it spotted Ahi, Xiaoxia, and a host of Pokémon. Before either could respond, a surge of formidable psychic energy erupted from the Unknown. Before Ahi and Xiaoxia, along with their Pokémon, could react, the overwhelming energy was swiftly retracted back into the Unknown's form. You are good people. With that, the newly awakened Unknown succumbed to exhaustion once more due to the exertion of its psychic abilities. What is this nonsense? watching the unknown fall back into unconsciousness. He couldn't help but express his frustration. After finally waking, the unknown seemed oblivious to the need to conserve its strength. Nevertheless, its actions were somewhat justifiable. Being in an unfamiliar environment warranted the use of psychic powers to assess its surroundings. However, it ought to have reserved some energy for itself. Thus, He and Xiaoxia were once again tasked with looking after it. 3 more days passed, during which the unknown's condition gradually improved. With He's facial injuries healed, they resolved to set off towards the location of the next batch. At that moment, He and Xiaoxia found themselves traversing a forest. Perhaps due to Xiaoxia's continual care, the unknown preferred to remain in her company. Reluctantly, Xiaoxia had to allow He to take charge of Bikibi. As they continued their journey, 2 figures lurked over 100 meters away, observing He and Xiaoxia's progress. Go, Masamune. Test their strength. The Pokémon, named Masamune, transformed into a streak of red lightning, swiftly approaching He and Xiaoxia. Following closely behind was a shadowy figure, trailing at a leisurely pace. Enemies are approaching. The bear cub, walking ahead of He and Xiaoxia, abruptly halted and raised an alarm. Bear cub, what's wrong? He's inquiry went unanswered, though he noted the bear cub's serious expression. Xiaoxia, something's amiss. Prepare for battle. Understood. Both He and Xiaoxia gripped their Pokeballs, anxiously scanning their surroundings for any signs of movement. Suddenly, the hidden red figure lunged swiftly towards the bear cub. Bear cub, use fury swipes. With its claws poised, the bear cub engaged in a fierce clash with the red figure. Bang! After exchanging blows, both the bear cub and the mysterious figure quickly retreated to create distance between them. Scyther. Chapter 92. The profound love of a father. Before them stood an assailant. A magnificent creature clad in crimson armor, adorned with 2 pairs of translucent wings and possessing formidable pincers akin to those of a crab, the Scyther. How could such a beast exist in the wild? As the 2 Pokémon stared each other down, Demuhi felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. All right, Jinsung. That's enough. With a swift motion, Scyther retreated, heeding the command of its trainer. Hey, what are you doing? Do you realize how perilous it is to ambush others like that? Upon seeing the trainer of Scyther appear, Xiaoxia flashed in front of the older man with remarkable speed, her voice resonating with indignation. I merely wished to test my skills. Please forgive me. Test your skills? That was clearly an ambush. Calm down, Xiaoxia. Let us hear what the uncle has to say. Demuhi interjected, hastily pulling her back as she was caught in a frenzy. I truly apologize for the misunderstanding. My name is Muramasa, and this is my Pokémon, Scyther, whom I have named Jinsung. Your Teddy Ursa displays considerable strength. I am in search of trainers like you. Very well. Memories long buried began to resurface with the uncle's words. Greetings, Uncle Muramasa. I am Demuhi from Plateau. The angry girl beside me is Xiaoxia. May I inquire if there is something we can assist you with? Indeed. Please follow me. Humph. What a peculiar uncle. Xiaoxia's expression remained one of displeasure as she watched Muramasa's retreating figure. It was understandable for Xiaoxia to be upset, having been startled by a misunderstanding. Come on, Xiaoxia, do not remain angry. Let us go see. Fine. For your sake, I shall temporarily overlook it. With Demuhi's persuasion, Xiaoxia's fury began to dissipate gradually. They followed Muramasa into his private dojo. Here we are. This is my personal dojo. Muramasa led them inside, where a disciple promptly approached to greet them. Welcome back, Master, and greetings to our esteemed guests. Hello, they both responded in unison. Taken aback by the disciple's respectful bow, Demuhi quickly pulled Xiaoxia aside, not wishing to endure such a show of deference, which he felt unworthy of. This. The disciple was unprepared for Demuhi's unconventional response. Typically, one bows and the other reciprocates. Enough, Taro, such formalities are not for everyone. Yes, Master. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. By the way, you have yet to mention what assistance you seek from us? As Muramasa made his entrance, Demuhi recalled the plot from the original story. In his quest to awaken his son, who was lost in the depths of computer data, he sought powerful trainers who passed by. He believed that only through failure could his son rediscover the vital connection between a trainer and their Pokémon. Dad, are they the opponents you found for me? Before Muramasa could respond, the protagonist of this affair revealed himself, an adolescent with violet hair and a short-sleeved shirt. This is my son, Shinwa. By the way, could you engage in a battle with my son Shinwa? Certainly. Hello, I am Demuhi from Plateau. Just call me Ahi. Hello, Demuhi from Plateau. Upon hearing the introduction, Shinwu began to sift through his computer for information. Demuhi from Plateau, the champion of last year's Indigo conference. Dad, you finally found me a worthy opponent. Given such a formidable rival, I reluctantly accept. I will defeat you head-on and prove that I, Shinwu, am the strongest. Such boastful declarations were mere barks from a frog in a well. Ignorant of the vastness of the world, understanding Muramace's intentions, Demuhi resolved to demonstrate his strength and impart a lesson to the arrogant Shinwu. Humph. Just remember not to be disheartened when you face defeat. Who knows who will win or lose? Now, follow me to the battlefield. Hearing Demuhi's words, Muramasa recognized that Demuhi had grasped his intent. On the dojo's courtyard battlefield, Demuhi and Shinwu took their places on opposite sides. While Muramasa positioned himself in the center as the referee, the Pokémon allowed for this battle is one each. The match begins. Go. My strongest Pokémon, Burii, a Scyther, even more powerful and youthful than Muramasa's, appeared on the battlefield. An elite mid-tier Scyther, no wonder it boasted such pride. Go forth and crush it. Scyther, let me witness your strength. As Shinwu spoke, he began to manipulate his computer to record Scyther's data. Unfortunately, Demuhi would not permit such a distraction. Scyther, first use Water Gun to close the distance, then execute Leaf Blade. Leave it to me. A torrent of water surged from beneath Scyther, enveloping it swiftly. With the force of the water, Scyther advanced rapidly toward Burii. Quickly, Burii, use Quick Attack and Metal Claw to counter. Understood. With a deft step, Scyther propelled itself with terrifying speed, leaving merely a red blur in its wake. The clash of Water Gun and Quick Attack erupted as the two Pokémon collided, and Scyther was sent hurtling backward due to the disparity in power. What? Burii. The sight of Scyther being thrown back left Shinwu astounded. Before he could recover from his shock, Scyther's Leaf Blade attack was already upon him. Prepare yourself. Burii, evade with Double Team. Understood. With a swift motion, Scyther crossed its pincers over its chest, energy surging as it created 3 illusory copies to dodge the incoming Leaf Blade attack. Impressive. At that moment, Shinwu had no time to check the data on his computer. Under Demuhi's command, Scyther unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Shinwu no opportunity to record or analyze the information. Watching his son, who could no longer rely on computer data, Muramasa felt a swell of pride within him. Growth requires sacrifice. His son, who had only known dominance within the confines of their dojo, would learn this lesson when faced with defeat. A frog in a well is destined to gaze only at the sky above. Only an eagle soaring high can perceive the world in its entirety. Chapter 93. An unexpected encounter with Ash. Burii moved swiftly, employing a cross-scissors attack. The Scyther nodded in understanding, subsequently intertwining its pincers with energy across its chest, its form rapidly approaching the Scyther. Alright, Scyther, unleash your full power with a brick break and defeat it. After a prolonged standoff, Demuhi, unwilling to continue in this manner, urged forward. Got it. The fighting-type energy coalesced upon Scyther's blades, an even more potent aura surging forth from its body. In the next moment, Scyther swung its blades with ferocity, striking hard against the pincers of the Scyther. Wow, so strong. The Scyther felt an overwhelming force emanating from its pincers. It barely had time to react before being propelled backward by the intense impact. Bang. At that moment, Xianwu rushed over to assess the condition of the Scyther. Alright, the match ends here. Xianwu's Burii has lost its fighting capability, and his Scyther emerges victorious. Xianwu, how's your computer? Xianwu had no time to check the data, his mind still replaying the recent battle. Indeed, it seems you have grasped the essence. Yes, father, I now understand the message you wish to convey. A trainer must believe in their living, breathing Pokémon, rather than mere cold data. It appears you have recognized what you need to pay attention to. This battle was commendable. Your Scyther possesses great potential. You should take it out to witness the vast skies. I will participate in this year's Silver Conference, and I hope to see you at the competition. Noticing that Xianwu had rekindled his passion for battles, Demuhi extended an invitation for a rematch at the Silver Conference. Alright, to face you again, Ahi. I will join this year's Silver Conference. Then, it's settled. It's a promise. Afterward, at the enthusiastic invitation of Uncle Muzheng, Demuhi and Xiaoxia rested at the dojo for the night. It was a significant achievement for Demuhi to see his son regain his enthusiasm. Had he been of age, Uncle Muzheng would have surely indulged in a celebration with him. Demuhi, I truly appreciate you. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast at Uncle Muzheng's house, Demuhi and Xiaoxia packed their bags and departed. There was no choice. Uncle Muzheng's hospitality was simply overwhelming. Shortly after their departure, Xianwu also donned his backpack and, accompanied by Burii, embarked on his journey to collect badges. At the dojo's entrance, Uncle Muzheng watched his son leave, feeling a sense of pride. The fledgling begins to soar, truly a blessing for the family. Time to indulge in another bout of revelry. Meanwhile, after traversing the forest for the morning, Demuhi and Xiaoxia arrived at a mountain riddled with caves for lunch. What a peculiar mountain. So many caves. Xiaoxia remarked, assisting an unknown Pokémon in consuming some Pokémon food, her curiosity piqued by the unusual mountain before them. Perhaps many wild Pokémon have made their nest here. After all, we discovered numerous wild berry orchards on our journey from Uncle Mu Zhang's home, with ample food available. It was no surprise for Pokémon to congregate here. Many rock and ground-type Pokémon favor excavating caves in the mountains, a phenomenon not unusual for Demuhi. Though the mountain boasted an abundance of caves, Demuhi attributed this occurrence to the large gatherings of Pokémon species. Ahi, you raise an excellent point. But it is unfortunate there are no lakes or rivers in sight. Otherwise, I might have the chance to capture a new water-type Pokémon here. Xiaoxia held great expectations for water-type Pokémon from the Johto region. With such lush trees in the forest, there may indeed be numerous rivers and lakes hidden within. We simply haven't encountered them because they are not along our path. Don't dwell too much on it. Sometimes capturing Pokémon is a matter of fate. Time slipped away as the two conversed. With less than a day's journey to the next gym in Inoki town, Demuhi and Xiaoxia cleaned up after their meal and entered a period of afternoon slumber. Just as Demuhi, Xiaoxia, and their Pokémon settled into their nap, Team Rocket, piloting a robot, closed in on Ash's location. As misfortune befell Team Rocket and their robot took a tumble, Ash and Pikachu dashed out of the forest. Whoosh. Pikachu, look. Is that Ahi and Xiaoxia? Hey, Ahi, Xiaoxia, long time no see. Emerging from the forest, Ash, guided by Pikachu, spotted Demuhi and Xiaoxia enjoying their nap beneath the shade of a tree. Ugh, who is making such a racket? How annoying. Ash's shout roused the drowsy Xiaoxia, while Demuhi, too, stirred from his slumber, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Hey, Ahi, Xiaoxia, Pika Pika, Ash, and Pikachu. It has indeed been a long time. The familiar voice drew Demuhi and Xiaoxia to wake fully. Yes, it has been quite a while. Wow, Xiaoxia, you captured a new Pokémon. Let me take a look. Excitedly, Ash immediately pulled out his Pokédex to scan the unknown Pokémon cradled in Xiaoxia's arms. Unknown Totem, a Pokémon shrouded in mystery. Its body shape closely resembles ancient characters. Well, it seems quite rare. Xiaoxia, where did you capture it? Well, that's a long story. Xiaoxia glanced at Demuhi, hesitating whether to share. Go ahead. It might reveal Ahi's past. But if she didn't speak, Ash's inquisitive nature would surely press for more details. Ash, why are you alone? Where is Brock? Demuhi, wishing to divert attention away from his past, attempted to shift the conversation.